FF8 の始まりです。チームモグは。
そうですね、FF8 に入りましたが、そうですね、チョコボチームが今、ストップするまで、引き続き、もちろんお時間の方が厳しければ
いや、
大丈夫
全然大丈夫です。
なんですが、
はい。
はい、
いえ、
解説の方を続けていただけたらなと
全然
思います。
まあ、FF8 も多少分かる部分は、多少補足しながらやっていくと思います。
Oh, we get the back-to-back particle beam.
2回連続刺さりましたね。これ、大丈夫。耐えたけど、いい回復しましたね、今の。ランス高めで。
There's so many different random factors. It's insane.
Yeah, so hopefully we're hoping to eventually wind up being slower than Cloud of Darkness, just to get that luck in. That way we're not likely to get
お
double
そら
hit.
くは
Also, if
カ
we
ードゲ
really
ー
need
ム
it,
をや
we'll
ると
have
思います。
eventually
初手に。初
get
手って
that
いう
double
か、
jump to get back in time.
RT はカードがめちゃくちゃ重要になってくるんで、多分最初に取りに行くと思います。
Yeah, I think she now turned to only using the particle beam. No more different attacks anymore. Which usually means she's getting lower.
ですね、ちなみに、
はい。
ファイナルファンタジー8の方は、解説の方が現在いらっしゃっておりませんので、8時間という長い帳場ではございますが、少しでも行けるタイミングがあるよという方いらっしゃいましたら、ご応募の方お待ちしております。EST8 時間でございます。
8
8時間半じゃなかったっけ？
8時間半ですね。大変失礼いたしました。
半ですね。
8時間半という長丁場ですが、行けるタイミングがあれば
I'm excited to see
お待ちしております。
8の EST は
like
8
how
時
the
間
times
半だそう。
compare between the runners.
で、
just for
白
this
さん
run.
がそろそろ終わるかな。 だい
Overall,
ぶもう削ってるん
I
で。
think Team Mog had good luck.
Oh yeah, definitely. That grinding section was good, and then that tech for getting invincible after the fact probably saved a little bit of time there as well.
Yeah.
Got hung up a few times on Two-Headed Dragon, and that's time for Tonberry.
終わりましたね。
Right, GG. Both of them got them first try.
パー
Love
ティ
to
ク
see
ル
it.
ビームみたいですね。
Very
ハード砲。
So maybe the
だいたい3分差ぐらいですかね。
8 wants to introduce
そう
themselves.
ですね。ちょっとまだ手元のシートには更新がないですが、大体そのぐらいかなと思いますね。
I think we're playing juggling of the unmutes here.
Oh yeah.
The global unmute party of fun times. Hello. Hello, everyone.
FF3 2チーム終わりましたけど、
Welcome to
ま
Final
あ、
Fantasy VIII.
今、
Let's
チームチョコボの人が、
Hello.
まあ、
tell us about yourself.
パリ区間なんで、特に喋ることがないです。FF8 のこと触れられるところはちょっと触れていこうかなと思うので。
すいません、助かってきます。
まあ、
Trying to push for stuff
もうスコール君の名前
1130.
を。
Other runs in the meantime.
Hi, I'm Tiny Bobcat. I just started speedrunning a couple of months ago. Been running FF8. Still very
ジョン君みたいですね、スコールじゃなくて。チームモグのスコール君はジョン君みたい。
Hello. My name is Quetzington. Or Quetz, or Quetzy, or however you want to say it. How's it going, everyone? How you doing? I am on sabbatical from speedrunning, but I'm here, part of the community. I do moderation of leaderboards poorly. I still do speedruns from here to there, but yeah, I've been working. I'm here to hang out with you guys. See some Final Fantasy VIII here. We got some amazing runners today.
ちなみになんですが、ただいま FF8 の、チームトンベリ側の奏者さんが、世界3位の記録で、チームモグの方がね、世界4位相当の記録を保持しているようですね。
すごいいい勝負になりそうです。こうなると。
そうですね、特に
And we get to see
今
3D
非常に
graphics
タイムが競っ
too.
てる状態です
そう、
し、
競ってる状態ですからね。
まだまだ勝負はわからないでしょうかね。
他なんかがまだブレる作品もあるから、チョコボもまだまだ全然チャンスありますから。
そうですね。
Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Spicy. Very spicy.
PCM. So you guys would have to explain to me what the difference is with those other routes.
Yeah, we'll definitely get
水をほぼほぼ終え
there.
て、ここ
I
か
I
ら
think
プレ
that
ゼン
once we start talking about
FC の
Dalit, it will like
あらばこうあっ
naturally
て、
unfold as to like what the big differences that you're going to see, especially with one of the boss fights that
相
we're going
手
to see.
回収し
One
て
of our
出て、
runners is
ここ
going
に
to
やめ
choose
が
to
感じてし
take
ま
a
う。
specific fight. The other two will
絡
not
まっ
take
て
that
ま
fight, and
だ
it will
ね、ブレ
create
る作品。
some differences
まあ、
in disc one,
FF13
but it
も
will
だい
like
ぶ
lay a
難し
precedent
い、
for
す
the
ご
rest of
い
the game. So
ゲー
we'll
ムです
see how
し、
that turns out, and it's actually going to be really
1
fun.
も
I love
相
when we
当に
iterate
ブレ
through
るゲーム
three
なので、
different
ラスボ
routes.
ス
It's
がラスボスして
I
る
mean, it's always
ゲー
fun
ム
when
なん
people
で、
are doing exactly the same thing,
ここ
but
で全然
variances and differences make a
前
race
2
fun,
つが
in
沼
my
ったら
opinion.
わからないですし、F5 もやらかすと全然、巻き戻りの
So
範
we're
囲が
starting
広い
off
んで、
here. We got our intro cutscene down and out of the way. We're starting off in
まだ
Garden
まだ
here.
全然チョコボも
A
頑張
little
って
bit
巻
of
き返せるところが全然ある。
the first thing that so I'm more keen to playing PlayStation myself lately,
で、
especially since I haven't been streaming.
FF8
The
の
first thing that I do
モグ
is
チーム
the
モグの方
the
はこれ
remapping
か
of the
らチュー
buttons
トリアルみたい
because
なパソ
in
コン
PC
を
we
閉
all
め
have
て、
different controller preferences
これ
and
か
different
ら
programs to
この
control
後
the
カードを取
layout
りに
of
行くん
how
じゃない
you
かな。
turbo or don't turbo or
キスティス
it's
カードを
kind of
取りに
wild.
行く
But
と
it's
思う
nice
んで
that
す
with
が、
PlayStation you can just open up the menu. I'm
この段
switching,
階で。
you know, these buttons around. FFA has like the most dramatic default button
で、
layout of all the other Final
はい、
Fantasies.
からも
It's very
から
odd. It's a big point of contention for a lot of
でも、
people. The default map
あれ行ったと
button
か
layout for this game.
なんかどうやら
We
カ
are
ード
saved
カード
from
を
that by
受け
the
取るタイ
launcher
ミ
on
ングは
PC.
チュートリアルのタイミングみたい
Yeah.
ですね。
Well, you think
Ah.
that it's the launcher that you're saved from, but it's really
Ah.
just like a really poorly
Card
made
もらっ
port, and you
て、
need 1, 2, or
この
3
後
programs to
多
actually
分
just get your controller
食堂
working
に
in a
行くと
fashion that
思うんで
works
す
for
けど、
you.
これカードもらってこいつに、
But that's PC. We're not here for PC. We're here for PlayStation, so we don't even have to worry about that.
ね、エレベーター。こ
We're
の
gonna
後
have
です
the
ね、多
train
分。
sequence in Timber, and you're gonna be able to see what code they're pressing in. You're not gonna have to worry about button 1, button 6,
で、
button
この後降り
9.
てって、こ
None
の
of
後、
that stuff.
で、
Yeah,
そ
menu
この
circle.
セーブポイントでセーブするからですね。なんかミスった
Walking
時の、
by pressing
あ、
like
セーブします
triangle
ね。
cancel. Who does that?
Looks like Broodles is doing early
で
queue.
食堂に向かって、
Yeah, I think so. I don't even want to try to deliberate as to why the choices that these runners are
Review
making.
ひどとは
Obviously,
違う。
there will become a point where I can deliberate on that, and we
この
will
後、
deliberate on that.
その
But
ト
as
ゥ
far
リ
as
ッ
like
プ
I'm
ファン
gonna
クラ
get
ブ
early
の
queue, I'm gonna get late queue. You're
あ
gonna
の
see different
会員の
manipulations
人と、
on what I like to call Whistle Beach.
この
or
なんか
Fish
だら
Rock
けてる
Beach.
方の
You're gonna
男
see
と
some runners
カード
doing
ゲームをするんで
manipulations
す
with
が、
GFs. You're gonna see some
ここの
people
も
taking
カード
multiple
で
fights.
キス
You're
ティ
gonna
ス
see
カー
some
ドを
runners
固定
doing
させ
what
る方
Broodles
法
is
と
doing
し
right
まし
now,
て、
which is
と、
early queue.
開始
Does
する
anyone
ときに
kind of wanna just
連射コンの
jump right in and talk about why we
30連射かなんかを入れっぱなしにすると、キスティスカードは確実に出てくるんですけど、あとは、置く場所を、
A lot of the, well, actually,
もう、
almost
相手は
all of
固
the power
定
that
な
we
の
get
で、
from in this
そ
run
の置く場所をちゃんとしっかり
is
覚えておけば
from
負
one
け
or
るこ
two
とはないです。
specific cards,
で、これで
based
キ
on
ス
what
ティス
route
カー
you're
ドを獲
running.
得できるっていう形
So
で
the
す。
Quistis card that Broodles just got,
はい。
eventually when Quetzalcoatl learns
FF8
Cardmon, will refine into
3
3
進行中では
cemental
ございますが、
and
先
from
ほどま
those
で
refines
走られてい
into
た
60
ムチハ
triples.
さんに
And
来ていただいております。
triple is like the third
まずはお
best
疲れ様でした。
sync junction in the game,
Yeah,
and
third or
having
second.
access to that, yeah.
お疲れ様でした。 うんうん。
はい、では、簡単にちょっとインタビューの方をさせていただきたいと思います。
はい。
まずですが、走り終わった今の感想はいかがでしょうか？
まあ、一応その自分の方で、つけてたタイマーでは、2時間34分36秒で、まあ、もともと、その目標にしてた2時間35分は切りたいなっていうのは、なんとか達成できたので、タイムに関しては、まあ、一応9大点かなっていう感じですね。うん。
そうですね。
Squall's strength, and I think that brings us up to 37 or 38
ちょいちょ
strength
い
for
要
Dolly.
所苦戦されてた場所もあったと思うんですが、
I think
特
with
に
triples in,
ちょっとここはきつかっ
you
た
know,
な
we're
と
gonna put
か
modifiers as well. I think it
ま
gets
あ、
us to
や
あります？
っぱり、先ほどまで見ていただいた通り、ツインヘッドドラゴンでだいぶやられたので、
almost like max
まあ、どうしようもないんですけれども、
pretty early on.
まあ、そこがちょっときつかったなと。まあ、いい運が引けなかったなという感じですね。まあ、やることはやってたんで、もうあとは、お祈りするだけです。
Brutal named Squall John. John
で、そう
is
ですね。
going out into the wild world. The
他の
wild
方とはちょっと、RTA のルートの方、違うものを選択されていましたが、こちら、なんか、意図があって選択されたものでしょうか？
まあ、多分そうですね。その稼ぎのところのルートは、多分他の奏者の方とはちょっと違うものだったんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、このルート自体割と最近始めたもので、で、まあ、メリットが結構大きいなっていうのは、元々のルートだと、古代遺跡も、道中逃げて、インピンシブル取ってから稼ぎに入るっていうのなので、結局その間の稼ぎができないっていうのと、あとは、一度インピンシブルを取ってすぐに、もう一度何でしたっけ？名前を忘れちゃった。もう一個の早い飛空艇の方ですね。に乗り換えて、海底洞窟沈んでっていう流れになるのが、インビンシブル取った後すぐにもう暗黒洞窟の方に行けるっていうメリットがあるので、まあ、その辺をちょっと最近研究してたのが、今日はまあ出せたかなっていう感じですね。今後その辺が、なんていうか、チャートの、まあ、主流になっていくのかどうかちょっとわかんないですけど、とりあえずは、最低限の結果は出せたなっていう感じです。
続いて、ベカトンケイルですかね。そのあたりで、順位が入れ替わった感じですが、そうですね。そのチャート取りもそうなんですが、こちら、ご自身的にはどういう要因で逆転できたかなっていう感触とかってありますかね？
まあ、トンベリチームの方のとこ、そこまで、ずっと見れてたわけじゃないんで、なんとも言えないんですけど、まあ、先ほどのそのルート変更の部分もあるとは思うんですけど、あとはその稼ぎ方はやっぱりできるだけその最適化して、練習してたので、まあ、それも滞りなく、言ってた感じだったんで、まあ、その辺が要因なのかなという感じですかね。自分の中では、なんていうか、そんなに大きな実行がなければ、どこかで追いつけるんじゃないかなっていう手応えはあったので、まあ、思ったよりも早い段階で追いつけたっていう感じですね。
はい、ありがとうございました。そうですね、最後に何か、他にも話したい内容とかございましたら、いただきたいなと思うんです
そう
が。
ですね。まあ、今回、一昨年ですね。一昨年の FF リレー7の時に、このゲーム走らさせてもらって、今回2回目なんですけど、このゲーム。で、前回というか、まあ、前々回か。の時に出したタイムが確か2時間36分いくつとかだったんで、まあ、それよりかは早く行きたいなっていうのはずっとあって、ただまあ、さすがに、なかなかね、 ゴールドルも強かったとかっていうのもあって、思うようにいかないところは多々あったんですが、まあ、なんとかいけたので良かったです。結果として、チームも、逆転できたっていうのは、大変光栄に思っております。で、あと、宣伝とかしていいんですかね。
大丈夫です。
多分他の奏者さんもみんなおっしゃってたとは思うんですけど、これ海外のイベントなんですけど、今度日本国内の方で、11月に PRFF リレーという、ピクセルリマスターシリーズの、FF の、駅伝企画がありまして、で、私実はそちらの方では FF2 の担当なんですけれども、今後、今回のリレーを機に、そういったピクセルリマスターの FF の RTA とか興味持っていただいた方いらっしゃれば、またね、別の企画もございますので、奏者の配信等なども来ていただければ嬉しいなというふうに思っております。
ありがとうございました。ピクセルリマスターリレーの方ですね、合わせてお楽しみいただけたらなと思います。それではですね、簡単にはなりますが、インタビューの方以上とさせていただきます。改めてになりますが、ムチハさん大変お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
失礼します。
Broodles finishing up Ifrit. I almost made so I'm splitting for this event and in my brain I was like, oh, Ifrit's done, I need to split, but
ということでですね、インタビューの方させていただきました。ですね、すでに他の解説の方も、ピクセルリマスターのリレーの方をですね、宣伝されておりまして、で、ジャパニーズリストリームのディスコードサーバーのチャンネルにあります資料告知チャンネルという場所でですね、詳細が載られた、記事の方が宣伝されておりますので、こちらをご確認していただけたらなと思います。
Maybe he has a different
Right.
strategy.
Maybe he uses it as backup during XATM.
That is also
インタビューの間に、FF8 は両チームともイフリートに、
now I have to pay attention. You know what? This is
2つともカードは無事に取れて、
Forget I said anything.
No, you're fine. No, it's good
いい感じに
because
進めて
I thought I knew what was going to happen. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see
アイオニッ
quetzalcoatl manipulation
チーム
from
チョ
the
コボの
Broodles.
アイオニックカルマさん、
Not 100%
FF3 は今暗
I
黒
think
の
the
ロー
Thunders
ク
have
ス
to
を
just be for safety in one point or another.
に
of
問
the
題
run.
なく
I can't
進め
really
てい
think
る
of any other reason why you would get extra.
最初の
But,
情
I mean,
報
this
以
is a
外は
marathon. You want safety. Final Fantasy VIII is as Cordellium gets punched to death. Final Fantasy VIII is a very volatile run. I was literally just about to say that as he died.
An attack you usually don't get to see.
Yeah, sometimes you just get punched in the face by Ifrit. Sometimes, you get 2 thunders and you're like, oh, I only need 2 because I need to cast 2 to pop these enemies out and get my AP, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes what you want
Boom,
doesn't
Brutal Squad just
happen.
died too.
Brutal
It's-
Squall just got killed, John got
Yeah.
killed by a bomb.
John Fantasy.
Jonathan Fantasy. I feel like it was, you know what? In my
そんな差はない
mind, neither of those deaths are super
そうですね、
detrimental.
見た感じ
Nah, you're
ほ
right
ぼ
about the menu. You don't need the
同時というか。
experience. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh man. Then we're gonna be
So
learning
John
stuff at
has
20.
20. Interesting.
ただ、下の方
I'm excited to
ゴールド
know.
落ちて
I'm excited. I'm
フ
excited
ェ
to
ニ
see
オ
what
両
this
国
Thunders is for.
からまあ大丈夫だと。
The mystery.
I
外
literally
に
have
出
no
て
idea
こ
why
れ
he
か
would
ら
use Thunders. No, I'm just kidding.
海岸の方に出るんです、
Nice. Going Thunders to
FF8。
the beach.
これで海岸に出
You want to
て、
see it?
ボカロルフェイクっていう敵を 買って、
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on
魚のヒレというアイテムを
No, you're fine. I'm
ドロッ
curious
プ
as
さ
to
せ
what
るんです。
Broodles' plan is
それ
because
が、
with
なんだっけ、
ECM we need the fish
カード
fights.
変化じゃ、なんだっけな、魔法相手性かなんかで、ウォーターっていうのが作れるんで、それを作ってジャンクションして、みたいな。で、なんか、ステータスを底上げするみたいな
I'm so
形
curious
になっ
because
ていくと
like
思い
you
ます。
can
ウォーター
shoot
ですよ
through
ね。
1 or 1.5 fins, like AP wise,
サンダーをしてヒレを開かせてからキスティス先生の特殊技である青魔法のメーザーアイを打って倒すって感じですね。で、これドロップする数がランダムなので、
So he's definitely, I think that he
極端に少ないとやっぱこの狩る数が多くなるみたいな
Two.
Okay, so that's
感じ
two.
ですね。氷魔
Maybe
法
he's
生
just
成とか、
doing
なんかそん
the
な感じ
standard
です
early
ね。
Q 3 fights.
攻撃魔法の、
I thought that
で、
he
アイオ
was
ニ
going to
ッ
be
カル
doing
マさん
manipulation.
が
I
こ
could
れ
have
ちょっ
sworn
と、
that he said that he was going to. But that, you know, like it's not like he signed a contract or
あ、これ
anything.
ちょ
He's
っ
probably
と
just going for
厄介なの
safety.
引いちゃって。
You know, maybe he was practicing and
バックア
was
タック引くとこ
doing
こ
the
めんど
manip
くさいん
and
で
it
す。
just failed one too many times for his comfort
Yeah.
level and was like,
で、
I'm,
隣でヒレガチャをしてる中、
or was he just getting AP?
結構チームチョコボも
I
ちょっ
think
と
he's just getting
厄介な
AP.
やつ聞いて。打撃で倒しちゃうのか。
I don't
ちゃん
think
あ、分裂した分か。
because it would have.
目から光線が出るほ
Okay,
ど
so there's two ways that you can do this manipulation,
本当にそうです
and we don't have
ね。
to, like
ヒレは。
we'll get off of it obviously when we get off of the beach. But so you can do this manipulation. I
で
guess
もうす
the
ぐ
easier way to do it
チ
is
ーム
with
チョコボがこれから
you can like
ガト
pause
ン系
buffer
優
when
先
you
で
get
す。
attacked and put those pause like those values into a calculator and kind of spit out where you are in the RNG, and then you can see how many times you need to refresh your limit to get the number of fins that you want. That's the hard method, and then the easy method would be to find out where you are in the RNG, cast Quetzalcoatl, and then refresh your ATB while the Quetzalcoatl
そ
animation is
う、なん
going
か
on.
そう
Because
いう
it's
ことを
your
いろいろ
the
するん
RNG
で、
is
キスティ
essentially
ス
the
先生
wall
の
of
名
the
称とかい
animation,
ろいろ
so
言
you
われ
need
て
the
ますけど、
necessary amount of
目から
refreshes
レー
for
ザー
your
出した
5 fins
り、
or
臭
whatever.
い息を吐いたり、いろんななんか風評被害が発生してますけど、なんか
How many did
すごい
how
か
many
わい
did
そうな
Jordan
人や
just
な
get?
ってちょっと思いますね。
Yeah, I was gonna
Ugh.
say probably.
Cordellium got
Hmm.
one.
何の問題もなく、
Okay, so
で
maybe we're
ガ
not
トン系で
doing
撃破で。
maybe we're not doing
で、
manipulations,
ヒレ
which
ガ
is
チ
like
ャが2人とも
completely
まだ終わる。
fair. And you know what
大
else
体
is like
参戦かな
another fair thing that I just thought about is like
昨日よりネタにされてる感じがあるんだ、先生。
they're not
こう見て
racing
も
against
18
each
歳。
other
俺も
necessarily
正
like
直、
in the way that we see it right now. They're kind of like racing against
18歳であん
themselves
ま
for
り
the
見えない
fastest
イメー
time
ジあ
for
り
this
ますけど。
game. Because like sure we're seeing 3 runners
3
at
回
the
戦
same
闘する
time
間に
running
ヒレ
the
5
same
枚
game,
確
but
保。あ、ウォータ
overall
ー
the
5分ですね。あ、
goal
あ
is
り
to
がとう
be
ご
the
ざいます。
fastest runner in each game for your team. So like I think that they're trying to just go for consistency, just because kind of how dynamic this entire relay has been between teams like taking the lead and
さあ、
such.
息す
So
るやつは
I
みん
think
な
we're
モ
just
ルボ
going
ル
for
みたいな。
consistency here and just trying to like nab as quick as a time
That is
as we
very
can
fair.
without like having to worry about manipulations and like, oh, I'm gonna save 25 seconds here by you know what I mean? Like, does
Who's getting
25 seconds
Broodles as
really
well?
matter?
そうですね。
Speaking
だい
of
ぶ大人
consistency,
びて
Karma just finished up the Hecton chair fight. Very, very nice cave.
18
heading over
歳と
to
は思えないぐらい
Coastal
に
Town.
And Connor's got
本
one
当に
more
この人
fin
18
fight
歳と
to
思った
go,
から
and
ね。
then we're basically just gonna be hanging out until we go to Dalit.
上はヒレガチャが終わってガーデンに戻って
This is always a point in the run that's always a breath of fresh air.
試験があるから。
Where the
Jin Makao
Broodles is
みたいな
going right now, it's kind of like an area where you can like close some of the program, especially if we're doing like early queue, and you don't have to worry about like counting RNG in Dalit for Zell card manipulation. You can close all your programs while you're just holding the up direction, and you're closing all your programs out on your computer. Like, thank goodness. I am so tired of having to track this stuff. I have my
Yeah.
card. I'm ready to go to
Oh, you-
Dalit.
カルマ、ゴーレム杖。で、このゴーレムの杖がさっき石像を作るために利用していた杖です。
In this speed
この
run,
杖で殴ると半分石になって、二刀流にすると4分の1で
get stronger in the
石に
speed
な
run.
っていって、徐々に
So
石化とい
early
う効果に
Q
なって、
is like early quiz
二
discards.
刀
So
流してお
get
く
it as
と、
early as when you start the game. You can go
2回
shoot
分発動するの
the
で、
guy who
半分
has it
石になっ
with
て、
your
それ
card.
で、そ
Or
れ
you
の
can
状態
go
で2回
defend
殴る
it
と
and then
石
come
化
back
するっていう
later
状況にな
through
ってい
counting
るので、
RNG
それ
and
で
then
自
getting
分を
it
殴
called
っ
at
て
late
自害
Q.
的な形
So
に
it's
し
just
て、
it just determines
石
when
像を
we
作る
get
た
the
め
card
に
in the
ゴーレ
room.
ムの杖を今変えました。これからのイベントでそういうシーンがあります。だいぶエキセン
So
ト
I've,
リックな
I've been
話
here
なんだ
for
よ
a
ね、
couple of
FF8 っ
relays
て。
now, and I think this relay that I've been around for, I've had it up on my TV the entire time, and I want to say this is the most like dynamic relay that I've seen. Like as far as like how far the time swing in between like who's holding the crown, it has been wild. I feel like every time I like leave to go to dinner or go to bed, I tune back in, like something completely different has shifted the tides, and it has been like a very entertaining relay.
チームとんべりもこれで比例ガチャが終わって、いろんな話があって、ドール実地試験
I
と
think even
試験
early
が
too, because I
こ
remember
れか
watching
ら
like at the very beginning there was like a very dynamic shift.
この
I
ス
think
コール君と
between
か
like the
ジョン
first
君が
2 or 3
もらったら
games. So it's
シード
shifted
と
a
いう
couple of times, like
組
in a
織
very
の
drastic way.
なんかそういうの
I
に
guess
なる
that's
た
what I
め
was saying.
の
Like it's been
試験を
of the 4 that I've
受け
been
る
a
た
part
めの
of so far,
に
like this one has been like the most
話を聞
dynamically
いて、それ
shifting
から
like across the board
参加するっていう形
in my eyes.
採用試験みたい
Yeah, there were a couple of games that one team would be behind by 20 minutes, and then I would go to sleep or wake up, and then suddenly that team is ahead
な。
by
だい
5
ぶ
minutes.
忙
and
しいん
it's
ですね、
like,
ス
what
コール君。
happened?
Yeah. I think like in my
Kind
mind,
of wildly swinging.
wildly swinging, exactly. I think I saw Tonberry have the crown for so long, and it was like, oh goodness, how is this gonna end up? And then like, I think not too long before we were getting on for commentary to set up, I saw that Mog had the crown. I was like, no way! Like it was pretty intense. So we're getting a brief
このばっ
here.
かタッカーちょ
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't want to
I
keep
was
talking.
gonna say,
Yeah,
the
go
crazy
ahead.
thing is that if Kafka hadn't happened, this would effectively be a three-way tie.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old RNG, baby.
You say that, and Karma sadly died on a random encounter.
Ugh.
So Karma is soon starting to fight the last few bosses. First, again, the two friends of ours. But every boss fight from here on out can be a little bit scary.
Got our players getting the debrief from Robin Williams, rest in peace. And they're on their way to Dollar right now. Broodles is
あっちってなんかシステム的に結構難しいから、昔やった人とかの
because he
シ
knows
ステ
that
ムがあまり理解
it's
で
like
き
a
な
little
くて
bit of
楽
like
しめなかったっ
not
て
trivia,
人
but
も
like
結構聞
canon
きますか
for the
ら、
game.
今
If
や
you
ってみる
defeat
と
Ifrit,
意外と変わってる、
so like in the scene,
が
Zell asks
理解
Squall,
し
like,
やす
hey,
く
can I
なっ
see your gunblade? And then
た年齢だ
automatically
と
says
したら、
no.
ここに
If you
楽し
defeat
める
Ifrit,
か
and
もし
then
れ
you
ない。
come back
自分もこの間やっ
and
た
you
け
go
ど、
up to the
だ
second
いぶ
floor, there are
やっ
some
ぱ
kids that are running around, and
シ
you
ス
can
なんか
offer. They say, hey, can I see your
発売
gunblade?
当
And
初
then
よ
they
理
give like
全
a
然
text option, and you could say yes or no. And
理
then if
解
you
度
do
が
show it to them,
あって、
one of the instructors comes out
遊ん
and
でて
kind of
楽し
gives
か
you
っ
a
たですね。
demerit to your seed rank before you even get it. A fun little like
For
factoid.
showing a weapon?
Yeah, for like showing your weapon to a child.
A child in a military school, but sure.
Yeah, but I guess
How dare
just
they
like
see weapons?
yeah, I think that maybe they have like statutes on like at what time, you know, what age is appropriate or whatever. But it's funny that you can like get this demerit before you even maintain a seed, like passing your seed score.
Your seed rank starts at -1.
Yeah, and then you mess up the train sequence, and then it's -2. Like you're just starting
my
off on a
gosh.
really bad foot.
All right, let's see where Broodles is drifting. This is very important.
FF8 は、これはプレ
I'm
ステ
gonna
版
top
みた
right
いです。
myself. Oh, he's
Oh,
not even
okay.
drifting. Okay. Very vanilla Broodles. Okay.
Oh wait, he's eating, isn't he?
で、チーム工房の、
I mean, it is
彼
morning for
が
Broodles, so it would make
動
sense
画
that
と
he's
畝を
eating
撃
his
破
beans
し
on
て、
toast right now.
これからラスダンの方に向かって、
I only say that because I've met
あと
Broodles
大
and I
体
asked him about beans on
40
toast. And
分
it,
からない
Definitely
か
not.
35分ぐらいですかね。
You know, Sarah, I think you're right. I don't think I've ever seen that car drive forward either. It's always like a determination of like, out of the 8 directions we can drift, which way am I going other than forwards? Like, when am I randomly going to land on forward? It's never going to happen.
まだまだ全然、3チームを
Broodles coming up on one of my favorite skips in the game. Because I not exclusively run turbo, but I pretty much run turbo all the time because
ちゃんと防御
I'm old and I like to
ブレ
not
ンドを
have
意
to
識した
mash
動きをし
for
て、
a long time. And I also
2
like
対
to
円
speed
から
run.
と防御を1
So
回入れな
what
い
you can
と
do in this
直
scene
連
in
度が上
Broodles
が
is
ら
in
ない。
is I will like turbo the confirm button and
Yeah,
I will also
invisible.
turbo the up
Yeah.
D-pad button. And there is a dialogue option after Zhu leaves the screen and Zell gets up and he sits back down. And what is happening is as Zell is sitting down, you're hitting up and hitting an option just to clear the text. And Zell usually has a text box that says Roger. And if you manage to get that text box on the first frame, you skip the Roger text and you save an entire frame. Whoa, dude. A whole frame. Sheesh indeed. Sheesh.
It all adds up.
It all adds up. There are so many things we do in this run that like it all adds up. Like you'll see a lot of our runners fleeing from battles they will not be able to flee from, and why would anyone ever want to do that? Why would anyone want to flee from a battle?
船の
Clearly
デ
you
ザイ
want
ン
to
とか
kill
も
the enemies to get stronger, right?
Exactly. But
攻めた
you'll
言い
notice
方はあれです
that
けど、
when your characters are in critical HP,
かっ
they
こいい
have
船
an
だなと
animation
思
where
わせる
they
ような。
are standing up and they're tired and they
いいで
just
す
sit down
ね。
on the ground because they're in critical HP and they just can't take it anymore. So if you're running the entire battle, you know, in boss fights, because you can't run from boss fights. So what's happening is you're queuing up your actions as you're running and it's saving you the
めっちゃそう
frame
なんですよ。メカデザインがい
that
ちい
your
ちかっ
character
こいいん
would
で
have
すよね、
sat down on
FF8
the。ground. And over the entirety of the run, you're saving anywhere from like 3 to 4 minutes off the entirety of your 8-hour run by running away during boss fights because you're saving just like one animation every time you attack.
Yeah, again, just those tiny little bits that it saves over the course of an 8-hour run. So yeah, if
So
you're
it's
not
all that-
fleeing from enemies because you don't want to deal with them, because the more enemies that you kill, the higher level you get, and the higher level the bosses get, and they scale past you, so it's really scary. You don't want that. If you're not fleeing from enemies, you're fleeing from bosses. Minus a couple of encounters, you pretty much are constantly holding
だいぶ
those
なん
flee
か
buttons
近未
down,
来的な
and that
あ
can
れです
kind
よね。
of
世
get
界
in
観
your
です。
head a little bit to like
FF8。
become muscle memory, and you can accidentally flee from some really
Right point.
important encounters later on. So
こ
it's
のムー
kind
ビ
of
ー
a
かっこいいです
double-edged
よね。
sword. Like it
この
helps
船で
you
乗り上げて。
to get through the speed run, but it can also screw you up on some incredibly important splits later on if you flee from the wrong enemies. So hopefully everybody is gonna be on their A game to not flee in Esther.
Yeah, fleeing in Esther is probably like the hardest spot that you can see. It really sucks like at the end of the game when you're in like
こ
Tri
のバッ
point
クアタック
or
はさっき
Tiamat.
説
And
明
you're
した
like,
通
God
り、
damn it, when you
前にかかります。
when you
これ
flee
ちょ
and
っ
you
と
shouldn't
まずい
have,
です。
but you know, you can always go back and
まあ
fight.
逃げ
It's not
逃
as
げが
detrimental
で
as
す。
losing the
仮に行こ
first
うと思っ
you know
てもちょっ
point
と
in
厳しい。
Estar and having to take 5 minutes to go to the next
Oh,
one.
it's the worst. It's so painful.
Yeah, it's really bad. We've all been there, but yeah, it sucks.
I'd say
Broodles
TM and
is
ECM is pretty bad too.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a run ending.
FF8
mistake,
も
but
分かる
luckily
部分は
that's
ちょっ
early
と
on.
は
It's not like
触れて
6.5 hours in the run. Broodles did his menu. He I want
倍
to say that
速モー
he
ドとか
used
だいぶ
his
親
ice
切で、
magic
ド
refined
ロー
from
とか結構
Shiva
時間かか
to
るんで、やっ
turn
ぱり。
the fish fins into water magic and junction that to his strength. So you'll see him hitting for a solid 150 damage, taking out these soldiers in one hit. Just cleaning up these initial Dalek fights much faster than you would if you didn't have the water.
Yep, so that's what those fish fins come in handy for. Is now we are way stronger for this section of the game than we are supposed to normally be.
Is this the only game where one of the four main elements only has one tier?
So fire, blizzard, lightning. What do you mean, like fourth one?
Well,
Which
no,
ones do you
because
mean?
there's Fire, Fira,
FF7 の
Faraga,
ポリゴン
Thunder,
から
Fire, Thundaga,
ここまでやっぱり綺麗になったっていうのはすごい衝撃受けましたけど、
I guess what was your question again? Oh, water. Oh yeah, the fact that it doesn't have
Koji
like, a
やってたと。
higher tier of water.
Right.
Yeah. It's also weird too with like tornado and yeah, there's just like a bunch of I don't know. I guess it was like
まあ
experimental.
確かに
like,
解像度
environment
が良くなって、
and it's weird how like if
キャラ
you
クター
look
のやっ
at
ぱ
the
り
data for water,
表
water
情
is
とか
such
も
a strong
はっきり
magic
見えるようになって、
itself to be cast
リ
and
マスターは
being
そういう
junctioned
ところは
as
いいですね。
well. So it's almost like water was never meant to be like a main. Like I don't know if they would have considered it like one of the main four. I feel like in this game it was just like three: fire, blizzard, thunder, and then they had like these other off spells that were a little bit stronger, like water and quake and wind and all those. I feel like they're like a little bit more niche or specialty in my mind. I'm not saying that they are for sure, but just the way they operate in the game, I feel like they're a little bit more special because they do more damage.
That's how they introduced it for 1, where only Chaos can cast it. They have Tsunami for that.
Yeah,
But,
that makes sense.
40かなほぼず。いいだってか45。
This fight that Cordellium is doing right now is one of like my favorite
これ
little
はディ
forced
スク
fights
4枚
like,
組
in
に
the
なり
speedrun
ますよ
just
ねって
because
くらいの綺麗さですよね
it's。a forced encounter. It's always a back attack. So like, it's one of the few fights that's not a boss fight in this game that is like perfectly scripted. Like I can, every time I do it, I can hold down the confirm button and then let go, and I don't know. It just feels really good. It's very automatic.
これが初代プレイステーシ
We're
ョン。
coming up pretty
初代
soon
プレイ
on
ステー
that
ションです
first
ね。
split fight, the Anaconda,
FF9
which
までが初代プレイステー
can
ションで、
be a jerk
10から
and
プレステ
just
2です
decide。to repeatedly kill Squall. It's happened to me before a handful of
So-
times, so
そうなんですよね。
Yeah,
Touch
you
key
want to
は
get Squall
プレ
into
ステ無
low
印なんで
HP
ね。
range before you get there, so that you can hopefully
でこれでやっ
immediately
ぱ
use
り
this limit
こ
break
れだけ
and
の
do
やっぱ
a
映像
Renzoku
技
and
術
just
を
kill the
なんか
snake as fast as
出
possible.
せてるのすごいなって
Because
思
yeah,
う。
he can just be a bully and just keep picking on Squall.
Yeah, in this game, I don't know the exact thresholds or the calculation for it, but I can tell you that there is a,
でそう言ってる間
we'll
に
call it a soft
チーム
limit
チョコ
cap
ボの
for HP and a hard limit cap
あより
for
あ
HP.
る
That hard limit cap is when you see
クリ
the
スタルタワーに
character
入
in
ってます
yellow
ね。
HP. The soft limit cap is what you see on
だから
Cordellium's
クムクム
screen
とか
right now.
忍びはちょっと
Squall is in 139
言ってたら出てくるんですよ
HP
ね。
right now. Is not in critical, but will get the Renzokuken off. See, like if you look at the screen right now, he has a limit available. So we'll call that the soft limit cap. I don't know what that number is right now for his level in his max HP, but it's roughly around like 155. Early on in the game, you can start casting Renzokuken, and that's kind of like the sweet spot that you want to be in is like probably around like 150, 120ish.
うん、
Because
そ
like
うですね。どのバージョンでも
like
演
Bob
歌が
Tiny
怖
Bob
い
Cat
クリ
just
スタ
said,
ルタワーで
if
すか
you
らね。
if you get into like the 60s or the 70s,
セルリマスターはまあ本当に気をつけるべきは
in the
忍び
Anaconda
と
fight, and that's another scripted fight to where
ク
like
ム
you
ク
you
ム
don't
の
get
2
ATB
種
on
類
that
とあと
fight.
ドラゴ
You
ン
always start from zero. So if
あとまあグラシャラボラスっていうのが巨人みたいなやつなんですけど、あいつが打撃に打撃攻撃には混乱を付与してくる場合があるんで、そのあれにやられると混乱して自分殴って死ぬっていうこともあるので、まあその点も要注意です。
that you can lose time, so
FF8 は
like getting a really good
ワン
down
コと
really sets
戯
the
れてます。
precedent for the rest of the run.
Yeah, you can come out of Dalit feeling like, wow, this is going really well, or wow, I can't believe I'm keeping this run because I've been trying to get fins for 3 hours and I just want to run.
Yeah. Wow, I should not have even played this game today.
.犬の訓練をして先に進んでいくと、
Brutal's last random encounter before the Anaconda
ペー
art
ジが
fight.
何線かして、
It's looking like his step route is good to go. Usually, based off of the route that Brutal's is running, you want to get 2 encounters on the bridge, and the second encounter is going to be right before you zone into the left to fight Anaconda. So
ワ
we
ンちゃ
shouldn't
んの
even
この
see him
仕
come
草
out
も
of the scene right now.
か
We
わ
should
いい。
just walk right over into the scene. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. See that extended like black screen right into it? Yeah. You got that fight like right at the edge of the screen. So he's set up almost perfectly. Step count wise. Keep our fingers crossed that he doesn't take any unnecessary deaths to any of the fights coming up that would absolutely ruin his step count. if he had to restart. Not restart, but reload a save.
I think
All
I'm
right,
planning on
Anaconda.
doing the save before the next boss. So trying to maintain your steps while you do that
中
little
ボス
diagonal
的な感じ
shimmy
なんか
over
こ
to
れ
the
ヘッジ
save
バイ
point
パー
might be
だ
tricky,
から
but
Yeah, the
基
better
本
to
的
have some
に
save points
ジ
ready
ョ
to
ン君
go.
が瀕死になっ
I'll
てる
always
の
take
は
a save point consistency.
I
mean,
FF8
sometimes in
は
my normal runs, but especially
瀕
in
死状態の時に
beautiful,
串技が
beautiful Anaconda from
出る
Broodles.
ことがありまして、それが
Perfect.
ターンを回すごとにピコンピコンピコンピコンピコンってしてる時があると思うんですけど、それが串技待ってる時の感じですね。
I'm going to say it out loud so I don't forget, so you guys get to hear it too. Congratulations.
Nope, that's totally
で
fine.
基本的に FF8 はこれから大体ボスを特殊技で倒していく感じですね。スコール君
It's
は
super easy. It's not
モグラ
hard at all.
チームモグチームだ
I've
った
done
ら
all the
ジョーン
starters
君
since
が
like run
だっ
number
たら
2,
連続剣、
so
ゼルだっ
while
た
I know
ら
kind of where the
デュエ
splits
ル
are,
だった
like
りいろいろとあるんで
manually entering them,
Yeah.
I would forget
基本
100%.
的に
Yeah, the
エンド・オブ・
team-
ハートと
the
か
team that handles,
なんだっ
all
け
the logistics
ラフディバイドとかは出る
of
と
the
基本
final
的
system,
に
they
ロスに
make,
なるみたいなので、あまり
programs
出ないで
for
ほしいっていうのを
splitting
奏者から
specifically, and it's
の
literally
方から
just
聞いたことあります。
three
ドラゴン出てき
color
た。
and it says the name of the splits, and you just click the button when
ドラゴ
they
ンで
make it
石
so
像
easy
作り
for。us, like super easy.
ドラゴン、
Shout out
あ
to the
大
Melee
丈夫
team.
か。
Cordellium Snake
で、逃げる
barely
かな。
survived the Renzo. Just got taken out by a quick punch from Zell afterwards. He's
I
able to move on
want-
as well.
To say off the top of my head that I want to say Brutal's got a low level snake and Cordellium got a high level snake.
I've had ones that survived a like 6-hit Renzo.
Yeah, because
It's
I'm
like,
pretty sure
are
it
you
was a
kidding
4
me?
hit. I think Brutal sent a melee attack and
まあ
then
も
a
ちろん
4
ダ
hit
メージが
without
足りない
a
ところだったら
rift
出てくれ
killed
て
it, which
いいん
means
ですけ
definitely
ど、
means it was low level for sure. And I'm pretty sure Cordellium had 5 and then it didn't die, so that probably means high
基
level.
本的にやっぱり
So what we're saying, low level,
エ
high
フェクト
level.
が
This game is really
ダメー
interesting.
ジが足りてる場合は
where
エフェクトがやっぱ
throughout the
邪魔なの
entirety
で
of the
出ない
game,
方がいい
the
という
monsters and the bosses level up with
こと
you.
なんだと思い
And
ます。
what that does is it creates an environment where you have 3 characters on your team, and those 3 characters will have separate levels, and
It'll be-
the game will add
Oh,
those
yes.
levels up and then divide them by 3, and then based off of
サイファー
what
が
the
向こうま
enemy
で走
level
って
is,
っちゃう。
it will give you 1 level higher or 1 level lower of your average party level. So sometimes you will get a boss that is going to be, you know, level 14, or sometimes it'll be level 15. But it's always going to be there's going to be 2 different thresholds. And you're always going to have a chance to get like a
FF3
really,
で
really strong
モーグリ
bomb.
チームが1位に躍り出て、トンベル
You
チー
can
ムとの
usually
差が
determine that.
だいたい
We'll
1分
probably
差
see
感じです
when
ね。
XATM comes up for our runners, because we're going to be seeing Broodles
だいぶ競って
is
ます
actually going to
ね。
be fighting XATM and getting performing a glitch to get 50 AP. And one of the ways that you can kind of tell if you're fighting a high level or a low level mob, especially with XATM, you're gonna see the damage that Broodles will do to it with his Renzokukens, and you're gonna see like damage values of like 220, and then sometimes you'll see damage values of 180. You kind of know when you hit 220 that it's a low level, because when it's 180, it's higher level because it has higher defense, so you're hitting for less. So there's ways to kind of figure out, like, I've done like really stupid challenge runs where I beat the game without junctioning or leveling up at all, and I rely on like Gilgamesh to kill Tri-Point, and I'm literally just sitting there like, in Tri-Point will punch me, and if
本
it
当
punches
に
me for
もう
40
なんか
damage, I run away.
63時
It's
間
like
や
high
っ
level,
て
and
ま
I
だ
can
競
deal
っ
with
て
the
る
high
っていうの
level
が
ones.
本当に
There's ways to
うん。
know whether
すごいで
these
すよ。
bosses are, you know, a higher level or a
チョ
low
コ
level.
まだまだ全然ありますし、
そうですね。ちょっと結構話されてたのが、少しずつ詰めていってる感じな
そうです。
ので、ま
やっぱ
だどうなる
全然わかん
か。
ないですね。
うん
作品あるんですよ。13、
Alright, we have
FF8、
Karma heading into the Zondi fight.
13に1か。1とあと5か。
And yet again, we have that petrified character to soak up some of those targets.
で基本的に暫定戦は最初に
And we're
戦
gonna
う
have
を
one
入
of
れ
those
た後、
attack
ジャン
jump
プをする。
stunts here, and
まあ
just
必要
kind
に
of
応じて、
hope and a
まあ
prayer.
途中ホーリーランスからブラッドランスに切り替えてとか、そういった形ですね、
Also good with
FF3。
the Holy Lens,
この暫定戦は。
not double blood lens for more damage.
FF8 に
One
関
of
して
the
は、基本
coolest
的に
cutscenes you're watching
結
on
構
a
固
Broodles.
固
In
定
my
する
memory
技
as a
とか
kid,
が多い
I
の
remember
で、なん
having
かそういう
the
乱数というか、
Pizza Hut Collection Disc Number
そういう
One,
のが多い分、やっぱ
and
実
that
力が
had
かなり出てきます。
the FF8 demo on it. So it was, I was still playing Final Fantasy VII, but when I would like rent a game from Blockbuster, it like came with it, and you would see this scene, and it was just like next level FMV, like
Yeah, it still looks good.
unheard of.
Doesn't
I'm
this
still-
look like it's gonna be like a space laser or something, like some Despicable Me, we're gonna steal the moon type of thing, and then it's a radio tower?
Just technology and radio waves, gross. Communication. Go ahead and note down the fact that this communication tower beam is happening, because when later in the run, I'll talk more about just like the lore of what's actually happening in the game. And it's not that they do a poor job of explaining it to you. It's that the methods that they chose to use in this game to like give you information about the world is hidden inside of like the tutorial information. It kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy X with like the Sphere Theater. Maybe not like exactly, because it's not like the game withholds information and you have to learn about it in the Sphere Theater, but there is information you can glean from the Sphere Theater that you wouldn't get anywhere else. And that kind of reminds me of this game, because there's so much shit that you can, there's so much stuff that you can like glean from the information
ね
section of the tutorial.
FF8
'Cause,
チ
like,
ーム
it
モ
tells
グ
you
ザが今戦ってい
all
る
about the
フィックスとウ
communication
ェ
tower.
ッ
It
ジ
tells you all about like
戦ですね。
why they're even doing this. How communication
なんか
has
茶
been
碗
down
みたい
for
な
the
感
last
じで
17
面白いんですけどね、
years.
この人たち。
Sorceress Wars, yada 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 yada.
What does any of it mean?
It
I don't
ends
know.
up
I'm
again.
just gonna go fight the boss that's in front of me. Like, you don't understand kind of the direction that you're heading. There's a lot with the flashbacks that you get in this game as well.
セイ
There's
レ
a
ーン
lot
持
of,
ってるのは
like,
この後出てくるエル
sneak
ビオレっていう
peeks
ボ
at
ス
the
ですね。
lore, and it's
この
enough
ボ
to
スから
get you
ドロ
really
ーを
intrigued,
多
but it
分
never fully explains itself
皆さん
until
す
you
ると
really
思い
dig
ます。
for information,
あ
and
の
then
ス
it
テー
kind
タ
of starts to
ス
make sense. Typical
魔法、
like
なんかステータ
obscure
ス魔
Final
法生
Fantasy
成かなん
stuff.
か覚えるんで、確か
It's
セイレーン
it's
は
the Japanese
ドローするは
it's
ずで
the
す。
Japanese RPG story. It's learning from the boots up,
こいつですね。
like about the character. It's
こいつ
learning
か
with
ら
the character.
連
It's
続
not
に
like
なっ
having a
ドローでセイレーンです。
perception of everything that's going on.
Okay,
But
so
we've got-
first Renzo against Elvred, and he queued to
あ、
draw
海外版でも
Siren.
連
So
続剣
there's
な
a
んですね。
GF that you need
連
from
続。
this boss. This boss has to be done in a really weirdly particular way. You have to use Squall's Limit on each of the first 2 soldiers that you fight, and then you have to draw Siren from Elvred and just hope that he is not a bully, because that's yet another boss that likes to kill Squall a lot. And it looks like it's pretty clear. Yeah, should. Okay, so Broodles looks like he's done, and now Cordellium is just starting second phase.
I
Zoc
don't
can.
like Brutal's HP going into XATM, knowing that he's going to be doing XATM. Like that does make me happy to see 31 HP. No, like he can do it. He can potion if he wants to, and maybe take a ray bomb if you want to. Like that's always an option. Just taking extra damage and setting up again.
You know, I wonder if he uses dual.
I don't think so. That's what I do though.
ATB leak is very real.
I feel like I was. So I don't know if this is a thing on PC, but it's definitely a thing on PlayStation. I made it a thing on PC to where I make the functionality of my controller do it. But you can use the analog stick and the D-pad button.
Oh.
Yeah.
そうですね。ジョン君にパンチ当たったりすると、死んでフェニオを何回もなくなったりする場合があるから、こう、
Cordellium's
大
also
変です
done as well.
Cord's
Got a
HP
second.
is even lower.
Second to Renzo. Yeah, but surely they're gonna like do some safety strats before they go into XATM, right?
I almost thought that second Renzo wasn't enough for Cordellium, and I was gonna cry. But it was like a small delayed reaction, and then it died.
Dude, honestly, the screen freezes on the PSX version when I'm watching people stress me out because of, well, I'm sure you've seen the clips of the Brutals having runs die in Disc 4.
Oh yeah, I've made some of those clips. There were painful moments.
Morningcraft is asking in the chat if we can explain how ATB waiting is done in FF8. So I'll take this one just because I run FF7 as well. And like ATB waiting in FF7 and ATB waiting in FF8 are two completely different things. So like it will work in the same way that like if you open up a sub, let's say, it will pause the ATB. But given the nature of what we're trying to do in this run with like limits and trying to keep those limits to do damage, like, it doesn't necessarily matter. The best way that we can utilize ATB wait is by queuing attacks with characters to make it so that we only have one character with their limit bar open, so we can refresh as many times as we want with one character. So like stopping the ATB for the other characters, so like I can smash triangle and get my limit off.
撤退する準備をしているんですが、この蚊に
ATB waiting
一定ダメージ与えて
逃
逃げなきゃいけないんです。 これが強いんですよね、この蚊に。
You're trying to cut off the
カニみ
enemy's
たいなメ
ATB
カ
so you
が。
can find time to find your limit as fast as
ま
possible.
たいちいちなんかデザインがかっこいいんですよね。
So it's not really like a byproduct of like how the game's ATB
連
weight
続
works,
剣
but
し
more
て
of a byproduct of like what we're trying to do in the speed run
連
to
続剣で
achieve
とりあえずダ
killing
メ
the boss as fast as possible.
殴っ
Yeah, it essentially chains your attacks together as a priority instead of letting the
倒
boss
せば
get
50AP
attacks.
稼げるんですけど、基本的に RTA
Okay,
で
so
は
he's doing
どうすんのかな。
Renzo strat as expected. I mean, it looks like both of them are, and
ラフリバイト出ました。
both of their squalls died
So what we're
as expected. With that low of health, there's
If only
no way.
someone could have warned us of the dangers of low HP Squall.
I know, right? If only someone said, "Wow, that scares me." So what we're going to be seeing is that like Broodles is going to be wanting to down XATM continuously. I think Cordellium is just going to be downing XATM and then that's it.
Yep.
And running away.
Oh, the rough divide crit.
So they have to do basically like quick math as they're doing these fights to determine when they've hit the damage threshold to be able to get the full
得
50
てから逃
when
げ
they
るのかな。
leave. Typically, it is really difficult when you have like a million things in your head you're trying to keep track of. But
Yeah.
when you watch them run and they're kind of talking through like they're talking out loud, especially I know I've watched Brutal do this fight so many times.
濃い
I
ですね、
still
名前。
don't
ブラッ
fully understand it,
ド。
but when you watch them kind of go through their process, it's like it's become a like second nature type of thing that
あ、なる
they've
ほ
done
ど。
it so many times. It looks like just attack the boss until it drops, but there's a lot of mental math going on there when you're fighting these things.
Yeah, it is down to an
リヴァイア
absolute
確か
science.
農具でしたっけ、
Awesome
確か。
Waves created this route from a route that was done with from French players like many years ago. He like
カニじゃなくて、あ、そっ
recreated
か、クモ
this
か、あれ。
route of downing XATM
見た
because
目
he
どう見
found
ても
out
カニです
the
けど。
missing piece, which was the glitch that it required in downing the boss and then running away and still getting the 50 AP. So that was kind of like the hidden key that
彼は
turned
FF3 の
ECM into like a super viable run. And then the fact that you could make it easy CM, like very
が、
easily
まあ、
turn it into a beginner route, like with not
戦
like
うは入れ
I
る
think
必
just
要は
like
あんまり
two
ないと。
things change, and then it can be done by virtually anybody.
下は稼ぎなしな。FF8 そこまで詳しくないから、ここまでわからない。多分、上の人はなんか買ってたけど、下の方
When
は
I was first learning this run,
そのま
so
ま
again, I've
確か
only been
に
learning this for a few
50
months
AP な
now.
しでいい感じですね。
I remember when I was a kid and playing this game.
で、
This
ここ
part was
で、
awful
そう
to
ちょんっ
try
て
to
戻
get
ると、
away
判
from
定
the
がつけ
spider. Because
て、
when you're a kid, you don't understand how to flee, how to avoid the
このカニみたい
encounters.
の
Some of it takes
戦
really
う
like
判定をすり抜けることで、
intentional
ワンちゃん、
inputs. Like there's a little section where you're supposed to walk
ワンちゃん逃
past
げた。偉い。
a
よ
trigger
し。
line, and if you run past it, you get attacked by a spider. You have to knock it down again and flee again. So getting
あ、
through
待って、
all
これ
what
死んだ
is it,
か
5 screens that you have
あ、
where
ラン
you
セッ
can
トす
dodge
ご
a
く助
spider
かった。
encounter?
Yeah,
When you
I
manage
want
to
to say
start like
死んだから。
successfully pulling that, like
で
by
も
the
メテオ当たっ
point
てる
that
から
these
死
runners are at,
死
they've
な
probably
ん
done it
だ
so many times
か。
it's like they don't even think about it. But
こ
when
れ
you
がある
first
んで
start
すよね。や
learning
っ
these
ぱ、
runs, those
プレイヤ
little
ーからの
things
メ
is
テオ
like
で
I don't know, you
全
can
然落
get
ちる。
like you
で
can
も、
avenge your childhood self that really struggled with these hard parts of the game. Feels so
パブに
good.
隠れると
That's
ラ
what
ンクダ
that's
ウンもあっ
literally what
たけ
speedrunning
ど、
is to me. Is like avenging my child self. Like
パ
you
ブに
can do
隠
this
れる
better
と
than
なんか
anyone.
最後の方、なんかキスティ
Better
ス
than
先
anyone.
生
Okay,
がなん
you
か
can do
助けてくれるなんかイベントみたいなムービーがカットされるんですよ。カーバンクルはシュメルケだったかな、確か。ディスク1
Speaking
の終
of
わりの方に、
just
な
randomly
んか
because I'm
デリ
seeing
ン
the
グシティ
chat
で
about
戦うやつ。
manipulating the end, whether it be for TAS or RTA. I did it in my I'm doing like a
パ
stupid
ブに逃げ
challenge
込
run
ん
right
で
now
ムー
where
ビー
I'm
をカ
doing
ッ
new
トする感
factions
じです
till
ね。
level
か
2.
っこいい
And
先
I
生
got the
の、
end for XATM. And it
すご
makes
い
it
ムー
so
ビーがあ
hard
るんですけ
because
ど、
like the
それをカッ
window,
トする感じ
like
で。
as far as like the glitch goes about like damage and being able to run away, like you have to knock him down and then do it. You can't just like
メ
open up
テ
and
オ
do it and then
こう
run
当た
away.
る。
So I feel like that just adds another element of being awful. Funny story, I was trying to manipulate it and then I ended up just getting fire and then the end and boom. And then it did nothing actually. Doing a save here for Connor. Which I'm very
う
I'm
わ
wondering
ぁ、
it
これ
okay,
は、
so I know that our players have
もう、ここに
areas
来
that
て
they're
力
always
ド
going to
ナ
save
が
at,
強い
regardless
な。
of like what route they're running. Because it almost hints to me, most of the time when you see someone saving in the hotel, it's because they're about to do Zell.
出る
But
の
that's not
か
going to
は
happen
人に
because
よっ
it's
て変わりそうだけ
Connor's
ど、
just
取る
doing Q only. So I think it's
取
just
る
a
のは多
pre-play,
分、この後電車乗る前だと思うん
route
だけ
for the
ど、
run.
なんかここで取っちゃうか、どっちからだったっ
Wait,
け
so you
な。
don't get Zell
チ
in
ョコボ
Connor's
さん
run?
チーム
Nope,
と
Q only.
What?
力ドナにちょっと
How do you make up for the
荒ぶ
lack
られ
of
てますね。
the extra damage?
本当にだからも
So you're
ファイ
pretty
ナルファンタ
much
ジー3、ここから
good to
解
go.
説することが
So
ほぼ
like
ほぼ
I
ない
might
んで
not
すよ
be
ね。
the
もう
best
ジャン
person
プ
to
して
ask
お
about
祈
this
りす
because
る
I've
みたい
never
な、
ran Q
そんな
only,
状
and
況なの
I
で。
realize based off of like knowing when we get certain abilities in the run, I want to say Adea 2 is really hairy. Like end of disc 2 Adea
い
is
や、
like
取る人もいれば取らない
you
人も
could die.
い
isn't it?
る
Most of the
と思う
actual
から、
time difference is
海
in
外の方が
Broodles,
どれだけ
and then there are a couple of fights like a day or
どういう
two
チャー
that
ト
are
してるのかとかあま
noticeably more
り
sketch.
わからないから、
Okay. I guess we'll see how it plays out then, because yeah,
またチョコボ
again,
の
I've
ボスがちょ
only
っと
ran really easy
だい
CM.
ぶハッスル
So
してま
even the
す
like
ね。
beginner version of the ECM, and
さっ
I'm
きからやっぱり
kind
メ
of
テオ
starting to
かの
adapt a
後に
little
フレ
bit
ア
to
が
the
結構刺
ECM
さったりしてい
strats.
るんで、
The other routes, I know nothing
これ
about,
刺
so
さる
it's
と
really
大体
fascinating to me
死
to
ん
like
でし
see
まう
where
の
the
で、
deviations start coming in.
It's good to call them deviations because it's like it's not even like a route difference between ECM and EZCM. It's just like doing things a little bit differently.
I
Like, it's-
I read through my EZCM notes while I was looking at ECM, and it was really only like 2 menus that are actually significantly
Yeah.
different from each other. It's just doing certain things earlier,
Ah,
which
上
in
の
the EZCM, which makes
あ、
it
もう
safer.
チーム
Like
モ
then
が
you
取ります
don't.
ね。
I
ゼル
guess you don't have
ゼ
as
ル
much
のママ
punch
と
as
カー
like
ドしてるから、
ink
こ
on
れ多
some
分ゼ
things,
ル
so
化
it
取
takes
り
a
ま
little
すね。
bit longer. But like
yeah,
下の
it's
人
like
は
that
ゼ
and
ル
then you
trade-off
gotta
の
of not
家
being
寄ってない
stunned,
し、
so
you have to do
モー
like
グリチーム
final
はゼル
party.
化取る
You
みた
want
いです。
to like and again, you can always
ゼル
introduce
化出てま
whatever
す
you
ね。
want into. That's why it's good to call
ゼ
them
ル
like
化取ると
variations
す
because
ご
you
い
can
なん
always just
か、
introduce whatever
や
little
っぱ
one that you
軽
want.
く安定するんで、ハイパーリスト、
there's
How-
like little optimizations,
変化して
but
ハイ
for
パー
the
リ
most
スト
part,
作
you're
る
still
と、
doing the same general thing.
あとは
It's
負け
in
なけれ
my
ば、まあ、
personal
キースカ
belief
ーを置い
that you
て
can
46
run
で勝って
easy.
ゼル
Alright,
カー
first
ドを
person,
ゲッ
let's
トして、
go.
You can run easy CM
一応
until
キ
a
スティス
very
カー
very
ドだ
very
けで
good
も
time
そのままいける
because you
み
only
たいな、
like
昔
in
か
this
らや
game
られて
that
た
is
チャート
many
は
many
キ
hours
スティ
long.
スカー
The
ド
thing
そのま
that
ま
will save you the most time
だけ
is
で
movement.
な
So
んか
like
他
it's
の
not
で補
even
う。
all of these crazy strategies or
なんで、
menus or even the fights in the RNG. It's like moving as fast as possible
キスティス
and
カー
knowing
ドを
how to
変
get
化
like
させ
a
て、
second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds out of each screen.
作るソウル・オブ・
So
サ
you
マ
can
サっ
like
ていうのをまた変化させると
you
ト
can
リプル
adopt
かなん
these
かを作って、
strategies
なんか
and
それで
actually, like, you know,
や
you
った
can
感じ
pop
だ
them
った
in
はずです
and
が、
then learn.
基本的に僕 FF8 の
You
解
just
説
adopt it
で
very
きるほど
quickly.
の知識がないので、いまいち。そうでしたね。ソウルのサマサで変化でトリプル。それはなんか昔見た記憶があるの。
Brutal's just disrespecting
ハ
modding.
ードゲーム
Just
のおかげで
robbing
アイ
her,
テムを入
robbing
手し
his
て
mother of her son's card.
世界を救うみたいな。
And for what? Strength 60 times 3?
Worth.
Worth. Would do it
Well,
again.
We're on Team Shoko. We've got through 2 of the fiends, facing Arimon now, the one that cures a lot. So we'll see how lucky we got depending on these Kiragas. And then 2-headed dragon, and they'll be off to Cloud of Darkness.
I think for Cordellium, we are doing the second floor
と
menu, which in
FF8 の
Q
両者は
and
とにか
Z,
く
it's not a
試
big
験が
deal.
終わって
And I
今
would assume
ガ
also
ーデンに
for
帰ってきて
Q only, which is probably very similar to Q and Z, it's not a big deal. And when I say not a big deal, I don't mean that the
いろいろ
menu
準
is
備して
moot. I mean that comparatively to what ECM does in this
そ
menu,
こ
it
チー
is
ムの
very different. You are not like
FF3 は今現アーリマ
in ECM. This is the second biggest menu in the game, and it's timed in a way that you're trying to shove like a minute and 29
ちょっと
seconds of
HP 低
inputs
め
into
かな。
like
これ
less than a
レ
minute.
ベル上がって3000入る。
See, we have Cordellium's chilling. You'll see right here because we're waiting a bit to get that perfect. What is it? 50 seconds, I believe. God, it's been
51,
so
I
long.
think.
51
Yeah.
seconds, yeah.
シャッ
And then you're gonna see Broodles do that menu, and it's gonna look insanely different. But they're gonna probably spend the same amount of time.
Yeah, Cordellium had some time to sip some coffee while Brutal is going to be just like frantically trying to get all the steps done in time. You have to do a
Brutal
lot
is-
of
あとは基本
card
的に
mod
やばいと
manipulation
思っ
stuff
たら
at that time.
さっき
That's
道
kind of
挟
when
む。
you put the steps you've been
途中でブ
doing
ラッ
so
ドラン
far
ス
in
2
the
本
run
持ち
into
に
actual
持ち帰
motion.
るっていうのも
You get
選
some
択肢に
really
あると。
strong abilities that you can junction.
Elixir
So when it
使わない
kind of starts to
しか。
come together.
I feel like for the ECM, what you're gonna see Broodles do right now, you're setting up so much of the run, like item wise, of like where things are gonna fall into place. I don't know. It kind of blows my mind how much you are setting everything up for SR menu essentially. Because you're gonna see this menu and he's not gonna like change or alter the menu very much in any other menus except for one other menu about 6 hours into the game. And it's kind of crazy that we've arrived in a place in a speedrun where you can have a moment like where you can set a menu up 5 hours in advance. Kind of just blows my mind.
Yeah, Astro Menu has quite a reputation.
Oh yeah, it's it doesn't undo itself ever. It's always appropriate when everyone talks about SR menu. And then you'll I feel like there's like phases of the SR menu. It's like the phases of grief, like denial, acceptance. Like I feel like you get to a point where you're a runner and you're like, I actually enjoy this menu.
Like it becomes like a Stockholm syndrome type of thing.
Yeah, it's like
You're
I feel like
subjected to it so much you learn to like it.
FF8 is so weird. It's the only other game I can think of that's so similar menuing wise is like 7. I guess 9, but 9 has a little bit of animation slowness to it, but 8 is just I feel like it's so perfect where like you can move
アリも突破して、
uninhibited
次
in
が
a
問題
menu.
の
はい。
Like
ツインヘッド
clicks
ドラ
you
ゴン
get
君が
from it's almost like your
信
brain
者
can
迫ってます
register
が、
how
こ
many
の
like
人は
cursor
どう
sounds
す
are
る？
happening. It's
この
I don't
方
really know how to
は、
explain
ア
it while
カ
it's
ルマ
happening,
さ
but
ん
when you're
は
doing
事
like a
前
5-minute
に
menu like
石
SR
像を
and
作
you
る
just
の
have
か、それとも、
it just
内葉
feels
さん
really
み
good
たいに、
sometimes
その場で
to
戦
like
闘始まっ
nail
て
it
から作る。
every time.
多分、ナイトにしたってことは、
You
こ
can
こから起
really
こして
feel an
全
OJ
員
in、that menu though.
あれかな。
It happens.
で、うちで
It
の小
definitely
槌
happens.
使
And
う
when I say it
か。
happens,
で、
probably like 60% of the time.
これは多分3人分作ります
When
ね。
you like
that
事
many
前に。
steps and you're going that fast. Like
あ、ただ、ガル
it's
ムだ
hard to
と、
kind of put it
こいつ
into
だと
perspective for
作り
people
にくい
maybe
ん
who
だよな。こい
haven't
つ
played
雷打ってくる
speedrun
から全
games
体
of
攻
this
撃して
type
くるんだよね。
before, but if you have a menu with 10 steps, you can do it in a
あ、しか
couple
も
of
回復しちゃ
seconds
ったの
if you get
か。
it down really good and get it consistent and everything. The Esther menu is multiple
一回落ち
minutes
た方が早いかもし
of
れない。
rapid inputs that you have to make
で、フェニオレを起こ
virtually
して
no
瀕死に
mistakes
しな
on.
いと、
And it is just mind-blowing to me to watch it every time. I do the easier version and it
ナイ
still
ト
is a
の
lot of steps, but
あ
then
れ
the
でかばっ
ECM
てくれ
version
ないんで、
is
イージ
just a whole nother
ー。で、
level.
守
Like
る。
there's so much you have to
で、
keep in
自分
mind
を
and
す
organize
る。
and just it's really
It's
impressive.
ゴーレムの。
it's very impressive. It's impressive to me because like I'm the
こい
type
つ
of
物
person
理
that
攻撃
I
かプロテスだ
pride myself
出
on
して
the
こないんで、
ability of
作
things
るん
that
だ
I
ったら
can
こい
take
つ
or
が
handle at
影
any
っ
one
て
point in
いう
time.
演歌の忍
And
者みたい
like
なやつ
no
が
matter how hard I
楽ですね。
tried and practiced, like I would at the point like 2 years ago when I was actually running this game, I would do like menu gauntlets where I would like time myself. It's almost like a speed run of just the menus in the game. And I would just do it like over and 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 over again.
これが
But like
プ
if
レ
you're
ス
gonna
テ
watch
1
Broodles do this
初
SR
代プレス
menu,
テのムービーなの
everyone's
か、
gonna
本
do it.
当に
But
びっくりです。
I've specifically watched Broodles do it to a point where he does the menu and still has 20 seconds to spare. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You have 20 seconds to spare. This is the hardest menu in the game. What do you mean you have 20 seconds to spare?
Dance time in Cordelliums.
チームチョコボがこれから
On this
ツイン
one,
ヘッドドラゴン。
I love this
一
cutscene.
発で抜けてほしいけど、果たして。
Everyone hates on Renoa. I don't me personally, I don't hate any of the Final Fantasy characters. There's not one that I like less than others. There's times in the run when I'm running it where I will not appreciate specific characters for doing specific things, and I'll be like, this character sucks. But when I look at scenes like this, I'm like, oh yeah, Renoa is a great character, of course.
I think it took a couple of replays through some of the games for me to really relate to the characters more. Like, you know, once you know kind of their full arc, and then you go back and you start picking up on other little details or characterizations you didn't before, you can, I don't know, get really attached to them. It's
Yeah, I mean, and that's what Japanese like Japanese RPGs, like that's why they tell the story the way that they do is because you grow with the character. It's not like you're just learning about events that are happening in the game. You're like, oh, of course. You're not a historian. You're a human, learning the way a human would learn about like the world around them. That's why they're really special to me. Is because like it's an experience.
確かっていうか、指導と話をつけに来た。お、激化しました。
And it's the last of our
なん
four
か
games
契
for
約が
Karma on Team
の
Choco.
話とか
Very
あ
clean two-headed
なんじゃ
dragon
なかった。
fight onto Cloud of Darkness.
Let's go. I don't know anything about 3, but I'm trying to watch it and just
あ、
anytime I
ベートで
see
も踊ってる。
one of the earlier Final Fantasies getting speedrun and it's just one
ドラ
character
ゴン
and
一
the
抜
rest of
け
the
いい
party
です
is
ね。
KO'd or got status effects or anything like that. It's basically you're just intentionally running on one character. It always makes me so nervous. There must be like a really good reason for it, but oh, it makes my
あとは残る
get
が
just
ラス
honestly
ト
it
の
stresses me out.
暗闇の雲がなん
My
ですが、
experience with
そ
3
こも
was
や
I
っぱ
tried
りまだ
speedrunning it like off the cusp.
ドラ
and
ゴ
I
ンを抜
forgot
けたから
to
油断で
kill
き
the
な
four
い
mobs before
強
Cloud
い
of
やっ
Darkness
ぱラ
and
ス
sat
ボ
there
ス
and just
し
got
てるん
KO'd
で、
over and over and couldn't figure out
Oh,
why.
yeah.
なんかあまり
They also
このま
happened
ま
to me once and
行っ
hopefully
てほしい
never
です。
again. After you kill these
解
four
説するこ
fiends,
とは
you
な
have
く、
to touch the
特に
crystal.
もう、あとは
If
ジャ
you
ンプし
don't,
て
you can
見守る
still
だけな
go
の
to the
で、
boss room, but you
リ
don't
ボ
get the
と
little
あの
Oidori
cutscene
を
of the
リフレク
knights
トメールをつけて、ブ
helping
ラッ
you
ドラン
out,
ス
and
2本を持っ
instead you
て、
go into the boss fight and she just
Mm,
does
Just
like 10,000 damage with
just
ただ
every
たま
decimates
に
you.
ク
Yeah.
リス
and
タ
you're
ルに
like,
話しかけ
what?
るの忘れてて、俺闇の
Yeah,
戦士
it's
出てこない
4 or
で、
nothing. So
あの、
annoying too.
暗闇の
I
雲
see
を
what
弱
you're
体化
saying.
できなくて、あれあれってなる時がたまにあるので、
But it's
そこはちょっ
overall
と
it's
注
a
意しなきゃいけ
very
ない点ですね。
comfy run, in my opinion. You have to have a tolerance for RNG, so you can't get angry
ま
over
あだい
bad
たいジャン
RNG
プ
or the
開
run
始から
is
4
not
分か
for
ら5
you.
分後ぐらいに
But
倒
it's
せれ一発で
easy
抜け
to
ればそ
learn.
れ
The
ぐらいで
notes
終
are
わりま
pretty
すね。
good that Nikki made.
いきな
And
り2
can
連続食らってま
definitely
す。
run it blind.
これは、
Check it
まあ
out
でも
if
最
you
初のう
like
ち
it.
は
Maybe
大
run
丈夫
it
だと思う。
more.
ここで2連続食らわない
Yep,
限り、
speedrun.com, Final Fantasy
まあ
3.
この段階で死んでもまあ最悪あれで
Easy
すから
link
ね。
into the Discord too if you want to
早
ask
い段階で
questions
死
or
んだ方
anything
が
else
ま
like
だ
that.
マシです。
Ooh, they got the double jump. It's looking nice.
Yeah, the Cloud of Darkness has a lot of HP. Wait, 120,000.
Which is almost double anything else in the game.
打撃劇から
And you do an
あとは
average
チョ
of
コボチームですね。
3,000 damage per jump.
ラスボスで注目して
Only 40
Right there,
attacks.
no.
It's fine.
Yeah, so I picked this game first of all because the minute characters are very cute. Literally a reason for me. But it's also very comfy. Sit back, relax, follow the guide. Yeah, so definitely check it out. I know, stressful A to Bs.
Yeah, advancing enough to get the job system going, which is fun.
交流がその辺の訓練施設だったり、近くの森にいるような世界観がちょっとやばいですよ。
うん。
And we also get to hear the boss battle.
すごい世界観。
I'm happy. It's pretty good.
6にも恐竜っぽいのはいますね。ティラノサウルスとブラキオレイドスっていう2種類
I know
の
it's not
恐竜みたいなのがい
better
る
on。a
まあ、
big
ドラゴン
screen,
は
but
8
you
体い
can
るん
get
ですけ
some
ど。
more jam emotes and chats.
あ、待って、これ最大なんです、クラト死ぬ。ああ、耐えた。
あ、おお。
最大乱数が1555だったんですけど、今の最大乱数食らってたら死んでましたね。
We're about to see the best dialogue line in the game from Squall when he tells Quistis to go talk to a wall.
The sass. Off the charts. This is where Quistis says that
そろ
she's
そろ終わるとは思うけど、
done being an instructor and
Right.
is basically getting demoted back to regular
時間的。
seed. And will start just doing missions again instead of teaching. Now she becomes one of us.
AKA, I can date
あ、
you.
終わりましたね。
お
お疲れ様でし
ー、
た。
お疲れ様でした。
GG.
GG です。
でこれで全チーム、
全チーム FF8
8にですね。
はい。
いやー、
だいたいでも、1時間15分差くらいです。
Alrighty. Thanks for having us.
Have a great
Thank
night.
you for commentating,
Yeah.
guys.
Good luck to the 8 runners. Have
はい、
fun.
ということでですね、ファイナルファンタジー3全員チーム完走ということで、解説のセルシーさん、大変お疲れ様でございまし
あ、
た。
お疲れ様です。ありがとうございます。
I'll see
それこそ
himself.
とても助かりました。まずちょっとね、FF8 の方も軽く説明していただいて、ちょっと助かりました。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ。
running Q and Z traditionally. I think with a manipulation, so
特に宣伝することは皆さんと同じことなので、 あれですけど、 自分の方から話すことはまあ、フリマリレーありますっていうのと、その走者として FF3 走るので、よければ見に来てくれると嬉しいです。というわけで、僕から話せることは以上です。
はい、
というわけで、
本当にありがとうございました。
お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様でした。
じゃあ、抜けて大丈夫です。
あ、はい、大丈夫です。本当にありがとうございました。
まあ、これからまだ FF8 だったりあるので、まだまだ楽しんでくださると幸いです。というわけで、お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様でございました。
Oh man, I don't get to see summons
本当
very
にね、
often
長
in
時
this
間
game
の解
anymore.
説
I was
ありました。
literally wondering. I was like, oh, I wonder how she feels right now.
改めてのご案内ですが、ジャパニーズリストリームのディスコードサーバーにございます資料告知チャンネルに、宣伝された、セルリマスター版ファイナルファンタジー RTA リレーの詳細へのリンクがね、掲載されていますので、イベント終了後にご確認いただけたらなと思います。そして、改めてにはなりますが、ファイナルファンタジー8、こちら、ですね、解説の方がいらっしゃっておりません。8時間半とのね、長い長丁場になっておりますので、少しでも解説できるタイミングございましたら、ご応募の方をお待ちしております。
Are you able to do that with turbo, or does it have to be manually?
I mean, depending on the route. Yeah. I mean, if you're running a turbo or a non-turbo run.
ボット君が貼ってくれたリンクから、応募フォームのね、リンク飛べますので、ご確認の方をお願いします。ディスコードのリンクも貼ってもらいましょうね。
You're already having a, you're not playing for a PB or for a leaderboard.
そしてですね、なんとなく気づいていらっしゃる方も多いかと思いますが、私は FF8 を何も理解しておりませんので、助けてくれると幸いです。あとね、この後の解説の方も、ちょっとやったことないなっていう方いらっしゃるかもしれないので、助けてあげてもらったらなと思います。
It takes a lot of, no matter what your technique is, it seems like it takes a lot of like forearm strength, and it just is, it's so much more mashing than you'd ever think it is going to be. Like there could, I don't even know how many actual text boxes there is, but I would think 10,000 is not an exaggeration of individual things you gotta, you know, hit at the right time to get through as fast as possible. It's exhausting on your hands and your forearms, all the work that goes into like manually mashing. So turbo just makes it so you don't have to focus on that part at least.
Yeah, it's I think when I very first got into speedrunning, I
あ
was
本
very
当に
like
もう学生ものっていうぐらいしか全
into
然わから
being
ないんで
fast at mashing and like
大変ですね。
proving that
え
I
ー
could mash
と、
like
そうです
effectively
ね、
while
ムー
being
ビースキッ
fast.
プとか
And then I think after like a
エンカウン
couple
ト
of
スキッ
months, like I started to
オ
actually
フなど
pay
の
them.
機
And
能
it
が
was
な
it
い
was
オリジナル版などで結構時間が
wasn't
かか
about
っ
it.
て
So
る
I kind of
と
just
いう情
stopped
報を
doing that.
どこかでいただいた感じですね。
And if you
ム
blinked,
ー
you
ビース
missed
キッ
it
プだとすれ
because
ば、
Broodles fight
結
for
構短縮されるのかな。ちょっとその辺の情報は持ってないんだけど。
Garo?
No, no.
あ、エンカ
That's
なしは
that's
途中で
also
ゲット。
Ronaldo.
なるほど。オリジナ
I
ル
get
版
those
にもあ
voices
る
all the
ん
time.
ですね。
Ronaldo. That's
なる
it.
ほど。
not think of it. I just had a massive brain fart. But if you blinked, you missed it because there was no Shiva summon. It's literally just attacks. Attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, Ronaldo. Just mash it together. People know what you're talking about.
Goranaldo. Specifically. I love when people always say it like that, and then it'll pop.
左下のグラフはですね、真ん中あたりが期待値タイムというか、ゼロの部分がそのゲームのというか、EST 含めた期待値タイムでっていう解釈だったかな。あ、ちょっとね、詳しい方がね、いらっしゃったらもっと違うよって言ってもらえるかもしれないんですけど、一応グラフは、その期待値タイムで、そこからその人たちの通った区間タイムがどれくらいかを掲載しているものですね。このグラフはですね、
Oh, okay, maybe it will be right here. It's just closer to the actual Balam's time. Blazaga's being refined. Strength 40 being learned.
今、ボット君が貼ってくれたスプレッドシートのリンクからですね、同じようなグラフを見ることができます。また、各区間タイムやゲームごとのタイムなども掲載されたシートも確認できますので、よければそちらも合わせてお楽しみいただけたらなと思います。
We get to see Zell punch thing.
例えば、このゲームではこのチームがタイム的には一番早かったよとか確認できるのでね、合わせてみていただけたら。
Hopefully we'll get. Oh, never mind. I thought it was Gravija. I was gonna say hopefully we'll get like a nicer crisis level off the Gravija, but it was just gravity. So we gotta have a crisis level 1, which is unfortunate. The 4.66 seconds.
Nice to see Zell get some use, since if you don't use Zell for dueling the Spider X ATM, otherwise
Yeah,
you don't really use Zell
Exa-
for the whole speed run.
Exactly, which is hilarious because Meteor Strike is like one of the most impactful and powerful moves in the game, but just by the nature of the speed run, the enemy percent, like we just outshadow like the power creep by card mod. So we don't even like effectively need to use the fact that we can just like cheese gravity moves. So
これは今なんてボスを倒してるんだろう。
Meteor Strike does 1/8 gravity damage, so it will. Ooh, we got the one cycle.
Nice.
Very, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. But essentially, if you minus all of the attacks in between the meteor strikes, you're gonna want to get 7 to 8 meteor strikes because you're gonna want to hit. You know, if it takes 1/8, you go 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. You know, all the way up to you want to take effectively 7/8 up to 8/8 of the boss's HP, just so you one cycle it. That was fantastic. A great showing by Cordellium. You got Sayo getting his cue card right now.
Did all of the runners do early Quistis then?
Yeah, I think in my mind, you late queue. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, if that makes sense.
It's
Yes,
like
it actually
40
does.
seconds.
You save a little bit of time, but for the risk of having to
電車に
reset if you
Yeah.
made a goof.
海底トンネルだ。すごいな。
Maybe if it was like a super even playing field and it was like the last game in the relay type
あれ
thing.
これ、ちょっ
But
と、
yeah,
あ
that's still a tall order in my
いや、
personal mind.
ちょっと、チャートの違いもあるかもしれないんで、ちゃんとそうなのか言いづらいんですけど、これは、今のところは、トンベリとモーグリほぼ同時ぐらいですかね。 モグは、そうか、そういえば見てないな。赤い羽生えたやつ、ディアブロス。じゃあ、逆転なのかな。いや、全然チャートがそうですね、全然違う可能性があるというか、
Garo Garo.
ちょっと、ちゃんとは言えないところではありますが、この辺はあれなんですね。どっち対象に、どこを行ってドイツ倒すかはある程度自由に選べるんですね。
I imagine they're pretty evenly spaced, so we should be able to keep a pretty good idea of if one team ends up bumping ahead.
あ、そういえばそうですね。ゼルカードっていうのを入手していませんでしたね。あとはあれか。カニなのかクモなのかちょっとわかんないですけど、そこで AP50 を入手するかしないかも選んでたんで、そこで差ができてますかね。その結果、今、ほぼ同時になってるとはまたすごいですね。いや、こういうチャート取りのね、違いを見るのもね、やっぱ面白いところですよね。先ほどの FF7 じゃないわ。7じゃないよ。FF3 もそうですが、この違いをね、含めてね、今回のリレーね、楽しんでいただいていると思いますが、なかなか面白いですね。
Yeah, I remember the first time that I saw
このチャート取りがどう影響するか、私は全くわかりませんので、
Laguna Dream.
どうなるかな。
Like my mind was blown. I was like, why would you do it here? And then I saw the ward, whatever the move is called, like massive anchor.
Oh, the massive anchor is
あ、
fantastic.
そうですね。ちょうど逆転したっぽいですね。50秒ぐらい。ほぼ誤差
Now we have Diablos coming from us.
ですね。
The differences of the routes are really throwing me for a loop, especially since two of them are ones that I don't traditionally run. So I'm thinking about splitting for one, and it's it's actually great that we have these differences in runners, and it's creating this difference in my brain.
Oh, he's using Kyros instead. Interesting. Okay.
あ、ここで、そうやって割と自由に呼び出せるんだ。
Because if we're crits, it'll one shot, but you're gonna have to do 2 wards to get the damage without the crit.
I still like the move. There's something about how like, hey.
そうですね、なんか主人公が一応変わったっぽい、そのラグナ編に入ったっぽいんですけど、これはカードは共通
I just like the
なんですかね。
absurdity of the move.
なるほど。便利な仕様だ。
It is quite funny if he does crit because you will just randomly hit for about 8,000.
魔法のランプというアイテムを使うと、だからなるほど。
And I just love the T pose that he does on the anchor too. It's just, it's almost too epic to not do it. And I get it why you just want you save the raw time.
難しい話をしてる。
Getting into our very first
過去
Laguna
の
sequence of the
人間に
dream.
セットされてる。
What's happening
難しい話だな。
story-wise, we don't
難し
necessarily
い。
know what's happening story-wise, like as far as playing the game at this point in time. But what's happening is that Laguna will be meeting a love interest of his, and that's going to be setting a tone for the majority of the main theme of the game, to be honest. We're gonna call him Rizguna.
めっ
Waiting
ちゃ
to
フラ
see
フ
how
ラ
this
してる。
different fight turns out. It looks like that probably is gonna about do it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. Just enough time save, I think, to swing the lead for Choco. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Almost. Is this gonna be nice?
Hey, you never know at this game. You never know. There's a couple of the games in this marathon that have seemed to be more of great equalizers than expected, because sometimes the RNG is just not in your favor.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of points of failure in this game. I will say it's no chaos or FF5 step route, but yes, there is definitely like parts of this run that you can just. What's nice about it is that those points can be
GF
made
という
up
概
through
念
like
もあんまりちゃんとは分かってないところが、
I guess it's like the
なんか
traditional
名前を変えられ
it's
る
like
以外の
really
情報が
volatile,
頭に入っていないです
but
ね。
we can lose a couple of seconds here and there to make sure that we can capitalize on not having to
あ、
go
好
through
きな
that.
人に話しかけられてる。
I heard CO was cooking up space
なんか
here
また足
for
つっ
this
ちゃってる。
occasion.
Oh, perfect. I figured LD2 skip was going to come
なるほ
out.
ど、召喚獣。なるほど、なるほ
The
ど。
relay is perfect for it. So
召喚獣って言われたら、
space
なん
and
となく。
LD2 skip. Let's go. New world record.
ということですね。
That'll be pretty crazy when they showcase some new tech
私
though.
がふらふらと話している間にですね、近い交代のお時間がやってきてまいりました。ただいまの時間まで、私、嵐が担当いたしました。引き続きお楽しみください。
はい、ここからは私、手抜きでお送りいたします。
It's cool to see on the time chart.
私もFF8 全くわかんない人なんで、引き続き解説のご応募をお待ちしております。チャットのアシストでも大歓迎です。特に私が嬉しいです。あ、今、解説フォーム貼られましたね。お願いします。
Too different for the rest of the run, so then it'll just be kind of a matter of the bosses
RNG.
behaving and not too many extra encounters and.
So Broodles is gonna catch up steadily but slowly over the course of boss fights because
ちょっと隙を見て、奏者の皆様の SRC の方を覗かせていただきましたんですけど、右上チョコボチーム翔さんが2%ノーターボで世界2位の方です。自己米8時間19分16秒。ルート9プラス Z なんですけど、これはちょっとどういうことなんでしょうかね。ルートが違うってわけでいいんですかね。
All the way down to the beach for Sayo, amazing.
Yeah, I think that's the second. I don't know
Yeah, Broodles
if
had it too.
Cordellium. Yeah, I don't know if
左
Cordellium did
下
it,
ト
but
ン
we
ネルチーム
definitely, yeah, we saw it on two screens.
コーデルリウムさんでいいのかな。
Check the
こちら
volume.
も
I usually get
翔
4.
さんと同じ
so-
カテゴリーとルートで、
Uh-oh.
自己ベスト8時間20分21秒ですね。
So Sayo is
同じく Q プラス Z ルー
manipulation.
ト
So
で
if
す。
we want to turn our attention to Choco for a minute, you'll see the pause buffering. You might not have seen it, but there was
そ
pause
して
buffering
左
going
上
on. I can
The-
tell that Sayo is putting in
TheBroodles
calculations
さん。
into the
で
calculator
こ
that
ちら
we
がターボ、連射コン
and,
電車コン OK
you
の
will see
カテゴリー
actions
で、
happening at very
受講米
specific
8時間
moments in
19 分
time.
38秒、
to
ターボ
try
カ
to
テゴリーで
preserve
世界
the
4位の方
state
で
of
す。
RNG. So nothing's happening. We're gonna go
こ
ahead
ち
and
らは
queue.
EC
So
ル
as
ート
soon
が
as
違
that
うよ。お
enemy
二
fish
方と
started
ルートが
attacking,
違
we
う
started
ようで
queuing.
ECM
The
のルートだっ
ability
た
will
そうで
not
すね。
attacking until the fish attacks us. The fish attacked us, so we set off Quetzalcoatl, and we will do absolutely nothing until this limit goes off. We're just taking damage, and now the thunderstorm's going off, and we are seeing refreshes happening at a very specific rate. We want to make sure that we are counting effectively. We're not bypassing. We're not pressing too quickly. So what's happening right now is that the RNG that has been, we found out where we're at in the RNG based off of like the damage rolls on each specific character, and we sent out the Quetzalcoatl animation during the enemy's animation, so it kept our RNG locked in place, and we did refreshes on the ATB during the animation, which kept it locked, and we will see 4 fins. So we usually want 5, but 4 fins will do it. 4 fins is
主
appropriate.
人公の名前が
So that went
A
as
になってますね。
planned. Like that is
Yeah.
how you'd typically want it to go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
the
don't
majority of
want
the
Never
less than
gotten
4.
actually watched it happen before.
And I want to say that we're gonna. I don't want to be obviously don't want to be wrong here, but I don't want to say that we're gonna kill 1 fish and then run.
1位が日本人奏者。いつもの
A
文
lot of
字
this
表
stuff
示
is,。I wouldn't say
こういうこと細かいと
overkill,
こ
but
好
it's
きよ。
definitely not necessary to complete a
本当だ。
run with a pretty good time. It just
Oh yeah,
saves
This
you
is-
a lot of time if it manages to work.
yeah. You're saving yourself.
ちらっと見た
Effectively, you're
通り
saving
の
yourself 1.5
コンソール
fights,
別
which over the long run turns into
US2% とか
So where do they get the extra AP to make up for it?
で
though?
は細分化されて
I
ま
think
した
it's just
ね。
over the course of the run. So the differences in routes, right? So ECM, you're getting early card mod on the second
あ、
floor
今
menu.
ECM っておっ
when
しゃ
you
り
get
ま
back
した。
from Dalit. In Q and Z, I can't speak to Q because I haven't ran it. In Q and Z, you're getting it after the train sequence in Timber is when you're getting card mod. For Q only, I don't know if like the AP route changes anything. But like with Q and Z, if you're only doing like 1.5, I want to say that you're getting it slightly like in Laguna Dream, slightly after Laguna Dream? Question mark. But yes, manipulation, Quetzalcoatl, 4
You would
fin.
have to see after Garo Garo.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it's fascinating to me to watch these different strats and kind of see how they. I mean, I still don't understand what everything means with like the doing different manips and like I'm on this RNG seed, like that stuff goes over my head still. But the more I watch, the more I learn. So this is amazing to get to watch multiple instances of different routes happening at the same time and kind of I get to see what the change in strats actually does.
Another really cool thing that's going to come up on the bottom left-hand screen that most of our PC runners don't get an opportunity to see very often is the fabled Renault skip. So we're going to see down here in Cordellium's screen, you're going to see this gentleman in the blue tracksuit go, ow, and hold his stomach. And then you're going to see some fancy movement from Cordellium. He's going to upright into Selfie. He'll walk up into Zell, and then he's going to walk left into Watts. And he's going to do Saturday Night Fever dance and squeeze past magically. Watch this. Bloop. And that's how you save 4 minutes.
That door is just a curtain, basically. You just gotta shimmy
本
behind.
来ヒロインのリノアを起こしに行く場面ですが、なんかカットされた。
100% science of it. I can only give you like what I've
え、
come to learn is
なんか使うん
happening.
ですか？
But if you look at that screen, it's a train.
使わ
So
ない
like
とやってもいい
the
ですか？
screen is shaking from left to right, and you have pixelation and subpixelation happening like in the animation. So characters that have their own, we'll call it breath animation to make it look like their movements are happening. So we capitalize on the fact that the train is moving from side to side, so the camera is shifting, so pixels are shifting, and the character is moving. So we use the analog stick there to squeeze past Wedge.
フレーム技、
Excuse me.
カットがフレーム技。
But basically, pixels are shifting, and we're just hoping the pixels shift at the right moment. And it's like a curtain. We just walk past the curtain.
I love it. I wish we could do it on PC, but
Yeah.
I haven't even gotten the other skips down very well. There's only really this game does not have very many skips.
No,
Honestly.
it does
like
not.
this game
It
is
does not.
is locked down pretty tight on boundaries and which doors you can go through at what time. Like they did not leave a whole lot of room for error, at least not ones that have been found yet.
Yeah.
There's really only a couple of, and it's more like optimizations even than skips, so it's tough. It's tough out there trying to save time.
FF8 の主人公
Even
ス
when
コ
we
ール
have
君、
found like
チ
skips,
ョコボレッシングでも出演されてんですね。
it doesn't equal out in the end. Like it crashes some aspect of it later. So it's like getting there doesn't matter because it doesn't fulfill the need of what we're going for.
I think Renault skip is the only like real sequence break in the game.
隠しキャラ
Yeah,
で。
correct.
Unless you count LD2, but that's not realistic.
A cool fun fact that I can definitely talk about right now because I'm doing my stupid little no junction, no level challenge run. I was doing it on PlayStation and I did Renault skip, trying to be cute. Effectively, when you do Renault skip, what that does to the coding of the game is when you open your menu, and you'll notice too for our runners, when they're in Timber fighting, you won't see Renoa. She won't be in the party, but she is in the party, but she's not in the party. So like you'll see her in the Garo fight, but you won't see her like in any of the like forced fights, like actually in there. She'll be around walking around her sprite, but like she's not in the menu. She's nowhere in there.
あ
And if
と
you try to put
リ
someone,
ノ
if
ア
you try
カッ
to
ト
switch someone
PS
into
版
over
で
her,
のみ
it
で
won't
きる
let
方
you.
技。
There's
ア
just
ナロ
like
グ
this
スティックの
invisible
挙動が
spot.
360度グリグリ動くからできる。これ以降はアナログスティックが効かない。もしくは十字キーの同じ8方向なのでできな
If
い。
anything, does it cause problems or?
だいぶリス
I
ク
mean,
高いんですね。
specifically in this speedrun, it doesn't like. It's actually kind of nice because like you get experience from the forced soldier fights, and Renault is not getting that experience because she's not there in the code. Whether that's actually relevant, if she would level or not, I
頑張れ
couldn't
と
tell
どん
you.
なアビリティだっけ
I just know it's really silly because like she is not there.
Where does it force her back in? Is it at the end of Timber?
Yeah. It's because
電車、ミニゲームかなんか使う俺。
force sequence as well. It's Quistis, Selfie, and Squall. And yeah, after that, your party is just back to normal. It's almost like a
なんか
checkpoint
上に乗っかって
game.
ますけど、左
Gives you
下。
a game moment, and at this game moment, you have these characters.
ミ
in
ニ
your
ゲー
party,
ム
so
だ。
it's just like boop. Here you go.
電車の中の兵士に見つからないように移動するゲーム。
Up left.
コード、
Nice.
あ、コード、言ったコード入力して
We
ね、
got
み
some
たい
train
な。
codes going on for Cordellium.
1423。
What are these buttons showing for them to use? That's totally unheard of
こ
for
れ
a
は
PC runner.
3222ね。
I know, right? Why am I actually seeing
あ、
buttons?
左
that
下
make
の青い
sense?
窓に
Why
い
am
ま
I
す
not
ね。
seeing
兵士さん。
B1, B4, B9, or C, V?
左へも電車のとこに移りました。あ、切り離すのね。
One of the best parts on Cordellium screen right here. This
なんかすごい挙動してますが。
squall, so you can break dance
ボルク
as appropriate.
You could do that.
動上道に動けるかなっ
You have
て。
control over squall in this FMV, so you can be as silly as you want to be.
So a few FMVs like that. The garden battle one comes to mind when you're controlling Zell.
we explain how the drifting actually works? Yeah, it's pretty easy. When you entered Balam Town with the car, you have that first screen that the car kind of goes through, and then when it fades to black, whatever direction your stick is, D-pad or analog stick. I like to use analog stick because I kind of will rotate the stick on random to see which direction it will spit out, where it lands, so to speak. But most of the time, in every instance that I've seen, whatever direction you're holding when it comes out of that fade to black is the direction that the car will be pointing. Yeah, these graphics blew my mind as a child, especially like, I think I was talking about it earlier, but you know, I played Final Fantasy VII a lot as a kid. It was my first major Final Fantasy on any
タイトル
console.
に載ってる客車
And
ご
I
と
got
奪います。
the Final Fantasy VIII demo game on a
制限
Pizza
時間は
Hut
5分
disc.
ですが、まあ、
And
3分ま
seeing
で
that
はいいや
very
ろみたい
first
なことが
communication tower scene was
サイトに書
something
かれてい
else.
る。
Yeah, it's still, it's probably partially nostalgia, but I still think that a lot of these graphics hold up really well.
Oh no, you're not
Considering
wrong.
how long the game has been out, especially the full FMVs look incredible.
やっぱり遊んでますね。
Yeah, like looking at Sayo's, like this whole like Dalit landing sequence, like with the reflection of the, like, I don't know. I just think it
あ
looks
と何
so
シャルぐらいやな ?1、2、3。もう
They
一
did,
つ切り離
they
し
did a
ま
really
した。
good job. I almost forget that there was like a licensing dispute with the very first iteration of the landing, like the music that's playing for Sayo right now.
い
That's
や、切り
actually
離
the
したらなんか
soundtrack
軽いんだって
of
バレる
this
もんです
because
よ
they
ね。
had a song
運転す
earlier.
る側も。なんか軽いぞみたいな。
I can't
どうなんだ
remember 100%. I want to say that
いや、でも、
the song
傾
had a
切り
liking
離したら
to
揺
the
れるよ
song
ね。
from the movie The Rock. And there
でも
was
実際
so
電車
much
車両
like
切り離した場面に
they basically were
立ち
saying
合わ
that
せ
it
て
was
ない
like
んで、
copyright
全く
infringement because
わ
it
か
was
んない
so
んですけ
similar.
ど。
So they physically had to change the song for Final Fantasy VIII for this landing sequence because it was too similar to a movie soundtrack song.
いや、普通バレない
Well,
バ
I
レる
love
で
the
しょ。
version that we got, so I'm okay with it.
乗ってる側の人大丈夫
I
なんです
forget,
かいや、
talking
なん
about the
か、
demo disc, I forget
乗ってる
because
側の
that
人気づ
demo
くで
disc
しょ。
has the old version, like the original,
Oh.
not good version is on there. And if you, I don't know if you ever heard of the mod for FF8 on PC called Roses and Wine,
Mhm.
but there is an option on Roses and Wine on the bottom that says the landing, and it will give you the option to replace the music with the original landing music. So if you ever want to hear it for funsies,
Yeah, I used to have I didn't swap the music to
え
the
ーっと、
alternate versions like that, but I
影武者、
originally
大
when
統
I
領
was
影武者だったのに
before I
普通に
started
戦い
speedrunning,
ま
I
す。
was doing different challenge runs, and I had Roses and Wine on
本当になります。
for that. Then I found out you can't have it on for submitting speedruns, so I had to switch it back to the
yeah,
PS1
there's
replacement
like
files.
there's
So
one
it
of the
changes
songs.
something with the Julia cutscene, I think.
Yep. There's Julia, the Roses, Roses and Wine, the song Roses and Wine that plays
だいぶガタガタしてますね。
the
あ、倒
remastered
しました
version. The
ね。
way that it affects the scene will let off
倒
of
し
that
たん
trigger
ですけ
early.
ど、
So like when you get the leg cramp
なんか
and
出
all
てき
that
たん
stuff,
で
and you have to walk back to
あ、
Kirosura,
2レーズンですね。
that actually happens
で
sooner
ナム
than it's
ナム
supposed
タ
to
ル
when
徳
you have the mod.
Okay.
と戦闘になります。
Which in theory shouldn't affect a whole lot, but like when you're talking about like timing and leaderboards and stuff like that,
まあ、蘇生技でバーンって。
whether it's important to you or not, like it's a difference. So
これだからアンデッド族はよ。蘇生技で、あ、どうだっけ。ダメージか。そう。蘇生技が即死。カゴがあれば呪いに変わって、回復技で
Now
だ被
Zero
弾。
Hero, correct?
いや、普通にアンデッ
One
ド
Zero Hero all the way?
is it?
影武者になんか匂いとかでバレませんいわゆる刺繍
Yeah, it's the guts for Garo Garo,
亡
and
く
then
なった人
also
特有の
at the
匂いという
end
か。い
of
や、ゾンビの匂いなん
Medusa's
て聞いたこと
castle,
か
there's
嗅いだことないんで知らないんですけ
bosses.
ど。
I want to say, ah man, I forget the name of this boss. It's the one that pops out of the ground with the face and the arms. Gosh, I forget the name of it.
Abaddon?
No,
That weird
Abaddon's like
mummy looking one.
the weird big mummy looking one.
香
Yes.
水が強かった
Oh,
But in-
Visage?
あで、
Yeah,
左
it's
上
one
も
of
大
the-
統領選になりました。
Gargantua, thank you. That's the name of it. But in that room, in Gargantua, there's like a thing on the back wall,
Mhm.
like a little emblem, and there's like blood splatter on it. And in the US version, it's green. But in JP, it's like a red blood splatter. Those are the only two instances of this game where they're like, "Whoa,
で、
the
倒
color
し
of
たら
this
で電
is
車
really
降り
bad.
て、
We need to
次の
change it from red to blue or red to green."
次のパートに移りますかね。うん。
I guess I never really thought about it, but
会議室で、
I don't know.
今度は
Blood's better
ティンバーのテレビ局へ行く
take
こと
it
に
or
なり
leave
ま
it,
す。
but
一応、攻
like red
略サイトを
infestations, yeah, that would
託されたん
probably
で、
creep me out as a
今ちょっ
kid.
とガン見しながらやってるんです
That
け
one
ど。
maybe
Yeah.
makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I mean, like I had
会議が
nightmares
開
when
か
my
れます。
dad
テ
was
レビ
playing
局行
like
くので
the
パー
first
ティー、
Resident Evil. So I mean,
パーティー
Oh,
決めて、
God.
ティ
now
ン
we
バーへ
laugh
行
at
き
it.
ま
It's
しょ
like
う
it's
と。
pixels and blocks, but like back then that was like as real as it could get. So
Right. Funny seeing a cutscene of. Do you say Dalit or Dole? Whichever one you prefer, but seeing a cutscene of the tower while Sayo is now working on the way towards that tower. Just like everything's coming together.
it's coming together. I can't wait till we get to. God, I am having.
次に
scar
やっと
pattern
本物出てくるんですね。
things. I'm
本当に
having
信じていいの
brain fart.
You able to
With-
describe the thing?
End of
Are you
disc
okay,
one.
Quinn?
End of disc one. Name of
Yeah.
the city. Name of the city.
Oh,
Delling?
案外誰かが変装してるってパターンもあるかもしれないじゃないですか。
Anyways, when we get Delling City and we'll talk about like
お
the
問題
idea
と
of like
まさかプレジデントスキップとか起きたりしません？大丈夫？
the skip for polls, but then like the idea of like Tomb of the Unknown King, like the Holy Dalit Empire. I said Roman, the Holy Dalit Empire, and like all of that, and like, you know, when you're going through the sewers with like Quistis and Zell, like, why are there like this innate like catacombs and sewer systems in the city? Like, I don't know. There's so much history in this game
お
that
っ
is
ちゃく
not
したみたいですね。
necessarily talked about that you can like glean from like a lot of different stuff.
No, I was just reading some stuff about this kind of recently about how a lot of the cities were like inspired by European cities, which
Yeah,
is
Yeah.
kind of obvious with
カー
some
ド
of
かこ
them.
れ。
with like the game design aspect of it, like being a Japanese role playing game. I mean, for Final Fantasy VII, they took out like they had like $100 million Coca-Cola campaign. So I mean, they were trying really hard to like bring Eastern audiences or Western audiences into the East, like as far as bridging that gap goes. So like, they really tried to like hearken to European architecture and bring that into the game to really like
で、こ
make
こで
people
マッ
who
チ
are
ちょっと
playing it
散
feel
策
like
しま
they're
す。
at home. This relay, the splits are not going to be as cut and dry as they usually are, where like all three runners are roughly on the same split. Like, we have one that's like way off sequence, so I have to like be vigilant in my approach with like making sure that the splits are good.
パブ。今パブってやりました。
Yeah, Anaconda coming up. Brutal and Cordellium are working their way through timber.
We got a shop here for Cordellium.
Ooh, hitting a shop.
Getting
パブ
some
に入ると酔っ
pets
払いが
to
裏
refine
口の
into
ドアを塞いでい
Tiragas
ます
later, and
仕掛けて
also
カードのこと正
bring
直に話すと
some
トンベリのカードがもらえます。
for
カードのことを
Irvine
話さない場合
specific
は
this
先をおごってやればどいてくれ
So I think
ど
we
いて
lean
く
a
れて
little
やるっ
bit
てなる
heavier on
いう
like
話
the
になり
different
ます
types of shots from Irvine in the Q route.
大統領の放送前にティンバーの独立宣言を放送しちゃ
I
うって
thought this
作戦。
part, this like little,
いや、迷惑です
I
ね。
don't know what you'd
いや、
really
面
call
白い
this,
からいいけ
like,
ど。
but the story sequence
シンナ
of
さんがあれを
there's a
お
guy
ごれば
blocking
ど
the
いてくれ
door.
る。
You show him a card, and he's
こ
like,
の
"Yeah,
世
that's
界
my
にどんな
card."
酒
Also, do you
酒
want
が
to
ある
take
んで
this
しょう
one?
か。
And he just gives you 2 cards and then scoots out of the way. Like, it's a weird.
To be
あ、どいてくれましたね。
fair, that does sound like something a drunk person would do. Like, is this your
Oh,
card?
you
Like,
showed
oh,
me
you
my
found it?
card. That's so
Oh,
nice.
thanks. Here, have this one, and then just
猫がい
the
る。
original one. Like, would I ever do an Irvine cosplay? Absolutely.
Yeah, why not?
これでテレビ局の方に向かいますね。
That could totally be a WavesCon thing, where we assemble the whole party.
So
ん
does
と、
anyone know
ス
anything
コール
to
17
do
歳
about what's happening on Cordellium screen?
リノが
Specifically
17
with
歳
the
キス
overlay
ティス18
marquee words that are
歳
happening.
ゼルディン17歳テルフィ17
The
歳
words on screen, you mean?
Yeah.
アーバイン17歳
Something to do with Adele, but I don't know the full details of how it actually connects. Adele had something to do with like the
お
Rainbow
な
Tower
なんで
to be able to move Lunatic Pandora, right?
Correct.
I have a very vague
Yeah.
understanding.
おごりじゃなくてちゃんと
Even
お題を
if
当
you
たっ
haven't
た
played this
お
game
題
in
だけ出せばいいのによ
Like, CliffsNotes version would be that SR is purposely broadcasting interference so no one can interfere with Adele's tomb.
Yeah. So, long story short, maybe this isn't a long story short, but there has been a communication breakdown happening between nations for like the last 17 years, and this communication that's going in the
シード
sky,
は20歳で引退
communication they accessed
リ
in
ノア
ballot
をお嬢様が発行
helping subdue that later in the future. But
あ、
essentially, what
これが
you
大
can
統領
read
です
on
か
that screen is it's just scrolling.
あ、
What you
アナウン
can
サーか
read
いや
if
どう
you
なんだ
pause the
いっぱい
screen,
マイ
try
ク
to
ある
read
から
it,
多
it
分
would
大
say,
統領だと思うん
I
だけ
will
ど
never let you forget about me.
Ooh, cryptic.
Yeah.
アナウンサー全部マイクがあるな
So how much of the stuff was like set
そろそ
in
ろかな
motion intentionally, like from this point, or did it
こ
just
の人
happen to fall in place? Do you think that like you
We'll,
know Adele
we'll
got
definitely get
freed?
there by the end of the
プ
game.
レジ
But
デン
like
ト
this is all set into motion
デリン
by
グ
one specific person that we have not met yet.
Okay, sure.
But yes, it's all by
今
design.
演説タイムです
You get into so many parts of this game where it's you reach a point where you're like thinking about what one character's thoughts could
あ
be
勝ち込み来ました
afterwards
ね
for this part of this game, right? It's like it becomes so hard to like
サイファー
justify
が現れ
specific
て大統領人
knowledge
質
being
にしま
gained by
す
certain characters.
キスティスもキティオリスコールたちに同行するように放送へ訴えかけます逆らったら収容所恐ろしい世界だね
Alright, so you're on the way up to Elveret.
We're gonna have a
テレビ局内に入るとゼルの失態でガーデンのことが大統領に伝わります人質サイファーをデリング大統領を人質に取ったまま奥へと逃げていきますので追っかけましょう何してんすか
There he is. The myth, the legend, Vinzer.
Richard Nixon?
エグザクトリー。 Exactly.
？ Why?
He was the first president of the United States.
え
Vinzer is definitely a crook. I think that's specifically why they went with that modeling.
言わされたとかでなく、うっかり言っちゃったみたいな感じですかね、この流れは。冷静になろうよ。
Third communication tower cutscene going on here. I think the thing that bugs me the most about this cutscene that we're looking at for Team Choco is in the PC version, like the instrumentation of the song doesn't line up the same way that it does in PlayStation. It's almost like in PC the song is messed up.
I wonder if that's because of like loading time.
何しとんねん。
Yeah, I think so. There's like a bass line that comes in that
若
song
気の至りってことなんですかね。
four bars.
裏の部屋行くと魔女イデアが現れ、サイファー連れて行きます。大混乱の中、スコールたちはテレビ局を脱出します。
I'm gonna hope that I forget that by the next time I run the game.
See, you see the Robin Williams inside of Sid, but you see the Nixon inside of Vinzer Deli. We got Team Mog and Team Tonberry on the same screen. Broodles is hot on the heels of Cordellium.
You know, there's the discussion for later about how none of the characters recognized Idea.
失態をずっと引きずる。
I don't think I ever made the connection. She's
あれ、引きずらない方が無理でしょうが。
in this cutscene, so of course I wouldn't know who she is. She does not look like.
で、テレビ局が出たら追ってから逃れるためにパブへ戻る。
You know, they knew them when they were younger. She looked a lot different. Like, she looks completely different outside the fact that her face is covered.
Yeah, the whole sorceress thing definitely, like, I was doing some reading about how the sorceress is kind of, I don't know if mutate is the right word, but kind of mutate over the course of like using their powers, and how it makes them more and more fiendish over time. And
yeah,
it is pretty early in those stages.
And then, well, I mean, we'll also talk about this later, especially around the same time, but the idea of what it means to equip a GF and what that does to you, and like your ability to even navigate an encounter like this. You know, like seeing someone from your past, but you've equipped GFs for so long. You know what I mean? Like, are you able to have memories of things like that? Can you retain them? You know, it's hard to say because they are specifically losing their memories like throughout this entire game.
ここは民家に入って。
Like, to be fair to them, they did all refer to her as matron.
これか、森の狐の狩猟が家でかくまってくれるというので、今そこにいると。
Yeah.
ああ、ジとか。
Later on,
when they're like under 10, right?
Yeah, I think they were all sub 10.
今はちょっと
later on when we get to
今後どうしようっていうお話で。
Fury, Renault's dad, the general, is going to be walking around giving you the plan. And there's a moment when he's walking you out of the mansion, and he's like talking about Sorceress Idea. And Squall is kind of talking to himself in his mind. He's like, oh, Idea, so that's her name. So it's like the first time that he's hearing the name in general. It's not like a name that's being like shouted from the heavens or at the top of any building or anything, you know, like it's privileged information.
So do you think that there's the difference that Irvine is supposed to recognize her? I mean, without using GFs, but even then, he hasn't seen her in quite a few years.
リドアの実家がガルバディア軍のお偉いさん。要するに反抗期なんですか？
You could argue that that's why you can't take the shot.
The only person that like, yeah, you can argue that he's not using GFs because he's part of Galbadia, but when you get him, you can junction a GF to him. So I mean, like canon-wise, like, is he not using GFs if he has the ability to? Like, if I don't know, like there's so many things that can be said.
よくあるじゃん。いいとこのお嬢
Because
さん、
it's
箱入
all
りの
at
人
the
が
end of the day,
さ、
it's all up to like
ちょっと
did
外
you
出て
know
み
or
たい
didn't
みた
you
い
know?
な。
'Cause
なかなか出してくれない
it's
から、
left
ま
up
あ、
to the
こっそり行っちゃい
speculation
ま
of
しょう
each
みたい
individual
な。
player who thinks that he should or shouldn't have
優
known.
しかった父親が裏で苦しめてるっていう
Yeah, I
矛
just
盾
think
に
it's
耐えられ
interesting,
な
like
かっ
how
た。
because they
い
don't
や、こ
really
れはそれは家出しますよ。
state a lot of this stuff, except for that Irvine does say
好
way
奇心じゃ
less
なくて
crazy
本当
than
にきつ
that
か
he
ったからみ
recognized
たいな。
all of the seed members. So he does recognize some people from at that time, but whether or not he would be able to identify again compared to what Matron looked like versus Adea as a sorceress is that's a bigger, you know, jump from being like, oh, that kid clearly looks the same, to like this adult that is now decked out in like, I don't know, really different
と、
whatever you
街からの
what's
脱
it
出
like,
方
a
法は
head
2
ornament
つ
or。like
ガルバディアガーデン
whatever
近
it
く、
is.
ガーデン
Yeah,
ま
you
で
definitely,
近
it
く
would
に
be
まで
harder to
行
tell
く
if
電
that's the same
車
person.
か徒歩。
I have a huge theory, and this
多
goes
分
into
こ
like
の流れは電車か
much
な。
further down the road of the game, but like
今ゾーンからパス
the
受け取っ
only
てます。
way that Ultimecia was able to travel back into time is because of the JME. And the JME is the junction machine alone, which is the device that Odine created, like out of Alone's like magic. So like the only reason that Ultimecia is ever able to like embody anyone or use Alone's magic to junction other people into the minds of what's happening in the much in the same way that Alone is putting us in the minds of Laguna. The only way that can be done is through a physical device like the JME. I think that thing over her face is the JME, but that's me.
Okay.
That's that because like when you get into Delling City and she gets the Odine bangle, and you know like it's when Quist is coming back like, oh, I was too harsh on her, and they come back and then they get locked in the room and she's trying to show the bangle off, and then she goes off to the sorceress and it's like, hey, I wanted to like pay my respects or whatever, and she goes up to them like, I lost my train of thought. It's really late. I apologize. Okay. Remind me what we were talking about.
Oh no.
Oh no. This is the point in the run where it's like, remind me what we were talking about. I can't even remember. The junction machine alone.
これ徒歩か
Yeah,
電車
that's
か
right. That's what it was. It was the junction
電
machine
車
alone.
か。
So when
電車で出た
Renoa
後
goes up
に
to give her the bangle, you get to the cutscene and it's like she's sitting down in that chair. It's like that whole scene, like when you have the sorceresses fight, you know, it's the same scene. So it's almost like that is where she's embodying the idea of like junctioning herself out to other people is in that area, because that area keeps coming back up later in the game. That's just my theory.
西の森行き
Yeah,
ま
exactly.
し
I need to
た。
stop junctioning GFs. I'm forgetting my own memories.
Do that as well.
あ、今気づいた。ちゃんと塗装だ。
Coming
だ
up
し、
on
線路もちゃんとあって。
the Laguna Dream at number 2.
作品の中でかなり近代的なんでしょうか。
We're always here for lore commentary.
It
道
wasn't
路を
until
歩
I
くと
started
エンカウン
learning
ト
how
し
to
ない。
do the runs
いいな、
for
こ
this
れ。
game that I found out that you even had the option to leave Timber on foot.
Yep, me too.
でも、こう、違和感
Why
な
would you want
く、
to? Have to run all the way over there? Ugh.
I need to
近未
like
来っぽ
go
いと
back.
こ
I
ろ
have many saves because I've been
がいい
like I've
感
been
じに溶
saying
け込んでる
I've
の
been doing this
FF の世
genre.
界の魅
But
力なんで
I
しょ
have
うか。
some saves from Timber. I want to go like on the train and like remember what dialogue options happen on the train
科
because I
学の
don't
力って
remember.
すげえ。
I assume we skip
The
it just 'cause
best-
it's a long dialogue scene or something,
Yeah.
right? It's faster to
And
run.
it drives you past the forest. You have to run back to it.
Yeah, it's true. So the one thing I will say for people in chat, we will talk about lots of lore. We can talk about specific theories that people have, but we will not get into these theories because that will just take us off the beaten path completely. Two of these main theories that people like to talk about is the Squall is dead theory, which means that at the end of disc 1, something happens and the rest of the game is a dream. And the second big theory is that Renoa is Ultimecia. And
なんか採
anything
掘
outside
して
of
ます
that,
ね。
which would encompass like what I think would happen to Renoa if she dies in the future, DM me about it. Find me on Discord and DM me about it.
ラ
And
グ
we'll
ナ
have
編
a
に移ると
conversation
そ
here.
こはエスタ
Because that
兵が
is
秘密裏
outside
に
the
発
scope
掘を
of the
行ってい
conversation
る
that
施
we'll be
設
having
で
in
す。
this commentary.
セントラ発掘現場で内部を
Might be
調
a
査
little
してから脱
finish it
出
before the end of the
する
round.
ことになりま
Yep,
す。
we'll see how we're feeling in certain areas. I want to say at least for Disc 1, we probably won't even go there.
This one is kind of the more
月
heavy.
か
Like
らモンス
most
ターを
of
呼
this
ぶ
run
石を
is
発掘している。
really dependent on what happens in the first quarter of it. Later on, you start getting really long just mashing sections and not a whole lot happening at some points. Then it'd be easier to
魔女が支配する
segue
秘密。
into kind of nonsense discussions just to pass the time.
And there are plenty of times for nonsense discussions like Trabia and
Prison.
space and prison.
Space, oh gosh, yeah. 20
we
minutes
got
of just drifting.
We got lots of time.
Oh yeah.
We got lots of time.
あら、カードゲームじゃないですか、チョコボチーム。
Way that this game defines certain things is kind of weird. Wow, Sayo is just cruising to catch up already.
Yep.
Man, okay. But yeah, I think the way that the game like defines some things is really weird. Like yeah, the whole sorceress thing, but like essentially all women that use magic seem to be basically able to become a sorceress. So it's like, does that mean that they already are and then they just inherit another sorceress's powers, or do they only become a sorceress when they already get the powers? Like, there's a lot of discussion stuff like that we've never really seemingly got clear answers on. So
There's a lot of information that can be gleaned from areas that are not this game, such as like the Ultimania, like the Japanese Ultimania. I was talking with one of my good friends who's here in chat, Wembley D. We were talking about some like text in the Ultimania that is essentially Dr. Katawaki, who is in
ここ
this
で
game.
い
You
ろい
know
ろ
her, you'll love
回
her
収したら
throughout this game. But it's
後に
basically her giving like
ちょっと
a class
お得
on
になると。
sorceresses, and she's talking to the class about the legend of Hein and how Hein was like this evil ruler dictator, and he would like created humanity to move mountains, and over time humanity grew, and he like killed out humanity, and like some of these humans were children, they called them children, and it's like this really weird disparity between this idea of like humans got to a point where Hein created a deal with them where
か
he
ら
gave
プ
them
ラス
half of his
60% の
body,
ハイパーリスト。
and half of his body was inherited as power to like all of the women
いや、強
in
そう。
the world. So it's like this big like system between like power struggles between like women and this idea of like not being able to have children or creating life. It's this big whole thing that we will have much more time later to get into, but it is, yeah, the whole Hein story with sorceresses and everything getting into this game is, it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so sometimes in the game you will kill your own party members, partially so that they don't get XP. So again, in this game you don't level by getting XP to level your stats in the way that you would in the classic ones. At least you don't want to, because the enemies will level exponentially with you. So they will actually level, for every level you get, they basically get like 1.2 levels. And
まだ過
eventually
去
it
編
gets to be more challenging than it's really worth. So instead we get magic and items that boost our stats without actually increasing our level. So at some points, you want to keep certain party members from
コン
getting
ベリ
extra
チームだけ取
experience,
ってないから、
so your party
他
level
のと
stays
の
low,
比較でちょっ
enemies
と
stay
差
low
が出
level.
る。
And then if they're also not
うんうん。
very useful for what you need them for the fight, You just kind of take them out of the rotation so you don't keep accidentally using their slow, low damage attacks.
And the main
エスター
extenuating
ヘイ
point
ト
to
の
what you
連
just
戦
said
が続き
for
ます。
anyone unfamiliar is that not only do the enemies scale in accordance with your party's average level, but your character's base stats, more importantly, do not scale with level or scale very minimally. It's all through the junction system. So, you know, it's like almost like an exponential thing where keeping them low level with strong stat junctions makes the game infinitely easier than higher level, because like a lot of people fall into the trap of like, well, it's a Final Fantasy game, I get more level, I get more stronger, and then, you know, it works in reverse. And then if anyone doesn't immediately catch on to the nuances of the junction system, like they end up at a super high level with no useful junctionable spells, and suddenly all the enemies are damage sponges.
You are describing my first 2 playthroughs to a
連
T.
戦は終わったっぽい。
That
The game
is,
was horrible
yeah, that's
because I was trying to
pretty much a
grind levels because
universal
every other
experience.
game tells you level up to get stronger, and 8 just sneaks in there. You know, psych, don't actually do that. Pay attention to the magic stuff instead. And like, I think the way that the game teaches you the junction system, the tutorials, is pretty horrendous. It doesn't really do any favors with
瀕死の味
explaining, like,
方。
you don't have to get all the way up to 100
味
magic.
方
So
崖
if
下
you're
に放
bored
り
of
込ん
just
で
sitting
脱
there
出。
grinding out drawing magic, you don't need to do that.
あー、落ちた。
Really, your best friend is going to be playing cards and just breaking down your cards for materials. But for a first-time player, you're not really going to think about that stuff.
guess
And
it-
then struggling with the individual junction stuff, you don't need to do that. Just
なんか
turn
こ
on
う負
auto
け
attack
た
in your
相
junctions.
手
Auto
と
attack
相
is
手を
your
なんか
friend.
放り込
It
む
will carry you far.
崖から落ちるのってあれじゃないですか。
Yeah, I want to say
私
that
あれ
they,
で
like,
見たスマブ
they
ラ
don't
の
do a
カズ
good
ヤ参
job
戦ムービー
explaining
な
the
の。
junction system initially. They don't do a terrible
じ
job.
本人が
What
ゆ
they
っくり
don't do
降
a
り
good
ようと
job
した
is
ら
like,
滑って、あー、落ち
I
ちゃった
don't
よ
know
みたい
if
な。
this would have been like absolutely necessary, like in a game
で、
at
これ
this,
で、
the time that it came
と、
out, but like introducing you like
軸
how to
時系列が元に
customize
戻
your
って、
GFs, or like
ポールた
even
ち
having
が
like a small foundry of like,
ガル
hey,
バディア
here
ガー
are
デンって
different
とこ
types
に
of
行く。
abilities you could utilize through your GFs. It's like not even knowing that card mod like if everyone
下手
played
な持ち方
card
した
mod
せいで
with
OK が。
people,
いや
I don't know. I guess they don't do a good job of teaching you the value of like, oh, this one is much more valuable than this one. It's like stuff you have to like go out of your way to experiment with.
Yeah, and like any explanation of like the refine abilities is like in the nested tutorial menus. And I think one small change that they could have done to make the junction system more obvious would be to show a more extreme example in the junction tutorial at the beginning of the game, because they're showing you like junctioning fire to strength and gaining like 4 attack. Well,
Yeah.
people that have never played this game are going to write it off and think, well, that's useless, I'm just going to level and get stats instead.
Yeah. I don't
Where
even
if
know what
they
they're
showed
doing.
you, right, if they showed you like Quake or Meteor giving you like 50 strength, all of a sudden people are gonna, or you would think they would, you know, catch on to the fact that,
ー、
oh,
到着です。
certain spells will, you know, send my stats off the charts.
ガーデン入るとすぐにリスが離脱し、
Ultima, Triple, or
学園長の
Quake.
Full Life.
ガーデンマスター兼学園長のドドン内
I
の
do think it's really
近
cool
況
how
報
they
告
like
と確認に行きます。
made a conscious choice for like some spells to be better for like junctioning to magic or vitality. Like there was like an actual, they tried to like, oh, like it would make sense that Kiraga would boost your health more than Quake would, but you know, if you junction Quake to your strength, it's going to give you more strength than Kiraga would. Like it's cool that they at least thought about it.
Yeah, they just kind of forgot to show it.
応接室。
In a way that's like, yeah, in a way that's like anyone can do
いや、ま
this.
た
I
振り
think
込まれてますね。い
so.
いな、いい
Here's
な。
like another part of this that's really interesting is like in the Japanese version, how much did they show you? Nothing. They show you nothing. You could
Really?
literally like go through the game and not get your GFs. Like you have to collect them from the computer. Quistis doesn't give them to you.
Really?
Like, you can go into Ifrit with nothing. So
And
like
you can't
Oh,
you
yeah, I
can't
forgot
junction
about
like
that.
use item or like you can't put any abilities on
Yeah.
without a GF.
Yeah, you have
サイ
to
ファー
physically
の
go
刑が
through
執
it
行
to
され
start.
た
the
時
the
っ
idea
て
that these tutorials that we're talking about and like how
辛い話。
poorly
うん。
made they are and how it like turns to like design and people not
辛い
enjoying
空
the
気。
game, like that's completely like a westernized thing that was made for this game. So it's like I wonder like Japanese children, like how hard it was for these people to like try to understand these things. You know, like did we have the same struggles as children from east to west? I wonder, like especially with like so much like differential tutorial basis.
Like tutorials that
あれ見たんですか
demonstrate what
うん。
changes or how to use things instead of just text. So a lot of the tutorials in the beginning of this game are pretty wordy. And they demonstrate kind of the potential for things, but they leave it open to you to
と
interpret
仲間た
how
ち
to
と会
use
話
it,
する
when
と
to
ス
use
ポール
it,
が一人へ外へ飛び
all
出
that
し
stuff.
ま
But
す。
it does get a little again, like if you're playing this as a kid, it
ちょっ
is
となんか
very
思うとこあるんでしょう
overwhelming.
ね。
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people who played it as a kid and couldn't beat it, and then they went back to it as an adult and they had a great time just because they were more mentally prepared for the challenges of
It's definitely not
navigating a
just
game
like
that's functions so different.
it's definitely not just like oh figure it out, because like there's, you know, as a kid it was insanely hard for me to, I couldn't figure this out. I played every run through with GFs. Like that was my main source of power, was casting GFs. I didn't just like understand it. But like when I was playing Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy IX afterwards, like I understood how to equip equipment that like benefited me, like first like oh this one has water
え
damage,
っ
like
と、
oh okay
あ
this one gives
風
VV this
神
spell.
と雷神が
Like
学園
it
市長
was
からの
innate,
命令書を持ってき
equipping
ま
this
す。
materia to this person in combination with this other materia
左が
gains
雷神で右が
grant
風神です
grants me
か。
this ability to do this. And then in FF8 it's definitely not there in the same fashion
No.
for sure.
I think it was probably I played it. I didn't beat it my first playthrough. I played when I was probably around 8, so not too long after it came out. And a couple of years later, I came back to it and I did beat it, but it was rough.
前に戻っ
I don't know what strategy I did at the time, but then when I went back again a few years even later and played it again,
学園長が現れ魔
the
女め
third time is really when
暗
it
殺
clicked.
命令を
And
受け
that's
ます。
unfortunate because again, most people are gonna play a game once and call it good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I don't know, charm to this game. It's definitely weird and unique, and it's got some really amazing stuff to it, but it's kind of its own worst enemy in how they set up the leveling and then don't tell you, how they set up the card stuff and then don't tell you. They don't really explain things. You're kind of supposed to just trial and error your way through it. But if you do, it is very worth it. It is a super fun game to play casually. It's just not great at explaining itself, so you have to have a little extra patience for this one.
Yeah, just a little extra patience for sure. Like you definitely have to want to. I think I saw someone talk about it in the chat. It's like the idea of wanting to crack this game wide open. You know,
あ、本
the
当だ。
idea that it's not going to hand you the answers. And I'm not even trying to approach it
ど
in
ちら
a
っ
way
と
of
見
like
て
how Soulsborne
動きを真似してる。
people approach their games of like sometimes you just got to figure it out. That's not even what I'm saying. But more so that this game is like a niche Final Fantasy game that it requires a little bit more love to find the true happiness in there, the way that
Yeah.
I love it and that you love it. Like, because it's very easy to dismiss this game as like a bad game or one that's broken. Oh, by the
狙
way, in
撃機とし
Cordellium's
て
screen,
アーバ
I'll
イン
show
が
you
仲間
here
に
again
加
with the
わり
Broodles.
ます。
People don't really know this. Irvine gets 2 intros. And I think I mentioned this to you in your
You
chat,
did to
Tiny
me.
Bobcat.
Yep.
Yeah. So like it shows his intro and it's like he flips the screen up and he turns around and then it does it again. Like
They
it's
just really want you to see how cool he is.
He just gets
Check out
two.
the
He
hat.
just gets two
Look
of
at
them.
the coat. Like, appreciate.
自称ガーデン1の狙撃手。
It's like they forgot. They gave him an intro and they're like, okay, now give him the intro. It's like, what? Cut to Irvine again. Like,
I mean, they knew way back in development that he was going to be the main character of the speedrun, so.
yeah, it's true.
キャラ
They
説
knew
明
that
は
the PM
今、ウ
was
ィキペディア
fine.
片手
The
に見て。
speedrun kind of gets flipped on its head, and instead of it being like managing your whole party, it turns into managing Squall and primarily Irvine to do as much
Yeah.
damage as possible. Those two really carry it.
Gotta go fast.
And that's mostly because of Irvine's limit break. It's fast, and he can do insane amounts of damage with
And you can
multiple
just-
shots in one limit.
And you can just buy it from the shop. Like, oh, I've run out of the ability to do things. Let me just buy more.
Yeah, it's pretty busted. Alright, so we're gonna see that second Irvine introduction in a second here. Meanwhile, Cordellium is doing the really important menu before we go into Delling to get everybody's magic as set as possible so they can do proper damage
パ
for
ーティーを2つに分けてデリングシティへ向かう。
quite scary fights that come up if you are not prepared. Casually, the Adea fight is really intimidating because you can cast as
こ
it
っから先はアーバインがメインターゲット。
I think it's
like
Sandara.
spamming Thundara. It does hundreds of damage, and if you are not prepared, it is pretty scary.
And here's Irvine right now. And cool, here's Irvine again.
It just pans back up.
In case you blinked, here it is again.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to count polls. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
I still don't know how someone found this.
Just wrote down every single thing that they did, and I guess figured out which ones had similarities or something.
Yeah,
The
having, like, an
amount of patience
Well,
and testing.
inquisitive brain, like, why does this keep changing? And I reset and I see that
ベニーで
when
も
I reset,
話
it's
して
the
る
same
よ。
pattern every time. This has to be linked to something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it was initially correlated to the people on the escalators as you get off the train
Yeah.
in Delling. And then
Yeah.
somehow it was extrapolated from there to the poles. And
Pattern
as-
recognition for sure.
Yeah, and I know. So when you're doing the pole manipulation, currently, it usually will give you, like, if you're lucky, if you're not lucky, because, like, whether or not a sequence might be finished or not is ambiguous because there
No,
could be
電車と。
another pole coming as you're leaving the screen. There might not be.
Yeah, I've gotten screwed over by
Well,
that a couple times. The
Um,
the ones where it's like just a
今もガル
sliver
バ
that
リア
you
ガー
might
デン
not
にい
have
ると。
gotten.
Yeah,
We'll
it's a
explain it
good
before
danger.
the next one, before the
Nim-
next train part comes up, so that you can actually follow along with as the poles are going
あ、
by.
合流してますね。
So there's two interesting things about that. One is that the person spotting on the escalators does still work. So when the program gives you multiple options, you can confirm it based on the escalators if you know the patterns. And the other caveat is that there are a couple frames at the start of a pole animation where the pole will be behind one of the pillars on the train and you can't actually see it, but it does count. And it could be the start of a new series.
Yeah, it's unfair. Which is where it's nice that they give you backup options when you enter the poll numbers into the program. Okay, so when we go into the next room on the train here, while Selfie and Irvine are talking, you'll see polls go flying by outside the windows. You count those in a sequence, so there'll be like what we just had, for example, 7 of them, there'll be a short break, and then there'll be 5, and then a short break, and then 11. So when you enter those into a program, it tells you which seed you're on, and it gives you the number for the code that you tell the guard outside of the Caraway Villa to be able to get in without having to run to the Tomb of the Unknown King. For some reason, those two things are linked
到
together.
着したよ。
So as long as you correctly count the poles and enter them in time so that you can, you just fly like your pants are on fire over to the Caraway Villa and enter those numbers in time, you get in there without having to run all the way over to another dungeon that takes an extra like 5 minutes to get over there. So you're going to start seeing them flying by the windows. So as you're matching dialogue, you need to be counting them going by.
2, 3.
.ラグナ編で訪れたデリングシティ
312.
に到着。
Might have been a 0, yeah.
指示通りにカーウェイ邸へ向かいましょう。
Or maybe it was starting, so incomplete. Somewhere in there.
Yeah, I was doing Cordellium, so I let you guys handle the Broodles.
So what I got was either 173 or 074.
For Cordelliums, I got, my guess is 092.
That was correct.
Yay!
It kind of becomes a fun game for like
大
people who
佐
know how
旅
to
大
play
佐と会う
Counter
ため
to
の
try
課
to
題として
follow
名も
along
な
when
き
they see
王
somebody
の
else running.
墓で暗号
It's
を
just
持
like,
ち帰
I
っ
don't
て
know,
こい
fun
と言われ
little,
ま
fun
す。
little test. Can I
It's
also
kinda-
count correctly?
It's kind of like what you were saying, Bobcat, like, because Rhoda Moda and I kind of had like the same thing where like I was saying that it was like 1175 unfinished, and he was saying it was 11752 complete.
本来なら男女に行って番号を見てこいって話だけど、奏者は乱数把握してるので、もう言っちゃう話。
one applicable. So like whether it was incomplete or it's complete, you know, like if you stayed on the screen long enough, it would have finished, type thing. So.
モーションキャンセルで逃げるや
Yeah,
つです。
the zeros
FF
are
特有の。
really weird because there's a break between the poles, but the zero is just a little bit longer. It's hard to tell exactly like
おぼろげに浮かんできたからって。
maybe by the time I've been running this game for like a couple of years or something, I'll be like, oh, that's definitely a zero. But like at first glance, it's like, oh, that was kind of long, and if I hesitate, that makes me think it's probably a zero then.
I think I remember being in your chat like after work one day, and we were talking about it, and I think my explanation to you of knowing if it's a zero or not is like if an uncomfortable amount of time has passed, like that means it's a zero. Like if you're like, wait, was that a zero? That means it was. Like
That's a
If
good
you're
way to
questioning
put
it, that means it probably was long enough, yeah.
yeah, if it's like an uncomfortable, like it's like that weird silence gap when you're trying to like talk to someone you've never talked to before, and it's like starts encroaching upon like the should I have said something, like that's a zero.
So I have a question for you guys because you might know. If you get to the guard and you're entering codes, like getting to the guard is important to do as fast as possible. But then once you get to him, if you have like 3-4 options available, does it matter? Like it doesn't reset once you already get to him, right?
No, like once
173.
once the train sequence happens, the code doesn't change unless I wonder like how hard resetting the game afterwards affects the code, because it's a
if you hard
memory
reset,
address.
then it's always the same code
But
because I had to do that before.
but does that happen afterwards? Like let's say
I know I
that
had
don't
I had
count
the
polls.
count set up, and then I accidentally, when you first go into Delling, and you're supposed to talk to the character that's on the right, which I believe is pretty much always Irvine, I accidentally left Turbo on, so I talked to him twice, and it took longer, and by the time I got over to the guard, the code changed.
Yeah, because it had been on the screen longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting point you bring up, because in 100%, we actually leave that screen the opposite way and go to the Delling shop and the hotel, and the code doesn't change.
What? Where does it lock in then?
No idea.
So in
Yeah,
my
definitely it got messed up for me, because like I had multiple people in chat that are also helping me count, and should have been a
カーウェイ大佐、だいぶフットワーク軽いな。
code did not work.
yeah, there's definitely places. It depends on like what you're trying to do, but I was given a hint by someone in
Oh, yeah?
on Discord, and they're letting me know that basically the pull code gets locked in when you hit the escalator in Delling. So I think we've come to the understanding that there are animations for certain things that can happen in the game that will change RNG effectively, plus or minus what you want it to be. I think another explanation of this is hanging out inside of Galbadia for a little bit too long. I feel like that can also affect the train code.
Maybe it's literally just from talking to Irvine again.
So Rotomoto brings up a good point. They say that it could be locked in after you leave that scene at the top of the escalator.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's what Windows actually messaged me and just told me that, because I was like, wait, when does it get locked in? And they're both absolutely correct.
Okay.
Of course, Windows
it gets
here.
in at this. There's a precipice, a prescribed
パレードの
time
下に。
where that memory address is no longer taking in data.
Alright, so I was fighting Diablos. So he's gonna be doing the dual strat too, then I assume, right? Yeah, looks like it. Getting Zelda into low health so you can get into critical range. Which Diablos is memeing and casting very slow animations on the wrong person.
Zell doing what I like to do every day, just give myself a little punch in the face.
Relatable.
Well, I should
突然現れるリノ。
Gravija coming in, so hopefully that will give us a higher crisis level, because the way that this game works, the lower your HP threshold, the higher chance you have. Yep, and we got a 9 seconds, so that's a crisis level 3 that we got there, which is perfect. We should be able to cycle this boss.
The same thing works for Squall's limit break as well. The lower your health is, the better chance you'll have the longer Renzakuken. Does that affect Rough Divide chance as well?
Yes.
Yes. So it will be. Oh no, I was just gonna say 7 hits for crisis level 4, and then there is a 50% chance on top of that for it to be 8 hits instead of 7, and then even more so on top of that, depending on what weapon you have. It kind of gets broken up into. It reminds me of Renault, what pet pal volumes you learn. If you learn 1, depending on the threshold of crisis level that you get, it will pick one or the other. You're always going to get rough divides.
右上デュエル。そのシステム。
And then it goes even further, depending on Fated Circle or Lionheart, whatever weapon you have attack. So it's a lengthy.
ちゃんとコマンドが用意されている。
And for anyone interested, I believe the highest crisis level you can achieve without aura would be, I think it's one character dead, and then the other 2 either in critical health or having 1 petrified.
Yeah, it's a status, and so they go in order. I'd have to pull up the mechanics. So the mechanics guide, but aura applies 200, and then the statuses go as follows. I think slowed adds a modifier of 100, and then blind and silence and so forth. I think slow, blind, and silence. I think petrified just acts as death.
マジ大統領見せ場。もうちょっと待って。
Oh yeah, someone in chat just mentioned that certain bosses have specific squall limit breaks where it's a set number every time. Elverit, Nord, XATM. And fun fact, the best version of these is absolutely Jumbo.
賑わってますね。
Oh yeah, go do it.
Jumbo's great. Ultimate Weapon's pretty good too. Or Omega Weapon, excuse me.
もうどう見ても凱旋門でしたね。
Did your button go through for Mog?
It did.
Or sorry, not Mog.
I hope it didn't go through for Mog.
Is there an undo button?
No, but there is the ability to talk to moderators.
Sayo is coming up on Laguna Dream 1.
今、リノアは場面だから、次、こっから操作するのかな、リノア。すいません、ちょっと制御外します。お腹痛い。
I can feel it. I'm at 18 hours awake. This is great.
Yeah, this is a weird part of the story for me, because Quistis shows some questionable judgment on her timing. Coming up here that she's got the most important mission of her life and is supposed to take place in less than an hour, and she chooses that as the time to go running across the city to apologize to somebody she could talk to later. Almost compromises it. Things don't go as planned.
I mean, that's kind of like Metal Gear Solid level of trained mercenary actions, of leaving your post less than an hour before the event.
No better time than now to apologize.
So one of the interesting things about the top level runners doing this game is that once your steps and your execution are very much on point, as soon as you get Zelcard, essentially the next like 4 hours of this run will only ever swing by like individual turns within a battle. So it's not uncommon to be like plus or minus 10 seconds for the next 4 hours.
You mean because of being on the step route, or another part of it?
Well, I mean, these guys all have
戻った
separate
戻っ
down
た。
to absolute muscle memory, although
あら、これが今の
granted, the safety saves are going to throw a bit of a wrench in that because of like
暗殺で狙う予定の
stuff.
狙われるはずの魔
But
女さん
like
や。
all of their movements are all purely mechanical. All the encounters are in the same spot. Really, the only variance is like your ATB at the start of a fight, or like does the boss skip its turn? Like, you know, the difference between a perfect Anaconda fight or it getting 3 attacks off and killing Squall twice. Like, something analogous to that would be the only difference in time throughout like Dis 2 and midway through Dis 3.
おリノアラいるぞ、何事みたいな。
The
なんか
RNG
フラフラ
factor
してますね。
lower and lower the further that
あ、
the
や
run
せられ
gets
て
in.
る。
It's really the first, what, before you even finish Dalit, like the first 45 minutes maybe that has some of the biggest
ホッ
effect
トプレ
on
ジデント。
whether the run is going to survive or not, and then it's just using your turns wisely in battle, menuing correctly, taking the least amount of steps possible. So you like, get random
大統領。
encounters up until you get no encounter junction, obviously. But yeah, the
Yep.
run seems like it's pretty dang consistent, minus if you get like back attacked, or if a boss just decides to really pick on your main damage dealer.
Yeah, it's pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Opposite of like what we were just watching in like Final Fantasy 3 or 6, where you, or even 7, where you'll just randomly get killed.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really a lot of that in this game, other than I guess BGH potentially, Anaconda.
この盛り上がりはどっちの意味で盛り上がってんでしょう
I
か
think is the
Grievous,
only
I
other
think
one I can think
the
of.
と思ったらあれ
most rude boss on the speedrun. All the way at the end.
騒ぎになってないのはもう国民が洗脳されている。恐ろしいなぁ。
Oh, oil boils.
Oh yeah, oil boils too. Oh gosh.
I bricked 200% runs on consecutive days because I didn't safety save there. That was fun.
Yeah, I've had where I was buffering attacks and then they did the like
Yeah,
before I
なんか
could
飛んで
get
る。
the limit break off. They just decided they wanted to curse the party. And so I had to wait for the turns to come back to be able to throw a remedy on Irvine, of course. And within that time, they just started just wailing on us. And I think I was able to recover that one attempt, but like if that happens again, it's like it's just pure luck. If you can manage to get a limit in time menu fast enough safely, they're just jerks. Yeah, those oily boilies
いい
are
のを
a
救
real
うために
problem.
乗り込みます。
And propagators can go, they can beat initiative in speed.
Yep. They literally have like 3 frames to take a turn, and sometimes they are ready for it.
I was just watching Sio running a couple days ago, and propagators almost wiped him because of the because their speed is just so high. So it's like even though you kill them in one shot, you just need one turn. If they just keep attacking the wrong person, you're in tough shape.
.にぎわってますね。
So we're actually Cord just passed one of the weird pseudo action sequences where if you don't move, you just get like a random game over. Part of this parade, one of the scenes is you need to run to the right to get close to the gate that gets you up on top of the building so Irvine can take the shot. And if you
Game
don't
over
move
there?
to the right, yeah, if you don't move to the right,
レーダーありがとうございます。現在、ジャパニーズリストリーベでは、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズリレーをお送りしております。現在、FF8 です。今動いたよね。
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gamed over there. I didn't even know that that was a thing.
yeah.
One of my favorite places that you can game over that I didn't know you could game over that I learned you could game over in a speedrun is actually two places. One of them is failing Ruby Dragon.
FF8 の奏者さんみんな動くの好きなんでしょうか。
Failing Ruby Dragon, you just die. It's just a game over. And then like if you miss Renoa in space, and then second option, that's also a game over.
I think you can also do that on the train and timber if you fail the code.
ムービー2の奏者
Really?
の操作といえば、私が知ってる範囲だと、
I thought it
星の
just gave
カ
you
ービィディスカバリーの、
Oh, it just straight dumps you.
エレベーターのとこ。
I think I actually saw a Cord do this a couple weeks ago because he was talking. I think he was talking to me in chat and he just wasn't paying attention. He bricked the code and then chose the second option and just killed the
Typical
run on the
chat
spot.
distracting the runner. But yeah,
Hated actor.
there's a couple of silly spots, you know, like the catching Renoa mini game, and there's a couple little
もっと
quirky
大統領
ones.
その辺に転がってますけど、おや。
There aren't a whole lot of mini games in this game, but the ones that there are odd designs. Obviously, the like flying paratrooper guy is a fun
Ruby Dragon is also
fun
something
obstacle.
else.
You know, when I casually played this game, I never died to Ruby Dragon. Like that block and attack minigame part first, the fight after probably. I never died to the
You
Ruby
guys don't like
Dragon.
Air Soldier?
And now with the speedrun stuff, it's like he does so many quick attacks. It's like the more I've been doing
あ、
it,
バン
the
クルは
more
取った。
I don't know, just it's got like this vendetta against me or something. It's unbelievable.
後で使うそう
Ever
で。
since Awesome Waves
Mm.
created
あ、
basically
売れ
that
てるリノアがいます。
he calls it
あ、
like the
目覚めたよ。
96% method or whatever you want to call it. But you kick and then hold, punch, and block at the same time, and then how they'll mimic you. Like I've never, ever since I learned that strategy, I was like, oh my goodness, I can like make him block whenever I want. I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah.
It mostly does it, but every once in a while he still feels like just punching the crap out of me, and I can't get him to stop. Like I'll try holding
He
block.
does get aggressive sometimes.
Every once in a while he just gets this weird thing. He just won't stop hitting.
Like
I'll have Ruby
Kryptonite
Dragons
is
like that.
Ruby Dragon. There's a clip from a run I did a few weeks ago where Ruby Dragon got the 0 frame charge attack like 4 or 5 times in a row. And it's just like cool.
You can't do anything. Like I've figured out now, if it is starting to rear up to attack and you hit it, so you interrupt it, it will do a quick attack after. You can block it, knowing that it's gonna come, because it doesn't give you the animation then. But then after it like settles from that, it will start to rear up to attack again, almost guaranteed. It's just when it does the like instant charge ones multiple times in a row, there's nothing you can do about it. You can usually get it to cooperate, but sometimes they just
で、こ
decide
こ
that they're gonna
で
kill you. There's nothing.
魔女暗殺計画が始まる。
Okay, so disc 1 end is getting close.
Theo had a very clean Renoa skip.
One thing that I've learned with my silly little challenge run I've been doing is that it's funny to me that you cannot lose. So you can lose, you can game over in the Cypher fight, but you can't game over in the DF fight. Well, I guess
Really?
you can. I guess you can technically game
え
over,
っと、
but if
今、
you
こ
just
れが地
kill
下水路
Squall,
か。
the fight just ends.
地下水路で
What, did you
Which
just
is-
don't get the
出
AP?
る。
Well, I guess you don't get any AP from the fight in general, right? Because it just goes straight to the cutscene.
Interesting.
出るサ
I
イ
never
フ
knew
ァ
that
ー。
was a thing.
Yeah, because like in the little challenge run I'm doing, the fastest way to end that fight is just to kill Squall and move on. Because there's no junctions, and
が
you're just the initial level.
Why
so-
bother?
移動してる。
But when I read that, I was just like, wait, what? You can just bypass this fight
水
completely?
路の途中で
Interesting.
鉄越しや水車を乗り越えて
So I
進む。奥進
I
むと
don't
凱旋
remember.
門の
Does
下まで
that
行きます。
screen flash
上に登って魔女を閉じ込める
to an
鉄
experience
越した
in
スイッ
Elden
チを
Ring, or
操
does it
作
just。cut straight to the
ここ
cutscene?
か、今。
I honestly cannot remember. in my mind, it cuts straight to the cutscene.
Time for a pod check. We're out in the weeds now, thanks, bud.
「だけ技術発達してるけど電波障害のせいで全部人力。
We killed the Duke of
やっぱり電波には勝てないんだよ。
I think another thing that just like blows my mind, and this is just kind of in relation to where Sayo is,
Mhm.
but that
Okay, I
the
just
whole temperature, like the red soldier, blue soldier, like mechanic that they tell you in the game, like isn't a thing, right? Like you're not going to get caught by anyone. Like that's just a thing they tell you. It's not an actual mechanic of the game.
Right.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
I thought
No,
it was
if they're in front of the
crazy.
door, they see you. Like it's
とりあえず上に行きまし
if it
た。
was
さ
a
らに行き
mechanic,
ましょ
we
うか。
wouldn't be able to just run straight
Yeah,
across
because
like
literally-
COs.
Yeah. The sound sensor, and the temperature sensor.
I just
yeah.
checked
もうちょい上
my
行くかな。
sorry, I just checked my VOD and it does dump you to a stat screen before the cutscene after
あ、
a
信
day
号
one.
ここまでだから。これかなスイッチ。
I think the whole
8時。
the train mission description part is very very lengthy for how little you actually have to do. They make it sound like you're gonna have to do all this work of like uncoupling the cards and then swapping them, and like they make it seem like really involved, but really it's just like, you know, everybody else is gonna have this plan about swapping the cards around in Squall. All we gotta tell you is put in these codes and don't mess up. But
Enter
it
8
makes
codes.
they make it way more like complicated and stressful than it needs to be.
And just to confirm, you do get AP at the end of the day.
Yes.
You do. Yeah.
鉄格子が降ってきました。
Yeah, the tutorial for this train mission is like
Longer than
probably
the mission.
5 minutes of text for something that takes 2 minutes to do.
Far too long. Far too long.
で、ここで打つことになるんだね。
Well, if you're on turbo, it's a good short break.
Exactly. That's a bathroom break. Easy. You can even turbo L1.
Oh, I suppose you could.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful for that turbo brake loose that CO made.
Look. Non-turbo runs are completely valid and 100% should be ran by everyone who wants to run them. But also, it's nice to have breaks.
Yeah.
Some of us are older.
Separated by leaderboard, or if you want to say that you did as fast as you could by your own
ずっ
the
とけ
power
バ
of
リ
your
ア。
own hands, like you should, you know, be glad that you're able to do that. But that doesn't mean that other people should feel bad for not doing it that way.
Yeah, my hands just suck, so I'm just not proud of them.
Same.
うわ
Getting back to bed. I'm on speed run sabbatical from a carpal tunnel.
車運転できるんだ。レンタカーとか乗ってる。あ、経験は積んであるんだ。よかったよかった。失敗したから直接殴りに行きましょう。
I have not seen a low level Idea in so many runs now.
It's a myth.
Pretty much.
There's this thing that is called the perfect Adea
戦
fight.
闘始まりました。これは
1-2 punch with no magic cast in between, and it doesn't
サイファー
exist.
か。
Yeah, I can't picture it because she usually starts with the
Yeah.
magic cast.
Exactly.
And then every time you hit her, she casts again. So it takes like 3 hits to kill her, minimum, and she just keeps casting. It takes forever.
I got baited so hard when I was learning.
弱っ
because I initially thought like if it was just this amazingly super fast fight because I got the Holy Grail fight in like my second practice run where I got 2 8-hit rock divides with a rock divide crit. And I'll probably never see that again in my life.
No.
で、こ
Never.
こで2人入ってき
When I
ま
was
し
first
た。
learning the run, I got before I was doing
Ideas
any of
and
the, now I do second try Zell card.
Here's the Madara.
When I was just learning the game, I just happened to get Zell in the second try. Like, did not realize how
Oh.
much I was going to appreciate that. And then I had multiple
And-
runs where it took me 15 or so tries to get Zell card, which has supposedly a 10% chance for Ma Dinked to play that card. Supposed to be
Cordellium is
10%.
just getting bullied right now.
Yep.
She killed Irvine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
So,
expected. Oh no, not
in
again.
reference to what you just said.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Double Thundara into a Bizarra. On all,
See,
all
this
on
is what I'm
Irvine.
used to. Oh my god, poor
All
Cord.
on Irvine.
Wait, is he out of Phoenix Downs?
No.
Ugh. Anything that gets
ちょ
any
っと
magic
心
that
配で
gets
すね。火力
shown
用
up,
の
right?
人が倒されてる。
Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh!
Okay. Okay.
This is stressing me out.
Oh my gosh.
So, if we wanted to, we could.
ちょっと心配ですね。
That was a good call.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to risk just hitting one more time because he was going to be dead. Oh my gosh, that's so stressful.
And that's disc 1. Yikes. What a thrill.
Yeah, that was spooky.
Remember how you were talking about how, like, basically everything is scripted after a certain point? Like, sometimes. it can
Minus
just
the
go
boss
off the-
fights, they
off,
just-
the,
Yeah.
off the rails sometimes.
So your average run is on rails, and then this happened.
So,
Yeah, that idea was especially vicious. I
What
just.
the-
It's like, no, you could have attacked Renault
刺さっ
once
て
or
ますね。
twice, but no,
あ
you gotta attack the 2 damage
Got
dealers,
it.
of course.
we have a question in the chat about why we're running away at the end of these fights, if anyone wants to cover that.
I just
General.
typed
Yeah, general idea is when you're in critical health, you are crouched down.
ここでリス
And
ク
you're
1 終
in
わり。
critical health for most of the game, so if you just are in the default running away pose, you're always standing up and ready to go, so it saves you from having to do the little stand up to get ready animation before you attack every time.
Sorry, I just didn't want to mess up the splits.
モングリチーム、今、イデア戦ですけど、
Everyone is in a very distinct area where they require splits right now. I wanted to
Yeah.
mention
アーバインが倒れずすぐ終わっちゃったんで、ちょっと
Everything
差が縮ん
Flex is
だっぽいです
approaching
ね。
that.
It's
Everyone
better
has
than I
split
would be doing.
all the time.
And now we're in Fever Dream, part of the game for the next 3 discs. Dying Dream, whatever you'd want to call it. In an interview with one of the writers of FF8, I'm not sure which one it was, they said that the icicle goes through his shoulder, so it definitely would not have killed him. But then you look in this cutscene here.
で、リスク2が
That doesn't look like a shoulder to me.
ラグナ辺に
Profile view.
戻っ
That's-
That looks
Right
pretty
there.
lungy to me.
It's like armpit. I mean, armpit isn't great either, but
It's not great, but it's on the opposite side of the heart.
It's giving
And this
major
is Magic
artery.
Land.
They can get hit by like, meteors and just get Phoenix downed, I guess. So maybe death doesn't exist in this world the same as logic. But it's fine. It's magic.
Don't use the L word
Yeah,
around these logic. Get out of here.
The logic that I see is that because it's more of a shoulder hit and it's on the opposite side of the heart, there would be time for him to be essentially captured and healed.
It's just gonna melt.
Ran him through like
It's true. Yeah, and melt and leave a hole.
So I guess
ニー
this is
ヒー
that
ルの民
area.
家にいるラグナとエル
We have a
オ
little
ーデ
bit of
という
time to
少
talk
女の
about
介護から
nonsense
始まる。
stuff. So like we were talking about the
で
idea
家
of
を
like
終わったら家を出
having the
て
memories of even knowing if
パブへ
you
向
could
かう。
attack, your matron or someone like that. But then it also goes the same way with like being junctioned or like taken over by Ultimecia. Like there is a part of Adea that still exists that could have killed Squall, and like there is a like in my mind, in my theory mind, like a part that is wrestling back. So like, and I can't remember where it's been described, but like the fact that Ultimecia doesn't have ultimate control or power over Adea to do just whatever she wants, or Adele, or any of these people, only has a specific amount of power over them. So there is a part of me that believes that that icicle missed almost on purpose from being fatal.
It could
Does
have been
Renella
that,
mention? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it could have been that it was supposed to be aimed directly, dead center, and Adea's, probably mostly locked away.
モンスターは怖いのに逃げる。パトロールやっといてそれかよ。
I could believe that. Well, because again, she's pretty early into this cycle of the sorceress thing, where it starts like taking over and it starts like changing your body and corrupting your mind, and maybe she had enough impact still to be able to change the angle or something. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
I think Altroid's just tired.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm losing my train of thought similar to Quet's earlier.
本当に見るだけじゃないですか。
Whether you're lack of sleep or
戦え。
We're at the 19-hour mark.
ただの見回りじゃないですか。モンスターを無視した見回りじゃん。
You were gonna talk about how, man, that's so crazy.
いや
Renoa
外
isn't
れ
in this fight sequence
こ
for
れでパ
Cyno.
トロールは終わりまし
It's
た。
the Renoa skip
それでいいのか
in the fact where it messes up.
え
if
え
she's available. That's what you were gonna talk about. Don't worry, I got it for you. You're good.
Is there ever a point where you would want to have her available? I guess you don't really junction things to her.
Yeah, you don't really junction
you
anything
do,
to
you
her.
see him.
今日は何にもない素敵な一日だったって感じですか
No, yeah, she gets forced back into your party at the end of Timber, so you're not missing any critical stuff with her.
And you don't choose anyone for your Laguna Dreams until like way later, so it's already scripted like who goes into the Laguna Dream 2. So like even if you did want to use her for whatever reason, it wouldn't matter because like it's just those party members are getting thrown into the Laguna Dream anyway.
Mm-hmm. Please excuse me. I will be back in just a couple minutes.
All right, take your time.
うーん。で、終わって、
What do you think about One Hell Ultrawit? thoughts on why
戻りました。
The vase minigame is hilarious. But
報告してベッドで休んだら、
run,
まあ、今のここのラグナ編は終わり。
it's I don't know. Given that we don't actually have to fight anything, it feels very fillery. Because there's like what 2 important dialogues and a lot of running.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of good exposition for the dialogues that are happening.
Have you ever seen like excuse me, the intro sequence to this game, like with the black and white images? One of those images is of Laguna sitting in a car with his arm like hanging out of the window driving. If you walk around in Windhill and talk to a guy, he talks about a man who drove through, I think it's his house or his yard or something like that, doing like causing a bunch of destruction and damage and stuff. And the reason I'm talking about this is because like looking back, the developers had intended that the game
何にもしてないのに疲れてる。
Laguna, and there was supposed to be like an overworld, like a world map that you could explore as Laguna. And
はい、で、ベッドに入っ
here's the
た
part
ん
that
で、
wishes that they would have done
ラグナ
that,
編
because
終わ
then I would
り。
have been able to see what the map looked like, you know, 18, 17 years ago before the game. So we'd have answers to a lot of things like what was in place of Delling City before, you know, if there was the tomb of the ancient king, like who was the king, the Holy Dala Empire and all that good stuff. It would have so much more implications for so many more things we would want answers to.
で、あの後捕まっ
The infiltration of SR,
て、
the actual ceiling.
収容所でゼルたちが捕ま
Cool to see.
韓国内にいました。で、
Like,
意識
getting
取り
that
戻し
cutscene
た
at the end, when you talk to Laguna
けど、
or
イデア
Kiros
に
in
攻
the
撃されたス
restaurant,
コー
you
ル、そこ
get
に
to see what
と
happened, like
一
when
緒にいたアバインの
Laguna
姿があり
pushed
ません。
Adele, like, oops, you're
ど
on
こ行
the
ったん
ship
でしょう
now, and
ね。
they, like blast her off into space. Like that is so cool to like know that without having to go out of your way to find it. We have made it to prison. Everybody's favorite sequence to fall asleep to.
で、右上はゼルがやらかしたところですかね。映り込んだせいで。で、スコールは一人で収容されてた。まあ無事ですね。
Got Silo trying to finish up everything that he can in Timber to make his way into Laguna Dream to start that
あれ、アーバイン
sequence.
君は
Both our players for Team Mog and Team Tomberry are now in prison. And I mean that figuratively and actually. They're stuck in prison. And they're stuck in prison.
Yeah, this is one of those parts that you just kind of dread every playthrough.
This area makes me very grateful for Turbo, because if you don't have it, it's what? There's like an 8-minute stretch of mashing.
Yeah. And you can even get to the point where you can turbo, confirm, and like down and right. So like when you have to talk, when you're as Zell and you have to talk to Renoa, you just like, it'll just happen.
おっと殴られてます。
I think the
Pitch,
thing
pitch,
that
pitch,
always
pitch.
scared me about prison when I first started running this game and learning it was the movement of prison.
Like when
Having-
the laps around the circle.
で、リノアが連れて帰る。
Oh
Just
my
like-
gosh, I still get stuck on those corners so much.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
getting
like,
stuck or going
Oop,
too
I went to the
wide.
left a little too soon, and instead of sliding along the edge like you do everywhere else, you just get stuck on it. Like that,
like
and
ra-
if you pick the
wrapping
wrong
the stairs.
shortcuts, yeah, the
Or
stairs are
forgetting
tricky too.
the
My
the
step count is
shortcuts.
already long gone before I get here.
で、一方スコール
If
を
you miss floor 8, that's the big one. Like if you just keep running around in circles, and you take that whole floor, and you're
ス
like,
コールもペチペチさ
I
れて
should
ま
have,
す
I
ね。
didn't skip the floor. Like you're done. Your step count is done. Like you could buffer back on maybe, but like number one, are you going to be accurate? And number two, like how much time are you wasting to do that? You got to get the battle meter upgrade. If you're not talking to Sid and getting the battle meter initially and then getting the upgrade for it, I don't know what to tell you.
So Renoa gets taken out now because she's the general's daughter, right? So she's allowed to like leave
Yeah,
prison
basically,
even though they were doing an assassination attempt, but like it's fine because she's the general's daughter.
more or less.
And then she bumps into Irvine at some point.
ここでお花畑を作る
Well,
こと。
Irvine is the
な
one
んで
that sent to pick her up.
Oh, so he was already gonna be there. Okay. And they just didn't know
Yeah,
that he happened to be involved as well.
Ostensibly, Irvine. Well, actually, I don't even know how Irvine gets away because he's with the party next to Adea, and then he's
Right.
just not in the prison. So, I don't know. I guess Caraway comes and gets him, and then sends him back to get her. Oh, also don't save the Moomba because it's like what, 2 minutes lost?
I
Something
feel like a
that.
monster every time.
I know.
Watch this
The
poor
worst
Moomba.
dialogue option.
Poor Moomba, it just doesn't deserve it, and it's so hard every time to like not intervene. Terrible.
Do you guys know how Moombas are made in this game?
I know it has something to do with Shumi,
Yeah,
like
Shumi
the
tribe
Nord people, but
evolution.
I don't understand the process still.
Altrit, do you know?
I know it's if they fail to become an elder, they become a Moomba instead, but I don't
What did
remember the
you give up?
exact steps.
Gotcha. Yeah. Now that I'm saying it, I don't know if I'm accurate. I thought it was like the level of like living your life, like the happiest, like living the happiest life.
ああ、痛そう。
It does like attribute to like what level of
貼り付けにされて電撃食らって。
Yeah.
I was under the assumption that being a Moomba was a good thing, but now I don't remember.
I think it's not a bad thing, it's just not becoming an elder. Like, I think actually I don't even know where Norg fits on that scale, honestly.
Well, I think when you defeat Norg and you come back into the basement, there's like little tiny like Norgs, and I think that they said that like essentially like if you
ここから脱出が始まります。
Norg is if you were like
これで
the worst
ここで
version
まともに動けるのってこの3人だよね。
And yet
Yeah,
people
so
try
that's
to
probably
defend.
the bad.
People try to defend his actions.
No.
A big part of my community are huge Norg fans and are trying to gaslight me into liking Norg.
Norg is a rat.
Yeah, it's like
あれ二人気絶してんな。没収されてるからゼルしか戦えない。
idea of Sid and Adea is just another iteration of a sorceress and her knight. So like when I think of Norg, I think of the man. Like running the organization of the military essentially.
腹パンで気絶させた。
I understand
The organization.
the organization. But like as a character, I can understand it like fishy being like, you know, one of somebody's favorite characters. He's a very iconic character for sure.
Yeah, makes an impression. I'm like watching people's first playthroughs when they
格
see
闘家 Norg
が
がいてよかったですね、本当。
Just like the pure shock and what is this thing? It's so out of left field.
We haven't even gotten to Norg and we're already doing fishy talk.
We're just filling prison time, you know?
あ、
We were
ここ
talking
でちょっと
about
話し合ってきたんで紹介します。ケアルガさんよろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。キプレーゼですが、RTA はそんなに詳しくはないんですけど、
Done with timber.
多分最近、
And gonna also be coming up on some
あ、
more
やべや
fun
べ、
stuff
配
again
信
as
聞いてなかっ
well.
た。
I really like so I'm not that good at the movements
最
yet,
近
but
視
when
界
you
に
guys do this stuff where you like leave
多分
the
同じぐらいの
leave
タイミングで入
timber
っ
and
た
you
の
go on the
と
world map
あれだ、
and
最
you just
近
beeline towards the tracks
友達
and
がや
then
っ
you
てるのを
follow
見た
along
の
the
と
road and
多
you
分
follow
自
it
分でも
so
やり直した
smooth
ん
and
で
perfect in
そ
the
こそ
middle.
こ頭に記
Like
憶が
it's so impressive.
あるかなっていう
but
感じで
I
す。
can't wait until
助かり
I'm
ま
at
す。
like I don't know
Well,
proficiency level or
そう
whatever.
です
but
今、
ね。
it looks
ご
I'd
コ
so
メリチーム
good.
左下、なんか
your
さんと言いま
bugs,
すけど、あ
but
れは。
the
It's
easiest way
terrible.
to follow
なん
that
か
is either
あ
with the
ムン
cheaters
バ
on
です
PlayStation
ね。
that use analog because it's unfair, or
ディス
just
ク
use your
2
camera
入っ
turn
てちょ
rather
い
than
ぐらいで
the
すよね。
That's
D-pad.
kind of what
は
I've
い。
been doing, yeah.
はい。
Like I'll get in the middle of the track as much as I can, and then I try
割
to
と
just
8
turn with
の
the bumpers
RTA は
to
ディ
stay
ス
in
ク
the
1でやる
middle.
こ
It
とがす
works
ごく
pretty
多く
good.
て、それ以降があんま
It's a
り
lot
しばらくやること
But
ないん
look
だっ
at
たと
how
思うんですよ。
smooth
うん。
this looks.
やることない
I
というか、
love
まあ普
it.
通に
Like
進め
just
てい
So
く
you
だ
don't
けに
even
な
have
る
to do it like this on
うん。
PC
だったかな。
because number one, you get no
解
benefit
説資
from
料
doing
みたい
like
な
this
提供
just
いた
because
だい
of
てるん
analog
ですけど、それ
movement.
でも
Are you
しばらく
aware
何か
of
解説があるわ
the
けじゃないんで、
the
うん。
speeding up of the
ディスク
analog,
3
like
ま
the
では
true 360
ほぼほぼ
analog
こ
movement
う
of
まっすぐ進ん
PlayStation?
でいくだけかなと。
I don't think
So
so.
like,
うん。
so on the overworld,
なんで、
if
なんかどういう
there's
流
like
れで
4
ぐらい
very
の
specific
話になっ
cardinal
ちゃうと思いますけ
directions
ど、
of like diagonal that if you are looking
武器
at
を取り返したのか
on
な。
the world map, like where you're going in the most diagonal you
魔
can,
女の暗殺に
you
失敗
actually
し
move
て、
faster
収容所に
Oh.
ぶち
than
込ま
you
れ
would.
て、
It's very, very weird.
でも
And
な
I
んと
don't
か
know how
脱
to explain it
脱
other
出
than
したい
that.
よねって
So
話を
like
してて、
they're trying very
でも
they're
武器も
almost
取られ
steering
ちゃ
your
ってるし
character
ね。
with L1 and
いや、
R1.
ゼル、俺この拳が武器だからいけるぜって言って、みんなの武器を取り返してきて、今
So
脱
that's
出しよ
something
うとして
that
ますね。
PC or PlayStation
こういう時格闘家が安心できる。
やっぱり
It's
拳
the
一
same
つで
thing
戦
for
えるの強い
why
ですね。
Renoa skip works,
ね
because like you
お
wiggle
まけ
the analog
に、
stick and
でも
we
今
have
ジャンク
free
ションして
like
なさ
full
そうか。
360
してん
degree
のか
movement
な。
with the analog stick on PlayStation, but on PC the analog stick just emulates the D-pad, so it's
あ、
just
し
8
てるよ
directions.
な、多分。
Mm-hmm.
ゼル君の力強そうなんで、してると思います。
うん。
Yeah, Chad is discussing um, when you put Norg's decisions in this game out on paper and you state them bluntly, yeah, it does not look so good. Running like a child
で、
military
スコー
academy
ルだけ
of
別
GX
室
going
に
to cause this
い
memory
るの
loss.
で、
That's
探しに
a
行かなきゃみたいなこと言ってるかな。
questionable.
うんうん。
で、警報を鳴らされて、
Did
ここ
they
から
now?
エン
But
カウ
they're
ント
like,
するようになりますね。
let's enforce this memory loss tech.
Well, surely the
このフロア
the
なんですけ
seed
ど、
couldn't
こ
have
の
been the only
円
people
形
that
に
read
なってるんです
GX,
よ、ワン
right?
フロアが。
う
で、
They
ん。
didn't know from
あ
other
の
people's
今、
like
下
this
に
has not
走っ
been
ていってると思うんです
studied.
けど、階段、登ってきた階段、そのまま
I don't know.
行
It
けなく
seems
て、こう
very
ぐるっと回り込まなきゃいけないん
Yeah,
ですよ、仕切
getting
りみたい
into
なのが
like
あ
the
って。
study of
うん
GFs
うん。
and
そ
stuff
れが
like
地
that.
味に
I
ちょっと
feel
めん
like
ど
I
くさいなっていう。
don't have enough
うん。
information
あ
right
る
now to
階
talk
と
about
ない
it
階があっ
because
て、
I
仕切りが。
haven't been
この1個下の回はなかったと思うんですけど、ここもないですね。ああ、ありますね、仕切りがね。
うん。
この辺の入れる部屋があって、囚人とカードバトルができます。お金払うと。中にはそのアイテムくれたりとか、バトル系って言って、なんか敵を倒した数とか逃げた回数とかを見れるやつがあるんですけど、それを改造してくれる人がいたりしますね。
Wasn't the deep sea facility was supposed to be working on like some single huge draw point or something? And that's why it's out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm gonna have to find out more information. I need to learn Japanese.
確かに仕切り乗り越えるくらいできそうな高さですね。
うん。
せいぜい腰ぐらいの高さに見えるんで。
As we see, we have Broodles on floor 10.
これで一番上につきましたね。
Reached floor 12. Awesome.
ラグナって言ってます。
Wait, no way. They're that close?
なんでってなるんですけどね。なんでラグナって。
It's true.
RTA 中には理由はわかるか。
Yeah,
わかるか
that's
な。
gonna be quite a race. Towards the end, who knows?
ムンバに助けられたスコール君がここで合流して、
Idea1 brought them closer together.
Oh god.
でここでムンバに話しかけると近道を作るって言われるんで、さっきの仕切りを外してくれるんですよ。
Slow, but not
で
like
どこを選択したかわかんないけど、どこかの仕切りを取りました。血で人を把握してるんでしたっけ？そうか。で、逃げるための道を探すのに、一回下に行くのかな。で、スコール君が乗せられてきたあのカプセルみたいなのに乗って、ビューンと下に行けるんじゃないみたいな。
How quickly Cordellium will need to end these fights and how like risky it could potentially be. But it's
So he
funny
doesn't have
how-
the strength plus 60%, right?
あ、そうね。ゼル君がウォード
Do
の
you get that ever?
中に
Like
入
when
っ
you're
て
in
たんですよ。
Esther and doing the like
最初に、
special junctions?
ラグナ編が入ったと思うんで
you
すけど、
cannot get strength 60 from any other
ラ
source
グナ
other than Hyperis.
と
It's
キロス
it's not like a
が
it's
が
not like a
アーバインと
learnable
スコールが入ってたのかな。
thing.
で、その裏でゼル君がウォードに、
Bahamut learns it.
ウォードの方に入って
Is
て、
it Bahamut?
ウォードはここで働いて
It's
た
not, I guess what I
気が
should
す
say,
る
it's
み
not
たい
like
な
a common. It's like a special thing
の延長で、
that
もしか
is
したら俺この辺
within
の
a special
構造とか機械とかいじれるかもみたいな。
I think Bahamut is the only one.
Do you get like stronger magic in this route to make up for it, or do you just have to hope you get
Nope.
more attacks in?
No, it's just
Okay, so
the
the
time.
whole thing is just more
It's-
dangerous.
Yeah,
Yep.
you it's
これ
the
で地下に降りて
time.
こ
You're
れたの
trying
かな。
to sprint faster.
地下だよね。
Hmm.
うちチームが地下に降りてきたけど、今埋まっちゃってて、こう砂がバシャって出てきたんで、あれ地下出れないな。
way too many times
どうする？
lately. I just can't quite get that like angle around the curve.
いや、
Like,
ゼロ置いてきちゃった。
consistent.
For me, it's just so easy.
戻んなきゃ
to press
みたいな感じですね。
うん。
I feel like with where it
なんかこの
starts,
収容
it
所
seems
が
like
そ
you should
の
need to go down right,
ド
but
リル
then
み
you're
たいな
too
のが
far away
つい
and
て
you
るんですよ。
can't outrun
でそれ
him.
がこう緊
So
急
it's
時に
like,
な
okay,
る
I'm
と
just
下
gonna hold
に
down,
ドル
and
ド
then
ル
I'll
ド
hold
ルって埋
down
もれ
left,
て、
and then I'll hold left.
地
And
下から
it
出れ
seems
な
to
くなっちゃ
work,
ってんで
but
すよ。
like it took a while of trying to get past that corner to try to, I don't know, train my brain to stop trying to swing it wide.
ゼル君のピンチに颯爽とスコールは。
I always just like turbo those 3 dialogue boxes, and by the time they're turboed, I'm
ゴ
like,
ンゴンってやるの
I
痛
should
そう
have
です
been
けど。
pressing down on it. And that's when I get caught.
Yeah.
もうスコール一
Yeah,
人で
that
飛び出
fight,
していっ
it
ちゃうんだ
takes
から
longer
って
than
言
you
われてます
think.
ね。
The animation of like getting into the fight and then, you know, I'm pretty sure with that one you'd probably start with your ATB low, wouldn't you?
Yeah, on a good day, you're still losing 30 seconds. On
Yeah.
a good day.
Yeah, that assumes no soldier attacks.
お前どこ行ってたんねんっていう。
あ、生きて
アー
た。
バイン君がね。
Missed two out of my three opportunities to bring attention to one of my favorite sound effects in this game is when Squall bonks Cell on the
で
head.
も階段から落とされます。
うわ
くるくるくるくるくる。
The
何カッ
little,
コつけ
like,
てんねんって。
Sorry, my bad.
the
ア
like
ーバイン
little
は
goofy things like
川
that
み
in
たい
this
さんの命令
game.
でか
Like
な。
there's
リノアだ
the
け
moment where they're
ちょっと
like
連れ帰って
making
こいっ
fun
て
of
言われて
Renoa's train car
逃げて
that
たん
she
ですよ。だけど
picked
リノア
up
が
and, you know,
いやそんなわけにいかんやろって
Zell is
な
like,
んとか説得してこ
you
こ
know,
まで連れ帰ってきまし
I'm
たっ
not
ていう
really
感じですね。
begging Squall, but just like so relieved to see him. And Squall's like, let go of me, and bonks him on the head. Just like silly little things like that are what I just love about this cast. Is like they don't have a whole lot of character development, at least some of them don't, but they just have these like personalities and these little like moments together that are just so like
Yeah.
distinct.
で、
and-
こっから抜けるには上
It's
に
a
行けっ
very
て言われてるのかな
90s
アーバイン
thing
に。
in my brain,
うん
like the type of
上
relationship that they have together.
まあまあ、誰か3人選んで上行っ
And
てよ
it's
って
very
言われる
apparent
ん
to
で
me,。like during
リノアと誰選んで
right
た
before the end of this too, like when they just happen to collide with
ああ、ゼルか。
We're
ゼ
on
ル
our
とリノア。
way, and we found Galbadia Garden, and we're gonna ram them.
ゼルを連れていくと、この後ちょっと機械の操作が楽になるんだったか
Everyone
な。
freaking out about romance, and they're like 16, 15, 16, and the whole like ring debacle, like the fact that they care so much about, like I don't know, like it just reminds
キャ
me
ラ
of
ク
like
タ
a
ーの最
sitcom
終ス
that's
テータスで
happening.
確かリノアが
Like a
結
Final Fantasy sitcom
構
that's
力
going on,
強
like,
くなるんですよね。
and there's characters in the background. They're like, "Yo, these things are going on. You need to pay attention." But like, yeah, I don't know.
It's
It's
like
just,
there's this
I
big
think it's fantastic.
big
そうですね、
scary
オードの
world
オー
and
ドに
this
入っ
like
てたか
really
ら、ちょっとこう
horrifying
操作で
plot
きるよっていう
happening,
話
but
です
they're
ね。
still
うん
teenagers. Like I like that they kept a little bit of humor in there, but that they didn't make it like silly all the time. They have their little like emotional moments and kind of, I don't know, facing their inner demons type of things. But at the same time, like, I don't know, you know, Irvine comes in strutting down the stairs like, I'm gonna come and rescue my buddies. They're gonna be so grateful. And Renault's like,
そうです
stop
ね、
acting
リノア
tough
の腕
and
力
kicks him
がめ
down
ちゃめ
the
ちゃ強いと
stairs.
ころ
Like,
は、もうちょっと先で
I
す
don't know,
ね。
just little things like that make it feel
あ
like it
で
has so
こ
much
こ
more
で、視界の方
personality
交代
rather
に
than
なり
just
ま
like,
す
we're
ね。
here
は
to
い。あ
rescue
りがとう
people.
ご
You're
ざい
being
まし
silly
た。
with
では
it.
失礼いたし
I
ま
just
す。
お
really
疲れ様
appreciate
です。
in a
Yeah.
game of this type that they
I
didn't
agree
try
with
to
that
make
as
it too serious.
Yeah, this game has a very specific charm to it. Like every Final Fantasy game has its very specific charm, but for me, myself, and how I feel about this game, it definitely has a charm
はい
that nothing
では
else
ここ
has.
から
Like
の、
there are
時
a
間
couple
は
of games that kind of hit
春季が、
this
解説司会を
way
行
that
わ
this
さ
game makes
せ
me
ていただ
feel.
きます。
Like,
皆さん
Parasite
よろしく
Eve
お願
kind
いいたします。
of hits that
よろしくお
itch
願いします。
for me.
ちなみに私、賑やかして入ってはいるんですけど、RTA のに関しては素人なので、もし RTA 経験者で解説入りたいという方がいれば、ぜひぜひお願いします。
自分も FF8 はもうだいぶ昔にやっただけなんで、ほとんど覚えてないですね。
新鮮な気持ちで楽しめばね。
で
It's like Galbadia Garden
Correct.
for the
今、あれですかね、
quote unquote
ゼル
gone.
とサイファーがやらかして脱出するところですかね。
いえ、
Well,
暗殺、魔女暗殺に失敗して、みんなぶち込まれて脱出するとこですね。
ああ、はいはいはいはい。
Yeah, it's
そん
like
な
I
流
know
れでした
people。give
そんな流れ
Squall
な
a
んで
lot
す。
of, a lot of
で、
flack
チョコ
for
ボ
his
チームはまだ
character and being
魔女
very
の
like,
暗
you know,
殺を請け負う
dismissive and jaded
ちょ
in
っ
the
と前ぐらい
beginning
ですね。
and stuff, and it's like he's
あ
he's
ー
struggling, like wants to keep everybody's at an arm's reach, and then something is his responsibility dumped on
あ
him,
ー
and
チョ
like
コボ
I
チー
think
ムは
he's
そ
kind
う、
of
そうですね。サイファーと、
I don't
サイ
know
ファーがや
coming
ら
to
かし
terms of
て、
like
ゼルが口滑らせちゃっ
having to
て、
rely on other
え
people and
最寄りの
rely
ガル
on
バディア
people
ガー
that
デン
he
に行っ
actually
て、
needs
指示を
to
待とう
have,
っていう感じですね。
you know,
そ
friends
れが
and,
終わっ
and
て、
allies,
あれか、
and like kind of watching
コン
him
ビニチー
grow
ムは
up
も
through
う
the
脱
game is
出す
really
るとこ
cool.
ろか。
トンビチームとモグチームが
I think
ほ
another
ぼ
one
ほ
that
ぼ
you should feel
同
that
時
was
で
sorry. I was gonna
収
say
容
that
所から脱出
he's
すると
not.
ころ。
I think people think of him as a man, like
本
he's a
当に
boy.
うろ覚えだな。
いい感じですね。
Sorry,
いい
I messed
感
up
じ
on
にう
that
ろ
joke.
覚えだな。言われたら、ああ、そん
Somebody
な
in
こと
chat
もあっ
brought
た
up
か。
that this scene we just watched could have been where a Turkish shooter in the Olympics learned his stance.
チャット欄もね、なんかよくよく知ってる方が多そうなんで。
頼りましょう。
If you like Cordellium screen, if you want to see a dog do a bunch of damage. There we go.
私の
So
その
much less.
友達がプレイしてるとこを見てたんですけ
I don't
ど、
know, I've
友
never
達
seen
が
a dog explode and
突飛な名前をね、キャラクターにつけるん
someone in
で、
back
こ
from
の
この
head pat like that.
右上のね、
No,
応接
you know,
室
I
の
don't,
シーン
I
が
could not
すご
say
く
that
面
I
白くな
have.
ってしまって、会話がもう全部すっ飛んでしまいましたね。
I don't know, I feel like Angela's
主人公とリノアの名前は変更できるんですけ
somehow that
ど、
Renault is
Hi,
not
hi.
revealing.
主人公の名前、ドンにしたんですよ、その
There's
人
gotta
が
be
ね。
some secret, like,
そのせいでここ、
I don't know, is
サイファー
Angela
が
like
処刑
a
されたって聞い
like
てみんながショ
Carbuncle
ックを受け
basically, like
て、
a GF or
はい。
いやでも
something?
サイファ
I've never seen
ー
a
いいやつだ
dog
ったよね
survive
みたいな
some
こう
crazy
親
stuff
身
like that.
話をしてるときに、
Can't be
スコールがね、
Can't be
もう
Angela
そういうふう
and
に過去
Carbuncle.
形にされるのは
I mean,
ごめん
not
だ
that it
み
is
たいな感じ
Carbuncle,
で
but something
切れるん
similar
ですよ。
I'm
I
amazed.
mean,
それがね、
have you ever seen them in the same
うど
room?
んはこうだった、ああだった。そんなふうに言われるのはごめんだからなって言って飛び出していっちゃ
Maybe
っ
it's
て、
I
just
guess.
なんだろう、食べログで低評価つけられたのかなみたいになってしまって、
食べログ。
Because if
めちゃめちゃ面白いことに。
Does that count as them being in the
食
same
べロ
room?
グか。
あ、この収容所の前景が今、トンベリチームで見えてるんですけど、こんなふうになってるんですね。
Yes? Question mark?
I'm
これ
afraid
が
to
こう
answer
埋もれた
too
り
confidently.
浮かんだりできる感じの
I think
構造になって
Angela
て、
is just like part
まあさっ
railgun.
きはもう埋もれちゃってたんで地下から出れなかったよ。でここなぜか一人取り残される
I think
ス
that's
コー
a
ル。
really-
Oh, real good, yes.
なんでだろうね。
なんでですかね。
足が遅いのかな。
I mean, Angela
もうちょっと
Carter's
だから向こう
railgun.
側にね走ってればよかったのになぜか手前に向かってね走り始めるし。
なんかストールの身体能力ならいけそうな気するんですよね。
そうなんですよ。なぜか一番後ろにね。でここはどっちに行けばいいのかな。右側に行けばいいのかな。右奥に向かっていくか全く動かさなければ OK です。
Is it
No, it's
Mega
100 regular
動
elixir.
かしてないですね。
Elixirs? Yeah. Mega Elixirs is
ここ左に行くとゲームオーバーになっちゃうんじゃないかな。わかんないですよね、でも。
Laguna gets
まあまあま
turned into a
あ。
honey
なぜか、
Laguna's 10
手前側
hours.
行き
Holy wars.
No,
戻ろうとしてましたしね。
no, Laguna's on
ねえ、
the
なぜか
Heroes,
ね、
Heroes, that's right.
なんとかこう
Bahamut, thank you.
滑り込めばよかったのになんでだろう。
elixir.
ちょっとど
I
ん
knew
く
it
さいん
was
です
on
よ
the
ね。
high-end cards.
確かここ以外にもなんかスコール君一人だけどんくさいシーンがあったよな気がしたけど。
シードとはっていう。
いや、みんなのこう、しんがりを
This is
務めるみ
very
たいな感じだ
random,
ったんですか
but
ね
if。you're like looking it
ああ、
up,
な
what
るほど。
is
だったらまだかっこ
what
いいか
does
もしれない。
Watts
どう
refine
なんでしょ
into?
う。
そう
Watts
ムービー
isn't
直前では
required.
こ
Oh,
こ
yeah, that's、right. I'm dumb.
あれなんですよね。
Watts
戦
has
闘なん
what
ですよね。
card?
そうですよね、確かに。
Forget.
何
Yeah,
が
Watts
落ち
is
たん
a
だ。
Watts
No, Watts
has
has a
Shiva?
card.
あ、
Shiva,
そうそう、
thank
カニに追われ
you.
て
What
る
does
とこ、
Shiva refine into?
もう
Yeah.
スコール君一人だけ
He's into
なんか逃げ遅れてね、
Northwind,
Thank you, that's right.
which
先生に助けてもらったんで。
each Northwind refines into 20 Blazzagas
ちょっとね、肝心なとこ
or
ろで、
sells for 75 gil.
ちょっとね、
That's right. No,
どんくさいん
yeah,
ですよ。
Angelo. Watts has Angelo.
ドンベリチームは無事脱出してきましたね。なんやかんやあって。
Oh no, does
Zona
Zone have
Shiva?
Shiva?
Yeah.
で、
Um,
この時に、
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
魔女がガーデンに報復しようとしていて、
はいはいはい。
その各ガーデンにミサイルを撃ち込む計画になってるっていうのを聞くんですよ。
はい。
で、この世界にガーデン3つあって、
はい。
最初に出てきたみんながいたバラムガーデンと、その今チョコボチームがいるガルバディアガーデンと、もう一個トラビアガーデンってとこがあるんですね。
はいはいはい。
で
ありましたね、
セルフィーってトラビアガーデン出身の子なんですよ。
No movement
はい
で、一番最初のターゲットはトラビアだって聞いたよね。
うん
今ミサイル飛んでっちゃったんですけど、
はい。
Wait,
Wish I
what?
could do
まあ
that.
まだバラム
Yeah,
と
if you don't move at all.
ガルバディア違うか。ガルバディアは魔女のとこだから、
Oh, so it's if you,
トラビアとバラムにミサイル撃ち込もうって話になってて、
And I don't think that's true
まだ
either
バラムガーデ
because
ンの
I've
ミ
been-
サイルは止められる
as
か
I've
もしれない
mentioned
し、
many times, I'm doing this super
トラビアガーデンも今の当たってないよね、きっとね。
in this too, and I just did this,
こと
and
で
I was, like, texting
ミ
my
サイル
friend,
発射
and
チー
this
ム、
cutscene
阻止
came
チ
on,
ー
and
ム
I
と
stupidly was like, oh no.
ガーデンに戻っ
Started
て
moving,
ミサイル
and
飛ん
I
でくるから
couldn't
危ないぞ
get
って
over.
知らせるチームに
So,
分かれ
like,
よう
maybe it's a threshold
はい。
of like a certain
という
amount.
ことになりまし
You
て、
have to
今
move
ス
a
コールと
certain
セルフィー
amount
の
or
部
not
隊
move at all.
に
So,
分かれ
like,
る。
2つに分かれて、ここからしばらく別行動になります。
You'll game over. I don't know. What I'm trying to
男女
say
で
is
分か
I
れ
don't
てま
remember
した。ちょっ
requirements
と見逃しちゃっ
for
た。
you making that scene.
And probably nobody really wants to mess around and test that.
ああ、まあ
because
で
getting
も
back
雑
up
魚戦
there
がある
to
のはガーデン
test
チー
it
ムの
is
方だと思うん
annoying.
で、
So
確かにゼル君
yeah.
連れてった方がいいのかな。
Basically,
ああ、
no
デ
remember
ル君が
し
サッカーで対応してるのか。
Just
あ
if
と
you
は
need to move,
リ
just
ノア
straight
を
move.
ガーデンチームに入れてると、ムービーが追加で1個流れるん
The
で、
first time I got
多
there
分
as a
リ
kid.
ノア
はいはい
はその都合でミサイルチームですね。
First time I got
な
there
る
as
ほ
a
ど。
kid, I didn't know
とい
you
う
could
こ
move,
とは、
but like I guess I had just been moving slightly, and then I hadn't
も
saved
う
in
メ
like
ン
3 and
バ
a
ー
half
は
hours
じゃ
of
あ、ア
the
タ
game
ッ
over
カーと
there.
リノアの位置は固定と。いうことになりそうなのかな。
もうこっちに火力集中させてますね。
I would actually cry.
it would make sense that Angelo is a
Garden
mistranslation
who?
from Angel just because like
あ、ここちょっ
with
と楽しいとこですね。
Renoa's
なぜか
uh,
ダッシュで
character arc in like Angels and
う
Big
お
Sorceress
ー
and all that like that fits.
おーって。ここなぜか。
Hey guys, not bad って言われてますね。
That train cutscene is another one of my favorite.
これ
little
メンバ
goofy
ー
ones
誰
to
連れてる
watch.
かによってね、コメントが変わるんで、地味にちょっと楽しいです。
Oh yeah.
あ、セーブするんだ。
するんだ。
In my challenge run, we take Zell to Missile
何
Base,
セーブなんだ
so
ろ
we
う。
have Zell there instead of Irvine.
なんかの調整
He's
セー
like,
ブなの
yo,
か。
he's talking to us while he's like, yo,
あ
dude,
セー
check
フ
this
ティ
guy
ー
あれ
out.
だ。
And
そう
he's
か
like
そうか。
cheering him on, like, come on, you can make it. Like it's really
デ
fun.
リングシティに着いた時点で、
はい。
あれ、セキュリティコードが変わるんで、セキュリティコードって言うと変なんですけど、番号を入力するとかあったと思うんですよね。
あ
れが
りましたね、なんか。
そう、あれの調整かもしれない。
なるほど。
It would have been better
なん
if
かすご
Renault
い
was
いろい
forced
ろ
back to the
な
garden,
要素
because
から
there's entire scenes
調
that
整
you
ができるら
wouldn't
しいん
see
ですけ
if
ど、それ
Renault
書いてあっ
goes
た
to
ん
the
ですけど。
missile base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't take Renault to the
あ、
Missile
そうです
Base
ね。
in my
セー
notes
フティー
of
セー
Renault
ブ。バルバディアガーデン出て、
and, like,
駅の前で
honestly,
セーフティーセーブして
I prefer just the story arc
で、
that
デリ
way.
ングシティに到着したタイミングで番号が決まります。番号を決める要素は、キスティスのカードを入手するのにかかったゲームの回数、ベルのカードを入手するのにかかったゲームの回数、あとこの電車だと思うんですけど、電車の窓から見える電柱の本数と、デリングシティの特定の NPC の挙動をツールに入力すると分かるらしいです。
ってことは乱数系があるんですね。
そう、なんかあるらしいんですよ。すごい細かいですけどね。このセルフィーが向かっていったあっちの車両に移った時に電柱何本あるか数えるらしいです。意味わかんないんですけどね。
大変でしょ。
そう。
ここ乱数なんだって。
そうなんですよ。よくわかんないんですけど。
なんだ。
はい。海外の方がね、見つけたそうです。
よく、ここ乱数だって気づきましたね。
なんかガタガタしてるのなんだ左上。
あれじゃないですか。いや、わからないな。
この今、右の窓に映ってる電池のホスですね。
はい。数えてらっしゃいますね、奏者さん。
知らなかった。ミサイル基地の方は、とりあえず潜入して、
はい。
ミサイルのコントロールパネルを操作することが目標なんですけど、ちょっとね、いきなりコントロールパネル触ると、お前何してんだってなっちゃうんで、ちょっと様子を伺ってますね。で、走行してるうちに伝令をこの辺の人たちに頼まれて、なんか、ちょっと作業長引いてるから、遅れるって言っといて、みたいなことをね、ここで伝言頼まれてるんですけど、これはチャンスじゃねえかと。伝令するふりして、ちょっとちょろまかしてね、行こうぜみたいな。そう、お使いゲームがちょっと何往復かあるんですよね。交代の時間だけどどうする？ここで言われてるのかな？ちょっと遅れるから伝えといて。メンテナンスソルジャーになってますね、名前が。メンテナンス兵か。まんま。
整備兵ってことか。
そうですね、整備兵か。なんで、その伝令をしに、 あれは多分メインの管制室なのかな。この人にメンテ頼まれましたって嘘ついてしれっと入りますね。
いいのか、そんなセキュリティで。
ガバガバなんですよね。で、ここでちょっとめちゃくちゃにしたれみたいなことすると、何回か選ぶのかな。するとね、ここが停電するんで。
I got some really cursed
ブン
combinations.
It's
The
so
the scene
jarring.
where Renoa wakes up on the space station thing.
やったったぜ。
Played the like
これで電気がダウン
8-bit
しました。
Chocobo theme, like the Choco World.
Fantastic.
I laughed myself to tears.
何やってんのって来るんで、どうしようってなるんですけど、ここはまあまあ、
My final
あ、いや、
gauntlet
もうここで
for
戦
the
っちゃうんだ。
Ultimisia fight
お
was
となしくしとこうっていう選択肢もあるんですけど、やっちまえって選択肢の方を選びましたね。
の方が早いんですかね。
早いんでしょうね。確かにね、できるんですよ、こっちバージョンでも。エンカウントはするようにはなるんですけど、まあエンカウントなしでつけてるから関係なくて、パネルをいじるタイミングはどこかにあるはずなんで。
I like boss fights when you're prepared for them, but when you're not, boy, that's hard.
ここのボスを今思い出した。
思い出しました？
あいつ、ロボットか。
ロボですね。
ロボだ。ガードロボットだ。なんか、名前が覚えれる気がしない名前のロボット。
セーブするんだ。
ボス戦だからですかね、やっぱり。
いや、どうでしょうね。なんかのセーフティーセーブなんでしょうけど、それか何かの調整？多分この時点だと今通り過ぎたマップにミサイルのコントロールパネルがあるんですけど、この部屋をいじった後かな。この部屋を先にクリアして戻ってパネルいじって脱出かもしれないです。
セルフィーは魔法のガチャっていうかルール、あれで何でも倒せるからっていうのをやってましたよね。なんかじゃ
PS 版だったら、ディスクの蓋開けることによってね、無限にスロット回せる。
いや、当時やってたら多分ずっとやってたと思う。
ジエンド出るまで頑張ってね。スロット回すのはみんなやりますよね、きっと。キャプテン。
そういえば、そうか。今敵倒してるのを思ってですけど、レベル11ぐらいじゃないですか。
はい。
そういえば、低レベルの方がいいんでしたっけ？
攻略は楽ですね。そう。
攻略楽なんでしたっけ？
自分たちの平均レベルで敵のレベルが決定するので、上げちゃうとその分敵も上がってあんまり関係なくなってくるんですけど、ただボス戦に関しては上限があったりするんですよね。だからそのボス戦は楽になるかもしれない。
だから
あとはなんだろう、ドローする時の敵の持ってる魔法が変わったりするじゃないですか。なんで低レベルだとその敵が持ってる魔法もちょっと弱かったりします。
その分確か普通に低レベルでもクリアできた気がする。
そうですね。でもむしろ楽になる。ジャンクションで HP が増えたら特に10分に設定しましたね。この機長を自爆させるタイマーを今発動させたんですけど、時間選べて10分、20分、30分、40分出てたと思うんですね。で、10分にするとちょっとこうショートカットできるというか出口が開いて、そんなんがあった気がするんですよね。ちなみにさっきの友人の話ですけど、ここ10分に設定して1回時間足りなくなってました。そうそう、やっぱショートカットして出れるんですよ、10分だと。で、パネルをまだいじってないんですよね。ミサイルの弾道をずらすための。なんで今戻ってます。
なんかレベル低くてもジャンクションで戦力なんとかなった気もするし。
そうなんですよ。で、 HP ジャンクションが使えるようになって、例えば9999とかにできるようになるじゃないですか。
なります
で、
ね。
その時に、ジャンクションして元の HP が例えば800とかになってると、ピンチ状態になるじゃないですか、お手軽に。
なりますね。
特殊技打ち放題になるんで、むしろ低い方が。で、ここで、パネルいじるためのなんか多分、こいつに話しかけるとフラグが立って、
はい。
やれるんじゃないですかね。なんかこんな、普通はあそこで暴れる選択肢取らないと思うんで、あれなんですけど。パスワード教えてもらってる。リデアだった。エデアそうなんだ。パスコード入れることになるんだ。なるほど。で、あれ失敗してる失敗してますね。入力。これでコントロールパネルいじって、はい、ミサイルの弾道をずらすっていう、なんか、そんな簡単に操作できちゃっていいのかなみたいな。
まあまあまあ、自爆装置がなぜあるのっていうのもありますし。
ここでね、コマンド、隠しコマンドを入れると、ガルバディア兵がコマネチしてる映像が見れたりするんですよね。
今、それ初めてしまいました。
そうなんですか有名なやつだと思ってました。
当時知らなかったわ。いや、
うちにはアルティマニアがあったので、知ってました。
アルティマニアは持ってない。FF8 のは持ってないで。
そうなんですか。楽しいですよ、アルティマニア。今ならKindle で電子版とか買えたりするんでね。
そっか。
はい、お手軽に入手できますよ。
最後に買ったの聖剣伝説のレジェンド・オブ・マナかもしれない。
レジェンド・オブ・マナのアルティマニアもいいですね。レジェンド・オブ・マナのアルティマニアはね、紙で持ってますよ。いまだに。表紙外れちゃってますけど。これでミサイルの弾道をずらせたので、外出て、結構時間、いやでもまあ、殴ればいいだけだからなんとかなるのか。ボスから頑張ってドローしようと思うとね、全然時間足りないんですけど。
まあでも場所スキップしようと思ったらやっぱ10分選ばないといけないから。
でもね、知らないとね、わかんないですよね。ちょっと面白い走り方のガルバディア兵たち。
Knock on wood that I don't make it so I see it the next time I do a run, but like I'm curious on what happens if you do it incorrectly.
Well, I guess you better find out in a run.
Okay, I'll throw it.
ジャンクション何をつけてたんだろう。
Give it a shot.
I mean, it's only
ちょい
4
回復
hours
し
into
て、
the run, so it's not a big time investment or
ここでいじるんだ。
No, like I just
ガーディアンフォースの覚えるアビリティいじってましたね。エフリートに HP ジャンクションを覚えさせようとしてた。
do it in the run so I can feel it properly.
リートに。
Absolutely.
You won't get a feeling of
でミサイル発射されて。
from watching.
これはバラム行きのミサイルですね。
Exactly. No, I get
おそらく。撃たれちゃった。いやでも、
where are we at now?
スコールたちなんとかしてくれるよ
I feel
ね。
like we were just
5分切ってるけど。
King Chocobo is like
なかなかですね。
where Mog and Tomberry just
これが
were.
ね、さっき言ってた
Basically, it feels like the
脱出を
gap
阻
is
む
getting
メカですね。
smaller.
名前を覚えさせる気がないロボ。
そうだっけ、アイアンクラッドじゃなか
So
ったで
I'm
したっ
not
け。
sure
なんか、アルファベットの
そうか、通称じゃなくて、
start getting closer, but it
そうです
seems
ね、
like
型番みたいな、
Kyle is
型番の名前なんですよね。
absolutely
そうでした
making
ね。
up lost time.
もうアイアンクラッドで覚えてますね。ワンちゃん。ワンちゃん強いんですよね。5400 強。
A couple other longer sections, but like
このなんか、なんですか。
dude's kind of a
上の、あれが、一個ずつボンボン壊れていって、
この演出が長くてちょっと焦らされる。
そうですね。
Also in the ECM strat for whatever you call this tank boss thing, You don't do the 2 back-to-back limit breaks, I guess. Huh? You
あ、
just
もう
melee
終わった。
and
早いっす
1
ね。
で終わった。
second phase.
で、中身が飛び出
I
て
think
くる
it's
の
all
で、
runner preference, but you're always like wanting the crit
若干延長
on
戦。
self-phasing
早く、
attack
早く、
because
早く、早
if
く飛び出
the
てきて。
attack crits, that's
うん
it.
来た
They'll
来た来
just
た。
phase it. And I think
あちゃ
that
ちゃ
the
ちゃ。
limit break is always gonna just
はったはったはったって言ってる。
it's more consistent and definitely more
まあでも
guaranteed.
こいつらは
There's
ね、
times
雑
where
魚
I'll
なの
just
で
go
全
full
然。
limit break.
あ、
普通
それ
の
で倒すんだ。キスティスの青魔法で倒しましたね。
そうですね。
My runs,
使うんだ、青魔法。
and then look for the end.
超振動、そうそう、それですね。
And never
な
find it.
こういう名詞が全然わかんないです。
You just manipulate it.
I run 100%.
まあ、
Oh, sure.
リノアにもう
Part of the
一回、
100%
もう一ターン、
is
回すよりも
yourself
超振動の方が早い。
threshold limit.
そうです
まあ
Oh,
ね。
you have to. Oh,
ギャルがつけて、
Full cure wall rapture the
あ、ジャンクションのエクスチェンジあるんですね。
is it worth
PSX
trying to
版。
like save getting it to happen for something like Omega, or is it just
スチーム版で私最近はプレイしたの
So
で、
you'll usually
ジャンクションの
use
入れ替え
one
がね、
your
あるんですけ
MBH
ど、
because you can look freely
あれ
while
元からあったっ
something's
け？
blowing
なんか魔
up.
法とジャンクションを丸ごと入れ替えられる
Really specific ATB on
のがめちゃめちゃ便利だなって
character
思っ
but
たんですね。
otherwise you just do the rest of them in the Odin fight because Odin doesn't do anything.
キスティスさんはもういじられすぎてる。かわいそう。
So you can just do
いや、やっぱ臭い息のせい
wall
ですよ
rapture
ね。
at the end.
あと、最初の方で
あ
スコールにすごい冷たい、塩対応されたのもあるんじゃないですか。
それはキスティスのせいじゃないので、
まあだ
In my
ね
いや、でもあれよく考えてください。あれ、
challenge run that I'm
スコール
doing,
がサイファーに
no junction
顔面に傷つけられ
for
て
the entire
起きた
game, so
当日なんですよ。
every boss
あれ、あ
battle
の日でしたっけ？
effectively turns
なんか
into
あれからあんまり時間経ってない時
slots
に
at the end. So
ストーリー的には長いんですけ
like the
ど、なんか
Odin fight
当
is
日
a perfect opportunity
当
to
日
do
か
it
翌日
because
ぐらいの話なん
ああ、
ですよ、
そうですね。
あれ。
前日ですよね、あれは
あ、
ね。
前日か。
battle
なんで、
多分
strategy. 'Cause, like,
シ
when
ード
you're
試
trying to
験とかい
manipulate
ろいろやった後
when the
の
enemy
疲れてる
does
状態であれ
the
よ、上官に呼び出されてのあれなんですよ。
so you have to, like, really
って考えたら確かに塩対応にもなるのもしょうがないなって思いません？
and it doesn't
ああ、
change, you know, the different crisis
う
levels.
俺疲れてんねんって
You're, like, one specific dialed in
なりません？
lane essentially.
どうすかね。
なんか
Or see it and be like, nope, that one's definitely not
時
it.
系列ちょっとよく整理すると、
isn't
こ
the
れ
chance
ス
of
コール
getting
君もちょっと
the
かわいそう
enemy
だなってな
really
るんですよね。
low? I assume getting
確かに、一日のもうハードスケジュールではあったけど、
quite a bit higher.
There's
そう
some
で目覚めて炎の洞窟でイフリートと戦わされて、ドールの実験室に向かわされ、学園に帰ってきたパーティーに出席させて、ようやく眠れると思ったら、訓練施設の奥に呼び出されて愚痴を聞かされる。
What is
二
it,
人
like
とも
nine or
若いん
less
で
or
ね、
80?
ちょっと
若いですね。
うん。
Or
もうちょっ
reasonable
と
chance?
言葉あったんじゃないかなっていうのはね、あります
まあ
よね。
まあまあ、ありますけど。
Like,
Yeah.
俺疲れてるんで明日でいいっすかって言えばよかったんじゃないかなみたいな。
or,
で、ま
but
あ、
outside
いや、
of
でも
those,
キスティスからしたら
then, like, your
ね、知らない可愛い女の子とダンスはできるのに、
threshold, that's, like,
ね、私の話はそんな塩対応なんすかってなっちゃうと思いますよ。
なっちゃうとは思うん
basically
ですよ。
determine one side of the formula to try to see if you're gonna
さすがに寝たいんやって言って。
あんなキレッキレに踊ってて、ね、疲れてるって言われても、あれみたいになるじゃないですか。
いやまあ、あんなにキレッキレに踊ってたから疲れたのでは。
え、そこなんですか？
そこかもしれない。
But then again, I don't usually
Yeah.
purposely just toggle through
で、
all these
ガーデン
things
チームですね。
ガーデン
It's
チ
also
ー
like one of my
ム。
favorite
で、ガーデン
characters,
は戻ってきたらなんか、わたわたしてるなーっつって。
がシド派ともう一個で分かれて対立なんでしたっけ？
学園長派かマスター派かみたいなことをね、聞かれて、何の話ってなってるんですね、こっちは。で今、その、学園長は指導学園長なんですけど、マスターっていうの聞いたことない、見たことないけど、何の話やねん。でも、今、ミサイル飛んできてるか
I
ら、
don't know if it was in my most recent 100%
んで、
run.
とりあえず、こっちは指導学園長を探しに行ってるんですね。
I had gone to Odin, I summoned Phoenix.
で、何箇所か、
I did wall. And I'm like,
必須で戦わなきゃいけない場所があるんで、その各施設を巡ってフラグ立てる感じですね。1個目がとりあえず訓練施設に戦うのかな、マル兄弟の人。いや、無視しました。ここはイベント見ればいいんで、戦う必要はないですね。
ことは風神雷神は、まあ、戦わないと。
風神雷神とはここでは戦う理由はないです。訓練施設では、襲われてる子たちが本当はいるんですけど、無視して。ここは問答無用で戦うのかな。あ、違うな。
違うな。
あ、違うか。
覚えだ。
あ、ここは戦いますね。図書室。図書室は戦う。まあでも、こんな、ね、序盤の雑魚なので余裕だと思います。全然回復しないんだ。お、強い。強い。1900強い。
So that's what do you even really call this section of the game? Like Garden Chaos or something?
ガーデンケイアス。
A lot of the triggers
敵対派閥ってだけで魔物仕掛けてくる状態。確かに世紀末ですよね。でかい、なんか治安が。
まあまあ、内乱みたいな感じになってるんで。で、ここで話を聞いて、学園長の居所を聞くのかな。まあ、多分確か誰も知らないんですけど。あ、三つ編みの図書委員だ。なんかもらってる。
practically anything except for going into the library.
三つ編みの図書委員もね、折々にここ図書室を訪ねると、なんかイベントがね進行していって、最終的にゼル君に三つ編みの図書委員がバラムのホテルに呼び出しをしてね、なんか何事か告白してんのかなみたいなシーンがあるんですけど、それが全部読めるようになりますね。
I think in my notes I refer to the section as like garden commotion. I think
that sounds
or
good.
conflict, something like that.
で、ここが保健室。
I can't really remember, but yeah, it's essentially what you're saying. It's chaos. Like
謎のポーズを取ってる人たちがいますけど。
Like when you're first playing through, you want to go through all the paths and help and do all the fights.
ここはスルーしたのかな。
Protect Sid and then you.
あ、スルーしましたね。助けなかった。
You don't actually need to do any of that.
Yeah.
And Saya just did the little Resident Evil puzzle.
保健室は助けずに
In
行
the
く。
Caraway Villa, for some reason, there's
モ
a
ブチームちょっとエンカウントがだいぶ手前だったから、もう一回エンカウント増えちゃうかもしれない。
It's the only time I've ever seen a puzzle like that in a Final Fantasy game that I can think of.
FF8 はね、通常プレイをする分には、そのサブイベントの方が楽しいんでね。サブイベントを満喫したかどうかで結構そのゲーム自体の評価が変わってくるんじゃないかなと。
確かにそこはあります。ありそうですね。あと、レベリングして、裏切られたかどうかにもよるかもしれない。
それは辛いですね。確かに。
最終盤でレベル80でいって、まあ、完走しないまでも、
すごいですね。
あーってなることはある。ラストランで地獄を見るとかあるんで。
ああ。結構、ディアボロスを手に入れてエンカウントなし覚えてからは、全然そのレベル上がんなくなっちゃったなって感じだった。そんなこともあるんですね。
あるんですよね。RPG だからレベル上げれば楽になるんだろうっていう。
あ、そこで2階の奥でシューと話すと、イベントフラグが立つのかな。
Does the Odin puzzle fall into that?
右上あれだ。
Where you just slam all the
パレードの
buttons
とこに
on
来ま
it.
した
パレー
ね。
ドだ。
Oh, the Odin one. Never mind. I was thinking the
名前が
Omega
出
one
て
where
こ
you
なかっ
just
た。
slam
パ
all
レ
the
ード
buttons on the
パレード。
on the
Oh, the
organ.
organ.
The
Yeah.
Odin one, I wish there was a little more of an indication on what you're supposed to do, since like once you do put the eyes together and get the code, like that's pretty cool. I suppose that would also be kind of resi.
My favorite thing
で、
about
3階に行くと、学園長が
is the fact
いる
that
のか
you
な。
don't have to do it.
You can just like hold
And
some
the
buttons.
best
Oh,
part
いるは
is
ず。
when you
Right?
don't. Oh. Best
You
part is when
definitely-
you don't lower or raise the stairs, and then you
で
have
ね、
to
その
light
ミサイルが
up
ここに
and you realize
飛んできちゃうんすよ
You
って話をする
you
と
just、press square.
このガーデン、シェルター的な役割をもう兼ねているので、
はい。
But like the
地
actual
下に行
puzzle
っ
of
て
like
ね、それ
climbing around
の
on this tower and
エンジン
putting
かけるみ
the
たいなことをしてほしいって言われるんですよ。
gem eyes together
かなり
and
長い間
making
使
a
ってないん
code. Like,
で、
that's pretty
動くかどう
cool
かもちょっとわかんないけど、
Yeah, and
できて
like
くれるって言われて。
like the numbers
マ
on
ジ
the
かよ
screen and like putting in the code. It's so interesting, right? Because it's not like a contraption that you're like using as the character. It's like you as the person playing the game can see this text on the screen.
な
So
ぜかおっ
it's
と
very
っとっ
like
てここでこけて大丈夫かっ
Did,
て心配にな
you
ってる
think
スコール
Odin
君ですね。
created that as part of his test?
so. This is like a really interesting part because it's like
心の中で愚
like
痴ってますね
native
スコール君。
Cetrins. I guess you could say.
俺の
and then
感情は関係ない
the
と思い
idea
ま
of
すみ
like
たいなこと言
my
ってた
blue
から。
heaven and like all of the architecture there and like the weird magic that's happening. I know there's a lot more.
感情
going
が
on
下手、
than what meets the eye,
こう、なん
at
か、
least as far as
言葉足らずみたいなこと、なんか、言われた気がする。
is concerned.
そうなんですよね。昔自分でプレイしてた時はそんなに風に見てなかったんですけど、友人がね、プレイした時に心の声がめちゃめちゃ多いっていう話になって、あ、確かになーって思いましたね。結構ね、カッコの中でいろいろ豊かに表現してるんですけどね。
実際のセリフだけ見ると、そんなに
そう、
話してない。
喋ってないんですよね。で急にね、
Hey,
うどんはああだった、
you
うどんは
get-
こうだったみたいな
I
話になるんで
assume
ね。
even on other roads you
笑っちゃうんですけ
speak
ど。
local, correct?
Yeah. I think so.
Pretty well, I guess we'll find out in a second here. But this is one of the
ミ
last,
サイルが迫っているよ。
if not the last GF that you have to draw from a boss. Okay, yep, so we draw from these regardless.
Pandemonium.
And Pandemonium.
エレベーター止まっちゃうし。
So yeah, there's only a couple of GFs you really have to
で、大使。
draw
まあね、
from
だいぶ
fight.
使われてなくて
Pretty
古い
good
から
amount
何があっ
of
て
them,
も
so probably
お
what,
かしく
half
な
of
い。
the GFs? Maybe.
気をつけていこうね。
Some of the other ones are just quite far out of the way.
Yeah, I want to
ミ
say
サイルが着弾するまで結構時間ありますよね。
そうなんですよ。結構猶予
よ
ありますよね、ここね。
タイマーもないから、永遠に着弾しないミサイルなんですよね。時間。だって、チョコボチームが1時間15分まで縮めてはいるのかな。
あんまり差はついてないような気はしますね。
everyone's favorite part of the speed run.
離れも
Cordellium side of the screen is going to be the
せず、
fabled
近づきもせずみたいな。
first try valve.
Without turbo, right?
Of course. Just
Yeah.
ここ、
raw natural skill.
地下で、なんか
はい
オイル系の火に弱い敵が多そうだから、火をジャンクションするといいぞみたいなことをなんか急にね、チュートリアルし始めますね、スコール君が。
ああ、
今みたいな。
Trying to grab
Bob.
onto these ladders is
上で、買い物とかもう、戻らなあかんねんけど、みたいな。
the angles to try to grab onto him does
あ
not
まあ
make
カード
sense.
とかあれ
It's
ば、
like,
あ
oh,
ここは
face
ね
away
バル
from
ブを
it
回すん
and
です
do
け
like a
ど
little
連打
turn
回数が
to the
人
right,
数が
and
増え
then
るごと
go
に
back
優
on
しく
the
なって
ladder, like, what?
多分これスコール君一人だと100回連打だったと思うんですけどどうなのかな
100回
やるのかな
And we should see a first try.
まあまあまあ、10回でした。
Boom.
あダン
そう
素晴らしい怪力
I will say that people that can do this without
めちゃめちゃ
turbo
連打しなくちゃいけないと思うんですけどね一人で回すと
Oh yeah.
I got to.
Sorry,
Sorry, go
go
ahead.
No, you.
No, you go. No, you. No, you.
I
そうい
think
え
well,
ば、
I
さっ
could
き
do
イ
it
フリートを
again,
ジャンクションして
but
たから、
I
あれです
はい
ね。
risk would
イフリー
just
ト
fall
使う
off if I tried now.
いや
多いですね。じゃないですかね
そうなんですか
Wait, you
イフリート時間かかんないかな
でも一撃で倒せる、他でファイヤーがフ
Multiple times.
ァイヤー系で2発かかるぐらいならイフリートで1発っていうのもあるかもしれない。
There was a point
殴って
in
倒せる
time
なら殴った方
where
が
I
早
was
くないですか
like
と思ったけ
あ
ど
ー
でもそれを差し引いてもイフリートの方が早いってことですかね
during this to
み
try to like
もしく
イフリートジャン
は
クションしてるのは
frequency of button
力
presses that I needed,
60%
like,
つけるためだ
it
と
was
思うんですけ
kinda
ど
wild. I had it
あ
like, at the end of the day,
ー、
like,
確かにそういう、
ちょっと
じゃあイ
誰
フリート
どの
で殴る
your fingers aren't
ではなくて
cooperating,
物
like,
理か
it
な。
doesn't matter
どの
how much
GF
you
につけ
down.
たかまではね見てなかったんですけどあと HP ジャンクションか
ここのボス単体ですもんね。
いや2匹いましたよねオイルシッパーですよね
か。2でしたっけ
あ、連打タイムに入りました、潜りチームも。
2匹か。
きっと一発で抜けてくれることでしょう。
2匹みたいですね。
Another
って
Valve
ことは、
on Brutal's
1
side.
回ずつ攻撃するよりイフリートで一掃するっていうのも考えられるのかな。
一撃でいけるならその方が早いのかもしれないですね。
低レベルだからいける
ダウン、
かも。
素晴らしい。潜りチームも一
Like
発。
a turbo valve
もう当たり前
on
のよう
PC
に一発ですね。
is especially hard
あ、すごいね。
because there is a frame inconsistency that me and a lot of other people have noticed
オロオロ
where
スコール。
it will flicker between 30 and 31 FPS. So if you're using turbo is at a consistent frequency, doing a certain number of
さあ、ちょ
button
っと
presses per
何
second.
さ、どうやって倒すのか
If you're doing
気になってきた。
valve,
まあまあ、
and
もう
your
少しで
frame
分
rate
かるでし
flickers
ょう。
from 30 to 31 while you're pressing at a very
どっちで
specific
行くの
frequency,
か、
you're
イ
going
フ
to
リ
have
ートで
like
行
a
くのか
blip。in your turbo. So when you're trying to hit
な
a
んか
certain
ガーディ
number
ア
of
ンフォ
button
ース
presses
使う
and
の
that
はちょっ
blip
と
happens 2 or
時
3
間かかり
times,
すぎる
it
ような
might
気がするん
be
で
a
すけど
couple
ね、演
button
出の
presses
時
short.
間が。
あ
Really,
あ、
if you're
それも
That's
確
what
か
I
に
did
気
a
にな
lot
るんですよ
sometimes.
ね。あれ、
I
何
thought maybe
一
I'd
じゃ
turn it
長い
on
です
late, and I
もん
was
ね。
like,
で、
turn it
今
on
力
before
が、
the
なんか
minigame
アバインめ
even
ちゃめちゃ
started.
力
How
強
did
かった
that
気がする
happen?
の
it's the
で、
frame
は
rate
い。
inconsistency.
あと、
普通に
あ、
殴
そっか。
っていけるんじゃないか
You
な。
can't determine
あ
when
と、
it's
ゼル
gonna
も連れて
or
き
how
て
many
ますも
times
ん
it
ね。
happens.
PC port, isn't
ア
it?
バインの三段を
Yep.
使うそうです。
Yep.
あ、アバインの3段
I was
そう
trying
で
to
すよね。やっぱ、
that
ちょっ
was
と
one
イ
of
フ
the
リートだと
things
時
I
間
was
かかり
trying to
ますよ
figure
ね。
out, like how many button presses I need to do with the click track. It was specifically on PC to try to determine like that.
ああ、
But
そう
again,
か。う
at the end
ん、
of
そう
the
です
day,
ね。
you're not gonna
特
be
殊
able to
技
tell.
安定ですね。
If your fingers
出
aren't
てきた。
cooperating and the game is running, you know, it can just blip whenever it
あ、
wants.
もうトリプ
It's
ル、
no
あ、
issue.
そうだ、キッシスのカードで
This is
トリプル持
あ
ってるん
a
で
very
すね。
scary fight that
持っ
Cordellium
て
is
るん
going
だ。
into right now because the boss. Okay, like so
なるほど。そした
not
ら
the
確か
move
にア
that
バ
we
イ
didn't
ン
want to
無
happen,
双
but
ですね。
as you can
無双
see,
が始まって
the
しまう。
boss can get moves off before your
ちょっと、
ATB even gets a chance to go off.
ショットガン
And
ショッ
the
トって
boss
今
can
書い
do
て
a
あっ
move
た。
called Sonic Wave. And
三段
Sonic
だから。
Wave will inflict curse on
間引か
you.
れてた。
これで全体攻
And
撃になるか
あ、
ら三段使ってるんで
Curse
すね。
makes it so you can't use your limit break, so then you have to
なる
take a
ほど。
turn to
そ
throw
りゃ
at
早
them,
いわ。
and
早い
then
です
you'll hope
ね。
that
ト
you
リ
have
プル
enough
あるん
time
で
to
す。
use your limit before they start hitting you, because they hit awfully hard.
yeah, they
Uh,
don't. They're not
so
pushovers.
you can get stuck in a kind of a death loop trying to get rid of the curse before they kill you.
Job on oily boilies.
One of those fights that
あ、ちょっ
even
とエンカウン
I could
悪
do
い
it
か。
perfectly
潜り
fine
チー
5
ム。
times in a row, and I'm still always
と
gonna
いう
be
か、
nervous
エン
about
カウン
it
トなしつけてないんですね。
because of the
Exactly.
chance of getting
あ
screwed.
あ。
避
Completely
ける
out
こ
of
と
your
はできた
control.
と思うんですけど。
It is definitely a point of failure.
わざわざエンカウントしてるんじゃないです
That
か、
is
そう
the
なると。
halfway point
なんで
in
す
the
かね。
run,
う
typically.
ん。
It is.
So
さて、ミサイルのムービーが来て、
We're looking at a really nice.
もうちょい
Like if
で
things keep going this
バラムに
pace
到着しちゃ
for
いそう。
Team Tonberry, we're looking at a really nice time, like across the board for the speed run.
minus the
あれセーブで
bosses
きない。
being a little
たまにある8の
nasty, namely
セーブ
Adea
ポイントを通ったんだけど、セーブコマンドが
kinda as expected.
アクティブになってないっていうのは。
Nothing to. I think the Adea one was like the biggest like wrench in the gears so far, but that's not really saying much.
なかったですか、そういうこと。セーブポイント
ありました、ありました。
ねえ
We saw a lot of
8あるあるかなと思うんですけど。
scary sections yet.
The fact that
ま
oil
だ取れてない。
boils
なるほ
coming
ど。
off
AP
for
稼ぎ
Cordellium
が
without a hit
できてないのか。
a nice thing, for sure. We'll see what happens for Broodles.
I don't want a commentator's curse, so we're just gonna see.
確かに AP 稼ぐポイントがないのか。他に
Waited for the first actions, sent Zell's attack through,
他
and
に
then
ディアボロスより前だもんな。
shot. And that's going to be an easy
さあ
day for
左
Team
上
Bot.
も、まあ、倒しきってと。
あっという間に。トンベリチーム結構このムービー長いですね。ムービー、カットシーン。
So there's
みんなであわあわ。
really unfortunate luck that
ま
can
あ、こ
happen
の
in this
EST
game.
の長さって、ムービー飛ばせない部分結構大きそうですもんね。
まあ、大幅なカットっていうのがないはずなのでね。
ちょっと、まあ、しょうがないところはありますよね、この辺は。
あでも、いつもこんなもんだったと思います。8時間とか。ね。
People went up against Norg and like didn't get like the drop.
Even make that a chance.
でね、あわあわしてたとこがそのまま操縦席みたいになって、ガーデンが
ガーデンがなぜかではねえな。動く
ふわーっと。
I think if I'm remembering correctly, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure in the Japanese version of this game,
本
like
作の
the
飛空艇枠はガーデンだったのだ。
certain thresholds is a little bit different. So, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not really taking this to the bank, but I'm pretty sure that in the Japanese version, you can throw a holy, like you can throw an item like a holy or a holy war with certain characters. And if their spirit check doesn't match what it needs to be to successfully throw an item, you can miss.
間一髪ですね。
That's terrible. It's not just like the
誘導ミサイルじゃなくて、あれですね、座標指定だったんですねって。
proper item
目いっ
itself
ぱい
can
ね、
still
ずら
miss.
してきたん
I
で
think、the item can miss. Like, I
で
wanna
も危
say
なかった
like,
ですけどね。
Uninstall the game.
if like
I'm
you
like, I'm never doing
だい
this
ぶ
again.
近いんで、ダ
Selfie had
メー
this,
ジ受
like,
けそうですけど
13
ね、この
spirit
距
or
離。
something like that.
結
あの爆発なら。
構
I can't remember.
ダメージはあり
I'm
そうな
thinking of the situation in my head right now 'cause I don't-
距離
I'm trying
見
to
えますけ
explain
ど。
what I mean, but like, for instance, like the check requires
なんとか
14
なりま
spirit
した
to
ね。
successfully land throwing something like that, but you throw it with a character that has 13.
チョコボチームはディスク1の終わ
I
り
can't remember how it is.
に差し掛かってますね。
This is something off the top of my head that I heard of. This is not. It hasn't happened to me, or I didn't
生
see
き
it.
って出てきた割にはすぐ
This is
に
conjecture.
膝を折ってしまうサイファー君。
Yeah, no, that would be one of those like.
って考えると、
That's
ディ
my
スク
sign
1
to
の時点
never
で
touch
3
this
時間
again. That would be
ちょ
that
いっ
moment.
てことは、
And I'm done.
Yep.
These discs go on the shelf.
やっぱディスク1のウェイト多いんですね。8の RTA は。
いや
We have
どう
the nice
ま
Thundara
あそうなんですかね。
on Team Choco side.
3時間。
Didn't get the perfect. Oh, see, that was like she's. Yeah, that one was not a low level because that Irvine hit plus the trigger would
あ
have
で、外の様子をちょっと見に行くんだったかな。
had it been a low level.
ガーデン動き始めたん
And
で。
that's a split for Team Choco.
学園長派かマスター派かみたいなのも、なんかこんなことになって飛んじゃったし、うやむやになって終わりましたね。
うやむやで。なんか再発しそうなんですよね、うやむやに終わると。多分大変なんだろうな。
Now Sayo gets to
なんか面白いな。そ
the,
のカ
the
ット
wonderful world of prison. Time for his 8-minute break.
モーグリチームも避けた
I've
と
been
ころ
doing
か。
cutscene remover a little bit lately.
住んで
They
の
just
ところで
recently made it so that you can actually have a break during cutscene remover in 8, because otherwise it was about a 4.5-hour run with no breaks.
Yeah.
Man, doing a run for like 8.5 hours, where really probably 20 to 30 minutes of it is
フェ
break
チにぶ
time
つかり
was
そうになるだったかな。
so much easier than doing one run that's
ぶつかっちゃうん
4
だっけ。
hours but with no
ぶつ
breaks.
かっちゃう。
No,
確か
breaks
街
are
にぶ
really
つかっちゃっ
nice.
て、どうにかしろって言われて、なんで俺がみたいな感じで動かし、
あ
適当に動かしたら、今度海に突っ込むんでしたっけ。
generous breaks in between. So it's
そうでしたね。釣りじいさんが逃げてましたもんね。
get to mess around at work and do
逃げた。
nothing. I'm still very tired
か
of
わい
it,
そうに。
but it's nice to like if you're doing something
バラムにぶつかりそうになって、
where you get to
それは回避するのか。
it's
バラムにはぶつからないのか。
ないですね。
Yeah, I'd rather do
ちょ
like
っとぶつかってそうでしたけどね、今のムービーだと。
and have more time to step
いや、
away and
いやなかなか被害は受けると思うんだよな。
that kind of stuff. Versus when you sit down, you just start to finish, gotta go through the whole thing.
まあまあ
Yeah,
で
I added
も
a
ほら
5-minute
なんとか
break
な
in
ったでしょ。
cutscene remover.
なんとかね
なんと。かだったのね。
That's very nice. I saw that. I saw that.
被害は釣りじいさんだけで済んだん
graveyards,
だ。
so I'm like on the off schedule of everything.
で、一
that's
旦
going
バラ
on,
ム
but
回
I
避
get
したか
to-
ら、まあまあ、OK っし
I
ょ。
don't think I've actually
Okay,
submitted a CSR run. I've ran it plenty of times, but I don't think I've ever actually submitted one. So I don't even know if my vote would count for that.
I've never actually done a CSR run. The only time
Yeah.
I use CSR is for
チョコボ
randomizer.
チームもディスク2に入って。
Same. It's for randomizer or for practice. I don't know if I've ever
ディスクは
tried to record
同じ
one.
ディスクに入った。
Maybe if you get the chance.
みんな
I know
スコールこの手前向いて
I wanted to.
見切れてるの。
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm the only person that runs it in English right now.
E-Town runs in English.
For cutscene remover? Because I
Oh.
thought he just does full runs typically.
退屈だな。
Doesn't he usually do even 100% runs a lot.
なんかいろいろあったな。
I
い
don't know
ろ
how
い
you
ろあっ
guys
た
do
なっ
it.
て。
The 100% run, that seems like
It's so much easier.
Such a task.
I'll probably learn 100% eventually.
Well, it's easier and it's harder. It's easier to execute, but there's like more landmines that will just like instantly kill the run if you like miss a dialogue option, which is unfortunate.
これで、次が、あれ、白いシードの
I've
船
been
が来
doing
るんだっ
like
け
my dumb little challenge run. I'm like, I want to flesh this into a real speed run.
あ
But like, even if the RNG went your way with it, it would still be
マ
like
ス
a
ター
speed
の
run
話
or
聞
speed
き
run
に行く
in
か
this
なんかあり
speed
ませんでしたっけ？
あ、そっちが
maybe
先でしたっ
100% is
け
like the
あ、そっ
way to
か。
go.
あ、そうだ、そうですね。
What category are you describing?
Oh no, I'm doing like a no junctions, no leveling playthrough, and I've done it before. It's just
コムソーみ
ridiculous.
たいな人
So
がね、
I was
こうやっ
like
て呼びに来
trying to
て、
think about like what it would take to
地下
make
に行
that
け
an
って言
actual
われる
speed
の
run.
で、
I'm like, if the RNG went perfectly, it would still be like 28
じゃあ行く
hours.
か。
But perfect RNG like that's never gonna happen.
Have you seen the word soup challenge run of 10 that people are doing?
No.
で来ると、
Find it.
Oh, what is that?
It's
なんか言い争ってんな。
あれ、吸ってん
I
な
don't
ぁ
know if
って
I
That
can
runs
read
about
this
12
correctly.
hours, I believe.
World record is 11:11. Alright, so this
学園長じゃん。
challenge run for 10 is NS, GNS.
農具、マスター農具っていうのがこの学園のマスターなんですけど、農具は金のことしか考えてない
Copy of
みたいなんでね、シド学園長がね、
Actually,
怒って
I
ます。
just write it in the chat.
確かにいろいろこうめちゃくちゃなこと言うてた気がする。
めちゃくちゃなこと
NSG,
この
NS.
学園は私のものだみたいなことを言ってた気がする。
まあ、マスター農具からするとそうですね。
まあ、マ
ま
スターですもんね。
No sphere
あ、
grid.
出資者と
Customized
その
probably.
Oh, yeah.
経営者みたいな差なんで、ちょっとなんか、
No encounter.
No encounters. And no
No,
blitzball.
it's-
シド学園長がこのバラムガーデンを建設するためのその資金的な援助をマスターから受けてるんで
Yikes.
すよね。
That's a,
なんだけ
that's a
ど、
mouthful.
ちょっと金儲けにの方が
Yeah,
ウエイトが
So I
高
did
く
a-
て、マスターは
Runs
Hi,
on-
hi.
I think he's
そ
on
の
PSI.
方針がね、噛み合わねえなっていう。
I did a
まあ、投資してる人間からしたら、まあ、あれですもんね。投資してる理由は、そりゃ利益になるからですから。
うん、ちゃんと利益出してくれないと困るよっていう話かもしれないですね。これがね、マスター農具です。
あの、
趣味族っていうね、種族の人なんで、ちょっと見た目がね、普通の人間とは違うんですけど。
趣味族なのにお金が趣味。
農具は一族の中でも変わり者だよっていう話をね、趣味族の村に行くと聞けるんですけど、
I feel like I found myself in situations
多
like
分
that too,
RTA 中
where
は
like
趣味
I
族の
wanna
村には
do
行かな
the
い
idea
と
of
思う
doing
んで。
something sounds really good, so I
あ
like
そこっ
semi
て
look at it and I'm
必
like,
須じゃなか
I can
った
do
で
this.
す。
ないですね。
ね
サブイベなんで行くことはないと思うんですけど、
まあ、ワン
この
チャン、
種族が、
いや、でも買い物とかも特にあそこ、
いや、なんもないですよ。
なんもないですよ
なんもないんで
ね
行。かないと思います。
じゃあ行く理由ないか。
Yeah, you're
な
gonna
い
see
です
Broodles
ね。
probably
は
doing
い、行く理由
the
がないので行かないんですけ
version
ど、
that
こ
you
の
see
種
for
族の
PCI
村
where
が
he's- I think
北
he's
の
gonna
端っこの方に
damage
ありますね。
down Irvine, I think. Because I'm
So
pretty
the
sure the
quick way
EC
入り口に
ECM goes
有料で
with
アル
credit,
テマの
correct?
ドローポイントがありますね。
あ
Quick way is
あ
to non-trigger
で
attack.
もあそこの村のイベントも私は好きですね。
どんなイベントでしたっけ？
石を集めろって言われるのが第一段階で、
はいはいはいはいはいはい。
で第二段階で一人作業をやりたくねえなって言ってる人を説得してほしいって言われますね。
村のあれだ、お使いだ。
Just don't trigger or everything goes
まあ
off the rails immediately.
やめてくれ
Don't trigger?
Yeah, you
なん
don't.
かそんなのがあった。
I think, yeah, you don't want to trigger with Squall when you're attacking Irvine, otherwise you'll kill him.
Oh, on this track. Okay, yeah, yeah.
ああ、やっぱイフリートはジャンクションのためですね。
One thing that
HP
doesn't
ジャンク
really
ションと
matter,
力
but a
20%、
fun fact for Norg
40%、
is
60%つけるの
right
と、
before,
力に
like right
力
when
にト
he
リプルでしたね。
puts himself in his pod and attacks you, you can actually open the menu right there. It's like a weird little. There's like a little window of time where like you're allowed to menu.
ちょいちょい本家の
If for
解説
whatever
の方
reason
で
you
ね、
decide that you wanted
オット
to
メニアって聞こえてくるんで、
heat
アルティ
up
マニアの
or,
話
you
も
know,
出て
switch
るのか
amongst
な
the
って。
parties, like you actually would have like, oh
ア
no,
ル
I
ティメア
forgot.
ニアによるとみたいな話してるっぽい
The
です
way
ね。
that
ね
I
え
always
気になります
check
ね。
the like the easiest way for me is when after the I don't know garden staff guy leaves and
結
Sid
構こ
kind of
こ
hunches
お
over.
話長めですね。
Suddenly
マスター
長め
ノーブの。
だから、画面だけでは、画面だけ見たら並んでるように見えてしまった。
あ、ここでジャンクション
Do
できるの
the
か。
swap. There's like little
うん、自由に動いてる。
うわ
ここ動けるんだ。
I guess when you start like running more just
魔
getting
女暗
kind of
殺の
confused with,
話
like,
は
time
ガーデンからの
control
命令じゃ
or
なかったんだっていうのをこ
little
こで
like
知ら
I
さ
don't
れ
know
るんです
things
ね
that。you're
ガルバディアガーデンの
like
マス
oh
タ
my
ーのド
character
ドン
did
ナって
this
人が
gesture that means it's time for me to do this
ち
menu
ょう
or
どいい
whatever.
コマ
Just
がたまたまガルバディアガーデン
little
に来た
things
から
start
使っ
to
ちゃえ
stand
みた
out
い
in your
な
memory
感
for
じ
it.
でスコールたちに命令を出しただけで、その別にマスターノブとしてはそれを了承したわけじゃなかった。
この話であれでしたっけ？この学園は私のものだって言って反発されて、じゃあ誰のものやねんって言って怒ってきて襲いかかってくるんでしたっけ？
そんな流れだったかも。
そんな流れでしたよね。
That's what I need to do because
ブ
last
シュ
time
ル
I
ルル。
did
あ
accidentally hit yes.
あ、
and
もう
yeah, it's a
早い。
huge amount of extra text for no benefit.
あ、リヴァイアさんドローしてました。そうか、簡単にドローできる JF はドローしていくんですね。
なるほど。
So then you'll definitely find like markers that you
あ、そっ
can
か、ここでイデアが
like a little bit of
シドの奥さんだってことがわかるんですよね。
so to speak.
え、そうだったのっていうスコールからすると。
So, Cord had Squall attack, Irvine attack, Squall wrench.
まあ、大人になってからだけど、農具ちょっとかわいそうな感じはありますよね、ここ。
大人になってみればそうかもしれないですね。確かにね。
当時は、いや、学園長やからシドのじゃねってなんか思ってましたね、昔は。
急に出てきて切れ始めるからよくわかんなかったかもしれないですけど。
でも、金出してるのを農具って言われたら、ああ、じゃあもう、文句言う筋合いはあるなと。
まあそうは言ってもわかんないですけど。どういう取り決めでね、そのマサになったのか。
まあまあ、確かに。
わかんないんでね、こっちからは。
So I just did Norg in my silly little playthrough that I was talking about, and I am pretty sure that Norg will do absolutely nothing.
嫌な感じのやつ、ミーンガイって訳されてるのかな。
As long as you're like balancing the spheres from going red, he won't do anything, right? Even if he opens up his pod, or did I just get extremely
なんか
lucky?
ミーンガイって見えますね。
ミーンガイか。
I'm pretty sure even when he opens his pod, it has to go yellow and then red for him to cast anything.
ブジュルルルーはブジュルルルーなんですね。
まあ、その辺はしょうがないというか、まあ、変えようがなかったのでは。
まんまでよかったなっていう感じですけど。
Okay, so stronger match. Maybe I'm gonna have to test like the different levels because I know for sure nothing happened.
学園長どこにいるか知らないみたいな。で2階のデッキに来てって言われてるのかな。知らない船がやってきて。
But I wonder if when the pod opens, if that still holds true. And we split for Mog as well.
Oh, now all the splits are actually updating for me, like, quicker. Finally.
ちょっと私の地域で雷がすごい鳴ってるので、もし急に落ちたら多分電気止まったなと思ってください。
わかりました。こちらはまだ、こちらは雷鳴ってないですね。
あ、で、デッキに出ると白いシードの船が来てて、で エルオーネを預けてるんだけど、返してくれないって。
ああ。
で、エルオーネをね、探しにいます。あ、解説の方がね、これからいらっしゃるみたいなんで、そしたら私は抜けますね。
わかりました。この、
エルオーネが図書室にいるので、図書室に向かう
horrible
はず。
for having to pick
そうし
option 2 with that poor Moomba. We rescued them
Moomba.
later. We help them later, but
あ、右上。
it feels terrible. All in the name of time save. So now we go to collect a loan to send her to the White Seed ship. So she will hopefully be safe and hard to
こちらが
find.
ね、エルオーネなんですけど、ディスク1の本当にオープニング始まった直後、スコール君が保健室で寝てる時に、なんかまた会えたねって言ってく
Did they
るん
ever
だったかな。
explain? I'm not even
言って
sure.
きたの
Did they
が
explain
この
where
同
the,
じ人です。エルオー
the
ネです。
White
エル
Seed
オーネか。
like soldier guys, these guys come from, or
あ、で、ここであれか、ラグナ編は過去でやるよ、過去だよって教えてもらうんでしたっけ？
あ、そうか、ここでわかるんでしたっけ。
ここでしたよね、確か。
エルオーネの不思議な力によってスコールたちは過去の世界に送られてるんだよっていう話を聞く。なんで俺なんだ、
なんで
俺だってそんな背負いきれねえよみたいなことをね、確か言ってましたね。
でも頼れるのはあなただけなのみたいな。なんで頼れるのは俺たちだけなのかちょっと説明してください。
いや、
もう一歩説明を。
でもエルオーネのその不思議な力は知ってる人を知ってる人にしか送れないんじゃなかったかな。
確かそんな感じでしたよね。
うん。過去を変えたいっていうのはここでわかるんだったかな。ここもね、スコール君のモノローグで、なんでやねんみたいな話がね。
俺そんな落ち込んでるように見えるみたいな。
なかなかね、17歳の子に背負わせるにはね、過酷なこといっぱいありますからね。エリオーネは白いシードの船に乗っていきますね。実質に戻ってゴロゴロ。これはちっちゃい頃のスコールですね。僕一人だけど 頑張るよ
It
み
is
たいな
pretty
ことを
rough
言って
for
たと思い
alone
ま
to
す。
just be like,
あ、そうだな。
yeah,
そんな
by the
感
way,
じ
I'm the one
でしたっ
causing
け？
these
あ、でね、こ
hallucinations, and then
こ、
he just pieces out.
今、ゼルとアーバインがパーティーにいるんで、ゼル君がね、なんか気
あ
晴らしに訓練施設でも行くって誘いに来てくれますね。これが、リノアを連れてると、リノアがお散歩一緒に行かないみたいなお誘いに来て、
あ
で、それについていくと、ムービーが挟まっちゃうんで、リノアは連れてこないです。
A
なるほど。
conversation would be way too simple and way too direct. Come on now.
今ですね、トンベリチームとモーグリチームがほぼ競ってて、ディスク2の、ガーデン飛びましたの後、マスター倒した後ぐらいですね。で、チョコボーチームが収容所、ディスク2の、まあ、初めの方ですかね。
I don't know, father-son connection, I guess.
あ、ゼルのカード取らない方が理論的には早いんですか？そうなんだ。
But yeah, making Squall be involved without telling him, knowing his personality probably was not the best pick for the job.
Yeah, I think given what's at stake, because
後で取りに行くんですかね。なんかカードを取りに行くタイミング2回あるっていうふうに資料には書いてあったんですけど。
messing with different
もし
timelines.
それ後で取りに行くんだとすると、もしかするとモーグリの方がやや早いのかもしれないですね。
The fact that
あ
alone
あ、
exists
取りに行ってるからか
and
も。
like how many possible timelines exist from
お
that.
じいちゃん。
Like she's definitely trying to like
おじいちゃんね、せっかくなんか大物の予感だったの
what
に
is going
ね。
to be written
か
or
わ
what
いそう
already
に。
has been
釣り
written.
じいさんのイベントもね、やっぱ好きですね。フィッシャーマンズ・ホライズン、いいイベントが多いのでね、楽しいです
A
よ
lot
ね。
of the times
そ
when
う
there's
です
like
ね。
time travel stuff in a
あ、今取って
story,
な
it
ら
feels
もう
like a
取りに行くことはない。
convenient
であればもう完全に並ん
way
でま
to
すね。
like excuse
あ
things
あ。
being
っ
kind
て
of,
ことは一応、
kind of
Yeah.
messy in the
安
plot,
定
but in
チ
this
ャート
game it
とか
feels
いう
like
問
the
題じゃなくて、
chaos
1
has
って
driven
考
that
えたら左下は安定してる
time
け
travel. Like
ど、
it feels like
一応
it
リ
kind
ス
of
クは背負って
suits
ると
the
い
いう
や、もう
ことかな。
多分
story
トリプル
direction more.
出
ジャンク
たから、
ションしてれ
ま
ば変わんないんじゃないですか、
I mean,
力は。
if you
あ、ああ。
if you
本当に
examine
序
it
盤
and like what's
のこう
actually
火
happening
力なの
and
か
like
な
the
と思いまし
idea
た。
of like going through this
じゃ
timeline,
あ
this
も
linear
う、
process
リ
of
スクの
time,
ポイント過ぎてるってこ
even
とは、
playing
ま
this game,
あ、アドバ
getting
ン
to
テー
the
ジ
end of
は
the
得
game
た
and
けど、
realizing like
もう十
得
分
て、
oh, like she
アーバイ
is
ンの
getting her
特殊技
powers
で
through
火力
there
が出せて
at
る
the
の
end
で、多
because
分もう
we
いらないんじゃないかな。
like we're the ones that make this
じゃ
happen.
あ、
And it's like
あ
this
気がし
じゃあ
ます
もういら
ね。
ないの
self-fulfilling
か。
prophecy that's happening, but you don't know that it's happening.
あ、そう、
While
FH
Do you
に
think
フィッ
that's
シャーマンズ・ホライ
expected
ズンっていう
from
街にぶつかっちゃっ
for
た
はい。
の
them? I mean,
で、
like
街の
obviously
偉
they
い人にあ
continue
って我
after
々
the
に敵意
story
は
is
ない
done, like the world
し、今回の
はい
ぶつかっちゃっ
continues
たこと
on,
謝
but
ってき
like
てねって言われて、
do you think
I think
for
it's
ス
は
like
コー
い。
ル君たちがね、行
Ultimacia
くことに
now
な
is
りま
like
す。
stuck in
そ
this
う。
なんでス
loop
コー
of
ルがって感じなんですけど。
そう
あてね。
ま
I
あ、
think
ま
I
あ
guess
まあまあ、こ
technically
こは
she
ギ
is
リギリ飲み
because
込
like
め
you
る。
underwrote that loop from
け
existence because
ど、
that
こ
loop
の
was
曲が
just
ね、めちゃ
there
めちゃいいとこなん
and
で。
that's what she was trying to do is like cement that loop and to keep that
た
loop from
だ、
happening,
頼られ
which is
す
why
ぎ
she
な
was
んで
trying
すよ
to
ね。
erase the seeds
そうなんですよ
because
ね。
like if she did erase the seeds then that loop wouldn't
来ました
have
ね、
the
いい
option
BGM が。
to be like erased like they were trying to do
あ、釣
which
り
is
釣りじいさん
successful.
が。
The only reason that we're experiencing the loop
あ、
over again is
あ、
playing
釣り
it
じい
from
さん。
start to finish.
uh-huh,
But like
right, true.
the yeah, like the timeline of them like going forward, they're never gonna have to like relive that loop again. But if we're talking like off count, off shot about like multiple different timelines, I guess like they could experience that loop again too. If there was like an alternate timeline that did something like that.
Yeah, if Renault didn't push the button in space, I would have also saved a lot of trouble. Or if
A
she
lot of
didn't try to put the bracelet on the sorceress, that also would
い
have
や
saved
ー、い
a
い
lot
曲だ
of
な。
trouble. There are a couple of issues.
Yeah, we've seen like we could have, you know, we failed the mini game for the air soldier and we're just like, nah, game over. We're done.
Yeah, why is it gotta be me that does all this?
Yeah.
And why did they have a button for releasing the sorceress?
I feel like so like where I work, there's technically a button that could like self-destruct the place. But like I guess it
もう
seems
聞き入
so
ってしまっ
silly
た
that
な、完全
why
に。
would you build a thing to destroy it? But I guess like the
いい
idea
BGM なので。
は
of
い
like。 something happening and you need
まあ、あと、移動なんで、この辺は。
something so something else doesn't happen. In theory, it sounds silly.
ここがね、この町の町
I
一
doubt
番
the
偉い人
reason
です
is
ね。
so somebody could just like
駅長さんの
instantly
家
ruin
で
my
す。
plans if they felt like it. I'm sure they did it so they could change some
すいませんっ
aspect
て
of something.
言いに来てますね。
That button is also definitely not a one-step process.
まあ、その敵対こそしないけど、あんまり歓迎されてないなっていう感じの反応をされてます。
まあ、
君たちは戦うことでしか物事を解決できないみたいなことをね、言われてますね。
で、ただ今、ガーデン動かさへんねんって言ったら、まあ、じゃあ、ちょっと見たるから、
ここ職人さん、腕のいい職人さんがいっぱいいる町なので、修理をしてもらえることにはなりました。
あ、
I mean, for a country that has a functioning
まあ、どこでも歓迎されるってわけにはいかないから、
stable
みたいな
lunar base,
会話だったか
I
な。
feel like it would be
で、
relatively
戻ろうとする
trivial to
と、
slingshot a
ガッ
Dell
ガ
out
ッ
of
ガッガッ
orbit.
ガッガルバディアヘガーってや
Yeah.
りますね。
ま
あ、
あ、タイ
解説の
ミング悪く。
方のね、準備ができたようなので、私はここで
Oh,
抜け
thanks.
ます
Just
ね。
want to keep her
はい、
nice and
ありがとう
quiet.
ございまし
ありがとうご
た。
ざいました。一視聴者として楽しみます。
はい。それでは、ただいまご紹介に預かりました通り、解説の方がいらっしゃいました。シーンさんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、どうもよろしくお願いします。今回解説、実はですね、都合3回目になります。
あ、いつもありがとうございます。
そうなんです。7回目の FF リレーの時に、ロングスピードランサミットさんのところの、でやった時に途中参加させていただいて、前回第8回の時は最初から最後まで解説させていただきました。
じゃあ、心強い。
もうね、他の解説できそうな方々が誰もやってくれない。
In the same way of like, I think of like the seeds, like in them learning about the sorceresses and
現在の場所は大丈夫でしょうか？
大丈夫です。戦闘がこれから BGH2 回目ですね。
はい。
ただ、ジャンクションとかそういう細かいところは、まあちょっとわかんないですけど、まあ、ところどころ仕事の休み時間とかにちょこちょこ見て、コメント打ったりとかはしてましたんで。
はい。
はい、
では、よろしくお願いします。
はい、僕より詳しい人が今コメントしてる。時間あるんだったらたまにはこっち座りませんか、そこの人。
Fisherman's Horizon here, which has some of the best
解説はいつでも募集しておりますので、よろしかったらお願いいたします。
で、ここの、まずはエリート兵とカルバディア兵2体ですけど、まあ多分そのまま殴るか、アーバインのショットで3段、あとね ATP だったら殴るかな。殴りますね。
And she's a fantastic speedrunner. And she straight up said that Fisherman's Horizon was the worst track in the entire game.
で、このダメージっていうことは、次の BGH2 回目は、多分アーバインのショットで、通常弾6発かなぐらい打って倒しますね。
The song sounded so melancholy. It sounded like happy.
2回目の
そうですね。これミサイル基地で行ったやつがここになぜかいるので。
いや、なんでやろうなーって。
なんでやろうな。
なんでやろうな。
That I specifically do not like is the one on the Ragnarok when you're fighting the propaganda.
これなんで攻撃してるんですかね。これ
まあ中の人が適当にボタンを押しているからっていうね。なのになぜか的確に攻撃をしてくるものですから。
6発で倒し、
6発大体6000ぐらいなんで
I think it sounds farty is the way that I describe it, and I don't.
しかも今、的確にスコール打ったのがちょっと悪意ある気がする。
supposed to
レ
be
ーザーキャノンっぽいやつを撃ってくるんですけど、
sure,
それ
it's
が
supposed to be really popular games
HP の
that we
確か一
sure,
番
but
低いや
as
つ
a
に的
song,
確に
it's
撃ち抜い
never
てくるん
it's
です
one I
よ
would
ね。
always skip. I'm like listening to the OST.
中の
That
人
one
の
has
詩なんですか
zero
ね。
listens. No
そう
thank
like
な
a
んですよ
solid,
ね。
like a B flat, like farty B flat.
Yeah.
How do you
Maximum
know
farty.
that's not how propagators communicate?
You think that's them?
で
Them
そし
chit
たら
chatting?
中からなぜか
We
ミ
used
サ
to
イ
have
ル
little
基地にいた
farties.
メンバーが出てくると。
My gosh. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But it's
そうですね、
not
一
something
瞬
that
三
I
段
would
撃ったよう
listen
に
to.
見えたけど、うん。まあ倒せてからよし。
Yeah, it is known. Maximum farty. See,
ま
Mike.
あ、なんか打ってきた気するけど、まあ、いいか。
Most of the music in this game, I think, is like exceptional. Like just really great, like distinct melodies. A lot of like I don't know,
で、
just
あと
well
は
put together
しば
music.
らくはイベントかな。
That one.
昔は。
そうですね。確かイベン
So
トです
even
か
if
ね。
you take it at farty face value, the idea is for it to make you feel uncomfortable, which it achieves because you're on a spaceship with farty aliens.
Yeah, like weird looking aliens. Yeah.
We're talking maximum farty.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't have its place. It's just one I do not like to listen to. Fits in the game, maybe. I don't know. Enjoyable to hear? No.
A little
But
too farty.
practically,
Got
it's
it.
too
現在、ジャパニーズリストリームで
There's a line on how
は、
much farty a
RPG
girl
リミ
can
ッ
take,
トブレイク
okay?
チャンネルで配信されてい
What
る
is it?
ファイナルファンタジーシリーズ
In
リ
the
レーレース
context
9
of
の
random
要
answer,
素
what
2
would
個
be the worst
人
scene
で、
from
日本語をミラー配信しています。
Eyes on Me didn't get replaced, but if
本
it
イベ
did,
ント
probably.
は、
I mean, it's like right
フ
after
ァイナル
the,
ファンタ
the,
ジーシ
the
リーズのス
Whiplash
ピードランイベントで
going from
チームモ
what
グ、
is that
チー
thing
ム
called?
チョコ、
Residence?
チームトンビリ
Eyes
の
on Me is already
3チーム
weird.
に分かれてリレー形式で行っています。
Man, I don't.
全シリーズの中から、チームごとの、合計時間の
I
短
can't
さを
even
競
think
う
of
レー
like
スです。
what else would be even worse.
本イベントも後半になってまいりましたので、
Imagine
皆様、
New
Yeah.
game.
お
The
楽し
intro
みくだ
sequence
さい。
plays, and then it like fades to black, and then it, like you walk down the corridor with Questis after the rename, and then it like goes into the room, and it's just like that song.
解説
The whole
するような
Balam
と
theme
ころ
just
とい
gets
えば
replaced with Residence.
Yeah.
まあ、
It's the
I'm gonna
school
rewrite
ストーリーぐらいですかね、流れ
I'm
を。
picking a new
New
seed.
seed.
まあ細かいところを言うんだったら今チョ
Get
コボ
him
チー
out
ム
of here.
はい
でですね、
I refuse. No, thank you.
捉えられてる時に
Again, I already
スコール
lost
と
it at
合流
that
した時
Chocobo theme
に
because I didn't
近
even
道を2
recognize
箇
it
所
because
作っ
I
て
don't
るん
know
ですけど、
how
フロア
much
5
I've
と
ever
フロア
done that
4で
like
すね。
Choco World
はい
thing on PC.
で、今、
That
アー
song
バインがいるメン
only
バーの
came
方
up
には何
at
もジャン
like
クション
two
がついていない
times,
状態なんで、
and both I
可
can't
能な
remember
限
which
り
second one even was, but having it
歩
be
く
when Renoa
距離を
wakes
短
up
く
from
する
being
ため
possessed
に
in space,
はい。
フ
to
ロア
having
5
the
と
most
4に
like
超とカット分け
happy,
て、
bouncy
フロア
little
6だ
Chocobo
け大回
theme.
りしてっていう風にしてるん
The
ですよ
most
ね。
jarring combination.
エンカウントのをできるだけしないようにと。
そうですね。エンカウントは基本的にスコールの方へ全部押し付け
I
て
feel like Trabia skip
っていう風に今なっ
is
て
like
ます。
another one of the points of contention that
こ
people
の
try
ゲ
to
ーム
make
は、まあ、
happen.
レベルよりも
I
ジャン
remember
ク
when
ションが
somebody
重要
was
なんでしたっけ？
uh,
強さは。
そうですね。
essentially using the program
あの
Hein to manipulate where the garden was.
まあ、ガーディアン
through
フ
save
ォースご
files,
と
and they
に
were
ど
able
の
to
ステータ
manipulate
スに魔法を、
the garden
まあ、装
to
備って
be in the
い
area
う
where
言い方の方がいいかな。
destroyed
作品的に言えば。
Trabia
で
would have been,
強化をするっていう流
and the
れに
game
なる
just
ので、
crashed when they tried to enter.
Mhm.
Or
力とか
when they tried
HP
to do it
に
like beforehand.
魔法を
Before it got
装備し
destroyed.
て、
So
瀕死状態にして高い力から繰り出される一撃で
I
相手
think
を
the
吹き飛ばす
other
っていう、
uh,
そういうゲー
skip
ムで
that
す。
was trying to be solved, there's still like a technically a bounty out
The
for
Laguna
that.
Dream 2 one.
ありがとうございます。
There's
な
that.
ので、
which has
基本
been
的
like
に
more or
は
less
相手の
like
レベルが、自分たちの
we know
平
that
均
you
レベ
can
ル
get
プラス
through
マイ
it,
ナス
but
2になっ
like
ているの
figuring
で、
out the frequency for turbo on
できる
PC
だけ
and
こ
then
ちらの
making
レ
that
ベルは
happen
低く
is
維持し
another
て、
thing.
相手の、
Making it
そう
consistent.
レベルを低
But
く、
the
HP を
idea of
低い
getting
状
past
態にし
the
て、
the
理不
door
尽な
was
火力
are
で
to
蹂
the
躙するという
Laguna,。essentially like
なる
before
ほど。
trying to get that sequence break is
もうすでになんか他のシリーズですと中盤というよりももう後半に近いダメージ出始めてますもんね。
そうですね、もうこの時点でクリティカルが出ればカウントダメージ普通に出ます。
RTA 的にはあと3時間ぐらいで、真ん中は過ぎてはいる感じですかね。
そうですね。真ん中は過ぎてるけど、まあ、あと3時間、4時間
menuing or anything, because you'd still have to do a decent amount of menuing, right?
ですみたいですね。
It's the first time you go
4
into
時
S,
間
you went straight
は
from
切
the
ってる
room where
感じ
like
ですかね。
everybody
4時間
meets
はかからないぐらいです
and
けど。
like you first meet like O9 in there and stuff, and then if you just go to the left instead and go to room Laguna would be in that way?
まあ、なんでこんな高い火力が出るかっていうと、キスティスのカードを、カード変化させてできたソウル・オブ・サマサっていうのを、時空魔法生成でトリプルの魔法に変換するんですけど、このトリプルを100個力へジャンクションさせた時の力の上昇量が、全魔法の中で3番目に
Well,
高
let's
い。
skip all of
はい。
face and stuff, I suppose, wouldn't it?
全くもって恐ろしい上昇量を持ってまして、で、これがもうディスク1の序盤からできるということで、RTA ではもう基本的にこれを真っ先に
Yeah, you just like you need to get AP
準
again
備
to
す
be
る
able
ってい
to
うところ
get
から始まりま
initiative
す。
again.
で、さらにフリートが、デフォルトで力20と力プラス 40% を、習得するので、まずこの2つは必須。で、最近は、ゼルのカードを確定で入手する手段が出来上がっているので、ゼルのカードをカード変化させて、ハイパーリスクを使って力プラス 60% を、所定のガーディアンフォースに覚えさせて、さらに、
Would that still be enough?
1.6 倍して、最終的に、アーバインの力が、200いくらだっけなっていうぐらいにまで盛られます。レベル16で力が200オーバーのアーバインが出来上がります。っていうか、もう戦闘の方は、力20、40全部覚えてるから、20、40と、まだか。イフリートとディアボロスつけてないと。60と40がついてるから、180ぐらいは、
See, that's what I'm wondering. It's like about the initiative thing is that you wouldn't get the AP to learn it. You'd have to learn it from something else. But then if you have,
この高火力で、
I mean, Irvine still would probably know everything else he needs to know.
アーバインが
You'll be able to still do a quick limit for the fire ammo.
時間的に与えるダメージで一番早いのがアーバインなんで、基本的にアーバインで打って
Would you already have the Ragnarok then at that point? I guess after you do the cutscene in Esther, it does
あり
automatically
がとう
switch
ござい
in
ます。
the Ragnarok. So
ここは
yeah,
もうすでに後半の火力に近いものを手に入れていると。
screw any of that.
そうですね、もうほぼ火力的には完
Do you
成して
like
る
has it been
と言
confirmed
って
at
も
that
いい
point
ぐ
in
ら
the
いか
game when
な。
you first get into Esther that Laguna is actually in that room? Like, has anybody done like a, I don't know,
で、
teleported
今、
into
トンベ
Laguna
リ
or
チーム
something
が、
to see?
ライブの準備ですね。なんかキスティス変なのにいかなかったか、タップにならなかった。
Hard to know then.
タップになって、振ると。
say anything that's like incorrect, but from what I imagine, people have like screenshots of
サ
the
ッ
map
ク
and
ス、
then kind of have like a different layer
エレ
level.
キギター、エレキベース、ピアノで、Eyes on Me を演奏するのが一応一番早い。
The fact that you
ということには
enter
なっていま
later
す。
in the game and load into
で
that
逆
room,
に、
and then he
フ
is in
ル
that
ー
room,
ト
I
と
think
か、
like the skip to be
タ
like a
ップ
cheesy
ダン
skip
ス
that
だと
people
か
still
を
want to go back for.
使ったアイリッシュジグっていう方を演奏すると、大体これが3分50秒。大体、Eyes on Me やるのに比べて50秒近く
It doesn't even make sense
時間多く使っ
because
ちゃう。
that's not even like a passable place in the game, period. So the fact that like you can skip past those two guards
今
and go
の状
straight
態で
to the
50秒は
market
でかいで
is
す
like
ね。
insane.
そうですね、割とでかいです。
And we're talking
で、
about like a loading zone that we do
ごっちゃに
interact
なっ
with.
ちゃった場合はどうなったんだっけな。
So like the stuff is it's all theoretical
ごめんなさい、
until
そこ
it
をちょっと
happens, but then once
自
it
分も
does
ちょっと覚えて
happen,
ないね。
it's really cool to figure out how
ま
it would
あ、
actually
見てみる
you know
のが、もう演奏会
そろそろなんで。
I'm here for people finding new
ど
skips
ちらになる
and
か。
new better routing options and stuff. I
多
can't
い
believe
方が
this
選ば
has
れ
been
る
out
と
for
かじゃ
what,
ないんです。ち
20
なみに。
25
5
years or so?
楽器を、
And people are
あ
still finding new things.
2つの曲 の、
I was just complaining to my
楽
friend the
器
other
4
day
つず
about
つが
changes
バラバラにあるんで、それを
Twitch
各々で演奏するっていう流れなので、
when you go to like the
結
Final
果的
Fantasy
に
like
どう
hub
いう曲が
on
演奏されるかは、この
speedrun.
ライブの
And
時
also
点
like
まで
the
わからないん
number
です。
since that game has been released like in big bold letters. So like I was looking for the speedrun for Final Fantasy III to try to
この
decide
曲
like
は
how
どっ
long
ち
is
だ
this running to be
こ
before
れ
we
は、
start? And it was
キ
just
ス
like
ティスがアイリッシュジグのフルートを演奏しているの
man,
で、ごっちゃになってます。
I'm almost
ごっちゃにな
over
ってる。
that
Right.
hurts my
デ
body.
ルフィとアーバインと
Yeah, it's a
ゼル
painful
は
reminder.
アイズ
Also,
オンミー
did
の方
both
を演
runners
奏して
pick
る。
eyes
で、
on
モー
me?
グリの方はちゃんとエレキ
はい
ベース、キスティスやってるので、
Did I see two
多
electric
分
guitars?
アイズオンミーになっているはずです。
So
I feel
one
Ah,
of them
じゃあ、
did
まあ、
and then he
大丈夫
also
と。
picks
多分
Ice
大
on
丈夫
Me.
です。
That's
Yeah,
like
I feel
double
like
invalid.
I feel like
音楽の選
no,
択ミス、
nobody's gonna
選
give
択ミス
loves
1個で
to
50秒
games
飛ぶの
at
はちょっ
all.
となかなかに恐怖ですね。
Nobody's
そう
doing
です
it.
ね。
It's not about the
Sio's
time
got
save,
a-
it's about the principle of the manner. If there's a jig option, you pick the jig.
It's 8 seconds. It's 8 seconds.
Who cares about the time?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's 8 seconds. It's negligible.
Yeah, like, this is about the song. I don't have audio on both of them because it would be conflicting for me constantly, but I couldn't tell which ones they did. I thought I saw electric guitars, which...
I wish I could play audio at all. I have like distant Spotify FF8 music in the background, but like I would just get so distracted hearing double voices.
Yeah. Are you watching it through the stream or
I'm watching it through the
like real-time
or
player
through
thing?
Discord. Yeah.
Oh, through Discord. Okay.
これは、アイズオンミーの時と大して変わらないぐらいかな。
You
そ
just
したら、
picked random instruments. I always wondered what would happen. It would probably be really painful, but does the game
は
let
ロ
you
ス
can you
で
just pick
は
like any
なさ
random
そ
そうこまでロ
instruments
スでは
and
なさそう
you can see
で
how
は
it
ありま
sounds?
す
So like
ね。
the only thing that's different is that you'll get like a different dialogue option. Like cuz I think if you pick
大
Eyes
体
on
一緒ぐ
Me,
らいかな。い
Renault will talk about
Right.
how like
や、多分大丈夫
it
だよ。
reminds her of the song on the radio and she hates it or something like that. So I
Oh.
think it just like depends upon the number of text boxes you get after that. And I think if you're a real stickler, that will like amount to how, you know, I just want 2 text boxes versus 7.
シードの必修科目にあれですよね。
Well, yeah.
あの音楽の演奏
what
あ
my
るんですね。
priorities lie in, but I would like
そ
to
うです
hear
ね。
what kind of
まあ、
curse
ダンスも
combinations
あ
are
るぐらい
possible.
ですから。
Now it might be a
あ
mission.
なんか、
To see what
な
happens.
かなかに、あ、
任
潜
務と
入
かそういうので使うからっていうの
currently
で、
stuck
一応全員
on BGH2
や
Part
って
2
る。まあ、
because
そ
it's
れ
one
で
of、the most egregious
最
fights
初の
that
シ
we have
ード就任
to
パーティーの時ちゃんと
do
踊れ
in
た
No
っていう。
Junctions No Level Run.
なるほど。
It's really bad.
潜入
But
任務あるから
whenever
大
I
体
do
覚え
pass
させ
it,
られ
I'll
る
just
の
pick
か。
random instruments
そうですね。
and tell you how it
一通り。
goes.
Oh, please.
I've been
Whatever
recording
sounds like
this
the
run
多
most
分
like
今回
nails
PS 版
on
でやってるん
chalkboard
で、
combination possible. I have to
リ
know.
ノアの命名イベントカットしてるから、
Ideally,
Realize
too, if that
会
could
話
be
と
a
しては
run
聞けないかっ
if you
た
do
と
a
思う
run
ん
that
で
you
すけ
could
ど、
submit
はい。
あ
so that other
の
people have to listen to
リ
it
ノア
too,
の
that'd
命
be
名イ
better.
ベントを見に行った
Should
時
do like an
に、
eyes on
あ
me
の
percent or like a
も
concert
うダン
percent
スのことは
where
仕
like
事だから
you just have
や
the
ったっ
most
ていう会話が
jarring
あるん
messed
で、
up combination of instruments, but you have
お
first
仕事だ
place.
からできるんですって。
Yeah,
Like first place has this instrumentation.
I would
think
love to see.
I could see a
The
concert
true
percent.
end game.
That would be like a. I bet you the stress would be so different to like get that fast. I mean, it wouldn't be like super duper different, but you
The
know,
true end game would be the randomizer switching in different songs for each instrument, and then when you get to the concert, they all just play over the top of each other.
あれだ
I
な。
saw this in chat
スコー
earlier,
ル君
and
は
I like
役職
replied to
が
it,
委
and I was
員
like, oh,
長
that'd
に
be
な
a
るん
cool
だな。
thought, but it would be like way too
また責任がある役職に。
But like if we could do like a Final Fantasy series
肝心
relay
の
of like
学園長さん
randomizers.
は役職を委員長
So
に
like
全
if
部
there'd
譲
be
渡
like a
したい
randomizer
よ
for
うな
each
状
game,
況
and
で、
we just have like a relay of like
学園内は
10
の
randomizers
いろいろ
for
な
each
ことに関しては、チューとケスティスが分担してやってくれるから、戦闘方面に関しては、コール君が頑張ってねみたいな、そういう関係になってます。
Yeah, because I was thinking about the variations on time and how hard that would be.
Yeah, some of the like drops would be a make or break type of a thing. There have been like, so when I did the randomizer, I was expecting it to be a nightmare. My Ifrit was Ifrit, so like it wasn't that difficult. And I had enemies right in the beginning that were dropping speed up and strength up, and I was getting really high level magic right away. But then I'd seen other people's where their drops were like pretty much useless at that point in the game, and their first boss would be like Abaddon without obviously having enough healing stuff to just one shot him, or they would have like Omega or whatever
まあ
type of
操
thing.
縦す
Like you
る
could
時
have
間としてはまあそんなに長くはないんです
bosses that you'd have no conceivable way to
ま
be
ず
able
一
to
番最
just
初行き
like,
先はバラムなんですけど、
you know,
多分
mow
ここで
down
セーブ
like
す
you
る
would
んじゃないか
expect,
な、さすがに。
even with them being scaled down.
ここで準備をし
Are the
て、
ones that you get like the abilities where
あ、次のボス、
I
も
get like
うすぐ
shaman
ですかね。
stones and I can turn them
そう
into
ですね、
Rosetta
ここ
stones and
が
I sell the Rosetta
ある意
stones
味
to
一つ
make
の
more.
チェックポイントなんで、さすがにしますね。
You just
ああ、火力があっても、この、あの二人は事故ると。
事故ります。
なるほど。ってことは、ここがお祈りポイントか。
そうですね。
はい。
getting caught up in that cycle.
で、ここのメンバーに関しては、まずゼルは必須で
I mean,
す。
but that's like, what,
はい。
and you can probably
で
attest to this because you time
ス
yourself
コー
too,
ル
right?
は、まあ、
It's
先頭
like
走ん
there
なきゃいけ
becomes
な
a
いから、これ
point
も必
where
須。
like
で、アーバインは
power
火力
creep
なの
doesn't
で
matter
必須。ということ
when you find
で、パーティ
specific
ーは
things.
男だけで
So like
す。
you really need like getting
も
distracted by
あ、まあ、
party
最終決戦は全員参加じゃないですか、FF。
はい。
like there becomes a point where you're just like,
そ
all
の
right,
前までのパーティーってど、もしかしてこの3人です。
そういうわけではないですね。まずスコールとアーバインはほぼほぼ確定なんですけど、3人目は、まあ、自分とかはよくセルフィを使ってますね。基本的にリノアはまず入らない。
リノアはまず入らない。あ、
はい。
入らないんだ、リノア。
そうですね。まあ、いろいろモーションが時間かかるリノアとかケスティスよりかは、まだセルフィの方がモーションが少ないっていうので。
Cordellium's screen has been black for so long because he's just going past the war point so quickly.
で、ラスボスのメンバーに関しては調整できるんで、今はまだ大丈夫です。特に
When you go into Balam Siege, you're supposed to
今
do
や
this
ってい
big
ること
puzzle
は
thing where you're following
バラムの
clues
ホ
to
テ
try
ル
to
の
find
前
where the
を
captain is, and like you're supposed
何
to
回だっけな
I don't know, follow
7
around a
回
dog that's
8
like on
回
the
往復し
trail of the
て、
fish he
合
was
計
eating, like it's a
17
whole
回だっ
thing.
たかな。画面
It
切
takes
り
a
替えをす
lot
る
of
と、
running around and talking to people and
雷神
figuring
が
things
戻っ
out.
てくるの
But
で、それを待ってます。
there's a screen
なる
transition
ほど。
here
あ、
that if
そう
you
いう
run
仕様だっ
past
たん
it
ですね、
back
こ
and
こ。
forth 17
そうなんです
times,
よ。
the
もと
game
もと
thinks,
は、
wow, this person is really struggling with this
探し
puzzle.
に行く
Let's just
ま
make
だ
it
帰
so
っ
that they
て
can go
こないか
straight
ら
to the
探し
hotel and
に
do the
行った
fight.
方がいいんじゃね
But
みたい
they've
な、そういう
managed
話にな
to
るんですけ
get
ど、
so lost and have so much trouble with this that they need to go
探
back
し
and
に行
forth
くより、マッ
17
プ切り
times.
返して
Obviously,
自
they
分
need
で帰
help.
ってきてもらう方
So
が
it
圧
just
倒
tosses
的
you
に
back
早い
and
という
says,
こと
here you
で、
go. Go do
なる
this
ほ
one
ど。
と
fight
帰って
then.
こいと。
And so you purposely just, when you go into the Balam town, you just start going back and forth through that screen so you can just go straight to the fight. Easy peasy.
the fact they purposely put in a mercy mechanic with this minigame is laughable.
They
We
had to
just-
have known. It was so obscure to like
We just
figure this
abuse
stuff
it.
out.
We just abuse it.
So you can just go straight to doing that if you don't want to try to deal with the fuss of this little, I don't know, clue puzzle thing. You can just run back and forth a bunch and you will access the boss fight right away.
It's crazy to think about how close this is because
で、まずは雷神とガルバディア兵2体との戦闘ですけど、まあ、もうこの辺りから基本的にお約束ですね。アーバインのショットで3段で倒す。
We just need a fight to go
敵に行動されるから、その前にやられたらまず終わりか。
Need Team Tonberry to keep up their pace and not give
なので、ゼルとかコールとかで、
incredibly close.
何かしらの行動をして、ウェイトをかけて、その間にショットを入力することで、 割り込みをさせる必要がある。で、今、デアボロスがエンカウントなしを多分覚えましたね。覚えてしまいました。マラソンゲーが間もなくスタートします。
とうとう、ここでエンカウントがなくなると。
そうですね。ここから先は基本的にイベントとイベント戦闘のみになるので、まあ、途中にあるエスタ次元でちょっと何かやったりはするか、戦闘をすることがあるかもしれませんけど、多分するんだろうな。でここで注意しないといけないのが、そうやってアーバインを殴られたりとか、風神のこのこれでアーバインが時々落ちるんで、できるだけ早いタイミングで、パンデモニウムを風神からドローして、風系のエアロとかも使ってこなくなるので、パンデモニウムドローすると。それをしてからアーバインのショットで倒さないといけない。
なるほど。
で、このパンデモニウムが非常に重要なので、こいつだけは絶対に取らなきゃいけない。今、エンカウントなし。
So it's kind of cool because like in the game, like she will not cast anymore. Magic like that once you cast.
で、このパンデモニウムが習得する中で重要なのが先駆けというアビリティですね。他の作品でも多分出てると思いますけど、戦闘開始時に ATB がマックスの状態からスタートするという非常に強力なアビリティです。
なるほど。それをアーバインにつけるのかな。
そうです。で、ここから、先駆けに必要な AP が160なんですけど、
はい。
ここから最速で習得させようと思うと、エスタ次元までにイベント戦闘だけで入手できるのが、ちょうど150なんですよ。
はい。
で、そのエスタ次元で、5分の時間制限があるんですけど、その5分の間に AP を10かけています。
はい。
多分。それで、そこから先はもう先駆けを使って、相手が行動する前に先に相手を倒すという。
なるほど。ということは、その、先駆けが出る前でが、まず一つの腕の見せ所と。
そうですね。
モ
ーグリも無事に行けたみたいですね。
そうですね。先ほどよりかは危なげなく。
使われもしなかったんで。
で、今、パンデモニウムが、先駆けを覚える準備で、ディアボロスが次は暗黒ですね。で、ここがあれだな。次、トラビアガーデンへ行くんですけど、この移動が非常に、独特な難しい操作になっております。この島の上を渡っていく。頑張って海に落ちないように。
ああ、落ちると遠回りになっちゃうのか。
若干ですけど遠回りになるんで、こうやって島の上を渡っていくっていうのが実は一番早い。
自分も前に。
そうです。
モーグリチームが47秒ほど待ちましたかね。デッドヒートをしてらっしゃる。
なかなかデッドヒートですね。まあ、この差が覆る可能性、ここからあるとすれば、最終盤での、ある意味運ゲー地帯の一つの、いや、待てよ、連戦は、この北米版じゃ運ゲーにならないな。なさそうだな。
ラスボスはどうなんです？
ラスボスに関しましては、ほぼほぼ、アルテミシアは、全部で4形態あるんですけど、第1形態、第2形態で、アーバインが落ちる可能性が大体 2% ぐらいかな。
like exciting, like, oh, I
なんで
got
す
my
けど、
limit
それ
right
を
away,
かいくぐっ
perfect. It's like
た
don't
ら、
color
まあ負け
character
ないな
does
とい
the
う。
more important thing.
と
Drawing
い
a
うこと
GF,
は、ここから縮むかどうかは、まあ、
using an
細かい
item
操作の
sometimes,
腕
like
の
if
差
you're
そう
に。
doing
で
the
すね。
griever fight, you have to do some really specific
細かい操作、
item
移
usage
動
before
の
you
最
start
短
trying to go
化、
into your limits.
も
Because
う
you
本
need to
当
make sure that
レ
they're
ース
gonna
ゲーム
run
で
if
す。
you kill Griever too
なるほ
fast
ど。
before you
まあ、
throw
エ
it
ン
out
カウント
here
なくなります
eventually,
も
for
んね。
example. Yeah, you're toast.
Yeah. Burnt toast.
あ、オーラ取るんだ。ここの不発弾のところ
Wait,
で、
splitting
は
on
い。
隠し
reverse
ドロー
fight
ポイント
instead
で、
of a second? Did that happen?
味
I
方の
split
ピン
a
チ
little
度
bit early, but
です
the
ね。特殊
it
技が
went
出や
through
すくなるピンチ
extremely
度を上昇
fast.
させ
So
るオーラっていう魔法が
はい。
Okay.
あそこにあるんで、今回収しました
Again,
ね。
the main time that's gonna matter is gonna be at the very, very end. But yeah, them being a minute apart is pretty wild.
this
We're
is the
getting
dynamic you're going to see for the rest of the game between these two teams. Especially between the route variation. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, by the way. Between the route variation between ECM and straight just Q, not even Q and Z, because Q and Z is on Team Choco's side right now. But like, we're talking about like turbo. We're talking about like a turbo
コン
route,
ベリは出る
which
カード
is
ないの
what
か。
Broodles is running. That's what
な
you
し
see.
か。
It's turbo route. Like it spends an extra
確かに
encounter
そうなってく
to
る
cheese
と、
50
あ、でも、
EXP,
マズレン戦あ
50
れだしな。
AP to get a move
マズレン
faster
戦
to have faster
は
fights.
楽
So
だ
like
から
you're gonna
な。
see like these slight time increases, but
オー
Cordellium
ラで代用
is
する
such a
とかは、
consistent runner
あ
that
れ
you're just
見
gonna
ない
see
か
him
な。
まあ、オーラ
following
使
anytime
う
the team
場
play.
面はなくは
As
ない
much
で
as
す
the
ね。
Broodles is trying to fend for their team, you know, the dynamic is gonna be
な
it's gonna be
くは
tough
ない。
for the
Yeah.
Broodles
た
to catch up. It's
だ、ま
possible, especially with like certain
あ、
fights. But
使ったりする分、
And it
I mean,
doesn't
we have
look
like
like it.
propagators.
魔
You
法
guys,
を演唱する
I
演
was gonna
出だった
like
り、
so from the
まあ、そ
screens
れで
that we
ピンチ
see
度を上
on
げ
here
た
right
関
now,
係
it
で、
doesn't look as
まあ、
much like it's that
火力が
close
少ないって
because
い
you
うの
guys
もあ
see
るん
with
で、
the big
アーバイン
time
のショットを
differences
使い
on
数
there.
もその分増えるわけ
When
な
you
ん
look
で、
in
あ
the actual
ー
like
やっぱり
split
ちょっとずつ、ちょっ
counters
とず
on
つ、
the last
力
split
プ
that
ラス
all
60 が
three
な
teams
い
had, they were
弊害
within
が出
5
ますね。
minutes of each other on
なるほ
the
ど。
which fight is that? The one at the end of prison, I believe, right? Is the last split that all three? Yeah.
まあ、オーラも取らなかったかな。
337, 333, and
取ら
332.
ない
They
と
are
なると、
minutes apart
まあ
from each
必
other.
要はない
Even
か。
though,
うん
you know,
基本的にデルカ
Sayo,
ト
Team
ール
Chocobo
チャー
had
トだったら
a
最近
very
はほ
long
とんど
delay in getting
取らないですね、
started.
オーラは。
Their paces are neck and neck.
yeah, they're right next to each other. Because like, put yourself in the shoes of Sayo, right? If you were running in this relay, you might think like, oof, getting started so late. That's an hour and 13 minutes later, an hour and 15 minutes later than I was scheduled to.
そうですね、
That's
ここのアーバイ
disheartening.
ン
So, you know,
が
like it might be easier to leak a little bit of time
ボー
on
ルを
each
ゴール
boss.
に
Might
入
be
れるか
easier
どう
to
か
like
は、倒した
fudge up your movement a
敵
little
の
bit.
数だった
That's
か
not
な。
happening at all.
No.
何体だっけ
These runners are like headstrong. They are in this
100
race.
体
Like
以上
regardless
倒
if
して
they
たら
are
確か入るんだ
plus
ったっ
a
け
minute 13, whatever.
256
You
体
know,
以上
what you
倒
see
して
on
たら
between
リングをくるっと回ってから入るみ
as
た
far
い
as
な、
like
確かそういう
running
演
FF8,
出があった。
these runners are like you said.
つまり RTA では絶対に入らない。
Like the
はい。
final time on the relay shows which team won, but I think there's definitely like that little rivalry just within the games
この
themselves
話
that
で
they
実
wanna
はみん
all
な同じ孤児院に行ったっていうような
on their
話があっ
own
て
game,
なんで覚えてない
regardless
の
of
かっ
what
ていう
the full
と
relay time looks
ガー
like.
ディアン
They
フォース
just
のせい
want to,
っていう。
you know, get their
の
run
が判
the
明す
best
るん
that
で
they
す。
can
そう
get
で
it.
す。
You're a runner of this game.
でもテルフィ
Currently,
は
like
最近ま
imagine
でトラビアガーデンに行
signing
っ
up for the
て
relay, getting
ガーディアンフォー
accepted
スを
and
使い始
leaving
めたのはバラムガーデンに来てからの
Yeah,
はずなの
it's
になぜか
happened.
覚えてないぞ
all the
ってなっ
time.
て
All the time.
なぜかというとトラビアにいた時に実はガーディアン
It
フォ
still
ー
is
ス
always
を
worth
つけてたこと
just
があったって
putting
い
your
う、
heart
まあ、そう
into
いう
it,
話な
doing
ど
the
が聞
best
け
you
ます。
can. Obviously, don't, you know, go too hard on yourself when things don't work out because that's going to happen sometimes. But
割と物語の
you
根
know,
幹
it's just
に
something you
関わ
kind
っ
of,
て
I
くる。
guess, agree to
そう
when
で
you
すね。 ね。あとはまあこの記憶障害のこともあって、バラムガーデンではシードの任期ですね。15歳から20歳までっていう決まりがあります。なので、ケイスティスは最年少15歳でシードになったので、マックス5年の任期です。最短だと1年あるかないかっていうことになりますね、20歳。
Sometimes
で
Reaver
満
just
期なの
barely
で。
has enough time to squeak in a quick, like, melee spellcast or whatever on Irvine, and if he dies, you gotta start the castle over
で、
again.
ちなみに、
So there's 10 minutes
あれだな。
easily lost.
When
So
you're on, when
バ
you're
ラ
on
ム
pace
ガー
through
デン
that
の
fight and
教
you're trying to throw
室
the arrow and
で
you see Doom
掲
come
示
through,
板
you're like,
とかを
oh,
覗い
thank
たらわかるんですけど、過去にセルフィの前任の学園祭の委員は
most stuff isn't gonna be
シー
too
ドになる
dangerous.
こ
I
とよ
guess
り
if
も
you already
学
have
園祭
what
を頑張る
aura
ことを
on,
優先し
especially
すぎた
when
せい
you're
で退学にな
throwing
ったっていう
hero on,
話があ
but
ります。
there are things that
Ara.
you can cast that
Ara.
will kill you. Just
大学
nothing you
に。
can do about it. So
そうです。
yeah, getting
Like,
that holy is just
お勉強よりもお
you
祭
can
りに
be
力を入れす
a
ぎちゃったせいで、
fantastic runner, and the game just says, "I don't
君ちょ
know."
っと仕
Not
事しな
today.
いからダメ。
Today is just not your
出
day,
てけっ
buddy.
て。
what's super sad is like seeing someone like do final party manipulation and then
高委員長張り切っちゃったか。
get through it,
そうですね。張り切りすぎちゃいました
die
ね。
to Griever, and then they like instantly try to open up the like the item menu and then revive, and then it misses. I'm like, oh,
The heartbreaking feeling of like,
Oh.
oh, they don't realize they just lost
you,
their run. Oh.
hurts my heart.
Didn't that happen in the relay for 8 last year? Because I was watching through some of that just to kind of get a feel more of what this relay looks like as it's playing out. I thought last year had some pretty rough Ultimecia fight shenanigans going on.
It sounds right. I was there, but I couldn't tell you what happened because the amount of times I've been in front of Ultimecia or seen someone in front of Ultimecia is
Hundreds.
an endless
Yeah.
number at this point.
Well, I guess you verify runs too, so
Every once in a while.
you've
ああ、
probably
元
seen
シードはその後どうするんでしょうと。
So you're asking does no one save before
全部
Ultimecia?
読んだ
You
のが
can
だいぶ
only
前なんで自
save
分も
outside of the
ちょっと
whole
覚えてないんですけ
castle.
ど。
自分も知らない
You
です
can't
ね。
unlock the save ability while you're
野
going
良
through
の
the
傭兵と
castle.
かやってる
So
らしい
you
です
don't
ね。
get that safety save outside of her her
よかっ
actual
た。
fight. So if you
任期イコー
die,
ル、寿命とかそういうあれじゃ
you
なくて。
only unlock
さ
the
すがにそれは
ほら、最近ちょっといろいろな作品でそういう系あるんで。
You have to start the castle over because you can't revive. It's pretty terrible.
ああ、まあそうですね。
I ran for GDQ one year for a
20歳で定年で、しかも
one of
あ
their
れ
little
ですから
side
ね。
shows. And I was like showing off like the speed run.
シードになってからじゃなくて、シードになる前からカウントされてるんで。
I got done with Tiamat at the end, and I was like, I'm gonna do 25%. In waves.
ただお給料は1000歩歩くごとにもらえる。
Do that. And I was like, I'll be
1000
fine.
歩
I wasn't fine. I had to like reload during
まあまあまあ、ゼロ式の世界観はかなりあれなの
so
で。
like Ultimecia will like Griever will take you.
Yeah, you can't get comfortable with that fight. You cannot
まあ、
think like,
元シー
oh,
ド
it's
で
scripted. It
職
always
がある
does
っ
this
てなると、
absolutely.
まあ、あれですね。
Nope.
重宝されそうですね、いろんなとこで。
Final
まあそうで
phase.
すね。
I have never had problems with it
ガーディアン
yet,
フォ
but
ー
I
スで
feel
ブース
like
トはかか
it's
ってないけど、い
just
ろんな
I've
ことはできま
probably
すから
gotten
ね。
by just in like
そうですね。
seconds to spare before she was going to
まあ、
start.
踊れ
She'd
もします
drawn
し、楽器も
Apocalypse
演奏で
before.
きますし、
While I'm fighting her, and I'm always like, don't
機
do
械
it.
いじりもできるし、
I
戦闘
I
力もそれ
never
なりにある
feel
って考えた
comfortable
ら
at the end of that fight. Every time feels like I just barely scraped through, you know?
Yeah. Every once in a while, especially when you get like the Holy War, you're just like, thank you. Thank you.
I know.
で、ストーリーの方は、
Amazing.
今まで
Guys, I got a
敵
full party,
として
let's
戦
go.
ってた魔女イデアは、
You
実
throw
は
the, you throw
今
the
まで
stone, and then you
お
throw
世話
the
になっ
Holy War,
た
and you're like, I'm
こ
done.
の
Yep.
孤児院の先生だったっていうね、
Yep.
のが判明する。
GG's Griever and Ultimecia, you don't stand a chance.
Good game, well played.
So they're going through the longest dialogue mashing section of I think the entire run. The like trivia history of the orphanage reveals stuff. This is just a really, really long talking section.
It's either this or space for sure.
I guess with space you have like the FMV stuff of Renoa in the middle there, so it kind of is broken. I mean, it still is just a really long cutscene, just takes forever.
Especially
But
when like Alone is like sending Squall into like different memories to try to like figure out about Renoa.
here's
Like
when they talk
that
about the
takes
ring,
forever.
and here's when they're in their car, and it's like, oh my gosh, can we please?
チョコボチームも
And
ミ
then
サ
it
イルの
zooms
パー
in
ト
on
に入って
her
る。
and she's like floating through with her
そうで
memories.
すね。
Yeah.
FD
And then
層
you have to
へ
catch her.
降りてきましたね。
Yeah,
And then
the
there's
part-
the walking in the space
FD
station.
層、MD 層だ。
ages,
MD
ages to get through.
紛争で、
Yeah, this is a nice long break. Like you can get up and make some lunch. You can go make yourself a nice pot of coffee. Some coffee. The important stuff.
And that's why I like Turbo.
You just have to not
First-
forget to come back in time and catch your girlfriend spinning in space, or you're in big trouble.
Which has definitely happened to some of us. Wink, wink, me.
Yeah. I haven't made that mistake yet, but it's a matter of time. It's a when, not an if. Because
It's
I've not
like-
ran that much, and like I'm finding out more and more things that can go wrong with every time that I play it.
ここから
So
イデアの
like
家
who
に
knows what the next one's gonna be?
行く
Oh,
ん
more
で
of
すけ
this
ど、
like styling in
はい
reverse.
ここ
Look
から
at
の移動
this.
が非常に
We have
あ
champions.
の
Man,
あれですね。
I can't
な
do
かな
that
か
driving backwards from the lunar
コー
base
ス取り
in
が重
reverse.
要に
I
なってきま
cannot
す
do。that yet.
レースゲーム。
So, like,
なるほど。
pulling in wildly when I try to start.
コース取り。
いろいろルートがあったりするんですけ
I
ど
opened the map,
まあ
I
基本
like
的には
big
バックで
style
行き
and
ま
like
す。
autopilot
バックで。
everywhere. I did not care.
バックの方が早いんですね。
People were like, you can't believe
あ
you
の
did that.
方
That's so
向
slow.
転換が非常
I'll
に
figure it out eventually.
遅いので、
Did you?
はい。
Yeah.
それをやるぐらいだったらちょっと方向を変えて前進から
When you're ready.
後進へ切り替えた方が早いっていうそういう
なるほど
流れになってます。
Got a first try valve coming up here from Sayo.
So if it doesn't
これ
fluctuate
は
on
最後
PlayStation,
前
does
進
it
で
always work
そ
first
の
try
ま
if
ま
you
突っ
have
込むタ
turbo
イプ
on?
ですね。
Yes. So it
No.
will work if you have
Lucky.
turbo on
なんかそのまま更新で突っ込むか。
on PC, but just like depending on what your settings are, if you're
で
using
イ
Steam
デア
or
の
for
家
like
の近
uh,
くになぜかガルバディア
a
ガーデ
third-party
ンがあるので、
program.
これか
Yeah,
ら
I've joined a key on
ガ
it
ル
and
バ
it
ディア
still
ガー
doesn't
デ
do
ン
it
との
sometimes.
転送に。
yeah, depending on how many button presses you have per second,
右上はしれっと
or
バル
whether
ブ1
you
回で
do
ま
it
た開けて
like
ます。
0.333
いや
or
ー、さすが海外
The
で。
hard one is a
0.71.
little lower. So I might try bumping it up and see if that makes it a little more
日本では
consistent.
貧
I
弱
know
なん
we
でね、
figured out when I
自
first
力
hit
で
set,
できません。
my
なるほ
turbo
ど。あ、
speed was
8は
like 30 or
基
something.
本的に日本ではみんな
But the
連
game
射機
couldn't
使っ
actually
てやっ
read
てる
that
んで
many
できないんで
inputs,
す
or。maybe it was even more. It couldn't read all the inputs, and I guess that when it thinks that you're
で、
holding
こ
down
こ
the
の
button,
指令
it
は
doesn't read all of
攻
the
めること、
turbo
守ること、燃焼クラスのことを
Yeah,
So-
with
指示
with
します。
30 FPS,
あれ
it's
なん
gonna
か
be especially hard if you do
なんか
30
違うことを
button presses per
指
second,
示し
because
て
the
ない
second that it goes from
大
30
丈
to
夫
31,
と
you're missing every single button
ひょっ
press.
として、
It was like
学食のパンを守れ
apparently
って指示し
significantly
ました
slower. So I was like, why is it feeling? Try
学食のパンを守れ。
putting your turbo down to
朝ごはんはパン派なんでしょ
I did, and my next run I saved like 15 minutes.
主食はパン派なんでしょ
3つでいいんですけどね、多分4つやりましたね、今。
今やつ。
Just like I was saying, like if it fluctuates from 30,
Wow, wow,
you're
wow.
hitting every frame, and then it goes to 31, you're
まあ、
missing
兵糧大事ですしね。
14,
そうですね。
you're hitting every one still because it's like every second. So if it
実
fluctuates,
際、メールとして間違え、ネタっぽく見えて、なんか間違ってなさそうだから困りますよね、これ。
そうなんです
Oh, I
よ。
want to put the most amount of button presses possible, right? So that it hits the button more often. It's like, well, sometimes the game can't read all those presses, and then it screws you up because it doesn't know what you're doing.
トンベ
It
リ
thinks
チ
that
ーム、
you
これ
are
から
making a mistake.
中庭へ行くんで
that's
す
why
け
I
ど
always、sound so silly.
あ、はい。
I
こ
play
の
with
時
Kiwami
のメ
and
ンバー
Yuya
は
with the
多分今セルフィに、ディアボロスをジャンクションさせているはずです。
You'll have 12.
で、
then
この時点ではまだ
15, and then like 18.
ガーディアンフォース装備させなくていいからっていうことで、とりあえずセルフィは置いておきます。
はい。
で、
or go up,
さらに今、モーグリチームの方で細かいことなんですけど、
you're missing every single
最後、ガルバディアガーデンへ接触しに行くときにカメラアングルを、
these little like
イディアの家の方向へ向けてました。
はい
これはディスク3に切り替わったときに、
Yeah, so I was
ガーデンを発信させようってなったとき
massive
に、
difference. Alright, Sayo is going to fight Oily Boys. Will Sayo get the
今
same
突っ込んだ時のアングル
buff
で
that Naga and Tanpa
あ
had?
の
Cross
Our
your
fingers
fingers.
and toes crossed for.
アングルになるんですよ。
We don't want to see
Oily
any.
voice can be very
なの
rude.
で、
We don't want to see any sonic waves.
ガ
Knock
ルバ
on
ディア
wood.
ガーデンの
I
方を
didn't
向い
just
て
say that.
Nope, no,
突
no
っ込んだ
commentary
トンビリの
first. Nope.
方は先に、視界をちょっとぐるっと回してから多分
This fight always
移動
makes
さ
me
せ
so
なきゃいけないっ
nervous.
ていう
Like it's
ちょ
not
っとだけロスをする。
difficult. You just need one limit break.
ああ、なるほど。
That should
そう
be
で
it.
す。
But for
そ
some
の
reason,
視
just the
点
way
移
that
動
they
のちょっと
can
した細かい
mess
ところ
with
で
you.
今ちょっとモー
I've
グリ
seen
が
so many people
'Stresses
like.
me out. Oh my
将
gosh,
来
he's
的
not
に
getting
差
a
を
limit.
縮める
Wow,
要
that
因
took
を今
forever.
作りまし
Okay,
た。
he got kind of lucky that
な
they
るほ
didn't
ど。
do anything too
そうこう
aggressive.
言ってい
But
る間にオイルシッ
See,
パ
I
ー
was
戦
about
に
to
入っ
curse it again.
て
I was gonna be like, I've seen some
スコール
people
がピンチに
die
なった
in
け
this
ど
fight, and, or
ちゃ
like
んと
not even just like losing to
タンタンをセットしたので
them
大丈夫です
instantly
ね。
getting ATB and sonic waving, but like not
で
being
終
able
わ
to
り
find a
と。
limit. And then, sure enough,
chat wants to attempt to curse the run, and if you do, I'm writing down names, and I'm going to send them to the runners. I will let them know who is responsible. But no, that was it was perfectly clean. They didn't cast anything
で、
nasty.
ここでは、あれですね、
No,
ゼル
that
は
was,
い。
that
ゼ
was a
ル
good
君が
time.
唐突に、スコールに、お前が持ってる銀のその指輪ちょっと貸してくれと
はい。
言ってくるので、ちょっと貸したら、なぜかリノアの名前が出てく
I
る
have
ので、
messed
な
up
んで
the part that Cordellium is on right
でも
now.
仕事はこれ
That
からちゃんと
Strain
してね。
gotten stuck talking to people when you don't need to anymore. It's like it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
as obvious as you'd
で、
like it to be.
ブリッジの方
Or
へ
like
呼ばれ
people
る
would
ので、こ
move
れ
out
か
of
ら
the
スコール
way or
君たちは
something.
ブリ
You
ッジ
can
の
just
方
get
へ。
stuck in this loop of talking to Renoa and not even realize because you know you just put on turbo and don't think about it.
なんか、コメントの方では
It's
パン
very
パンに
easy.
関してのコメントが溢れてい
It's
る。
big everywhere.
もう食堂のパンは何なんだろうと、エンディングで見るっぽい。
Like we were talking earlier, like having an 8-minute
あ
break
の、
over not having an 8-minute break is huge.
そうです
That's
ね。
really
コッペ
nice.
パンっ
Like
ぽく
it's
も
almost
見
like
え
the
る
game is doing the
し、
work for you.
なんだろう、ホットドッ
But
グっ
you
ぽ
can
くも
like
見える
fall
し、
under these visages, kind of
あ
like you're talking
エ
about right
ンディ
now.
ングで食べてた
Just
やつが
sitting
たまたまで、多分いろんなパンあるんじゃないですかね、さす
まあ多分
がに。
そうだとは思いますけど
no
ね。
idea that that's what's happening.
でも
But
結
you're
局エン
just
ディングまでゼル
There's
君
been
は食べられ
times
ないっていうのだけは確かに。
hemorrhaging time.
まあ、
People
そうで
forgot
すね。
turbo on, myself included, obviously. I forgot turbo on, and it accidentally like it screwed up big parts of your run. So it's like you can definitely lean too heavily on it. What I
まあ
did on
確
my
か
last
に、この海外の、世
was
界
try to
観、
really focus
まあ、
on one
洋
element
風の
of
世
the
界
game
観
so I
で焼き
actually
そばパンは
focused
なかなか
on
ないです
is it
ね。
like just clicking through a
か
couple
も
of
しれない
menus,
からホットドッグかな。
or should I turn on turbo and then just immediately turn it off when the dialogue is done? That's kind of what I'm trying to get in the habit of. So turbo is your friend, but it also
こ
will
れ、
stab
す
you in
ご
the
いよ
back.
な、
So
バイ
you
ク。
need to just
There is a skill
It's
level with
there's a
accuracy.
there's a
絶
weird
対
level
こ
of
う、
skill
一人ぐら
to
い、
use it.
滑ってそう
Just。like how there's skill with like not using turbo. There's skill to mashing, just like how there's skill to setting your controller up and knowing how to follow visual cues and audio cues and everything that makes a
で、この
speedrunner
タイミング
beneficial.
からエンカウントが発生するんですけ
For
ど、
an 8 and a half hour
エ
run,
ンカなしをつけ
typically,
ている
that is
セ
a
ルフィ
lot
ー
of
が
things to
い
pay
るの
attention
で、
to.
エ
It's
ンカウントは発生
I
しま
don't
せ
want
ん。
to discourage people from trying to learn the run. You absolutely should. If you're interested in it, there's a ton of resources to make it doable.
スルーするんだ、
Tons of
もう、あいつら。
resources.
Just know that there are going to be points where you're going to be like, what the heck was I supposed to do about that? Or like, you know, you just there's difficulty parts to it too that are kind of fun to tackle and actually manage to conquer. When you stop, like when you make a mistake, you're not gonna make it again because you're gonna learn the first time. It's just there's a million little steps that have to be done correctly to get a good efficient run, and like it's
で
not
こ
gonna
こで
screw
問
you
題のシー
usually
ン
to
で
have
す
turbo on
ね。
the wrong
リ
time
ノア
unless
が
you
落
like
ちる。
pick the wrong party
で、こ
members
こから
at the wrong
約
time or something,
10
but
分
even
15
that's
分
probably
間、
fixable,
リノ
just
ア
not
懸
as
垂タイ
much.
ムですね。
Yeah, you're just you're like auto firing like
怪力、怪力って言われるゆえんの。
Oh no.
そうですね。
Whoops.
レベル100になった時の素の力の値が一番高いのがリノアなんで。
Okay, so soon we're gonna have the paratroopers
ムービー
fight,
中
which
ガタガタ動くの。
should only take what one maybe two shotgun ammo
で
to
この
kill.
時点ではどうしようもないので、とりあえず
normally it's not
カードリーダー
a
前にいるス
horrible
コール
fight to do, but they
のと
can
ころへ行きま
cast
す。
a lot of magic, which obviously is very slow. They cast, I think it's usually probably silence is what I get hit by, but silence isn't really gonna mess up the run. It's mostly just that it can be painfully slow.
最終的にレベル100になった時の
A
力
little bit
の
of running back and forth in this section.
素のステータスが一番
And then
高いのは
pretty
リー
soon
マン。
is going to be the paratroopers part and end of disc 2. So we are
まあそう
getting
ですね。片手でワンコン持てますから
cruising
ね。
towards disc 2 very fast.
しかもキャノン砲みたいに飛ばしますからね。
Where is... So Sayo is getting... Also, oh my gosh, it feels like
ここで
it feels like they're
メ
so
ンバー
close
を決める
to
んで
each
すけ
other,
ど、
even
選
if
択
it's
肢は一
been
番下のアーバインとセルフィを
an
連れてい
hour.
き
It
ます。
feels like we were just looking at this on the other screens as well. They're so fast.
ここで選択肢が固定だから、アーバインとセルフィーにエンカウントなしをつけといて。
そういうことです。
is different over a lot of other Final Fantasies. I can't say
モーグリチームも、
because I haven't run every
機
Final
能が
Fantasy.
転生開
A couple
始。
of them. And I feel like compared to most of them, 8 is one of those games where you return to a lot of the same places a lot of the time. So like every runner is in the garden.
さすがにちょっと見れてなかったんですけど、さすがに誰かティンバーでペットショップ寄って雑誌買ったりとかしなかったですよね。
してなかったと思うんで
さす
すけ
がにしてない
ど
ですよね。前回いたんですよ、一人。
一人
で、なんで買ったのかなって思ったんですけど、覚えさせたのが、
This part should be
インビンシブルムーンって言って、
ああ、はい。リノアの。
無敵になるやつで、ひょっとしたら聖戦の薬の代わりにするのかなと思ったら、最後、魔女のしもべっつって、コマンド縛ってるやつらを一体狩るのを、それでカットするっていう、すごいのを見れまして。
すごい。あ、それはすごい。
これはさすがに決まったら、記録狙いとかだったらすごいのが出るかもしれねえって、ちょっと興奮したのを覚えてます。
確かにそれはすごいですね。
ただ残念ながらその時は2戦連続でアーバインが落とされてリノーが落とされてみたいな。
ああ、運が悪く。
運が悪くで、結局ラスボス戦で40分50分ぐらい足止め食らったっていうのが前回ありましたね。
そんなに足止め食らうことが。
そうですね。で、このパラトルーパー4体は、非常に厄介で、沈黙、サイレス、スロー、グラビデーなど、ひたすら演出に時間がかかる魔法を使っていきます。なので、それを使われる前にできればアーバインのショットで、まあ2人だからまあよしとしよう。全員に動かれなかっただけまし。
Of all the things, the worst cast almost as early as possible. Do you like the areas that you go through, like the kind of one-off mazy type of areas, like you go through Galbadia, when you go through like the sewers? Do you typically like or dislike those type of
門脇先生がちょっとブリッジまで来いとお呼び出しを食らいます。
But like I also always played games like Ocarina of Time and other like rogue like RPGs a little bit, so I feel like I didn't have too much trouble, but definitely as an adult, stuff like that, I cannot be bothered by it. Like, I'll definitely figure it out if I want to play the game, but like, if I'm just going through the motions of a game, something like that will definitely turn me off to something like that. But I think in this
リノア使ってると、あれか、でも、乱入技があるからそれでも時間かかる可能性があるのか。
まあ、そうですね。
I still remember getting hopelessly lost in the sewers as a kid. And it seems like there's pretty much only one way forward, but there's those parts where it loops back around and it all looks the same. So it's hard to know if you're going in the right direction or not. Like if
あ
you're trying to
の、
go
ロ
to
ボ
the
の
side
ま
or
ま
the
での
left,
殴り込みかけた方が強いのでは。
you actually have to know
パ
how to get
ワーアー
through.
マーですからね、あれ。
So now it's
そうっ
speedrunning
す
things like
ね。
again Galbadia Garden.
まあ、
Now
で、
it's
竜
speedrunning
が普
Red
通に
and
こん
Noble
な
Route.
に有用な世界だから多
Kind
分
of
パ
enjoy
ワーアー
playing
マー
through
だったら
Galbadia
強い気
now
もするんです
because
よ
of
ね。
being able to just like sprint through it, you know? It's no longer a mystery and I don't have to worry about going down wrong hallways and everything. It's like now it's kind of enjoyable, I think, again, just to like make up for when I was younger and played and struggled with these areas, being able to come back through them and just like destroy the thing that held me back. Feels so much more fun than just
Whether it
like
be.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
it's just I don't know, like instead of just learning it for the first time like as an adult already or something where you wouldn't really have that history of hating the area and overcoming it. It just kind of feels better to be able to like come back in.
グラフがずっと
and
横
be
ば、
like,
あ
I'm
の、
ready for you this time.
横ばいなんですよ
横ば
ね。
いです
この、
ね。さすがに、このゲーム、そうそうタイムぶれないですからね。
あ、さっきの風神雷神ぐらいですか。とって今のところ。
風神雷神だったり、エスタ次元でポカったりしなかったりとか。
ああ。
あとはこの、もうすぐトンベリチームが入る緑とか。
緑。まあ、自己ポイント自体はあると。
自己ポイントもあるんですけど、まあそうですね、そうそう事故るようなことはないから、
でも一回事故ると
は言えない。
言えない。
and then you can make the game too
一
easy.
回事故ると長そうですよね。あと、
そうですね。
Personally is like that you can get a setup where you just clobber everything. It's like, yeah, it's
そのゲー
decently
ム
fun in other
ほとんど
games
完
like
成
have
さ
a
れ
good
ちゃってる
system
ん
where you
で、
have to,
初心者でも簡単に入ることはできるんですよ。ただやり込もうと思ったらすごく奥が深い。敷居が高くなってくるっていう。
for being so exploitable that it's like with a little know-how you could just like feel like untouchable. I mean, you're not, obviously, you can always very easily die, but like if you get the first turn and you kill a boss, then again you just wipe the floor with you. It feels pretty good.
Every game has a speed run, right? Like there's always strategy to
チョコボはもうすぐあれですね。
ノグ戦は、先ほど、始まる前にアーバインの HP 調整したんで、多分アーバインとスコールで1回ずつぶん殴った後にアーバインのショットで、通常弾5発撃って終わりですね。もうやることが決まってるんで、ただの作業です。
かわいそうに。
Man, I still can't believe. Look at the graph. Look how neck and neck they are still. It's just shocking to me.
Technically, if we could like zoom in on the graph, like
モンベリチームが演説終わったところでモグチームは演説に入ると。大体3分ぐらいですかね。
結構開きましたかね。
Sayo is doing
Kind of wheedling his way down.
Yeah, absolute best.
モーグリチームは飛空艇の、まあ、ガーデンでの移動でちょっと崖に詰まっちゃったんで引っかかって。
Yeah, obviously I don't want any team to have any like catastrophic issues or anything like that, but seeing them get into the same ballpark would be pretty cool.
さあ、これから問題の
There are still a couple of very like unpredictable runs coming up. We still have 5.
勝手にどこか行ってしまったマーク君。
So we have 13, 1, and 5 still as well, which I'm not sure about 1 and 13, but I know 5 can be pretty,
いらぬ戦闘を、いらぬミニゲームをさせられる。
unfair to the teams that are playing that won and
チョコボチーム1分半ぐらいですかね。待ちましたね。
is one of the most unpredictable
ここで引かれ
endgame bosses
て
of any Final Fantasy game.
叩きつけられ
And
て
I'm sure a lot of other runners of other games would say
ま
differently.
ず
But
は
I'm sure
周り
that
を
if
確
one
認
runners
す
are
る
with me when one at the end is a
で
casino.
後ろの非常口のドアを作動させて
And then pairing that against like the step run, like I've seen relays where a team will lose 40 minutes over a step run.
で基本的にはガードとパンチを繰り返して、相手に、まあ、相手のコードをガードして、まあ、相手の HP をゼロにする。で、このミニゲーム、時間制限イベントも兼ねているので、相手の HP をゼロにできなくっても、所定の時間が経過した時点で、HP が上回っていたら勝手に落ちてくれます。必殺剣が、ガード3回成功させたら出るんですけど、まあ、やろうとして負けましたね。逆にやり返されてる。落ちましたね。まあ、落ちればいいんです。
Very nice. Just kind of the bane of my runs lately as well. Again, sometimes it's like you hold, what is it, punch and block, and then you hold kick and block, I think, right? You kind of alternate between those two.
It
might have changed ever since I ran, but the way that I know it is that you spam kick. So you kick them to like throw them off of their guard, and then as soon as you land, as soon as you see the knee touch the face,
華麗に3戦3敗を決めてくれるのか。
Yeah, that doesn't sound like I mean, it's different inputs, but it sounds like it probably does kind of the same thing. That just once he starts blocking, because then once you come out of block, your hit is faster than the paratroopers.
Yeah, and you'll just go from block to punch, from block to punch. So the idea is like to kick them, to throw them off, and then to line up the blocking and the punching to be together with them.
ガードでお見合いするのはよくある。で、何もしてこないから、まあこれはこういう動きになってくれるのは非常にありがたい。
The paratrooper is just like allergic to blocking. Suddenly, he just doesn't want to do it, and will just punch the crap out of Squall. Like he will not stop. I'll block. I'll try to do anything to.
お見合いして殴ってお見合いして殴ってが続いてる。
そうですね。これがもう完全に必勝パターンになるんで、この形になるとまあほぼ負けないです。
Like spree of attacking nonstop, and I'm glad we're not seeing that here, because boy, that is frustrating when it happens.
Yeah. Look
Bang.
at the...
Perfect. First try for both of them.
Can you like Broodles just massacred?
Yeah.
グリーバー最も強いと思うものの名前が、なんだ？
Pastrami?
パスタ？
Question mark?
Pastrami.
Funny because I said
pastrami with like an inflection. Yeah.
It's like it heard me through the nether and was like, yes, pastrami?
I think they're gonna think this is weird. I should throw a question mark out there.
パストラミっていうアイガマのパラストってあるじゃないですか。
I feel like nobody grieve. I'm not gonna say that.
パラストラミっていうなんかハムに近いやつがあるんですけど、ロース
like I don't know, some channel meme type of thing.
Just anything, whether
なんか業務用スーパーとかでよく売ってるアイガマのパラストっていうのがあったりするんですけど、まあサンドイッチによく挟まってるローストビーフみたいなお肉あるじゃないですか。お肉です。
なるほど。
パットラミは香辛料でなんか。
In the randomizer, I'll name it like whoever I'm racing with or whatever.
香辛料で調理した肉の燻製食品。なるほど。助かる。
I don't think I've really been like renaming.
最も強いと思っている生き物、パッツァー。いやなるほど。さっきほら、パンを守れって言ってたんで。
なるほどね。
サンドイッチの素材を。
I wish I was more on the meme side, but not in that regard yet.
リノを救出したので、これから、ガルバディアガーデンの中を走ります。本来だったらエンカウントが発生するんですけど、エンカウントなしがついているので、何とも合いません。で、途中で、カードキーを3枚集めて、奥まで行きます。
I saw QU and I was like, oh no. And then I saw the A and I was like, okay. It's not my name.
ここ慣れてないと結構迷子になる人がいます。
And now we're gonna see some quad dogs, I'm sure.
モーグリチームはクワッドドッグでした。クワッドか。
Yeah, running through this
クワッドか。クワッドドッ
garden,
グ。
whoever designed this, I would like to
四
have
つ
some
子の犬
words with. This part is not very fun to figure out. When you don't know where you're going, it is actually a nightmare.
I've never like actually seen the notes for EZCM, but I helped with a lot of like people individually like asking about design concept for things, and I'm pretty sure the map that exists in the ECM guide for what the layout of Galbadia is, like the person that was making it came to me and was just like, this is so frustrating because like now that I'm having to do this, I now understand that it doesn't make any sense because of like the structure of how things are laid out. Like that's not like how an architect would build things. Like it doesn't make any sense like, perspective wise. How they're trying to glue things together, especially from, like, going from floor to floor.
Yeah, I'd heard
Like,
that
makes
the way that it
sense.
overlaps is impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't looked at it myself.
工房の方も、まあ、スコールの過
I
去が
believe it
スコール
from
の過
how
去じゃん。
weirdly it's designed.
ラグナ編は私が見せてるの
I
よ
don't
のの
understand
下
how
りですも
you
んね。
go up on one side of the ring and you go
あれ
道を間違えたぞ。
道を間違えたこれは数秒でしょうけど、ロストかな
ロスです
on
ね。
the other side of the ring, and apparently that's the part that Adea drops down into.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're on opposite sides of a big open ring. How could they possibly
ケル
overlap?
ベロスがこの先ですね。
Just silly little
ディ
things
スク
like
1で
that.
立ち寄った時に、
She does so many other things
ヘイス
that
トの
are
ドロ
like
ーポイントが
outside the
実は
space, you know, outside the realm of
この
reality
ホー
that
ル
we
にあ
don't
ったんですけ
question
ど、そこ
about.
に
It's more
ケル
so
ベ
like
ロ
who
スがい
built
ま
this
す。
place,
Oh.
not a sorceress. So
Was it
like, why is
supposed
it
to?
like this?
Yeah.
以前は結構取ってたんですけど、
There's some magic
演歌調
teleporters
整と
somehow.
か
Even just like
で
how would Squall
AP を
know
獲得
where
で
the
きるよう
different
になっ
rooms are?
た
Like it is
現
very
在
weird.
は、
Oh, look at
ま
Cerberus.
あ、
Aw.
多分取らないだろうな。
Skip.
I always like how excited Cerberus looks. Tail wagging. You just need a couple of tennis balls for the good boy.
There was a period of time.
この会議で取らなかったら、まあ多分、
We used to use
ゼ
used to
ル
get
カ取
Cerberus.
っているチームは絶対にここ
Now
取
we
らな
get
いだろうか
Pandemonium
ら
because、it was about like using the
あ
speed, getting the
あ
speed up.
やっぱり
effect.
放置されるんです
Wait,
ね。
what was the benefit of Cerberus before?
I'm pretty sure it was just like speed in like being able to junction speed, but I'm
Okay.
pretty sure eventually you figured out like drawing Pandemonium was like more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean, you're already right there anyways instead of doing a whole separate fight. So that makes sense.
I
To just
need to
draw.
go to the Wikipedia.
これで
There's、
次がサイファー2回目ですね。
Let me see if I can find
ここ
it.
でもセーブする。
It will link to Cerberus skip, so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah, the initiative and the speed junction. Yep, yep.
チェックポイントはイデアみたいですね。
そうなるとこれの次ですね。2回目のイデア戦が。
We're gonna see another expert
Oh.
Cerberus skip here.
For all of those inquiring minds.
Just squeezing by.
By the way, that FF8 wiki is fantastic. If you have any questions about the speedrun at all, please.
で、ゼルのカードがない場合は、ここどうするんだったっけな。
It's
It's
まあで
up
も
there
そん
with
なに
like
強くないん
yeah, up there
で、
with like the Sid skip,
まあ、アワインのショッ
but
ト
I
で
mean
も打て
obviously
ば
these are like the
すぐに
best
終わりま
runners,
す。
so
なるほど。
if anybody's gonna do it, it's gonna be these three.
ですね。ちょうどアワインの ATB が早かったんで。
yeah, the maintainer of the FF8 wiki, Brofar.
で、モーグリも、ケ
one
ル
of
ベ
the
ロ
better
スはする。
programmers I've ever met in my life, so it makes perfect sense that
コメントで
they're
ギニャーって声が。
Does work, huh?
well maintained. Yeah.
ギニャーは、それはサイファー4回目の
Alright,
方
so
で
we're
すね。
saving
デ
before.
ィスク3のサイファーでしたっけ
Before
そう
the
です
Cypher fight. Okay.
まだ早いって言われて
I
る。
knew they were expected to do a safety save around here somewhere because
ギニャーはもうちょっと待ってって。ギニャーってRTA で見れるんですよ。
見ないですね。そもそもオーディーンを取らないといけないんで。
ですよね。オーディンが確か、寄り道ですもんね。
そうです。寄り道してオーディーンを取って、斬鉄剣返しでオーディーンを倒されて、ギルガメッシュに吹っ飛ばされて、ギニャーってするまでがセットなんですけど、
はい。
Yeah, I'm a big fan of
見
save
ない
and
です
save
ね。
still.
見ないでしょうね。
I haven't quite let go of those training wheels yet. I'm not at the point where I really need to worry about
で、
letting go of those, but like I don't
モ
grab
ーグリ
every
チー
save
ム
point,
入
but
れ替わ
probably
りで、
I'd
サイ
probably
ファ
still
ー2
save
回
like
目ですけ
5
ど、
times through the run or
え
something
ト
while
ン
playing
ベ
an
リ
X.
チームに比べて火力が
Just to
高い
make
の
sure
で、
if I do
ショッ
get
トは使い
destroyed
ま
on a
せん。
boss fight,
殴
I
り
can
ま
at
す。
least load something to continue my run. Even if the time isn't good, any practice
あ、
helps.
ATB がちょっと悪いな。
Of course.
So they just physically just
で、
melee
あとはスコールで
Cypher no
殴った
limit
ら
for this part.
終わりだけど、
Yep.
多分これで終わる。はい、終わりました。
あ
2番
I
で
feel
す。
like on mine I do a limit, but you probably minus that it could get them into scary low health for the next phase. Easy CM probably doesn't really.
で、ト
I've
ン
been
ベ
kind
リ
of
チー
again
ム、ディス
switching
ク
some
2
of
最
my
後
spam
の
over to
サイ
ECM,
ファ
but
ー
yeah, I don't
3
know if
回目とイデア2回目。
Ruddy or interested in taking that full plunge. That is the
え
route that
ま
these
ず
runners are
は、
doing. They're doing a little different routes,
ス
but the
コールが
strats
瀕
that
死
they're
状態
using
になっ
are
てるから、まずは連続剣で、
like you gotta
確かサイ
yeah,
ファーを
really
倒し
quick.
て、
Yeah.
It's very all or nothing.
じゃないか。で、これで連続剣やっぱりあるね。で、
So we got a Renzo here for the Q only variant. Because we need to do
で、
enough
グワーって
damage.
なってる
Because
間に、
don't get the proper
ア
price
ーバイ
on
ンのショット
Irvine,
の
and
準
we
備を
don't
し
do enough
て、
damage to
動けるようになったら、アーバインがショットを5発撃って終わりで
Cypher.
す。
I don't know
Oh,
why
that
I'm
was
playing so
fast.
hard there.
終わった。
If we don't do enough damage to him, he can crit
で、
us.
ここで
and
落とす
that's kind of like
アイテムに注目。
Yeah, that was a
ヒーローでしたね。
they say that my
英
fights
雄の薬が
usually
落ちました。
are like, but
はい。
probably a little
こ
different
こ
damage
は
numbers,
高
but
確率でサイファーが
if you
英雄の
don't kill them
薬、
back to back,
低確率で聖戦の薬という
Idead
も
is
の
a
を落とし
first
ます。
move on
英
her
雄の
phase,
薬はパーティー
which is
1人を、
called Maelstrom,
一
I
定
believe.
時間無敵
Right?
状態。
correct.
聖
It
戦の
doesn't
薬
do
は
a
パーティ
ton
ー
of
全体を
damage, but
一
it
定
does
時間無
enough
敵
damage
状
that
態
it
にします。
could cause problems, but it
聖
also curses
戦
your
の
party.
薬が出てくれると、ラ
That's
ス
what
ト
I
バ
had
トル
happen
非
last
常
time.
にありがたいんですけ
The
ど、
curses
使えないので、
terrible because then you gotta
今
use
日
the
のワン
remedy
コは
and
ダメです
You
ね
gotta
ってい
waste a
う
turn doing
話
remedy,
にな
and
り
in
ま
the
す。
meantime, she can start spamming magic at you, and it is very, very dangerous.
so we're
そ
getting
れ
a lot
で
of、questions
そ
in
の
chat
無
regarding
敵時間を
like
使った技がさっ
references.
きの雑誌に
T-Mog
の
Blue
無
for the
敵を
そう
使
で
う。
すね。
running
インビン
ECM,
シ
which
ブ
is
ルムーンですね。
short for early card mod. So what
さ
happened
あ、今度
there
はモ
is
グの
during
方、
Gauntlet,
モグチー
the
ム
big
の
mechanical crab
サイファー
spider,
君。
Broodles decided to kill it
先
to
ほど
gain
と
an
違
extra
っ
for the
て、
experience,
ス
and he
コ
had
ー
the
ルと
ability
アー
to
バインで
hit
一旦1回ず
card
つ
mod
殴っ
early, so
たら、
Broodles is stronger
サイファーは落
essentially
ちます。で、こ
um,
の時、
than
ア
Cordellium
ーバインの ATB が
is
溜まる
for
まで
sure.
ちゃんと待ってからスコールで
And
殴
is
り
not
ます。
stronger than Sayo, but got
そして
his
具張っ
strength
ている
earlier than
間
Sayo
に、
in terms of the run.
ちょっと構えて、
And those are the differences in the routes. So we have
あと
ECM,
は先ほどと同じよ
which
うに
gets
ショ
a
ッ
card
トを打
mod
って
early.
終
We
わり
have
で
Q
す。
and Z, which is Q card and Z card, and then we have Q, which
3
is
発
Q
打って終
card
わり
only.
ですね。
So
楽
Cordellium
勝ですね。
performs
さあ、
the
今度はヒーローかホーリー
50%
か。
strength plus
Ah.
junction.
ヒーロー、はい。
ヒーロー。
His fights are going to take a little bit longer, but he did not have to get the Zell card, so he saved time in that.
でもね、まだ、サイファー4回目がありますので、
落ちるチャンスはある。
そうですね。もう1回チャンスはあります。さあ、トンベリチームはディスク2が終わってディスク3。
Goodness, look at that line.
53秒離されましたね。
All the way through.
そうですね。
I can see
誤差の範囲ではあるけど、
まだ誤差の範囲
its
で
way
す。
down there. Mhm.
Slowly creeping.
Well, not going into the for save time
で
getting not
こ
getting
の
the Zell
後
card.
に、トンベリチームはイデアの家に行くんですけ
Even
ど
if、it's like a
先
minute
ほど、
or
元
maybe
前
two
戦
of
争の
going in
直
and
前
having
に、
to
ガルバディアガーデンへ突進した方向にカメラが向いているので、先ほどお話ししたように、トンベリチームはちょっとカメラの方向を変えるのに時間がかかります。
大体何秒ぐらいになるんですか？
これで方向くるっと回転させるのに、1秒、2秒ぐらいしか変わらないんですけど、そのまままっすぐ、いけるんだったら大丈夫なんですけど、そんなにではありましたね。で、モーグリチームの方を次見てもらったらわかるんですけど、多分そのままスーッとまっすぐ行くんですよ。カメラの。で、今、さらっとトンベリチーム、シドカットっていうちょっとした技をしました。先ほどのマップですけど、歩いて、前進をして、一定のラインを越えると、右奥からシドが出てきて、ちょっと道を塞ぐ感じに出てくるんですよ。で、話を聞いてからじゃないと奥へ行けないんですけど、その出てくるラインの手前を、扉の、奥へですかね、十字キーで言うと右上を入力するとそのまま奥へ進むことができるんで、このシドが出てくるラインを通ることなく奥ができるんですよ。話を聞くと聞かないとで5秒10秒ぐらい変わるのかな。なんで基本的にここはカットしてます。ただし、HD リマスター版だと、ここのラインが若干厳しくなってます。
難し
PS 版と同じ要領でやると失敗します。ただし、ちょっと軽くセットアップすると、モーグリティーム、スーッとまっすぐ行きましたね。軽くセットアップをすると一応通り抜けることはできます。
This might not be entirely true, but I feel like the frame inconsistency I was talking about with Turbo, like as far as like pressing your inputs on certain frames, the frame that you're pressing your button could be going from 30 to 31 FPS, but so your button press might not register on the exact frame that you think it's registering.
イデアについていた、魔女の力が今別のところへ行ってしまって、イデアが以前のママ先生の状態に戻っている状態です。シドカット妥協したら大体5秒10秒ぐらいの数になるかなとは思います。
First try Valve, it's like I hit the button, it didn't work. What was I supposed to do?
イディアはもう無害な状態になったので、もうこのまま放っておこうということになって、で、スコール君はこれからまたリノアのところ、保健室へ向かいます。もう頭の中はリノアのことでいっぱいなので、リノアのところにしかいたくないんです。
だいぶ精神を。
Alright, Big Blueberry for Sayo, Part 2.
Blueberry.
で、そうこう言っているうちにチョコボチームは、あれですね、BGH2 回目、今スコールが、通常打撃で5000のダメージが出ましたけど、これは、スコールに、今、多分、トリプルが多分100個に、力、プラス40、60がついてて、さらに属性ジャンクションにモーターがついてるのかな。で、これで、こいつ、水属性に対して、ダメージ2倍なんで、ウォーター100個属性ジャンクションについてたら、ダメージ2倍になるんで、大体2500が5000になるという形ですね。
So they were just like stuck inside, just like, please.
Yeah, and then we blew it up. So they
トンベリチームが4回目のラグナ編に突入ですね。ここはどこなのか。ラグナ君はちょっと旅の途中合流しすぎて、ホテル、豪華なところに泊まり続けて、お金がないので、映画のアルバイトです。ちなみに、ここへ来るまでの間に、 トラビアガーデンの近くにある趣味族の村というところですね。農夫の、故郷にあたるところなんですけど、そこにある、ティンバーマニアックスを読んでいた場合、なぜかここにウォード君がいない。
いないい
な
ないんだ。
ぜかここでいないんです。ここ現在ラグナ君とキロス君とウォード君の3人で来てるんですけど、そこのティンバーマニアックスを読むとウォード君がいない。
いない。なんで
なんで
なんで因果関係が不明。なんで
わかんないです。
あ、本当にわかんないですね。
そうなんですよ。他にも1回目のラグナ編ですね。デリングシティでジュリアとお話しするときなんですけど、それまでの間に、確かバラムのホテルのにある、ティンバーマニアックスを読んでいると、ジュリアの部屋へ行ってお話ししている最中にラグナ君が酔いつぶれてしまうという。おかしいな。読まなかったら気持ちよくお酒に酔っておしゃべりしてたはずなのにっていう。急にお酒に弱くなる。
ティンバーマニアックスの内容何なんですかね。
わかんないです。で、ここの次が赤なんですけど、ここは基本的に、ルブルムドラゴンのタックルを防御しながら、合間に、10回切りつけます。で、逆にルブルムドラゴンは3回攻撃を食らってしまうと、こちらが負けてしまうので、頑張って取ります。今のところはタックルされてますけど、まあ防げてるので大丈夫です。たまにノーモーションタックル、悪質なタックルをかましてくるので、今回のこの赤はなかなかいい子ですね。
Now, what I messed up on a recent run is when you start the next part, you have to menu so that is it Ifrit is junctioned? Yeah. So Ifrit is junctioned because this dragon fight apparently gives a lot of XP. And I did not junction Ifrit, and I managed to kill the dragon with Squall, and I was with Laguna, and I was like, it's fine. It worked out. He's dead. We can continue the run. I did not realize that meant that my Ifrit was level 9. So I had to spend a ton of
で、こ
time
こ
just killing random
選択肢があ
enemies
るん
to
です
try
け
to
ど、
get
う
the
っかり
XP.
連打してしまうと、何もジャンクションもしていないまま飛むことになるので、ちょっと待ってくれと。
So again, you make these mistakes, and then you don't make them again. Okay, Brutal's
で、
turn
ジ
to
ャンクションを
dragon.
します。
Hopefully it goes just as calm.
で、基本的にここは、イフリートがついているキロスで、リミット技を使って倒します。
I don't know which one is more dangerous, honestly.
Seriously.
Oh, very fast limit break. Perfect. Okay.
かっこいいよ。
And he got the crit in there as well. It's a
He
guaranteed.
did.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think for the Q only, and I might not be right on this, but like you might be really
もう
hoping
不
for the
利
crit
の
there.
レッドドラ
I
ゴン
don't
も
know.
今の
If
と
you
ころは
don't
素
crit,
直
maybe
か
you
な。
don't do enough damage to kill the boss. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember the damage needed to kill that boss.
今無理に割り込もうとしたけど、
All
さす
right,
がに
two
それは無理
dragons
です。
down. Nice. So Laguna Dream is this 4?
タイミング的には食らった方が早いっていうタックルもあるんです
Basically
け
done
ど、
now. So where is? Which part? It's so hard to tell. Like looking from trying to keep track of 3 runs at the same time. Boy, it's quite a challenge.
Yeah.
モーグリもドラゴンに突入。
Crit's not needed. Okay, thank you.
で、モーグリチームは
The
ゼ
Q
ロ
only
化で
route. I'm
力プラ
glad
ス
that
60
you're
つい
here,
てます
Windows,
けど、
to verify
やる
information
ことは
because
先ほどの
it's
トン
one
ベ
that
リ
I
チー
haven't
ムと一緒
ran,
で
so
す
I
ね。
can't give the volatility of each fight. In like, if it's yikes, that could have been bad. Had we not gotten the crit, I can't be one to say for sure. So thank you.
So for the instant Ruby Dragon hit, there's There's two really fast attacks that it does. So it normally, once it levels its head out, if you have like a second, you kind of get a feel for the timing. Where it doesn't move, you're free to attack and it won't do anything to you.
それだ
But
け
if
で
it
肩が
starts
つ
to
くんで、
rear up backwards and you attack it, you'll stop it from attacking on that turn, but then it will
戦
very
闘
shortly
の
after
面
just do
で
this instant
節
like
約して
lunge
る
forward that
と
you
してタイムを
most
短く
likely
してい
can't
る
block in time
の
unless
か
you know
な
it's coming, and then you might be able to block it.
そう
So
で
once
す
you
ね。
like
まあ、ジャン
recognize
ク
like
ション
oops
す
I
る
accidentally
のでも、それな
interrupted
り
its
に時
attack,
間
now it's
は
gonna
か
attack
かり
you.
ますので、
You can block, but sometimes when you're just doing the normal attacks back
で、
and
こ
forth, you didn't
こジャ
interrupt
ンク
its
ション
attack,
つけた
nothing,
と
just
し
suddenly it will do
て、
that
あ、
that same charge
ということは今、
at
ス
you.
コールにディアボロスが
And
ついてるのかな
you get hit by a couple of those, you're dead. I had a fight recently where it just did that to me 3
多分
times
どっかで
within 4
ジャンク
turns
ション入
or
れ替え
something
をし
like that. It
て、
just
今、ラグナ君、
wanted to
ス
kill
コー
me
ルに、
suddenly.
ディアボロス塩化なしがついているから、ボードには
They
何も
act
つけなく
kind
て
of
もいい。
more like they have for the
で、
runs here
で
so far, where
この後また、
it kind of just does that
スコール、ラグナ以外の
almost
ジャンク
alternating
ションが全部
between
外れ
just
るタイ
sitting
ミング
there
がある
and
んで、
attacking.
どっちに
And
し
you
ろ
really
付け
only
直
have
しするん
problems
だ
if
っ
you
たら別にこ
misjudge
こ
an attack
必要
and
な分だ
interrupt
けつければいいよねっ
Red
ていうよ
Dragon's
うな
attack,
形にな
but
してる
then
んだ
yeah,
と。
sometimes it just
な
has
る
kind
ほ
of
ど。
a mind of its own and just
で、
kills you out of spite,
ジャ
I
ンクシ
guess.
ョンをしているのが、このラグナ編を見せているのが、エルオーネだっていうのが分かってるんで、じゃあ、エルオーネにあって、リノアがなぜ今この状態になったのかっていうのを、このジャンクションで見せてほしいから、エルオーネに会いに行こうと。で、エルオーネは白いシードの船に乗って行ってしまったから、じゃあ白いシードの船、魔女のシードは今どこにいるのかっていうので今聞きに来たところですね。
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
で、これで、白いシードたちがいる船の位置がちょっと分かりにくいので、で、ここの入り江のところですね、ここのちょっと右のところ。で、これバックで行ってるっていうことは、ここで方向転換して、こういう風に行った方が、ぐるっと回るよりかは、
How many
ちょっと
times
だ
have
け
you
早い
played this game when you got to the white seed ship and you tried to zone in and it didn't happen and then you realized you didn't have the letter?
Once.
そうですね、
Like 2
結
weeks
構迷子
ago.
になられる方は多いで
It's
す。
an awful, awful
I was
time.
so embarrassed.
た
So
だ、あそこ
sad.
バックで行けるか
I
どう
was
かっ
like,
てい
man,
う
I
の
could see
は、
this happening on
僕
like
もちょ
my
っと、
second run through or
あれなん
something,
ですね、
but
ここの
I've been
ガーデ
watching
ン
and
の道
running
っ
for
て
a
結構
couple,
ランダムにな
a
る
few
んで、
months now. Such a rookie mistake.
結構横向いてることが
So
多いせい
that
で、バ
happened
ックに
recent.
行けたり、行けなかっ
So I
た
went
り
back into my notes because I still follow them
なって
pretty
るんで、
closely as I'm going
はい。
through, and I made sure the text is like
結構
kind
めん
of
どくさいで
within a
す。
paragraph and not super highlighted. So I made sure I made a big red box of text on top of the page that's like, go back to get the letter.
で、
So now I
ここ
hopefully
で、
will never forget
ディ
again.
スクイッチのテ
My
ィンバー
notes
で
for
分かれ
FF8
た
are so
ワッツ
funny
とゾー
because
ンと
they're
再開
exactly
をし
like you
て、
just said. Like,
リノアの現状につ
big
いて
red
の
letters
報
like,
告
hey,
をし
idiot,
て、
don't forget. Like,
あれ、
はい。
僕チーム今一瞬カード画
Yeah,
面が見
you
えた。
you know exactly what happened. Like
間
in
違えて
the
カードはしちゃった
notes
な。
as well. And it was especially embarrassing
ま
because
あまあ
in
ま
my
あ。
chat I was like, oh, for anybody who wants to know how to easily
ち
find the
な
white
み
seed
に今
ship,
こ
this
こ
is
でカ
where
ード
it
ゲ
is.
ームをした場合、
So I was like calling attention
確
to
か
like
マ
pay
マ先
attention to what
生
I'm
と
doing, and then I
セ
went to
ン
the
ト
white
ラ
seed
の
ship
ルー
and
ル
I
に
get
は
the
確
letter, and
か
I was
悪
like,
名だかけランダムハンドが確かあったはず。
that's so
ガンダ
embarrassing.
ム。
That like
whoops.
ラン
I
ダ
was
ム
like,
ハン
wait,
ドは
why
な
am
かっ
I
たと
getting
して
kicked
も、
out of it? What did
セ
I
イム
do?
とかウォ
Like
ール
I
セイ
meant
ム
for
と
it.
かまためん
Oh
どくせ
no,
えルールがあ
I
っ
didn't grab
て、
it. Like never again.
もうカード取る
Never
のが
gonna
大
happen
変。
again.
はい。
You
Do
say
not the
that
letter.
until the second time, and then
で、
you
モブ
really
チーム
just
こ
like,
こ
you know
今
what?、
バックで突っ込みましたけど、ちょっ
I
と
don't
突
know
っ
how
かえ
to
たんです
handle
け
it.
ど、
I would not
I
be
was-
able to myself.
バラムガーデン
My
の
heart almost had a
後ろの
moment
斜め
because
に
I
出
saw
ている
Brutals
棒、
like
あれ
really
当たり
do
判
it, and
判
it
定があ
wasn't
るんですよ。
taking, and I was like,
はい。
な
Oh,
の
it'll
で、
let you on.
判定のせい
It will let
で
you on. It's when you get
実
all the
は
way into
う
the
まく
captain's
Oh, yeah,
接
that's
触
right,
でき
that's
ない
right.
って
and
い
then
う。
it kicks you out, and it's even even worse because you wasted all that time.
Well, no, that's right. I completely forgot.
You have to drive
今
all the way
の進
back
み方だと、
to the orphanage to grab the letter and then drive back again.
船の方へ向けてバックするんじゃなくて、船と反対方向の方へ
You
向
can
けて
talk
バ
to
ッ
the
ク
white
した
seat
場合、
captain once, and
多
then you're
分
supposed
ス
to
ムー
like
ズ
up
に接
left
触できたと
diagonal
思い
talk
ま
to him
す。
again. But he doesn't like switch spots, and you're like, why aren't you
やっ
at
ぱ
the
移動に
place
関し
where
て
you're
も
supposed to
そう
be?
いう
Oh,
細か
I
いテクニ
forgot
ッ
the
ク。
letter.
そうですね、そういう細かいところ
You
が
walk
あ
all
り
the way
ます。
back, walk of shame.
この辺
all
は
the
そ
way
の
back.
数秒を稼いでいって、
Yeah, that
ね
drive back is a million times worse. Like getting up to the White Sea ship is pretty easy. You just kind of go up to the big sea and loop around it and go on the inside. Getting back out, for whatever reason, looks a lot more mazy from the inside.
ああ、飛ぶより
I
だ。
did not like having to try to figure out how to get back out. And again, I was already like upset from having forgot it for the first time. Ugh. Never again.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
でせっかく来たのはいいんだけど、エルオーネは残念ながらエスタの船に乗ってどっかへ行ってしまったので、これからの目的地は、エスタへ行こうという話になります。で、エスタへはどうやって行くのかっていう話なんですけど、唯一行けるポイント、陸続きで行けるポイントがフィッシャーマンズ・ホライズンなんで、FH へ行くと見せかけて、そのまま保健室へ行きます。なぜか、保健室へ行くとなぜかガーデンが、FH へワープするからです。
なぜか。
なぜか。本当になぜかわからないんですけど。
With our main heroine on our back, and then everyone's just gonna meet up with us.
保健室へ行くとリナを背負ってじゃあ行こうってなって、お前今からどこ行くんだってなって外へ出たらなぜかフィッシャーマンズ・ホライズに。
なぜか、本当になぜかですね。
No, thank you.
なんかのバタフライエフェクトでも起こってたんでしょうね。
My mom could be like, "All right, dinner's ready," and like it's a sequence where Squall's walking across the bridge, and then I leave the game for like 3 hours, and Squall's just infinitely walking a bridge that's like 500 miles long.
So if you don't close the text boxes, he just keeps going.
Just keep on trucking.
Keep on going.
For some reason, when Alone just jumps off the ship, that is like a very, very laughable moment. She's just like
jump. She just like collapses. That's how I jump too. My knees just buckle, and I just go where
次
gravity
の
takes
チェ
me.
ックポイントはアバドン
I
で
feel
す
like I look
ね。
like so
そ
graceful,
うです
and
ね、
then
ア
just
バド
plummeting
ン
like a
線まで
potato.
はもうあと2、3分ほどで到着ですね。
Yeah, that part always cracks me up. Silliest animation for like I don't know. Maybe they wanted her to look like dainty, or maybe they couldn't figure out how to make a convincing looking jump. I don't know.
She's just like, what? How do we make it look like she's throwing herself?
Wow, that's a weird like on T-Mog screen
現
going
在、ジャ
down the
パニーズ
elevator
リ
while
ストリームで
T
は
Choco's
RPG
screen
リ
going
ミット
up
ブレイ
the
クチャンネルで
elevator.
配
Again,
信
it's
さ
like
れて
being
い
in
る
the same
ファ
places
イナ
so
ルファン
much
タ
but
ジ
different
ー
points
シ
of
リー
the
ズ
Hours
リレーレース9
Just
の、
make it like
様
brain
子を
explode.
公認で日本語ミラー配信しています。ファイナルファンタジーシリーズの、スピードランイベントでチームモグ、チームチョコ、チームトンベリの3チームに分かれてリレー形式を行っています。全シリーズの中から、ゲームが選ばれ、チームごとの合計時間の短さを、競っております。リレー方式であり、前のランナーのタイマーが止まると同じチームの次のタイトルランナーがすぐにスタートするという、イベントで、一番最初のに全てのゲームをクリアしたチームが勝者となります。イベントももう後半になっておりますので、誰がどのチームが勝利するか、楽しんでご覧ください。
For something, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go take a break. And then I came back, and just looking at this scene, like the state of gameplay, I'm like, oh no, I missed a split. And then I'll split, and then text will come up. I'm like, nope, I am just misremembering what happened because we are in the same place all the time.
さあ、トンベリチームは一生懸命リナを背負って線路を歩いてきたのになぜかみんなに先回りをされている。
手伝えと。
手伝って。Balam Siege part with the little mini game, the Find the Captain mini game. that you get to just do a whole bunch of screen transitions to skip past. Pray for nice, easy.
まあ、
easy food
いや、
jam.
でもこれ、あれかな。ちょっといい雰囲気だったから、ちょっと見守ろう的なあれやったのかもしれない。
そうね。
Design will be just fine.
確かに、恋の邪魔したら蹴られるし。とはいえ、リノはぐったりしてるから、手伝ってもいいと思う。
Yeah, trying to do this mini game, trying to learn it properly is just. Oh, it is a doozy trying to
で、こ
trying to
の辺
understand
り
where
の、
the
まあ、ラ
writing
グ
is
ナ編
pointing
3回、
towards.
4回目
It's
とこ
very
の後の
confusing
5
in
回
some
目
parts of this
と
game.
か、あとこの辺りの、パーティー
It's
ですね、
been like
誰
I'm
を
just
連れ
gonna
ていく
wander
か
back
っ
and
てい
forth
う
a
の
bunch of
は、
times. Oh,
割
look,
と
it
人に
unlocks
よ
the
って
puzzle.
好みが分かれたりします。
Sure, I'll take it.
I love that
まあ、
they
基
put
本
like
的
so
に
much
一番積んでるアーバイン
stock
が
into
連
the
れて
idea
を
of
連れていくっていうのはあるん
walking
ですけ
or
ど、
accomplishing some
残り
goals
一
in
人
this game.
は、
Like,
まあ、今回だったら
you learn pet
出るんで
pet
すけど、
pal
自分
volumes, and
と
you
か
just
だっ
like
たら
you
キ
can literally just walk around in
ス
circles
とか
until you
連れ
learn
て
an
いく、
invincible moon.
セルフィか。セルフィを連れて行ったり、
Your dog
ま
being able to
あ、
do that
チャート
again.
によっては
I
キスティスを
swear
連れて行った
Angela's
りとか
not
ってい
actually
うこ
just
と
a
も
dog.
あります。
There's no way.
You
Are
Are you
walk.
telling
基
me
本
that
キス
that
ティスが
dog
ここは。
in Dollet Square could
た
do
だ、イ
that?
デアは連れて行くこと
Angel can't be
は
that
ない
special.
な。
You walk to get
イデアを
money.
連れて行こ
You
うと
like
思ったら
there's
わ
like
ざ
the
わざ
HP stroll
ジャンク
like
ションの受け渡しとかし
junction
ないと
ability where you can
い
just
けな
like
くな
get
るので、
HP by walking.
基本
Like
的に
it's so
イデア
weird.
が動く
I'm
タイ
just
ミン
talking
グは
about
ないですね。
walking.
さあ、チェックポイントのアバドン戦。
Walking makes you strong.
It's true.
今更になって、
Oh, I'm gonna
ス
eat
コール君か
explosives
ら
for dinner.
アンデッドに関する
Yeah,
説
no,
明
Angela
を
just
受け
built
ます。
different, I guess.
ここなんですね。
ここです。
ディスク3になって。
そうですね。
まあ、
な
でも
ので、
Wait,
回
does
復アイテム
Angela
エ
just
リクサ
follow
を
us
ポイ
around
ッ
for all
と
of
し
this?
て、
We just don't see her?
強そうに見えたこの
Because
骨
like
は、
she shows up at the lunar base.
頂点します。
A beautiful Abaddon fight.
まあ、
No,
歴代の
no
シリーズや
attacks
っ
that
て
they
たら、
were
まあ、
able
アンデッ
to
ドは
do
もう
so.
すでに
Just
知ってま
invincible
すし、
for
ここまででアンデッドってそんなに出てこなかったんでしたっけ？エイトは。
そうですね。めったに出てこないんで。で、ここで注意すべきこととしては、割とこいつ、素早い上に、クリティカル攻撃が出てくるんで、それで、コール君が、HP がやばい状態、もしくは、戦闘不能にされると、この後がちょっとやばいので、事前に回復をさせておく必要があったり、というようなことはあります。
Yeah, it's incredibly important to make sure that you
ちなみに
draw
過去の GDQ のイベントになりますけ
Fujin
ど、
before
まあ、
you
こ
use your
の
limit break.
ジャパニーストリームに載ってるんですけど、
Can be easy to get
まあ、自分が解
kinda
説してた時なんですけ
accidentally
ど、
cue them back to back.
ここのアバドン戦で、
Does
ア
Angela
バ
have
ド
a
ンにエ
Pokeball?
リクサをかけず
On top
に
of that,
間違えて
with
自分
the-
でエリクサを使ったっていう奏者がいます
Everything, it's
ジョ
like
イーンって回復しちゃったんだ。
間違えて自分でエリクサを2回使って
Maybe
最終的にラ
I
ストエリク
swear
サ
Angela
を
secretly like
使っ
アバドンに
even though
アバ
I
ド
don't
ンに
wanna
使った
tell
って
you,
いう
but not.
ことが
それ
ありました。
大事故では。
それが4年前、5年ぐらい前の、GDQ のイベントで、その時コントローラーを握っていた
Well,
奏者
Angela
さん
doesn't
は
go、into space, but Angela goes to the lunar
今日解
base.
説にもいないな、日本語版の、全一の記録を持っている方です。
Bringing Renoa into
しかもその後に、ドネーションで目隠しエスタ次元をやるということが決まっていたにもかかわらず、そんなポカをやらかしました。
なるほど。
It's just time compression. You're right. Again, why do I even ask these things? It's just all time compression.
There's one
もう
answer
そんな
to
古いネタ
every
ですけど、
question.
僕は何回でもこすっていきま
It's
す。
time compression.
何回でもこすって。
面白いことなので。
ま RTA イベントはね、一つぐらい面白いことが起こってくれた方が視聴者さんは喜ぶと思うので、
そうです。
奏者目線だと、すごい、こう、辛労が積もりますけど。
そうですね。何回か、メニュー欄開いて、アイテムの並び確認してましたからね。
Got the draw,
や
we
べえ、
should
ど
be
うしようみ
good.
たいな。
And we also have a decaying Apodon for Mog.
近未来と
そうこう言っている間に、ジョコボチームは、風神雷神チェックポイント通過で、トロンベリチームもエスタに到着して、これから5回目、最後のラグナ編になりますね。
モンゴルチーム2分34秒とちょっと離される結果に。
Again, for stuff like this, because it is something that seems silly to do. You're playing a lot of the game with
カード
characters
ゲームを
in
開いちゃった
critical
ところかな。
HP range, and you want to purposely make sure that they're already standing up when you have them attack, because otherwise they have to go into the standing animation and it
最
takes
後のラ
longer.
グナ編、
You
ラ
go
グ
into
ナ
the fight and
君
you
た
just
ち
hold
も、
flee
無事
the
にエ
entire
スタ
time
に
so
着
that
い
they're
たん
already
ですけど、
standing.
捕まってしまって強
And then when
制
they
労
use their
働を
attack,
さ
they
せら
just
れて
turn
い
around
る
and
と。
instantly use it. So they don't have to do the slow stand up, get
お
their
腹
weapon
は空いた
ready,
だけ
and then
ど、
start doing their attack. So it just saves, I
最
don't
近
know,
の
a
若いもん
couple of
はみたい
seconds
な、そう
maybe
いう
per
ことを言わ
fight,
れ
but over
て、
the course of
お前
dozens
は
of
無駄
fights,
話を
it
したか
adds
ら
up.
残業なっつってご飯をお
Yeah,
預
I
け
want
食
to
らって、
say over the course of an 8-hour
時
run,
代だ
you're
な。
saving 3 to 4 minutes just because you're fleeing
いや、
for boss
今でも
fights.
結構
It's
いる
pretty
な。
awesome.
さあ、
There's only
チョコボチーム
sufficient. I
は
don't dare do
そ
the
ん
fleeing
なに、
between the
ほぼほぼ
animations.
変わらずで
I
すね。
accidentally ran
そう
away
です
from
ね。
the fights,
やっ
so I
ぱ
don't do that anymore.
ほぼ
Fleeing
横
from
倍ですね、FF8
fish,
今のと
the
ころ。
Esther fights that you need to
ね。
do, the ones in Ultimisi's castle. Are there any others that you
そ
can
も
flee
そも
from that
今
you don't
回、
want to?
走っている奏者さん、
はい。
3名とも、かなりの
You
持
said
ち
One
タ
Esther
イム、
fights.
トップレベルのプレイヤーなんで、めっ
See
た
the
なこと
castle
では
fights. I mean,
崩れ
those
な
are
い
inconvenient.
で
It's
すか
not
ら、
game breaking, but
なる
it's
ほ
just
ど。もう
But it
一
will
熟練。
番最初の
definitely
方に
not
自
help you
分の
to escape
渡した
from.
メモを
Yeah.
you'll definitely
はい。
見
lose
てい
time
ただいて
if
た
you can
ら
do it on
書
your
いてた
PB.
と思うんですけど、
はい。
世界2位、3
Yeah,
位、
so
4
it's
位
basically
相当の
those.
方々
Everything,
なん
pretty
で、
much everything else you hold
そ
flee
うで
so
す
that you're
ね。
um
で、1位の方はチームトンベリのアンカーらしいですね。
そうなんですよ。
いやー、なかなか。
1
す
位
ごメンバー。
はいなぜか FF5 走るんですよね。
FF5 でもすごい記録持ってるんですかね。というこ
まあ
とは。
多分そうなんでしょうね。
non-crit characters, like spell lifting the sword on his shoulder before doing the action. So it just like all around helps.
強い。
But it's okay. You can
Oh, I didn't
actually,
even think
if
about
you,
that.
I believe that you know what you're talking about. You can actually me as much as you feel like I should.
でトンベリチーム、ここで、ラグナ君とエスタ兵一体との戦場なんですけど、直前のアバドン戦で HP が危ない状態だと、下手するとここで、先制取られて負けるっていうことがあります。
Yeah, it's multiple reasons.
HP ゼロ、スコール君の HP がゼロのままここへ突っ込んでた場合、ラグナ君の HP が1で、やべえってなって、
はい。
先制取られてゲームオーバーっていうこともありま
I
す。
don't know, Quist is standing up when she's in low health. It's like
ちゃ
they
んと
stand and
準
they
備
do a
を
little
行っ
stumble thing while they
して
get
な
to
い
their feet
と、
again.
もう
And
大
it's
変
like,
なことに。
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
it takes
crit
a while.
the crit stance might equal more frames, but like, yeah, saving all of the frames is always faster than only saving some
で、
frames.
問題を起こしたので、先にキロスとボードが問題を起こしたので、いろいろわらわらと兵士が集まってきて、で、ここで集まったので、ここで、ジャンクション。
And we have entered for Mog and Tonberry our final, I almost said lunar dream, Laguna dream.
Close enough.
で基本的に、イフリートは単独で、
Enjoy
キ
the
ロス
music.
君セットさせてるんですけ
The
ど、
slapping
これ
battle
には
themes
一応
here.
理由がありまして、
Man with machine gun needs no
この
introduction.
ゲーム、 基本的に敵にとどめを刺したら、
Just a special.
その人にちょっとだけ多く経験値が入ります。で、これは、装備しているガーディアンフォースにも同じように適用されます。
はい。
ただし、ガーディアンフォースへ
Oh yeah, that's right. It's
入る
so
経
in your
験値
mind,
は
you're hearing
装備してい
my
るガーディアン
advanced
フォー
machine
ス
gun.
の
In my mind,
数
I'm
で
hearing
割ら
my
れます。
machine gun because I'm
な
not
ので、基
actually
本
listening
的に
to
イフリー
the
ト
stream
単
because
独
I don't
で
want to hear myself.
装備させ
But
て、イフリートの
you
レ
are
ベルが
correct.
上がるようにしてい
Team
ます。
Chocobo has the
で、
has the floor right
なぜ
set
イフリートのレベルを上げるかと
Yeah,
い
I
う
just have
と、
one of
イフ
the
リートがレベル10
I
で
have the
覚える
like
弾
direct
薬生成という
broadcast
アビリ
thing,
テ
so I
ィ。
have
これ
warmed
が
him up a little bit just so I'm not
非常
sitting
に
here in
重要なもの
silence
になって
staring
き
at
ますの
three
で、これ
screens.
を覚えさせるための調整として、基本
I
的
still
に
have
イ
my
フリートは、
my FF8
単独で
Spotify
装備されていま
rolling
す。
in the background right now. I'm listening to
弾薬
what
生
is
成っ
this
て
song
フリー
called?
トか。
そうなんです。
The Winner.
The
Oh, yeah.
winner.
It's the you won the battle. I just couldn't. I forget that the FF8 songs
そう
are
です
so
ね。
direct.
弾薬を作るというこ
Wait,
と
what is
は、
the song
つま
called?
り
Oh, the
主
winner.
役
'cause I
の
just
た
won
め
the
の
battle.
装
Got
備
it.
を、整えるための準備です。
What are they direct though? What is maybe I'm a lion
あの
direct for?
素材で、
I feel like
弾
you
を
hear
作
it
れ
a
るよう
couple
になる。
times
ということです。
as far as the trope goes.
何の弾を作るんですか？
Yeah, I suppose
主に
the
作る
comparison
のが、
does happen a couple
破
times.
壊弾と、
Yeah. Is
鉄
it
鋼弾
memorable? That's
で、
to
場
be,
合によっ
you
て
know,
は、波動弾
to be
はい
determined.
を作ります。で、まあ、途中で
Yeah, I
BGH
love
か
the
ら入手
soundtrack.
したミサイルとかで、
We were talking about it earlier. There's
破
really
壊
only
弾
one
が
song
だ
I
いたい100
in
個
particular
ま
don't
で作
like
れ
in
ま
this
す。で、途中
this
で、
OST, and we are getting
テ
closer
ィン
to it.
バーの、
So it's gonna be a
酒
while,
場
probably
で
an
入手
hour
した
out.
トンベリのカード
Inching
を
our way there.
はい。
から、最終的に
But
は
it's、like he goes through this
鉄
super
鋼弾
long space section,
が、
which the music in
20
space,
発
boy, that is a weird shift.
おー
After
で、
you
あ
have
と
that
は、
super
レ
stressful
ーザー
loop
キャ
for
ノン
the
っていう
Esper
のが
menu
途
stuff.
中で、
You get into take Pandora, and
入
you're all
手できるん
like
ですけど、
flustered, and
こ
you
れ
go into
が
space,
レ
and
ー
it's
ザー
just
キャ
like
ノン
the
1つか
bounciest,
ら波
happiest
動
tune
弾が
ever.
5発入手できます。
And you go through all the space stuff
で
and the
きるだ
nightmares
け
that
この
happen up
波
there,
動
and
弾
then
は、
yeah,
多く欲しかったりするんですけど、最近はこの波動弾はカットしてますね。
okay, quite a
ああ、思ったよりももう過剰火力だったと。
そうですね、もう鉄鋼弾が防御無視で、カンストダメージ。で、波動弾も、カンストダメージが余裕で出ますので。
But it's just
あ
the really
ってことは
long lush.
モーションも考えたら、鉄鋼弾の方がいいじゃないと。
Probably my favorite song in this game.
まあ、作る時間を考えたら、もう波動弾なしで鉄鋼弾と破壊弾だけ
Do
で
you
出
like
ない
it just
十
by
分
itself or because of
って
the
いう
part
よ
of
う
the
な考
game?
えに今はなってます。
I think
な
I
るほ
just
ど。
like it by itself. I mean, that part of the game is cool, but it's not.
やっぱ鉄
As
鋼
a
弾が強すぎるん
speedrunner
だ。
of the game, that's not
そう
like
な
my
んですよ。
favorite part of the
Oh,
game.
no, of
防
course
御
not.
無視
Oh, I mean,
が
if
つ
you
いて
want
ま
a
すの
break,
で。
there's your
それ
chance.
に
But
作れる数がまあ単純に4倍ぐらいあります。
the
そう
like
ですね。
visuals in that part,
で、トン
again,
ベリ
for
チ
the
ーム、今
time,
そこ
this
に
game being
月
as old
間
as it is now,
武
the
器相関号
visuals
って
there
い
are
う、売ったら、
outstanding. Like
どれぐらいだっけ
the
2万5000ギルだったかな。
reflections and like
はい。
金策になるアイテム
just
があ
the
ったんです
physics
け
that they
ど、
put
ま
together
あ、
in it is just
ここま
incredible.
で、
Yeah.
歩数がちゃんとできてて、給料もちゃんともらえてて、あと、売るものがちゃんと揃ってたら、拾わなくても大丈夫。
ああ、足りない場合の金策アイテム。
そうですね。他にも、バラムガーデンの図書室にオカルトファン1号があるんですけど、これも1万5000ギルだったかな、1万2500だったかなぐらいで売れるんで、これも昔は金策とかで使ってました。
なるほど。
The outfits
今は、まあ、いらないだろうと。
are
そうですね。昔
they
は
make、sense. There's some that are a little silly, like Odines,
最
but
後
I
ラ
think
ス
he's
ボ
just
ス
kind of a
戦で
silly
魔法が
character.
消されてしまうっていう関係で、
Like, I
ダ
don't
ミー
know,
の魔
the
法、必要な魔法を消されないためのダミーの魔法を大量に作るために、大量のアイテムを購入してっていう手間が必要だったんで、
はいはいはい、はい。
それを買うための資金の代わりに使ってたっていう。
Yeah, like the.
ああ。
Call it because
で、現在はもう魔法が消えないための、経路アルゴリズムとかが分かってるんで、もう対策ができてるんで、その必要がなくなったんで、もうそのお金いらないよねってなって。
研究の結果。
そうです。
Which a lot of people, have qualms with, but I feel like the dynamic between those caricatures
まだまだ研究が進んでいくゲーム、FF8。
give it that quality that we
そうですね。
keep coming back for.
まあ、今回の奏者で言うと、チョコボチームが多分やってたと思うんですけど、他のモーグリとトンベリは、多分、ゲームが始まって一番最初にキスティスのカードを取りに行ったと思うんですけど、チョコボチームだけ、多分、イフリートを取りに行って、ヒレを買ってから、キスティスのカードを取りに行っていたと思うんですよ。
はいはいはい。
I'm
で、
glad
それ
people
をやっ
understand what I'm talking about.
At
least.
まあ、ゼルのカードを
They
い
might
つ
not
もでき
agree
るんだ
with
っ
it,
た
but they
ら、キスティス
understand
のカ
what
ードも
part
い
of
つ
it
も
I'm
できるよね
talking
で、
about.
相手のカードの情報分かってるんだったら、こっちも
I don't know, it
オ
just
フ
sounds
カー
like
ド
those,
の手順
like
考
I don't know,
え
you
れ
see
ば、
those like videos
分
of
かっ
like
てれ
the
ば、勝
reverb
てるよね
fart
っていう
sound,
ので、
whatever. It
最
sounds
適化
like
され
that in
て、
an instrument
今はそのタイ
before
ミン
that
グ
was
が
even a thing.
最速っていう形にはなって
And
る。
it's just not the vibe.
一番最初に取り
The
に
Ragnarok is a
行った
really
時は、風
cool
紀委員の会話が
chip though,
始
so
まっ
like it's
挟
worth
まっ
it.
たり、
I will deal with farty music if I get the
案
Ragnarok.
内板までの長い廊下を走らなきゃいけなかったりっていうのがあったんですけど、それがカットできるから、っていうので、ソウルのチャートが取り入れられたんですけど、その代わり、乱数を数えなきゃいけないからっていうので、すごく難易度が上がってしまったっていう。
ああ、そっか。ルーキー分かったってことはもう乱数の話になって、このカウントか。
そうですね。
難しく。
Cypher has one too. A unique limit break, you mean?
Yeah, Fire Cross.
Yeah, his is cool looking. Barely get to see it, but it is pretty cool looking.
そうこう言っている間に、最後のラグナ編が終わって、これから正式にエスタの中
One of the only areas in the game, I feel like that you have the opportunity of like using Cypher and finding out. So if you go into the status of each of your characters, you can see like what weapon they have equipped and everything. It's the only place in the entire game where you can see the name of Cypher's weapon, which is called Hyperion.
Oh.
Which is like not
この街並みも、あれですね、発売当初の、リアルの事情的に反映されてはいますよね。ちょうど、アップルとかが、まあ、64とかもそうですけど、クリアカラーのやつとか出してる時期だったんで。
流行ってた時期ですね。
That was something I was going to ask about too. There's a bunch of like lore stuff that we were going to go into, and we kind of didn't want to go too heavy in it. We were talking about runs. Like, I'm trying to prioritize like paying attention to like what the runners are doing.
ゲームボーイアドバンスとか、あそこら辺でもクリアありましたもんね。
ありましたからね。
Lunar Dream 4, right? There's
何せこのゲーム99年発売ですからね。
recording a movie, and he is playing a sorcerer's knight, and he has a very specific stance.
あの頃は、
he defeats
機械系なら何でもスケルトンでしたよね。
でしたね。That section of the game, and then you remember playing as Cypher in the beginning. It is exactly the same move. So when he defeats the Ruby Dragon, he does a swipe left, a swipe right, and then he puts it up in front of his face. And that's what Cypher does when he like finishes. That's his like ending move. So like it is directly taken from that scene that you
あの辺りのブームのことをやっぱり名前がついてるみたいですね。
Pretty trippy.
Yeah.
Pretty trippy.
で、
So do you think there's
こ
a
れ
reason
から
that like Cypher never
どこだったっけな。
reveals what his dream is? Do you think
名
he'd
前
be
忘れたな。
embarrassed by?
まあ、とりあえず、
Yeah, it's probably
打ち上げポイントまで
this
行き
game
ます。
lends itself heavily to just like the idea of like gender roles. I mean, it definitely excludes gender roles in certain areas, especially like with women having so much power
そうですね。
over
もう
like,
すぐで宇宙です。
other entities. We all know, like in the real world, that's not how it works, unfortunately. But in that it plays to that gender role that he'd probably be made fun of.
もうすぐ
you know,
宇宙
X,
へ行
Y,
くと
and
いう
Z,
こと
and
は
he tries to do
このゲーム
very
一番の
masculine presenting.
見どころのエスタ次元が間もなく来るということです。
But for some reason, that was just what I don't know, what he wants, what he aspires
宇宙
to.
ルール
He's
は
an
も
angsty
うゴリゴリ
teenager.
で
I
す。
think he's 16.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
なんで全部
17.
のルール
Yeah.
詰め合わせするの？
I think in Galbadia, when
お
he's
姉ちゃんも
quote
ピエッ
unquote,
トもやめて、
Peter
そんな
Bruno
ことし
says
ないでって言ってる
last
から。
summer they were 16 and they fell in love, which leads me to believe he's 17 now.
So yeah, he's an orphan kid that didn't really have like parental figures, and saw this hero on TV and said, "I want to be like him." I guess, right?
Yeah, which makes sense because they were at the orphanage. Like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like in the game, I guess, that they kind of
ですだな
point
本当
at,
に。
but don't really like explicitly say that.
よ
Like,
く
yeah,
よく
a
考
lot of these
えたら、
kids
サン
all
ガーフロンティアの
experience
近未来都市もこんな感じでしたよね。
weird coping
サ
mechanism
ガフロ
trauma
ンティ
stuff
ア、
because of
あれか。
their
こんな感じ
upbringing,
か。
which
こんな感じ
is
だった。
where I think Sid
サ
is
ガ
one
フ
of
ロ
the
ンティ
true
アも出
villains
た
of
の
the
が、
story.
これ
Whether
の
you
1年、2年前か。
want to like
そ
dive
んな
into
ぐ
that
らい
or
です
not
ね。
isn't, I guess, really important, but just that, you know, these kids didn't really grow up in a healthy, normal situation, obviously. And Cypher just kind of went off the rails, I guess, with like he was very misdirected.
Yeah, he's like the
そう
scapegoat
ですね。
of
エルオネ
of
が
the
ラ
entire
グナの
game.
カー
Like
ド、
he's
ラ
Ultimatia's
グナがスコー
pawn
ル
and
のカ
is
ードで、
used and
なぜか
exploited
ピエットがアレク
for
サンダー
his
の
like
カードを持ってる
indifferences
ので、
towards how he feels about the world.
回収がめんどくせえ。
She literally like, oh, your favorite book movie is The Sorcerer's Night. Well, you can be mine then. Fulfill your destiny. Like, okay.
How did he end up? Did they say how did Cypher end up first meeting Adea?
So I want to like, I don't know if anywhere actually says it, but in my mind, like, they saw him on TV.
すごいペースだな。
Zell
4年5
squawked
年
his
の
big
間に
mouth,
4作出てる。
let it
ナン
know
バリ
that
ン
he
グ
was
が。
from the garden, and then Delling was there, and Adea and Galbadian army have a pact. They're working together, so I'm sure they took him into custody, and then Adea popped up and did her Adea stuff because she was Ultimecia at the time and got what she wanted.
So, see, there's Angela running around, by the way, that I was talking about. Not that Angela gets yeeted into space, but just that it's
で、今
definitely
トン
been
ベリチームがい
around
る
still
マップなんですけ
while
ど、
Renoa's been
はい。
unconscious.
まずめったに見られないだろうけど、
kind of
なんか
pre-planned
こ
and
こ
some
の
of it
マ
was
ップを
coincidence.
移
Like,
動
it's kind of
早
hard
く
to
行きすぎる
determine
と、
how much of it
はい。
なんかフリー
like
ズ、
Squawk
フリー
keeps
ズだっけ
talking
な、
about.
おー
進行不能になる
How
らしいん
much
で
it
す
seems
よ。
like it's been
ニコニコ動画の方に確か動画が残ってるんですけど、条件があまりにも、
like
あの、
I do
厳し
wonder
すぎ
how
て、
much
ま
of
ず
it
見る
was
ことはないです。
manipulated because of this like
なるほど。
time travel. Some people are like basically clairvoyant, knowing what's going to come up.
Yeah, and essentially it has been written because the events of the game, like everything that's happening, they do defeat Ultimecia. So through
地上イデアの護衛はゼルに任せ
it
て
has、to have already happened before. Because like
宇宙へはさあ誰を連れていく、
it's hard to think about
誰を
like
連れていくか。
paradoxes with time stuff like this. I think that's kind of why like the story and how complicated it lends itself to like how much debate there is
で
about
地味にこ
what's going
こ
on.
キャラクターが歩いていくんで、あらかじめ宇宙へ連れていくメンバーを一緒に連れて行った方が、
But yeah, the fact that
仲間が
you beat
移動
the
する
game
時
and
間が
Ultimecia
短縮される
is
から
being
早
defeated
くなるん
and
だ
we're
けど
closing
な
the
っ
loop
ていう。
lends its hand to we're being junctioned by alone into these different bodies and like we are
モ
being
ーグリ
manipulated.
チーム車で出てって
Almost
すぐに車で戻ってきたぞ、どうしたんだ。
Yeah, because that's what alone
どう
is
したんだ。
doing by sending
すぐに納車したぞ、どうしたん
team
だ。
back. She's junctioning them to Laguna and everyone.
どうしたんだ
I feel like
3500
that
ギル
could
無駄にした
cause
ぞ
a whole bunch of other like. So is that something that anybody has a power to do, or is it something that alone has a power to do to
Very specifically
people?
alone.
で、コールドスリープをされて、射出されて宇宙へ行った3名。
Over time, gain control of alone because they want to harness her power. And eventually they do by making the jump alone, which is why Ultimecia has
いいところではありますが、お時間となりましたので、私、司会の方交代となります。ここまでのご視聴ありがとうございます。引き続き、ジャパニーズリストリームをお楽しみください。ここまでの進行、春季でした。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, see, that's the stuff again that like, if you just play through the game and you don't actually like.
はい、お疲れ様です。まあはい、引き続き解説お願いします。
はい。
I don't know, like data terminal type of stuff, whatever. You just miss a lot of this.
大的中ルナティックパンドラがエスタへ近づいてきました。このルナティックパンドラは、作中、ディスク1の2回目のラグナ編で、ラグナが内部を一時調査していたところになります。
You can connect those dots, but like very rarely.
キスティスを連れて、
It doesn't help that we're a speedrun community.
一部ジャンクションの入れ替えをして、で、これからエスタの市内へ戻っていきますと。
Spend like 40 minutes in the information tutorial, like, let me learn more about that. Like,
yep.
We're going on to the
で、
next.
慣れているので、ここはバックで、
save time,
行きますと。
let alone. So it doesn't really lend its hand to like trying to
なかな
discover
かこの
things. Nor does like being a
8
child
の
trying to
乗り
like
物
figure
は
these things out.
癖があるので、
Like it doesn't help.
非常に難しいです。
Yeah, like funny how that stuff is. That, like the more you play the game, people have been like, "Oh, you must know so much about this game." And I'm like, actually, the scope is incredibly narrow. It's just that the things that I do know how to do.
さすがにここのメニュー操作ミスると、後々大変になりますので。
Speedrunning it, you just learn how to do your route really, really well.
深張りができない、できるところもあったりはするんですけど、基本的にできない部分が多いです。
And I usually don't like to end my streams too short. So afterwards, we just spent a good like hour or so going over the data terminal stuff that was in there, which is not much because I didn't do side content. But we read some of the things that are in there about like the lunatic Pandora and what Esther is like and just some of the vague information in there. And then I tried doing some of those seed quizzes. Have you guys ever tried doing those? Because
トンベリチームはオダイン研究所へ行って、あれは何なのか、
the wording in them
あれ
is
は何の
so
ためにここを通過
obscure.
しようとしてい
Some
る
of
の
the
かっていうのを聞
information
き
needed
に行
in
き
them
ます。
is stuff you would never pay
Some
attention
of them are
to.
very silly. I agree. Some of them are very silly.
Yeah, we went through a couple of those and I was losing my mind. I was like, okay, fine, I'm done.
宇宙の方へ上げましたね。
I can't retain any more of this.
In my challenge run, I think like as soon as you defeat like the training center boss, you try to go max level seed rank because walking around and getting money actually like you need as much money as possible. So you're actually like trying to take the test.
So you probably just like memorize the answers and just
で、このルナティックパンドラはこのエスタの上空を取ってティアーズポイントというところへ向かっております。で、このルナティックパンドラがティアーズポイントへ到着すると月の涙という超自然災害的なものが発生してしまうので、エスタの上空を通過している間に飛び移ってルナティックパンドラの進行を変更しようという、そういう作戦がこれから始まります。ちなみに月の涙というものが発生すると、あたり一体が、なんて言ったらいいかな、運命だったかな。まあ、一国が消滅するぐらいの大災害が発生します。で、実際に、イデアの孤児院があったセントラ地方はその月の涙によって滅んでいます。
Would you like to, and you don't have to do this, but if you want to kind of explain what Cordellium is about to come upon, because it's one of the biggest segments of this game.
で、
My route
そ
obviously
の
is a
接
lot
触
different
ポイン
from
ト、
being
乗り
easy
移
to
れ
see
る
on,
ポ
but
イ
I
ント、
could
一番近い
attempt
ところ
to explain
が、
how it at least
タ
partially
イマー
what
が
my
始まってから
stuff
5
looks
分
like.
後のポイント
You
に
don't
な
have
り
to
ま
be
す
like
ので、
hyper specific about
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
これ
'cause
か
I
ら
couldn't
5
even-
分の
off the top
Yeah,
of my
just-
head, I
間
couldn't
に、
even.
I
So-
couldn't tell you
買
either.
い
It's been
物
so
を
long
し
since
て、
There's a large
多
part of
分
this
戦
game
闘す
that
る
we've
の
been
か
doing
な
for the past couple
どうかな
hours, where you're
戦闘に
accumulating, like
関
you're
して
learning
AP
different
を稼
abilities,
い
you're
でメ
picking
ニュ
up
ー操
different
作を
boss
してラスボ
drops,
スま
you're
での
you're
準備を整
accumulating
える作業が始まります
that you don't really have a good time to do, to use yet. You don't need to
ま
use
ず
them
はショッ
yet,
ピ
so
ン
you
グ
just
モー
kind
ル
of
へ
hang on to
行っ
them.
てお
But
買い物
now
です
we're gonna be at a part of the game where you are kind of just sitting
モ
there
ブはセー
waiting
ブせず
for
に行きました
the
ね
lunatic Pandora to go over a specific part of the city. When you go onto the screen within that window, you can board it. But until then, you have nothing to do. So this is when the speedrun takes all those things that you've learned and acquired and just does all of it in a row in like a massive multi-page menu.
で、
So you have some things that you need to
ここ
buy, some
の
things that you need to sell,
月
you
の
have
涙
abilities you need
が
to learn, you have
襲来する
abilities
タイ
you
ミ
forget,
ン
you have
グで
items
の
that you
み
need to use, organizing things so it's in a better
右
spot
下
for
のお
later,
店、普段は閉まって
turning
るんですけど、ここ
items
のお
into
店
magic
で、
to then junction to make yourself
訪れ
stronger,
ると、
rejunctioning a bunch of
絶
things.
対
It
視
is
と
a
いうガーディアンフォー
billion
スに
little
アビリティ
steps
かけ
of
る
things
4
to do.
とい
The
う
route that they're doing does
ア
different
ビリティを
menus
覚え
than
さ
I
せるこ
do.
とができます。
But general idea is you've had
で
a couple of hours where you
主
were
に買
still
ってる
riding
の
on
が、
the magic you got earlier in the
力の
game,
書
like
と
the
HP の書
Demi, I
と、
think it
あ
would
と
be,
は、
from the black holes,
忘れ草
and the water
というアイ
magic,
テムを
and
買ってま
anything
す。
else that
他
you
にもいろい
had.
ろ買ってますけど、
Now is when we
力の
finally
書っていう
upgraded
のはガーディアンフォースに、
into the, like,
力ジャンクション、
the build that
HP の
is
書は
basically going to
HP ジ
carry
ャン
us
クションを
through
覚え
the
させ
rest
ま
of the
す。
game.
で、
Because otherwise you're just
忘
kind
れ
of sitting there
草
for a couple minutes.
は、
So there's a really specific order of things
ガー
that
ディ
you
アン
need
フ
to
ォース
accomplish
の
within
ア
like
ビリティを忘れさ
3
せ
to
る
5 minutes,
アイテムなんですけ
depending
ど、
on
な
whether
ぜ
you have to
忘
do
れ
the
さ
fights
せる
or
のか
jump
という
in their
と、
routes. Need the extra AP and the haste
必要
from
な
here.
覚える必要のないアビリティを、
Very quick fighting, very quick menuing, and
忘
get
れ
on
させる
Lunatic Pandora within a very
灰色にな
very
ってい
tight
る
time window.
アビリティを消すことで、
It's
今後、
incredibly stressful
新し
at
く
this
その
point
ガー
for
デ
the
ィアンフォー
run.
スは、
They've done it so much it's most likely
アビ
muscle
リティを
memory.
覚えませんっていう
I still heavily
状
rely
態
on my
に
notes, but
することで、
yeah, this part is really intense.
戦
You
闘
hear
終了
extra
後に
menus,
何
your
々
knees start shaking a
を
little
覚え
bit.
ましたっていうログを表示させないようにします。
I'm assuming they do
ま
that
た、
all three of them are gonna need to do
カー
the
ド変
encounters
化と
before
か、炎魔法生成だとか、そうい
they
っ
board
た、
for the AP and
アビリ
the
ティも消すことで、アビリティを、メニュー欄のアビリティを開いたときに、表示されるアビリティの数を減らして、カーソルの移動時間を減らします。で、戦闘に入ったので、先駆けに必要な AP をこれから確保します。
Initiative on Pandemona, which will let you instantly attack, like get first, basically first strike with a character. And the second thing being ammo
で、
RF,
ここ
which is
で、こいつ
you
が
can
AP4
refine a bunch of your items into ammunition.
で、多
so
分
for
隣へ
when
行っ
carrying
て
the、rest of the game.
機
So you're really
械
just
と画兵
waiting
の
for those two
組み
things
合わ
to
せ
be
のやつに
learned.
なるのかな、次
And
が。
I can't say for sure where they're at with that based off of the
で、
three
多分機
different
械の
routes
方だ
they're
け
going,
倒す。
but we
これ
could
一体だけ
probably
で、
assume
こい
that
つが、
they're going to be taking 2 fights each.
AP5 入るので、これで AP の合計が9になっ
Pretty sure
て、
it would be. But if it's not,
この後、時間が来た時に、
Oh wait, it was magic missiles, right? It was
乗り移る時に強制で1回戦闘が入るんですけど、その戦闘で、パンデモニウムが先駆けを覚えます。
Actually, I don't know. I don't know where the attack happened. I can't say for sure.
I'm not even familiar with
これ
that
で7
enemy's
だ。
attacks because you pretty much never bump into them.
で、あとは残りの時間1分半ぐらいですけど、その間に必要な、
Unless they're just going to be
準備
choosing
を整
to
えます
forego it, which
間に合うかな
doesn't. You have the time in this menus to do these things. It's
さすがにちょ
essentially
っと、
free time.
英語なので何をやっているのかはわかりません。ちょ
So
っと
we
解説
do
が追いつき
take
そうに
these
ないです。
items, you refine them into different magics so that that you can have it junction to your stats. Pretty much everything has its use directly, but you do grab some, you make zombie magic to put on each character to swap, or you kind of put it as like a dummy magic, I guess, right? That you move your important magic to the back page because the final boss likes to try to destroy your
そうです
helpful
ね。
magic. So you move your strong
まあ
magic
必要な部分、
further back in the
パーティ
menu
ー
to
メンバー
protect
的
it,
に見
and you create
3
zombie
人分、
magic
4
that
人
you
分
put
ぐ
in
ら
the
いあればいいん
beginning
で
of
す
your
けど、
menu so that when the boss tries to remove your magic,
これ
it
の
takes
補充
the
ですの
zombie that you
で、
don't care about and leaves
今地味
alone
に
the demi that you do care about.
ラス
So
ボ
there's
ス
going to be a
戦
lot of
で
like
飛ば
making
され
magic
た
really
く
quick
ない
and
魔
swapping
法
stuff
を、
around,
魔
teaching
法
the
の
TS
8
different
ページ目へ
abilities,
移動させてましたね。
using
で、15分、
what
14
else
分、
even is there?
ちょっ
I guess
とオーバ
not
ーしてる
ammo
け
refining
ど、
yet.
大丈夫かな。
Rejunctioning
ガーディ
everything,
ア
which
ン
is
フォ
this
ース
part
の、
I
確
heavily
認をし
struggle with.
て、
It's a lot of just pure memorizing which characters need which
で、
abilities.
これで多分30秒、
Long
40秒
story
ぐらい
short, TLDR, they're
押してる感
using
じか
this
な。
menu to set up for the rest of the game.
大
Like,
丈夫かな。
this is essentially free time because you're waiting 15 minutes for this point that Cordellium just reached right now to board
30
the
秒
Atlantic
押し
Pandora.
です
So
ね。
from when it starts, the timer starts to 15 minutes, you have like it's
で、
never
モ
getting
グ
there
チ
any
ームとは
faster.
3分半
So
約
using that
差
time
が
to
開
menu
いて
to
ます
set
ね、
yourself up
現在。
as far as you can ahead of time to reduce the number of menus you need to
で、
activate
歩き
for
回
the rest of the
っ
game.
てる
Will
け
save
ど、
you
これ
time
は、
because this
これ
is
は今どうしてる
forced
か。
time
あ、
you have
出
to
た。
take no
と
matter
い
what.
うことは、宴会値がやっぱり手前だったんだな、モグ。あれだ、ミサイル基地組の後の、バラムガーデンで、マスター派と学園長派で争ってた時ですね。
I was rude.
あの時の宴会値がだいぶ手前だったの心配してたんですけど、やっぱりこうなっちゃったんです
We're
ね。
supposed to dodge that attack. I'm pretty
あそ
sure
こ
that was
で
being
宴会
killed.
値がだいぶ手前だったせいで、多分
Every I don't know what
FH
this is. I don't know what the mechanics
BGH2
are. I don't
回
know
目
if
の
it's
前
just
に、
sheer dumb luck. But
必要な
sometimes I'll
エン
have
カ
to
ウン
like
ト
try to
2
dark
回
side.
発生しちゃったせいで、ここで余計に
Wait, no,
歩く
I'm thinking of this
形になって
incorrectly.
ます。
Anyways, when I'm trying to attack Selfie in that fight, it will miss a lot. She's very slippery.
Yeah, I don't
Very
know.
slippery.
Because when you try to hit her, like I'll try to have her hit like herself even during which fight would that be, like XATM or anything for like buffering, and she just, it seems impossible to hit. Whichever fights you'd have her buffer on herself, I guess Elvert as well. She's
基
just
本的にここは5分以内に
She's
すべ
wiggly,
ての
I
操
guess.
作を終わらせたいので、
yeah, just follow the notes. I mean, did you look
こ
at
の
the
ため
notes? There's a
の
lot of
調
steps.
整
But yeah,
は
just
ず
follow
っ
the
と前
notes.
から続いております。
Here you see that making that zombie magic. Also very important that you need Firaga magic to put on, I guess that'd be Irvine, yeah? That you put on Irvine for a boss in the final castle as well, because if you hit him with the wrong type of magic, it will counter you and party wipe you.
Yeah, try point. You have to
Yeah,
go
my point is not
fire ice, fire
で
ice, or you know,
トンベ
reverse
リ
ice,
チーム
fire
の
ice,
方
fire.
は、
It
ルナティック
rotates,
パンドラがテアーズ
when you
ポ
hit
イ
it
ント
with
に
the
到
magic.
着してしまいま
So
した。
we
このま
put
ま
the
では
Firagas
月
on and
の
we hit
涙
real
が
big.
起こ
Crit
って
one
しまう
time,
ので、
no.
さあどうしましょ
Just
う
kill
と
it.
いうことで、
Actually, no. You hit it once, and then the second one is what kills it. Excuse me. I forget it's 2 shots. So rather than needing to swap to Blizzard, the second fire hit just kills.
とりあえず
So there is no
小谷
reaction
博士の
because
と
of
ころ
the
へ行き
death.
ます。
There we go. I got there.
そうですね、マジックストーンは
Like
魔導
looking at all
石で
these,
すね。
like again, just how fast
時
you
空
have
魔
to do
法
all
生
these
成で、
inputs and making sure that you
トッ
follow
プ、
all the correct steps.
2番目
really,
に
really
素早
fast is
速さが
wild to me.
速くなる、の上昇に関わって上昇量が高い、魔法に書いてます。
I think
3回
I
目
can
の
tell
な
that
緑点で
there's
す
a
か。
speedrunner
ロ
of
ボチー
me
ム。
in this game because my Spotify
さ
randomly just shuffled Shuffle Our
無事
Bookie
に
came on.
3戦
and
3
like
敗、
instant
優秀
trauma
の美を
like
飾ること
came
がで
across.
きる
Like
のか。
I heard the card music and I was just like, oh no, like so much time of hearing this music.
さあモグチーム14分20秒を超えてしまった。40秒以上かかってしまった。 これでまたトンベリチームと微妙に差が開いた。緑は、問題ないですね。3戦3敗優秀の美を語って、フィニッシュですね。で、今、モーグリが戦闘しているこのバトルですけど、たまに、間違って逃亡してしまうことが、してしまう方がいます。そうしてしまうと、困ったことに第二接触ポイントで乗り移るしかなくなります。確定で、何分だ ?3 分4分のロスです。
Override what you try to tell the controller to not do. It's like, but I understand what the software is, so you want it to do this, and it tries to like default to controls that you don't want, and it was just this whole headache. So for a long time before I got a
で、トンベリチーム、無事にスコールたちは宇宙へ着いたんですけど、ここで、また最後のカット技ですね。ピエットカットっていうやつですね。本来だったら、ここピエットに話しかけて、その後リノアのところへ行って、で、進行するんですけど、これからピエットたちが入ってくる扉からスコールが出ていくと、その会話を全カットします。
Got the programs all, comfortable. And now I only have to play, what, 3 games? 3 games of triple triad per speedrun. Yeah, those cards break down into incredibly helpful items that you can use to make your party much, much stronger than they're supposed to be at that point in the game.
ロストテクノロジー化
It's a good idea to
して
do
しま
it.
って
Just
るん
really,
で、
really tough.
Yeah. I don't want to say it's like the first big gate of like learning the speed run is like getting the card situated for sure.
結構作り直しが大変なことになっています。
Kind of getting comfortable with the attack buffers so that Ifrit doesn't just repeatedly kill you. I've died many times to Ifrit. Sometimes he just decides to keep casting fire on Squall and there's not much you can do, but
sometimes I like to tell people like this game is 2 speedruns.
で、エローネと無事に再会を果たすことができました。で、エローネは、過去へジャンクションさせられてあげられるのは自分が会ったことのある人限定ですということなんですけど、今ちょうどリノアを連れてきているから、リノアのところへ一緒に来てくれということで、
Reset territory grows very high.
医務室へ行かずに、管制室の方へ行きます。
There's just like things that have to happen. Because if you get like perfect RNG for the entire game, except for the first hour and a half, like it means
そうです
nothing.
ね。FF3 のノーチラスの移動が、あれバグだっけあれをなんか利用したものだから再現がすげえ難しいっていう。そういう話は昔聞きましたね。
Good ATB is really, really tricky to get a good run started.
You want to take this one? What do you think the most dangerous fight in FF8 is?
月の表面でモンスターたちの動きが活性化しているぞというのを見た後に医務室へ行こうとすると、医務室で何やら不穏な動きが。
Kind of, sort of, but it's mostly actually been more like Anaconda and Elveric, because you don't have a whole lot of backup strats at that point. If they decide to just pick on you, you're kind of dead. The main one that just keeps popping up into my mind is Graver, because again, Graver is just... Man, that boss is... It's so mean because almost every attack that it does, if you get unlucky and it goes towards Irvine, you're dead. Like, you are just dead. There's nothing you can do because you can't revive. You go in with Irvine at such low health.
画面を切り替えてあげるとすぐに次のポイントって移動してくれるので、これ2回繰り返すと勝手にここへ来てくれます。なのでここまで来たらあとは管制室まで行けば勝手に前へワープしてくれます。
Some of the bigger fights that used to scare me, like the sorceress's fight, which is still quite a ways out from now, but
で、
the
今、リ
the
ノアは何
sources
をし
where
てい
you
るの
fight
か
like
とい
what
う
is it,
と、
11 of them in a row or
宇
something
宙
like that?
へ、
Yeah, if we're talking about
宇宙へ封
sheer
印してある
danger, like sorceresses is probably
仙
pretty
台、
scary.
仙台に
On
なる
That
の
one's
かな
pretty bad.
On
魔女アデル
PSX,
の
since it doesn't scale
大事な大事な
like it
封
does
印
on
の一つ
PC,
を解放しました。
different story, but for
It
sure.
can
なの
just
で
keep,
今か
it
ら、
can just keep wailing on you with high
もう
level
一つの
magic.
封印を解除しに
Like
行き
you
ます。
want Irvine to die at one point, but not
こんな
too
厳重な
early.
施設を作っていて、
I think
なぜ
they
か
just do like
ロックは
melee
2つだ
attacks.
け。
Excuse me. They'll do like melee
もう5
attacks,
つ
and
ぐ
I
らいロ
think
ック必要なんじゃな
since
い
they're locked level 45 on PC, they hit you for like 450 damage. Like what?
I had them keeping casting like Blizzaga and stuff on me for.
They just
It
come out
was close to
swinging.
1,000.
モンスター
It
た
was
ち
a
の
lot. It was a
動きが活発になってき
Yeah,
た。
it's
月
a
の目
lot. Sorceresses
月の
is
涙
pretty
がもうすぐ
sketchy
始
as
まり
long
そう
as
で
they
す。
don't get a whole lot of turns, which they ideally shouldn't, because Irvine is high speed, berserked, and hasted, so they shouldn't really get turns. You should be good, but if the RNG is just in their favor, it's pretty yikes.
Server sip. Sayo.
チョコボチームも無事ケルベ
Very
ロスは
close,
す
very
ぐ。
close, but Sayo was able to make it. Round of applause for Team Chocobo.
It's the one dog you don't want to pet in this run.
Yep, it's true. That's that needs to be like the undertext
Do
of
not
server
pet
skip
this
on the
dog.
wiki. The one dog you don't want to pet in this run. It's fantastic.
I've had Fujin and Raijin too. Again, the Balam Siege one, where Raijin just kept on meleeing everybody. Yeah, it's pretty hard. So that one's been pretty rough. Oil Bow is kind of only if they get curse off. Most of the rest of the fights aren't too terrible. It's like usually they're consistent. Most of the fights aren't that
月
bad.
の涙が起こ
But
っ
if
て
they
しま
decide to
い、
be
月
mean,
に
if
い
they
る
get a
凶
turn in
悪な
before
モン
you,
スターたちが
almost any boss fight
エス
can
タへ向け
be
て
a
一直線
problem.
に落ちていきます。
Diablos
I'm
hasn't given me a whole lot of trouble, besides one time when it did the Gravija or whatever and put all my party down into double digits and then just bing, 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 meleeed them all to
Yep.
death. Back to back.
Because he's like super fast. He'll just
Mhm.
melee everybody. 1, 2, 3, done.
Yep, that one was pretty bad.
I want to say like speedrun wise, the most dangerous
ちょっと失礼。
fights are like the ones that you yourself can mess up. Like obviously there's like power level bosses that may or may not let you pass, but like I want to say fights like Norg
ちょっと
or
失礼し
fights
ました。
almost like I don't ones that you kind of have to set up
トンビリチ
during
ー
the
ム宇
fight
宙服
and then
を着
execute.
て、
I feel like
リノアを
those
追い
are
か
the
けた
most
いんですけ
impactful
ど、
ones,
絶
especially for
対
like your
に追い
time
つ
or
け
what
な
you're
いの
trying to
で、
do.
手前で遊んで
It
ま
might
す
not
ね。
be dangerous in the sense of like
ここ
being
下手に動
running,
く
but
と、
could be
地
could
形
mess
に
you
引
up
っかかっ
like
て
a
出
lot.
られなくなったりする可能性があるんで、あんまり下手に遊ばない方がいいと
Yeah,
思うん
so
だけ
this
どな。
part is where in my randomizer run where the music
で、
started
特定のセ
playing
リフの
that
ところまで
Chocobo
来て
theme.
から、手
Like
前
again, a
戻
very
っ
like
て、
cute
マップを切り
pixely
替えたら
bit
先進む。
Chocobo theme. It was like crying from laughing at it so hard. It's just like the tone of it was so off-putting for such a like otherwise kind of sinister, dark scene setting in, you know?
Such a great song though.
Also, Cordellium did something that I don't dare do anymore, which is play around in that airlock room. Because if you don't line up to the doorway at the bottom of it, you can
こ
get
こ
stuck in
から
there
謎の
and
男
not be
性
able to turn
に
your camera to be able to see how you're stuck. So
エ
you
ルオ
have
ネ
to
を
just
守れと
float around
お願い
blindly,
を、お
trying
願
to
い、
find
命
where the
令
door is.
かな
That
さ
happened
れるので、
twice.
エルオネのところへ行きます。
It's a good point like you bring
I
up.
don't
Like,
recommend it.
there are so many points in this game that you can soft lock. It's just like you're done. You're
There's a
done
big
playing.
one coming up.
Yep, a big one's coming up. Absolutely. But yeah, definitely going ham on that spacewalk for sure.
Yeah, I don't mess around in that room anymore because I was just kind of like drifting back and forth a little bit, and then when I tried to just hold down to go back out, I got stuck. And I didn't know if I like did soft lock myself or something, or if I had to like go back up
チ
and
ョコボ
over
チ
and
ーム
down.
デ
I
ィ
don't
ス
know
ク
what
に
ended up
最後
working,
の
but it
戦
was
闘
basically
です
just
ね。
like
チェックポイント。
gliding around along the bottom of that locked
サイ
area
ファ
for
ー
like a
3
minute
回
before I finally
目
found where
と
the doorway is. So
イリ
yeah,
ア2
I
回
don't
目。
recommend playing around too much in there. Unless you just know exactly where like the how the screen
これは
position is going to be
取ってる
on
ん
the
です
right
ね。
angle to get back out. It was
出るカード。モ
it was
グチ
pretty
ーム
scary
と
for
一
me.
緒ですね。
So I remember when I did that,
あ
it was
と
on
は
one with
シ
a
ョッ
pretty
ト
good
で
pace. And just watching it
終
go
わり
right
で
down the
す。
drain because you decided to play around in an airlock was not a good idea.
That sounds terrible, by the way.
さあ、何が出るヒーローですね。サイファー3戦目は皆さん英雄の
I
薬で
think
す。
I saw like a regular Irvine shot followed up by like a crit from Squall, but when this crit landed, instantly gave instant ATB over to Irvine, which then took the fight over. I don't know. It kind of landed up perfectly. It looked very smooth. Yeah, very silky smooth. Adea too. It looked very
さあ、
impressive.
トンベリ
What
チ
did
ームは
what did
先
Sayo
ほど、
name Griever?
封印して
I
い
didn't
た
catch
魔
it
女
either.
アデルが、
I didn't catch it
月の
actually.
涙と一
Maybe
緒に、
somebody in chat can
地
go
上
back.
へ戻りま
If
した。
you
しか
if you
も
click
ル
on
ナ
the
タ
channel and go
ル
to
ナティッ
videos,
ク
you
パン
can
ドラ
you
の
can
真上ですね。
rewind. Maybe we can somebody can tell us because I did not pay attention. I'm actually very curious. See, now in
It would
my
have been
ears.
around this part. Okay, I've basically found the part of the video. Let me just
Now in my ears on Spotify, I'm listening to Man with the Machine Gun. So we finally made our way there.
yeah.
We're here.
You're just going through the whole gauntlet of it. I totally.
I'm
What's your
an
name?
ultra nerd, so I listen to like Final
で
Fantasy
今、トンベリ
7,
チー
8,
ム、
9, 10.
He named it
の
Graver.
歩いて
That's
お
why
ね
we didn't catch it
エルオネ押
fast
して
so
ましたけ
fast.
ど、
Just Graver? Wow.
Yeah, he
アナ
left
ログスティッ
Graver.
ク入れる方
You
向
know what, that
が
makes
悪い
sense.
と、
There's an hour and 12 minutes to be
あ
made
の
of
ま
by
ま
Team Chocobos, so
エ
you
ル
know
お姉
what?
ちゃん
No time for memes.
追い抜い
Let's do
て、
it. We don't have time for memes.
今、エルオネが入っているポットに
No soft
スコール
lock
が入っ
with
ちゃっ
for
て、
Cordellium.
しかもその後ろからエルオネが、入ろうと
With
し
the
て、
walking
道を塞ぐっ
into
ていう
a
状況になっ
lone's
て、積むことが
designated space
ありま
and
す。
being trapped forever.
早く行けって押したい
It
んですけ
hasn't
ど、
happened
実
to
は
me. It
ちょっ
has
と危
not
険な
happened to
遊
me
びだ
yet,
っ
but
た
I'm
の
just
で、
waiting for it because I've seen it happen to other people.
I've done it.
I'm just waiting. It's gonna happen eventually.
I've also done the second soft lock that you could do later when you talk to
Oh.
Angelo before you talk to
Oh,
Ramon.
I haven't done that one yet either. Every time I go in there, I make sure I have turbo off first because of that. I'm scared of that happening too. It's a.
で、
So this is
エ
where we
ル
start
オーネ
getting
が
our
リノアへジャンクションし
little
てくれて、
flashback things.
以前の記録、以前のところまで飛ばしてくれて
You
ま
just
す。で、
get
これ
some
はちょう
some
ど
character
ディスク
building
2の頭の
memory
方ですね。D 地区
flashbacks.
収容所で、
This is where
スコー
people,
ルた
if
ち
you
が
didn't
捕まって
already
た
hate
時
Irvine, this
に
is、kind of the part
リ
where
ノアは
they
どうしてたのか。
like that's the final nail in
っていう
the
のです
coffin
ね。
for him. That
ガ
Renoa
ル
has
バ
to
ディアガー
forcibly
デン
drag
の
him back
生
to
徒
the
であ
prison
る
to
アーバ
rescue
イ
his
ン
friends.
が、
Where he was
カー
just
ウェイ
gonna
大
go on
佐
his
の
merry
名誉
way
を受け
without
て、
them.
リノアだけ、
Renoa's like, get your
外に
booty
連れ出
back
したと。
there. We're gonna go get them out.
で
He's
も
like,
スコー
oh,
ルたちが
fine.
捕ま
And
っ
then
てる
again,
か
he
ら
tries to walk in all
勝
smug
手
and
に帰んじゃ
Renoa
ねえ
has
よ
to kick his butt
戻
down
って
the
救
stairs.
出に行くぞと、
Remember I was talking about
無
like
理や
gender
り
roles
押し
being
込められ
simplified
て、
in this game. Like the women are
戻ってる
extremely
ところ
strong
です
and
ね。
have sorceress powers, but it's like on the opposite side, the men
違
are
う、そうじゃな
really
い。
dumb, like really dumb, just stupid.
Except for Zell.
Yeah, hot
Zell
dogs.
is a wonderful person, and he's
Hot dogs.
part
で、
of
これ
gold.
は、ゼルと
He's
話
got
をしてい
priority.
ると、
Okay.
スコー
I
ルが
actually
持
do
っているア
wonder.
クセ
So
サリ
you know this thing that he
ー、あ
do
れと
does,
似たも
you
の
know,
が
like
欲しい
making
と
the
いうこと
ring?
で、
Do they
こ
ever
れが
go
作っ
over
てや
that?
るよ
Like, where did he learn how to
手
do
先
like
の器用なゼル君が申し出たところですね。
Masonry.
何
This
リ
is
ノア
like
ひ
a
ょっとし
class
て
that they
ある
teach him? Is this just
ス
something
コール
he
の
picks
こ
up
と
in his own time? Because it's just kind of like
みたいな
subtle.
反応す
I
るんで
just
すけ
can't
ど、
picture
この
Zell
時のリ
making
ノア
the
は
ring.
全
I'm
然そんなん
sorry,
じ
I
ゃ
don't
な
know
い
why.
よっていうような反応するんですけ
It
ど、
just
ど
didn't
う
really
考
strike
えて
me
も
as
そう
like
だ よね。
What do you even call that? Like somebody who does like the fine like little metalworking type of stuff. Because that ring looks pretty detailed.
もっと最近のやつを見せてくれと。ということで、モーブリチーム画面がカクついてるのは、 これは配信だよね。
You see this?
配信の方が止まってるわけであって、ム
Looks
ー
frozen
ビーが固まってると
to
か
me.
じゃないよね。
I was talking, but I was muted. But yes, freezy.
Yeah, metallurgy. That's a good one.
Oh.
Are we back?
怖い。
Is it the
怖い。
internet?
It could be. That's another thing to say. Is
コ
like,
は
is it the PS? Is it physical
ディスク
or is
2
it
の
like
最後、サイ
data?
ファーと一体何を
Because it could be
話してい
both.
たのかっていうところですね。
Oh my gosh. It's just like going ahead in little bursts. Ah,
One thing
Bruno!
One thing I've noticed is that if you if you're on turbo, like the
これでも
confirm
ディスクの
button
方なの
does
か。
progress. So like if the game recovers, you have to press confirm to get it to initiate. So like
飛んでるチー
turboing
ム
it
は
and trying to open
B
it
の
close
あ
the
の
lid
後ろに
works.
何かいる。助
Okay,
け
we're
てスコール。
Hey.
Oh.
ジニモーグレを戻ってきましたね。
This
怖え。
the first relay we've had with like terrible issues with disk drives. This game, it needing a 90K. 90Ks are notorious for being like pieces of garbage.
でしたね。パーツドラミでしたね。
And they will just fail.
I don't know if it's the same
Will eat your
copy.
discs. Easy.
If it's the same copy as the one that Brutal's been speedrunning on before, but we've seen quite a few game freezes happen. There's a clip there's a clip that Brutal has that he was on PB pace as you would expect, and he was fighting Griever, and he had everything set to go, was just starting to do his Irvine demo ammo shots, and his game froze. Like completely froze.
さあ今
And
リ
it-
ノ
there
アは
was a
ど
little
うい
bit
う
of a
状況な
meltdown
のかっていうところをジャンクションして見せてくれているわ
We've
け
been
ですけ
grinding
ど
that PB for a couple months
かなり
already
リノア
before
は
that
絶望的な状
happened.
況です。生命維持装置が止まりそうです。
What do you? How do you do anything? Like, how do you talk yourself through that to continue? Oh, God, it was so bad. Like, I mean, it was kind of hilarious as a viewer, but like my heart went out to him. That's just like it's so unfair.
My favorite instance of what we're talking about right now.
このゲームのムービーって結構容量食ってる
I
ん
was
で、
watching, if anyone knows, I think he did commentary for the 7 run
かな
that
り
happened today.
PS2 への
Dill Wingo
負荷がかかってる
was
はずです。
playing a run, and I was watching it. It was a huge PB. Final Fantasy VII, no slots.
Really?
It's the
止まってる。もうチーム止まってる。ムービーが再生されない。やばい。
and it
やばい、止まった。
freezes the wormhole. Just freezes and never comes
う
back.
わ
Oh, it didn't come back
ー
either.
うわ
Did not come back, and it was so sad. It was like a 4-minute PB too. Like it was huge,
動いた。
gigantic
なん
PB,
とか動いた。
and just
No.
gone.
Dude, that's devastating. If that happens to me, I'm gonna like,
実
I'm
際
gonna need to
デ
walk
ィスク
away.
4はあれですから
I'd
ね
be so upset.
エンディングの
It's
ムービ
actually
ーが
happening to me right
約
now
30
on one
分
of my
近く
disc twos. I'm doing like a run
20
on
何分あるん
PS2,
ですけど、あれがものすごい容量食ってるせいで、
the garden sinks into the ocean, like
仕方
around
なくい
the
ろんな
commotion, the garden commotion. It's like around
街とか
Norg.
の
You know, you
マップ
you almost run into
を
Balam, but you
削っ
like sink
て
into
る
the ocean.
っていう
Like
話ですから
my
ね。
FMV will just like freeze right
そうですね、
there.
PSX なので、多分向こうの PS2 です。
Now I have to investigate and is it the disc? Is it the drive? Is it the laser? Like
北米版です。
I
チー
feel
ズ北米版
pretty
です。
certain that something like that happened to me when I played as a kid. I
そうですね。エスタ次元でセーブしてなかったので、
I'm certain I had
最
problems
終
with
セーブ
it,
どこ
but
になる
since running on PC, it's mostly just that like, you know, the port is pretty terrible, but at least it doesn't freeze.
yeah. It's
Getting
as
your
someone-
PB yanked out from under you like that is so unfair.
as someone that knows
チ
how
ョ
to
コ
fix
ボチー
PlayStation
ム
and stuff,
が
like some it'll just
最
happen,
後の
and when
赤
it
です
does,
ね。
it's terrible.
ルブルム
Like
ドラ
there's
ゴン。
nothing you can do to like prevent it. There's stuff you can do to try to
長い
prevent it from happening, but like when it
イ
happens,
ベン
it
トの
will.
ちょっとした
Yeah.
癒しですね。
All right, we're gonna get our final Ruby Dragon minigame.
あ
Will the third
最後の
one
ルブルムドラゴ
be
ン
as
君は
mellow
どんな
as
じゃれ
the
方
other
をし
two
て
have
くれる
been?
のか。
I don't believe you. Square doing a bad port. I don't believe you.
Yeah. I wish I could go back to my ignorance is bliss times of not having the game. There's so many problems that come
お
with
とな
it.
しいですね。おっと、こ
The
れは
more you have to try to
そうですね
optimize
今の
things,
タ
the
ックルは
less
食らった方が早い。
the game
回避
does
で
the
きない
thing
や
you
つ
needed to do.
The thing that I hate most about like PC gaming when it comes to speedrunning is that I have to like interact with a window that's like
さあ
on my
これ以上は
PC
ちょっと
that I
タ
also
ッ
have to
ク
do
ル
other things with,
食らえ
like
ないぞ。
stream and click other
ノーモー
windows
ション
in
タ
my
ックル
notes
が
and
飛んで
stuff.
こないことだ
So
け
like
を祈ってあと
playing
2発、あと1発。
playing on
あ、これは行きました
PlayStation
ね。
or any other console is nice because I have like autonomy over my PC. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
It's not like FF7 PC where you like click off of the window and the game freezes until you
モ
click
ブ
back
チー
in.
ム最後に
That's
セー
like
ブした
one
の
of the things that
が、
annoys me about 8 is that
ディ
if
ス
I
ク間
click
セーブ
off
も
from
し
the
てなか
game,
っ
I
たの
can't
で、
keep turbo going, so I can only click over to do stuff if it's in a cutscene.
と
Yeah, because it's connected to your PC. Because yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And like
サイファー
units
2回
that
目
I
の
can
前かな。
interact with it to
確
an
かそこまで
extent,
戻りま
like
す
I
ね。
can
そう
do
な
the
る
second
と、
trizell so that you have to be able to
チ
start a
ョコ
game
ボチームの後ろま
and
で
click
行くので
accept
1
in the
時
game
間
at
以
the
上
same
の
time
巻
as
き
you
戻りに
hit
なります
enter on
ね。
the keyboard.
やばいな。
I was able to do
やばいな。
that,
怖い
but I'd have to
ぞ。
set up a separate turbo button to be able to work through like joy to key or whatever while I'm not tabbed into the game, and that just seems like it could cause disasters. So it's like
Yeah. Yeah.
you just have to deal with it. If something comes up, you need to check on something while you're actively running. Too bad. Too bad you don't get to look it up on your phone or have somebody else tell you or whatever.
And it's like
チ
less
ームはこれ
accessible.
まだあと、今、
Like
トン
the
ベリ
idea
チー
of
ムが見て
console,
い
like
る
it's nice,
イベント
like
と
it
かム
feels
ービ
good,
ーと
but
か
it
があ
requires
る
so
ん
much
で、
more. Like PC gaming is accessible.
まだ止まる危険性をはらんでる。
Programs, but they're usually
怖い。
free to download and you can
せめ
set
て
them
セー
up
ブがしたい。
relatively
早く
easily
ラグナ
by
ロクま
like
で行きたい。
knowing who to talk to type of thing. It's not like you need to go out and buy a $300 retro tank.
Yeah,
Emulator is nice, but even so, sometimes that scares people because there's optimal settings, right? So
And it would be in different categories as well.
yeah,
Depending what category you're trying to go into, that could also cause.
but I do agree, like the idea that a lot of these should be on emulator because it just
で、トンベリチ
there
ー
will
ム
be there will
は、
come a point where there is no
リノア
more
がなんとか
PS
生
and
命
there's
維
no
持
more
装置
discs.
を
Like
起動させて、
I understand that's a very absolute thing to say, but
なん
that
とか持
time
ち
will
こたえ
come.
ているの
And
で、
a
これから
scarcity
ス
has
コール
already
君
become
が
kind of
迎え
a
に行きま
problem
す
when
と。
people want to get new discs that aren't a complete crapshoot.
そうですね。これの後が、リノアキャッチしてラグナロクインに
To
な
get a copy of a
るので、
30-year-old game.
あと5分ぐらい頑張ってもらわないといけません。
Like there's gonna come a time where you're like, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VIII, and then your disc is just gonna get scratched because your laser just went out. Like, and if that's your last disc, like, what are you gonna do?
で、この時点で、どこにいる右下にいますね。右下にいる、リノアの真正面へ、左上にあるカウントが0になるまでに、真正面に回り込みます。
Yeah, I was thinking like, man, there's a lot of like black screens at this point in the game for all three runners. It just like keeps fading to black.
ですね、多分、
I can't see the
多く
emote,
の
but I
方
know
の
what emote.
初回のリノアは、
Rotisserie chicken
今も
emote that
多分宇宙のどこかをさまよっているんだと思います。
pops into my head every time with this mini game.
僕のリノアも多分
It's
今
just
も
the
ど
way
こ
that she
かを
just
さま
like
よっていると思います。
steadily spins.
You got some spinning happening. I see.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It makes me feel better to see the spinning because then I feel like, familiar. We catch the girlfriend, we move on. So we are getting kind of close to the end of disc 3. Like there still is a decent amount of like just dialogue to match through, but once you get back from space, it's like the last chunk of it goes like rapid fire.
まで移動するんですけど、この時バツボタンを押していると、高速で移動してくれるので、ちょっと楽に。
Almost feels like it kind of
Oh,
creeps
low,
up
isn't it?
on you.
もうちょっと下じゃないと大丈夫みたいですね。
No, we're good.
You
そ
don't
うで
have
す
to
ね。
be
こ
even
のイベントもう一回
close
最
to
初から見
Renoa
な
to
いとい
catch
け
it
ないん
then.
じゃなかったっけ？どこまで
He was
戻
like-
るんだったっけ？
all the way down on the bottom. I was like under the impression that it had to be
そうで
pretty
すね。
dead
一応設
center
定
for the
上、
game to
魔
count
女
it,
の
but
力
nope.
を持ってる人間は死ぬことができないので、
I mean, does she have to
死
like
なず
literally
に
go
ずっ
off the
と
screen
守り
for it
続
not
け
to
ます。
count?
Yeah. Like, imagine Broodles doing the catch and what you just saw. Like, if that's what you saw on the bottom there, that would have been a death. But that's not what, you know, we're in different areas, so. It's funny, you even see like FMV Renoa on both right now.
That freeze, the
Team
PS2
Choc-
freeze was very unkind.
Right, right. Team Chocobo clearly using Game Shark hacks to double the speed to get to the white sea
で、
chip.
トンデリチ
Unethical,
ーム
but I
は
like it.
なぜか近くに浮
Do
かん
what
で
you
た
gotta do.
ラ
Do
グ
what
ナ
you
ロ
gotta
ク
do.
へこれから乗り
So,
込
did
む。
they explain why Ragnarok is out here in space? Why is there this ship that is full of aliens?
I don't. So, like, to actually answer that question, I don't think that we will get the answer to that
アリゾ
until
ンには多分流
Daddy
せると思い
Warbucks
ますよ。
decides to join the Ragnarok down on the ground.
前回
AKA
のリ
Laguna.
レーの時も普通に流
And I
し
think
てま
it's
し
when
た
you
し、
talk to Kiros when he's on the ship after that like weird speech that they have after everyone
素
gets back
敵
on
だ
the ship. I
ね。
think you can talk to Kiros
FF10
and
は
he'll tell
ムービー
you
スキップができ
how
たん
they
で、
got
カッ
Adele
飛ばしました
into
けど、世
space
界一ピュアな
explorations.
キスは見れません
And I
で
don't
し
know
た
if
ね。
you've ever actually interacted with
え
that before, but it
多
is a
分歌は
cutscene
普通に流
that
します。
shows how, because Laguna Dream 5, they express interest that Laguna should help with the resistance or whatever, right? So he ends up going through with that, and he's the one that imprisons Adele into the space prison that she's in by basically trapping her there, like a haha. You were he like literally fooled her. He was like, "Hey, what's that?" And she turned around and he
で、
like pushed her.
Oh no.
セーブしますね。
No, he didn't just give
オ
a
リジ
little
ナルには
push.
ない
And then
セー
like
ブポイント
three
でセーブ
of
を
the
します。
Ragnaroks like go up together and like take her body out into space. And I think like once it launches into orbit, the three of those like vessels,
PS 日
the
本
three
語版と
Ragnaroks,
か、あとは
essentially just like
こ
they're
れ以
done.
降のバージョンでも確かここのセーブポイントないんじゃなかったっけ？
Huh. So like she actually just got like
一応セーブポイントラグナロク内にあるんですけ
she's
ど、
like
別の場所
12
にあります。
feet tall.
I mean, it's
Super
very
strong
like
sorceress. Just got a little little push into the
yeah,
the
she's like
chamber.
17 feet tall or something really
Ah.
ridiculous. But like, yeah, it's very much in the trope of Laguna, like everything accidentally getting thrusted into
最
his
近
lap
3
and
倍
him
速
just
で、
accidentally.
HD
Oops, I
版や
found the
っていま
exact
した
right
け
way
ど、
to
こ
do
こにあっ
something.
た記
Laguna's
憶
such
がない
a
な。
he's
Yep.
such a Looney
Save
Tunes
point.
character.
Exactly. Exactly.
そうですね、プロパゲーター負ける
Alright,
と危
on
険なので、
Ragnarok, we have the propagators part coming up here. So I got stuck on this when I was a kid. I
で、ここに
specifically
いる
remember
プロ
hating
パ
this
ゲー
ship,
ター
and
と
maybe
い
this
う
is
敵
part of
な
the
んで
reason
す
I
け
hate the
ど、
song on here.
この時
Because I
点
would
で
get
の
stuck
スコ
on
ー
this
ルの
ship
レベル、スコールとリ
with
ノのレ
the
ベルだと、
trying to get past
大体
that.
平均10レベル前
What's the
後
one
な
in
ん
the
ですけ
hallway? Is it a
ど、
red one?
プ
I think
ロ
it's a
パ
red
ゲ
one
ー
that
タ
you
ー
have to like
の
squeeze past between the
素早さ
puzzles.
は約
I just was not
71
good
と
at
か
like
72
navigating
ぐらい
between
で
the
す。
the things.
この素
And I
早さ
didn't
はこれ
understand
以
like
降に、
the whole you
戦
can
う
move all the
ボス、
the screen fades
寄
in
り
and
道
whatever.
す
I
る
would
分
just
も含めて
get
です
stuck
け
going
ど、
between one and the
最
other
速
and
で
one
す。
and the other, and it just this part
オ
when
メ
you're
ガ
a
ウェ
kid
ポンよ
is
りもアルテ
very
マウェポンよ
stressful.
り
Okay,
も速いです、
now I
こい
know
つ。
how straightforward it is. But for the general idea of it, there are
なの
8
で、
aliens on here
できるだけ動かれ
of
たく
4
ない
different
ので、
colors. You
バ
have
ト
to
ル
kill
ス
the
ピードを
matching
一番
colors
遅く
in a
して
row.
いま
So
す。
if you kill a purple
少
and
し
then
で
you kill a
も
red, the purple respawns. But then if you
動
kill a
く
red
速
after
度、
the other
動く
red, then both the reds are done.
確率を減らすために。
So you have to know where they are and not get caught by the other ones while
で
you're、weaving
敵
between
の
them
行
to try
動
to
は
get the right order.
ATB が溜まると0フレームで行動が決定するので、
In the theme of what I
開
was
幕
saying
で
about when I was a child, I was not very good at this game.
ATB が溜まってると確定で負けます。
There is a
こ
much
う
like the mercy mechanic of like, oops, you
先
don't
に動
know
かれます。
anything
下手する
about
と死にます。
the Balam's
なので、
siege minigame.
先駆けを装備し
You
て
went、through 17 screens. We're just gonna give
相
you
手よ
the
り
captain.
も早く動け
In
る
this
確率を
game,
少しでも
if
上
you
げます。
fight, I don't remember what the
で
number
先
of
駆け
fights is,
を
but
装
if
備して
you
いる
like
と ATB
just
がマックスの
fight
状態でスタートする
propagators
ので、
over and over and over again,
連
they're
射機をつけ
really
ていっ たら、
Or they will all just disappear, regardless if you do not kill them
ア
in
タックを
pairs.
選択する、相手を選択する、で、最速で2フレームですね。
You don't
2フレームで相手を攻撃するんですけど、先ほども言ったように、敵は ATP が溜まったら0フレームで行動するので、どんなにタス3であろうと2フレームの隙ができます。で、その2フレームの隙に割り込まれないために、ATP を下げて、相手の足を遅くして行動させないようにしてます。それでも事故ります。
If and when I knew that as a kid, just again trying to like squeeze past the one in the
で、
hallway.
今、
just was
こ
not
このプロパゲーター
was not
は
working out
同じ色
consistently
2
for
匹
me.
出ます。
And then
こ
when you
の
go
2
into
匹
some
を
rooms,
連
you
続で
get
倒していくと終わるので、
immediately
最短
bodied
で
by the
8回
next
ですね。
one. So if you
8回
were
戦えば終わり
aiming
ま
to
す。
do like the
紫、緑、赤、
red
黄
one
色の
next,
順
for
番です
example,
ね。
and you accidentally
赤
go
は
into that conference room
こ
part,
の
you
後
then
重
get
要になって
attacked
く
by
るオーラ
yellow
ストーン
one.
というアイテムを高確
And
率
then
で
you
落
gotta
と
go
すの
back
で、
and kill the other red one again. And so it's like
PS
it
日
can
本
just
語
take
版などでは
so
基本
much
的
back
に
and
この
forth
緑の後ろに
to
い
try to
る
get
セーブ
all these
ポイントでセーブを
propagators
し
taken
て、
care of.
え
It's a pain.
オーラストーンが出なかった時のための保険にしていま
Your
す。
grandmother. It's like, oh, you sweetheart. Bless your heart. You
でモ
tried
グ
real
も
hard.
無事にルナーキャッチできたみたいですね。
Didn't you?
うん
Here you go.
あ、一応ここでもセーブします。するみたいです
I
ね。
don't want it to be
で、一応ですね、ここの展望デッキって言ったらいいのかな。そこに行くと、
I bet I
公開
did
日
that.
誌がありまし
That's some
て、
pretty good AP.
ここのこういったの生態
Yeah, you
に
learn
関して
everything.
の、
Yeah, I got
なん
stuck
だ
at Adele. I got
が
stuck
載
at
ってたりするんですけ
sorceresses.
ど、
I
ま
don't
あ、なん
remember
だっ
what
け
the
な、
exact
あんま
point
し
was in
攻
my
略に
very
は関係
first
ないというこ
playthrough
と
that I
じゃ
got
なかったっ
fully
け。ま
stuck because I
あ、
was
何もわから
quite
なくっ
young.
ても20体ぐらいに、
And
こ
again,
いつ
I
ら
think
倒
that's
して
part
た
of
ら
the
勝
reason
手
that speedrunning
に
this
全
game
部
feels so
倒れ
fun
てくれ
is
ま
just
すよっ
like
ていう救済措置はあ
when
り
you
ます。
learn how to do it, you get that little
あ、見
feeling
れ
of
まし
like,
たか。
ha, finally, like I
で、この
finally
赤で
took
す
this
ね。
boss
この
down,
赤
and you
が
just get to
デス
experience
ス
that
トーンを
over
今
and
落と
over
し
and
ました
over
ね。
again.
違う、それじゃない。
I think maybe
Don't you
it's
love
it's
the
a little
randomizer?
it's a little
はい、早い
sweeter
です、
when
こ
you
いつ。
have a history with it.
これ
You know?
から戦
The
う
randomizer?
敵、
The
同じレベ
gauntlet,
ル帯の
the
やつの中では
provocation
最速です。
in the
Ugh.
randomizer.
Mine wasn't that bad. But yeah, sorceresses for those sounds like hell. I
Yeah, it
don't.
could be bad. It could be bad, especially the
で
fact
き
that
れ
you
ば
only
こ
have
の
two party
2体目
members.
の赤
I
で
feel
オ
like
ーラ
it's
ストー
so
ン
late
を
in the
引きた
game
い。
that you can like junction switch them to not be terrible, but still, like you could
まあ、
just
モ
not
グ
have
チームは念願のセーブポイン
except
ト、
for what you get and how kind your seed
オー
is
ラス
to
トーンが
you.
出ましたね。OK
There
で
is
す
a
ね。
world where your random
これ
seed
が
still hasn't
ラス
given
ボ
you
ス戦で
anything
必要になっ
at
てく
this
るので、
point,
大
which
抵でも
would
一
be
つは必要で
awful.
す。
But you know, like I've been there before.
Alright, so I was gonna be going into Esther fairly soon. Just gotta get through the what is that area called? Salt
まあ、
Flats?
もう一応セーブポイントあるんで、多分そっちの方でするんでしょう。
Which has
先駆
I think one
け
of the
がちゃんと
coolest
装備され
songs
て
in
い
this
れ
game
ば、
I agree.
that we
ま
get to
あ、
hear for
大丈
like
夫
a
です
whole
ので。
45 seconds.
まず負けることはないは
It
ず
really does.
はずはず。
Yeah, so we get to enjoy that. Well, I'm not sure which
大
which
丈
game
夫。
has audio going,
PS2
but
の
that part is
本
coming
体
up
の方
in a
を
moment
心
here.
配するんですけど。
Once again, that incredibly difficult Abaddon
で、今、
fight.
トンベリチーム
and
が
then
入っ
into
ていったと
Esther,
ころです
the
ね。
city of the
ここの
future.
マップに公開日誌がある。
Future.
さすがにセーブをしてもらわないと困る。
Hug, no hug. Nope, almost died out in
一応
space.
地上に
Still
戻
not
ってか
willing
ら
to hug.
も、バグで進行不能になる可能性があるのが一箇所ある
Oh,
ん
it
で、
is on Choka. Oh, perfect
で
then.
きればどっかでセーブはしてほ
Salt
しい。
flats, baby.
Yeah, the bang and
フラグ
song.
になっ
Let's
てほ
go.
しくはない。
It's
で
a、chill.
今ちょっと、トンベリチーム、場所を
I think it was
ちょ
on
っと調整
purpose.
しまし
The
たね。
cutscene
あそこですけ
remover
ど、最短で移動してし
added
ま
a
うと、
break because it
エ
used
レ
to
ベ
be
ーター
a
乗っ
4
て、
4.5 hour run with no
エレ
break.
ベーターを動かすっ
They
て、
added
丸ボタン
one
を押す
manually
と、
about the
リノ
midpoint
ア
of the
が最
game.
短で移動し
And
て、
the
その
music that
経
they
路
put
上
for it
に
is this
エレベーター
song.
の の柵があると、その柵に向かって無限に進み続けて進まないから、エレベーター乗れなくって、ロックがかかって積みますっていう ことがあり
one
ま
of
す。
the least enjoyed songs.
なので、リノアはきっちりとエレベーターにまっすぐ乗れるところまで移動させてからエレベーター乗りましょう。
Broodles PlayStation, I feel like did affect the time variation a little bit because Cordellium, I split for propagators already, and we're just now still in the purple ones, and that was a little bit more than when they were
で、
just so
チョコ
close.
ボチームがチェックポイントのアバゾン戦ですね。
Menu, or like the time bracket things, whatever, it looks like 4 minutes apart or so, so it probably cost them a good like
そうこう
2-3
言って
minutes.
る間にトンベリチームは、HD リマスター版では、配信禁止区間、Eyes on Me に入りました。音声向いてないけど、Eyes on Me は流れています。音声はアバゾンです。
Yeah, it's not ideal, but even still, again, look at how flat those lines have been this whole
Yeah,
time.
we're not talking anything crazy.
モーグリチーム、プロパゲーター1体目なので、2体目の時
So
に
good at
セーブするか
doing
どうか
what
で
he
すね。
does because he is just so consistent, and I think that's why this Q route is working so well for
配信
him.
禁止区間、
Because it's
ソ
really
フトの方
no
で、
nonsense. Like, there's,
ブロ
I'm not even
PS4 と
gonna
か
get cell
で、
card. I'm gonna walk right past
ブロー
it.
ド
Like,
キャスト
we're
機能を
just
使って
gonna
配信してる
go,
場合
and
は、
we're gonna do really
配信
well
禁止
at
です
what
よ
I'm
っつっ
good at
て、
doing. And that's
PS4 の方が勝手に画面出さないようにしてくれるんですけど、まあ、OBS とか使ってキャプボで配信してたらそんなの関係ないよねっていう。
Anybody's running specific drops from propagators from as a thing back in the day. I'm not sure if they care about it for their routes specifically, but typically you grab the save that's after the green propagators on the Ragnarok because you want one of the
モグ
red
チーム
propagators to
は
drop an aura stone.
セーブするよね。セーブ
The
してよ。
chances are
怖
pretty
いから。
decent, but I have had runs where they
い
didn't
ろんな
drop
意味
one,
で
so
怖い
you
か
have
ら
to
セーブし
reload
て
the
ね。
save for it. But you use the aura stone during the Ultimecia fight.
セーブしますね。さすがに。
They might
Nice
have
save
agreed
です
that this is like their scripted
あ
save
ーこれでちょっと一安心。
regardless, but I assume
これ
you
で最
still
悪
would
は避け
want
られる。
your aura stones. I assume. To be able to extend your limit breaks during the ulti fight.
そう配信設定、禁止の設定があるのは HD 版の方なんで。
Hobbits, definitely not jinxing the future, talking about 5 being the hardest game and hope no one has a bad run. No pressure. Safety draw aura from the mini boss in prison. I thought I saw somebody had aura magic. I thought. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly.
the only thing with that is like, how are you using magic in the castle without?
Yeah, that's
killing
what
an
I was
extra
thinking.
boss?
That's what I was thinking. Like, when would
So
you use it?
You can definitely take an extra boss fight and use magic if you want to, because there's also a hidden
FF10
draw
の
point
素敵だね
in
は、
two spaces.
まあ、
You
ムー
wouldn't
ビ
be
ー
able
っ
to
てい
draw
う
it
こと
inside the
も
castle
あっ
unless
て
you、unlock
切
draw.
符
So
がで
this
き
doesn't
ますか
really
ら
matter.
ね、あそこ。
But there is a hidden draw point of aura inside the cellar room where Tri Point is. But there is also a hidden draw point before you walk into Galbadia to Endis 2. If you go all the way out, there is a tree back there, and that is also a hidden aura draw point. So you would be able to use it, but again, like we said, you would still need to unlock magic.
Yeah, because otherwise all you get is item and limit break. To just barely be able to squeeze your way through that fight.
Yeah,
And it would mess up the final party minute. That's a good point too. Which is something I still don't fully understand. I just do what the notes tell me, but I don't understand how it works. At the very end of the game, you can
プロパゲーター戦が、
make it so that you intentionally get the party members that you want, or at
そう
least
ですね。
at a bare
5
minimum, so that
分
you
以
can
上
get
すでに
Irvine
差、
in your party
5分、そう
where
です
you're
ね、
going
5分以
into
上
the
差がついてい
Ultimecia
ますね
fight. Because if you don't have Irvine, you just have to hope that somebody else dies and gets replaced by Irvine, and your party doesn't get wiped in the meantime, which is really, really sketchy. So you can do some steps to ensure which party members you'll get, and messing with draw points changes your path
じ
of
わ
which
じ
party
わと
members
ですけど、
get
トンベリチーム差が開いてますね。
Yeah, so the method that I do for that is the save
ちな
and
みにです
reload
け
at
ど、
the
このエレベー
beginning
ター
of
を
the castle.
登っ
Go
て
through
か
as
ら、
normal.
地上へ戻っ
The
て、
drop point that's before the bridge to
ゴ
the
ールが移
castle.
動可能になるまで
For like
が、
Alta's room in
約9
particular.
分です。
You draw from 4 times, and you climb down, and you just go straight across the bridge. When the text box pops up, you hit A
直
as
歩
fast
チ
as
ーム
possible.
も、5回目のラグナ編ですね。どうしよう、喋ることがなくなってきたな、本当
The
に。
whole RNG seed thing is incredibly confusing to me. So
そうですね、このロード差は悲しいムービーでの本体のあれの差がですね。はい。頑張ればこの間にシャワー浴びて帰ってくることできます。
using drop points increments the RNG value to a favorable number that will give you the most optimal final party members. See, that's something again that I have no idea how it works. I'm sure there's like tables of information that show up that
iZombie が流れ
correlate.
ている歌で、
I have
流れている裏で、
never
エスタ
gotten
の方ではリノアを魔女
like
認
the
定してい
actual
て、このまま地
like
上へ帰っ
rundown
た
on
ら
how that stuff works yet.
リ
Because
ノア
you
は
don't
魔
need
女
to
として
really know
捕まっ
how
てし
it
まうと
works
い
to
う、
use it.
まあ
You
そう
just
いう
need to
話に
follow
な
the
っており
steps
ます。
correctly. Just read the doubts, basically.
そうですね、普通にカップラーメン作って
And yeah,
食うぐらいの
Irvine's
時間
limit
はあ
is
ります。
absolutely busted. For the most part, you're setting up 2 damaging characters. Because some fights you only need 1, some fights you need 2, so you want them both ready to chain back to back. Typically, you're keeping that to Squall and Irvine. Towards the end, it pretty much falls entirely on Irvine. So you put all of the strongest stuff on Irvine so that he can just take out bosses as fast as possible, while you have some other characters kind of as basically as backup. But yeah, Irvine definitely carries the speedrun. Once you get him in the game, the whole thing shifts to like, okay, this was like supposed to be a 6-person party, but really now it's just making sure that Irvine is as strong as possible and the rest of the team does what they need to do on the
連れて行かれ
side.
そうになるんですけど、やっぱり行かないでくれってなって、でも魔女に認定されて、私は行くねっつって、
Renault's
リノ
limits
アは行
are
くことにして、リノアが
okay.
望んだんなら仕方ねえかっつ
More
って、
niche
結局
usage.
行かせるスコール君。
She has the
名残惜しい。本当は
Angelo
強引にでも
cannon
引き止め
one,
て
the
ほしい
dog
だろうに。
explosion, which you do against 2
やっていいんで
bosses.
すかね。
You use everybody, depending on the route, you use pretty much everybody's limit at least once. But, well, I guess not everybody, but most people's. But you use Renault's limit on the boss at the end of prison, and the one at the end of the missile base. So, it's powerful when you junction the right stuff on it, but it's not as, like, multi-use, because it's just a one-hit. It's good for just, like, wiping out a group of enemies really quick. That's mostly it.
And で、一応無事に地上へ戻ってきたので、一緒に宇宙へ行っていたセルフィーと合流。
Cordellium is going over
で
kind of a long stretch of dialogue before we have
もうちょっとしたら来るけど、来ましたね。
sent to
地上に残っていたゼルたちも合流と。
sorry, the Sorcerer's Memorial to get Renoa, and then to the orphanage to kind of do some final prep stuff.
で、まあ、互いに現状報告をするんですけど、スコール君の頭の中はやっぱりリノアのことでいっぱいなので、ちょっとそれどころじゃないんだ。
So they're definitely in the final like big moments before the actual scary bosses really pick up. Although I'm sure with their strats, their setup, they will probably be golden. But again, you never know. Bosses can kind of throw you a curveball.
いろいろ言われてるんですけど、セルフィはつまらなくなったのか、アーバインもそれを追ってどこかへ行きました。
Wait, I'm on
ティ
side.
ティス先生のお説教。
We just go with whatever audio the stream moderators pick. It's not up to me. Eden
で、
GF is used in
やっ
this
ぱ
game
り
with a short
リノを
graphic
助けに
before
行こうってなっ
damage
て、
yeah.
行こうとなったらガクンと動いて、何が起こった？そういえばセルフィとアーバインがいないぞ。ひょっとしてあいつら、コックピット行って自分勝手に動かしてんじゃねえだろうな。ということでコックピット行ってみると、やっぱりこいつら動かしてるよ。じゃあ、とりあえず、リノアが連れて行かれた魔女記念館へ行こうということで、ここで、最後の乗り物ですね。実際には多分早すぎて移動速度を制限されているであろうラグナロクの入手です。実際には多分もうちょっと早いです。
Clearly, I should do this because she's choosing it, not, you know, kind of the boneheaded response when she clearly was looking for somebody to say, "You're gonna be fine," right? Like, you're not gonna succumb to this power.
魔女記念館に来たら、仲間への最後の見送りかということで、通してくれます。いやー、なかなか話のわかるエスタの方々ですね。かわいいな。
Good choices. Safest would be a lead box at the bottom of the ocean.
で、これから封印するんだから、一体何をしろって言うんだっていうことでね。
I mean, okay, if it was ultimacy, yes. But it's just for
研
Noah.
究者に止められますけど、まあ、強引に押しております。
Noah still, it's okay. She's not that dangerous. Maybe she would be, but not yet.
機械を壊して、これでやっとリーノアを救出。ね。CM でよく見たあれですね。
I really like this cutscene as a kid, though, of picking up Renoa again. I don't know, like a cover art pose. It's so cute. Alright, and then we're almost done with the last section of
魔女でもいいのかっていうことで、魔女でもいいということで。じゃあ、それでは出ましょうということで。
Supposedly, when they were writing this game, we were gonna get
で、まあ、包囲はされているんですけど、なんかよく見たことある大きな人が通していいよっていうことで、道を開けてくれます。
So I still feel like there's a huge gap of what happens between this and where we end up in the present, but
見たことあるな、この大きな人。誰やんやろな。誰だね。
I really wish we got more Laguna time in the game, though. Welcome back.
さあ、というわけで全員揃ったわけなんですけど、どこ行きましょうかということで、リノアの希望であんまり人のいないところということで、リノアがまだ行っていないイデアの家へ行こうという話になります。
like from a lore standpoint, like seeing what the world map would have looked like or what areas, what you know, you would have been able to travel to different towns and see what they like.
ですね、ちょうど右上で今もうブラックアウトして消えちゃいましたけど、右上で見ましたね。
It would be weird to see, you know, in some places like Timber probably wouldn't really change. Kind of small town, kind of feels like historic already when you go there. But a place like Esther probably made like massive changes in the past couple decades.
And Timber has been occupied by Galbadia for a really long time.
で、ラグナロクの操作もですね、バラムガーデンや車の操作同様に、展開が非常に遅いので、基本的にバックです。
Why it even exists and like what's like why is there this big intricate sewer system underneath like
バックでイデアの家まで行きます。
Is having a big sewer system a weird thing? Is that not allowed?
It's not that it's not allowed, but it's not just like a sewer system. That's just
もうちょっと右じゃね。
It's like this very like intricate one with the gates and ladders and yeah.
で、ここでよく行き過ぎたりっていうのを自分もよくやります。で、ここでメンバーを入れ替えます。リノアをメンバーに入れるにはちゃんとした理由があります。で、ここ入ってすぐ左のところ行けば、花畑があるんですけど、ここで、危険なバグがあります。今、スコールの足元にアンジェロがいますが、こいついなくなるまで絶対に話しかけてはいけません。
Never really areas that I particularly like. It's kind of like from soft.
パーティーメンバーにリノアがいる状態で、先ほどのアンジェロに話しかけると、このマップから出ることができず、進行不能になって積みます。
Definitely a maze, which I don't particularly like. At least they're not like funky looking.
とんでもない罠が待っています。しっかりとリノアに話しかけましょう。ちなみにこのバグ、HD 版でも治ってません。多分処理的には、本来だったら、ここ、アンジェロに話しかけてる間、誰かに、リノア呼んでくるねっつって、リノア呼びに行ってもらうんですけど、多分、アンジェロに話しかけたら、アンジェロがリノアをパーティーの外で呼びに行ってくれるんでしょうね。で、それで、リノアを呼びに行って、パーティーの中へ入れて、で、進行するっていう形なんでしょうけど、すでにリノアがパーティー内にいる場合、アンジェロに話しかけると、いるはずのないリノアをパーティーの外へ見に行ってしまうので、いつまで経っても帰ってこれない。つまりいつまで経っても、フラグが成立しないから、先へ進めないっていうことで、外に出してもらえなくなるんだと思います。で、困ったことにこのバグが見つかったのが RTA の、プレイ中で、見つけた人は、その時自己ベペースだったそうです。このバグの話に関しましては、とても誰にでもありそうな、起こり得そうなものなので、注意喚起として毎回言うようにしております。悲しいお話ということで、未来英語を語り継いでおくべきだと思っております。
You do your ammo refine stuff around the same time, but like for me it's like
話に出てる方にとっては不名誉なことかもしれないけど、注意喚起として毎回言わせてもらっております。
And run right in, and then I always have to turn back around, go back out, do the party swap, go back in, and it's like I probably just wasted just as much time. Well, I guess you have to have Renault in the party.
発見自体は僕が、RTA 始めるよりも前の話なんで、今から8年、9年以上前ですね。下手すると10年以上前の話になります。で、RTA で見つかったっていう関係上、なぜか、開発スタッフ陣には、周知されていないらしくて、そのせいで HD リマスター版は修正されてないという形になっています。
Yeah. swap over.
ちなみにそれは僕じゃないんですよ。僕が始めたのが大体8年9年前なんで、それよりも前です。
Other times it's for doing the fastest story beats. So this is one of the times where you want to swap party members to get the best time for the story dialogue, and then
誰
you
かが
swap
語り手
back
にならない
because
と
after that you're going to be starting to fight some quite scary bosses if you have
誰
a
か
lot
が
of
ね、
people
こういう場
here.
で毎回注意喚起で
You
語り継いでいか
need
ないと。
Irvine for pretty much the entire rest of the game again. Like we were
で
saying
ね、
before,
この
Irvine
話
is
一応
kind of
前
the
回のリレーの時にも言ったんですけ
like
ど、
he
お
carries
か
the
しいな。
team.
前回も似たような反応見るんだよな。
You can get it done with a like a Squall Renzo, but that's not fast, right?
Probably not as
これだけ
fast.
周知されている
but
し
maybe
たはずな
safe.
のに、まだ周知が足りないということなのだろうかとか思いながら話してますけど。
Because then you at least do minimum 4 hits. Although a lot of the ammo that you're using is like AP ammo. So maybe Squall wouldn't do enough damage if he wasn't able to like bypass their defense stat.
で、話の方ですけど、リノアの会話中ゼロが割り込んできて、通信で、ちょっと、エスタの方、大統領官の方へ来いという通信をもらいました。で、それを、その通信を飛ばしてきたのが、なんとキロスということなので、本当にキロスなのかということがどうかを確認しに今、エスタまで来ております。そうですね、来年の FF リレーひょっとして、また誰も解説する人がいなくて、僕が仕方なく解説することになったら、また来年も同じ話が聞けることになるかもしれません。
When like the camera is gonna function backwards.
Lots and lots of practice.
So at some point I'm gonna have to be willing to just do the
まあ
practice.
大統領官まで来たら見たことある人たちと見たことある背中。これはひょっとしてひょっとして。
Backing the car up towards Balam. Even that's already
これはやっぱりラグナ君ですね。ということでやっとラグナ君たちと対面になりま
And then
す。
not able to like quickly get back onto the grass and get out so I could just run in on foot and like
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But that's where the vehicle movement portion of
で、当然のごとくキロス君からの警告なんですけど、このままラグナ君に気持ちよく話をさせると、必要以上に話をされて、して脱線するので、聞きたいことがあったら、この力勝手に切ってくれということで、話を進めますが、大事なことなので、そのあたりは先には、オダイン博士が引き継ぎます。そしてこのオダイン博士途中の選択肢で上を選択すると長い話が始まってちょんまげを引き抜きたくなるので、忘れずに下の選択肢を選びます。
menuing stuff like that. There's menuing, but you can just follow the
見てませんでしたけど、モグチームも多分ちゃんとリノアに話しかけてたのかな。
Is there any explanation for why Odine has like a
このあたりは確か時間圧縮の原理とかなんかいろいろ話してたような気がしますけど、長いので忘れました。
Is that just how his personality is? That's all?
He likes the sillier things in life, like giant bouncy lapels.
長い話が終わったので、あとはラグナ君にさっさと作戦を実行させよう。作戦実行しましょうということで、話を切り上げます。長い話はもういらない。
I think most people are wondering that actually. I think that is kind of a common question. Yeah, maybe it's just a roulette wheel. It is kind of shaped like it, yeah. for medical
まあ、チョ
reasons,
コボ
like
は
when
ス
you're
タ次元前にセーブを入れ
head
ま
back
し
from
た
the
ね。
vet, yeah. They don't want Orion
え
doing his stitches. That must be it.
サトンベリチーム、これから、愛と勇気のなんちゃら大作戦
Okay, I'm not gonna go down his line of thought.
で、ルナティ
But
ッ
yeah,
クパンド
so
ラへ突入しますと。
pretty soon here we're gonna be watching how Sayo approaches the
そうです
big
ね。
scary
この
menu as
後、
well.
作戦が始まってから、
I have
ラグ
no idea
ナ
what the
たちはこの
particular
展望デッキ
differences
に
are
いるんですけ
between how
ど、
these
この
three
時に
runners have been
キロス
approaching
に
this
話し
stuff,
かけ
but
ると、
um,
父親に似なくてよかったねみた
I
いなこと
imagine
言わ
there's
れるん
gonna
で
be a
すよね。
lot happening in a very short amount of time. I know that whenever that part comes up, I have to like just mentally tune everything else out. It's the only things that exist in the world are you and your menu.
Yep. Exactly.
さあ、ディスク3最後のダンジョンとなるルナティッ
You
ク
and
パン
us
ド
are
ラ。
menu versus the world.
Request, do you have an answer to the question?
I feel like, unfortunately, the answer is just to
糸の
remain as
低くって言って
consistent as
割と
possible
全
with
作
Sayo
品
has been
通して
doing,
見る
because
と
this
高性能
weapon
な部類に
doesn't
入
really
るんですよ
allow
ね。
for
だい
much
ぶ。
time to catch up unless like someone is just mashing
本気で飛んだら、
lazily or
大気圏離脱ができるぐらいの出力
basically a
があっ
catastrophe
て、
has
手
to
法
happen
があ
and
っ
you don't
て、アーム
necessarily
が
want
ついて
that
て、
to happen. I'm not saying that that's not
かなり
good,
武装
but
面
there,
とか
I
も充
wouldn't
実し
see
ている
anything out of the
超高性能
ordinary
機。
that Team Chocobo can just do to gain an advantage, unfortunately.
So I guess just hold steady and
で、
if the other
ここ
teams
で
have
細かい
unpossessed creatures,
RTA
then
テクニ
then
ッ
the
ク。
gap
セル
will
フィに
close.
話しかけて、一
Yeah,
旦
just
外に
because
出
you
ます。
see
そして
Team
再度
Chocobo
中に入ります
beating Team Tonberry as far as
こうする
damage
こと
goes
で、
doesn't mean
ラ
that
グナロク
Sayo
の内部を通って、外へ出るよりも若干早く、ここのマップへ出ることができま
on the
す。
schedule that you can see that just came up from Mubot. And if you click that, you'll see the different categories of the
で
game.、
ここの攻略手段は、至ってシンプル。
Like the
開
person
幕、雷神がおしゃべりをします。
there is still people who
そしてその間 ATB は、先駆けで溜まった状態です。つまりアーバインは、
and the only reason
ショットを構える準備ができてしまうわけです。
they have had more games where
準備を与えたがために、
they gotta just stay
この
on
よう
these
に
and
焼き尽くされて
do
しまい
what
ま
we're
す。
doing. Keep chucking away at time.
準備を与えてしまうのがいけないんです。
We got our Esther menu coming up for Team Chocobo. Sayo gonna be
で、奥へ行くと、
minutes on the timer.
腐れ縁のビックスとウェッジがいるわけですけど、もう完全に二等兵、一番下まで降格させられて、
Yeah.
もう二人ともこんな仕事嫌じゃっていうことになって、ついにこのガルバディア兵のお仕事を辞めることになります。
As history and time.
まあ話しかけなかったらいつまで経ってもあそこで作業してるんですけどね、あの二人。
And like T89, a couple of other people when they were doing this in chat, talking about running like a marzipan Christmas Eve special. I don't know. They call it like some crazy random like, oh, we're doing the special crazy menu. It's like, okay.
あと、チョコボチームは、これ、あれだな、小田県のすぐ目の前でやってますね。ということは、先駆けを若干早いタイミングで、もうこのタイミングで覚えさせっていうことかな。もうこの時点で AP10 入れて先駆けを覚えさせて、乗り込んだ後のメニュー操作をカットするっていうチャートですね、これは。
The normal everyday progression.
で、
So this next boss that Cordellium is about to fight is
ルナティックパンドラでのメカのボスですね。8型 BIS というやつです。機動兵器8型 BIS だったかな。多分ここでオーラ使います。火力が足りないので、オーラを使って時間を延長させて、倒すことになるはずです。
Oh, interesting doing aura to make sure you get a long enough time. Okay, I like that as an idea. Because yeah, if you don't, it can start doing these
で、破壊弾を
attacks that will one shot everybody
8
in the
発
party.
撃てば
Won't
まあ
have to
足りる
matter.
はず。
You don't stand a chance.
まあ
Once
足り
that
ま
thing
す
gets
ね。
going, it is very
基
fast
本
and
的に
aggressive.
ゼルカ取ってたらここカウントダメージ出るんで、それが4発出れば、確定で倒せるんで、2発で1万ちょいだから、まあ全然いけますね。
But we go in with either Selfie or Quits instead, depending on the route. And I think that just increases the odds of something going awry.
で、ここでレーザーキャノン、
Obviously subs for
ここ
more
で
of
取るレーザーキャノン
the
変化を、
safety.
波
Obviously,
動
whether
弾
it be
作
the
るのか
route
な。
or
レーザーキャノン2つ、これは使うんだったら非常に嬉しいですね。
the number of shots is good to go.
波動弾がこれで10発作れるんですけど、これだけあったら、ここから先の敵全部、鉄鋼弾と波動弾だけで確か倒せるはず。歩数的に。基本的にはレーザーキャノン1個しか手に入らないんですけど、2個以上だったらすごく嬉しい。火力的にも。で、風神雷神がサイファーにもうやめようよと。サイファーも、サイファーじゃない、風神がいつもの感じじゃなくて普通の口調で話をする貴重なシーン。
Extra time in the menu is not your friend.
And just having to like navigate to the right part of the right page quickly and just knowing, okay, so I gave this magic to this person, I have to be able to swap it over to this one instead. And just, it's not something that you want to have to fight with.
In my mind,
on a
the
timer in
scariest
general.
part is deleting.
でも、
'Cause-
の
so
説
you're
得も
deleting
なし
water,
く
you're
サイファーの
deleting cure
答えは
and if you're doing ECM
今までありがとうよという。
and that just scares me.
二人とは決別
Yeah, I
の
haven't
道を
had to do any of
歩
that
むことになりまし
stuff,
た。
thankfully. Well, not any of it, but I haven't had to do the deleting abilities. My route, we only have to delete Thunder, Water, and Bozaga, so it's very easy. Thank goodness, but it's even then, deleting magic just feels.
さあ、若き革命家として、名を馳せようとしているサイファー君ですけど、画面がガガガガガガガガガ、大丈夫か？
これは
戻ってきた。
レストリームの PC 側の問題なので再読み込みで直りました、ね。はい、お願いします。
大丈夫か？
大丈夫か？大丈夫か？はい。お使いの PC は正常です。
はい。ここの戦闘に関しては、戦闘不能キャラがいた場合は強制的に1で復活します。で、スコール君に関しましては HP マックスです。絶対に。ただし、勝負を決めるのはアーバイン。で、最後の落とし物はヒーローですね。はい。トンベリチームの、サイファー君は子犬でした。役に立たないワンコです。そうこう言っている間に、モグチームの風神と雷神が焼かれましたね。
Did you already click past that? I was gonna see if you got a holy war or not.
I saw a hero.
で、リノアが連れて行かれたので、これから追いかけようと。で、ここで、やっとディスク3終了です。
Did anybody get a holy war yet? I haven't seen any.
I'm actually not 100% sure, but I did just see the hero, but I'm not sure of previous encounters.
Well, I guess we'll find out pretty soon here. Now that we're getting up there.
これはセーフティーセーブ入れますね。で、サイファーを追いかけて上へと移動しますと。
So we're gonna see Sio getting picked up by the same boss that Cordellium just defeated. I almost made a mistake and said, all right, we're going to MT8. But then we would have just like fast forwarded like an hour plus. Wouldn't that be great for Team Chocobo?
長い、この FF8 の RTA も残りあと20分ぐらいで終わりそうですね。順調にいけばあと20分かかるかかからないぐらいかで終わります。
Team Tomberry going to be going up against Adele. The really scary FMV. Getting got.
さあ、アデル戦ですが、一番最初の行動は、スコールが喋ります。喋ります。ということは、アーバインのショットの準備があるということですね。どう見てもリノアと一緒に打ち抜いてるんですけど、アデルの HP だけ0になったので問題ありません。ちなみにここでアデルに行動されてしまうと、メテオやらアルテマやらが飛んできたりするので非常に危険なので、確実に殺します。絶対に倒します。で、アデルを倒したことによって、この時代の魔女がリノア一人になりました。なので、アルティミシアがジャンクションしているリノアをジャンクションしているアルテミシアごと過去の若い頃のアデルへジャンクションします。で、リノアだけ戻して、これから時間圧縮が始まります。そしてここのムービーで、最後のパーティーのメンバー調整のツールを動かしますね、これは。多分。どうかな？動かしてますね、これ。ここのコール君の動きを見てツールに入力することによってなぜか現在の乱数を特定して、最終戦のパーティーを整えるという、とても難易度の高いツール操作が行われております。で、今、一方向にしかスコール君動いてませんけど、この一方向にしか動いてない間は、何かボタンを押している状態です。で、この間は今乱数がストップしている状態です。乱数が動かないように出て、必要な回数分乱数をどっかで動かすことになります。わからないと思います。僕も説明するのが難しくて説明したくないです。でもここの動きを見ないと、最終メンバーの乱数調整ができないんです。
To basically track where we were in the RNG.
で、
Based off of where we are in the RNG, we know how to
パンデモニウムが速さジャンクションを覚えたので、速さにストップをつけて、いろいろと準備をして、やりますね、やっぱり。セーブしないセーブしないのマジか、ノーセーブでいくの
？It delays the frames or essentially slows down those slots. And because of we know the distance from the ladder to the door.
成功時のメンバーに関しましては、奏者に確認しないとちょっとわかんないです。今手元で僕ツールを動かしてるわけじゃないので、誰が来るのかわかりません。アーバインが来ることは、成功してたらアーバインが来ることはほぼ確定です。で、あとは、キスティス、セルフィ、デルの誰かが来ます。ここから先乱数がずれる要素は、ドローポイントを調べる以外では動きません。ハードリセットしない限り。で、メテオが怖いよって思ったんですけど、ここで実は大事なお話。PS 北米版のみ、この魔女連戦、こちらのメンバーの平均レベルで変動します。PS 日本語版及びそれ以外、それ以降ですね。PC 版だったり HD リマスター版は、レベルが固定なのに、この北米版だけレベルが変動します。つまり弱いんです。こいつら弱いんです。見た目以上に弱いんです。メテオがあんまし怖くないんです。怖いは怖いけど。メテオはして欲しくないのは確かなんですけど、弱いんです。
I think the fastest animation in the game is Zell.
本来だったらこいつら3500ぐらい与えないと倒れないはずなのに3000ちょいで倒れてるのがその証拠です。2600で倒れたね。弱いなぁ。で、ここから先魔女1ですね。今出てきてるのが。これが3500なんですけど、これの次の魔女2っていうやつですね。黄色い、パリコリに出てきそうな服装の魔女が、レベル固定だった場合は5500ぐらいなんですけど、多分これもバーサクかかっているアーバインで楽勝じゃないかな。楽勝なんじゃないかな。楽勝だ。弱い。弱い。弱い。くそー。なんだこの弱い魔女連戦は。ずるいよ、本当に。
Excuse me. The PC version is locked to level 45 sorceresses. So that whole algorithmic, the game levels with you. Your average party level is 6.
はい、実際、大したことはないんです。そう。で、この3代目ですね。魔女2の3代目だけは、メテオを使ってくる危険性があるので、やっぱりとっとと倒しますと。で、多分、リムーバー準備してる。万能薬を準備してますね。ということは、アーバインで倒した後に、万能薬をアーバインに振って、バーサクを解除するわけですね。わかります。
Maybe there was a sorceress is too easy, and they're like, you know what, fine, we'll put boom level 45.
Oh yeah, the 11
鉄鋼弾もしくは波動弾を2発撃てば倒せます。本来でしたら、それ以外のバージョンだったら、こいつの HP は32,500もあって、ワンターンキルがちょっと怖いんですけど、終わった。16,000。16,000で倒れた。弱え。くそ弱え。
So this is the portion right here, a tiny bobcat that we would be tracking. This is actually the end of the sequence. So you would track the 12 movements, and then you would hold a button, any button, R1, R2, X, what have you. But you would hold one button. Essentially, once you find where you are in the RNG, you have to stop it. So much like Zaid put in the chat, those are the directions as soon as you get to that last A, which would be
これが PC 版とか、HD 版だったらだいぶ苦戦させられるところだったんですけど。
The RNG, you would hold X throughout the entirety of the
ちなみにレベル固定だった場合の出るかなしの倒し方としては、アーバインが暗黒を使ってひたすら倒していくっていうチャートになるはずです。で、最終的に HP32,500 ある、魔女さんを、鉄鋼弾4発かなで倒すっていう形になります。
Animated object, and as far as I know, animated objects that you can interact with change the RNG in this game. So I'm gonna say yes.
モグチームもセーブなしで突っ切りますね。先ほどよりも高いダメージが見られます。トンベリと違って力プラス60がついているので。最後のセーブポイントですね。メンバー固定が成功していれば、ここへ戻ってくることはありません。
Is it kind of like the poll counting thing? There's going to be some incompletes that you just have to figure which direction it would be?
There's 12, and there's specifically movement, I want to say movement 5 and movement 6 happen during the
ここで0アウト。0アウトには一応理由はあります。この後、階段を登った奥に、シャンデリアから落下するんですけど、その時にゼルだけ、ずっこけて、約 0.5 秒のロスが発生します。
Yeah, that would stress me out quite a bit.
It's something you have to practice. It's a lot.
で、倒すしもべは2体ですね。目の前にいるスフィンクス・アンドロは横を通り抜けていって、で、ここのシャンデリアを落下させて、で、ここで、ゼル君はずっこけるので、パーティーから除外されました。で、ここの下のワインセラーにいるトライエッジさんを倒しに行きます。まず1体目ですね。で、このトライエッジさんの攻略方法としては、炎属性、氷属性、炎属性、氷属性という風に、属性攻撃で殴ることによって簡単に倒すことができます。HP はわずか7点です。終わります。はい。トライエッジ君は、魔女のしもべの面汚しです。
Can you imagine the entire relay where there was just like no safety? Just like everything's PB pace, like everything is out on the table. Be as volatile as you want.
で、解除する、技能としましては、特殊ですね。特殊技、リミット技を解除します。
Next game. Like, like, what do you do? Do you just try again?
To try to catch up. Yeah, I was wondering, like, if
倒すしもべはもう1体ですね。もう1体比較的無害なしもべを倒しに行きます。
Doing that in a way. Somebody could like abuse a system like that. So, nope.
Yeah.
Safety saves and no
I can see that happening.
No cheese in the system.
I can see that happening in this game where like Team Choco's like they think the runner who's running for Team Choco is like, oh man, I'm super behind, the thought process. Like in reality, they're even in terms of like
おっと、モグチーム、セルフィーを間引いてますね。これは何の下準備かな？
Sees. Well, I guess my run is done, but now that, I'm ahead, I don't know if there was a way to, just tack on the rest of their time up to estimate or something. I don't know. Hopefully that will never become an issue. I can't imagine any people that, run these games would do something like that, but it's just something that they'd probably have to be aware of.
Yeah, and I guess
2体目に倒す魔女のしもべ、ティアマト戦ですね。ティアマト君は、一定ターンごとに、ダークフレアのダークフレアって文字を完成させていって、ダークフレアが揃ったら、炎属性の全体攻撃を打ってきます。でもその前に倒してしまいます。鉄鋼弾が全部で4発ですね。ちょっと足りないな、もう1発。
rather than, trying to pull a rabbit out of your hat.
Oh, we're talking about the
非
music.
常に無害です。
Usually, the one thing people seem to agree on is that
通常プレイをされる際は、属性防御ジャンクションに、ファイガーをつけてから、ここへ行きましょう。ダークフレアは炎属性の攻撃なので、それを食らうと HP が回復します。そして、しもべ戦は全部逃げられるので、ここは宿屋になります。で、解除するのはアイテムです。以上で解除するアビリティは終わりです。あとは、ちょっと、メニュー操作をして、ラスボス戦へ突入することになります。
Our Lord and Savior, Nobuo Matsu.
Very bad.
You don't like Windows sound fonts? Come on. 1990, like 2001 at its finest.
でロケットエンジンっていうのが、速さプラス 40% なので、少しでもアーバインの速さを上げるためにつけます。で、何回調べるのかな ?1 回、2回、3回。
It's called They're Not Real Instruments.
なるほど。わからん。何になったのかは本人だけ知っている。あそこのドローポイントを1回調べることに、パーティー、最終メンバーのパーティーの乱数が1進みます。なので、あそこで最後の調整、最後じゃないな、調整をします。で、注意すべきなのは、ここの最後の廊下なんですけど、ここは、1秒間に4回先ほどの乱数が動いております。なので、目的の乱数に合わせるためにここは最速で突っ切ります。日本語版の場合は、文字数の関係でちょっとですね、真ん中の白いラインを外れて進むことによって目的の乱数に合わせることができます。さあ、ラスボス戦突入となります。さあ、メンバーは狙った相手が出るのかどうか。とりあえず、アーバインはいてほしい。あと2人は誰になるのか。
So for the first seal boss, I don't know what you'd really call these, but like the mini bosses are on Alti's castle. The first one that you fight, you have to fight Tripoint because you need to get the rocket engine that it drops. And you unlock Limit Break.
私が選んでやろうというが、選ぶのはお前じゃない、俺らだと。乱数調整が完璧ならアーバインがいるゼルとキスティスですね。で、あとは最速でショット決めて、約1万ちょいですね。与えて、第一検体を飛ばします。
Otherwise, I'm pretty sure her speed would be running circles around you and you would not stand a chance.
運が悪いと、アルティミシアが先に動いて、クエイクだったり、メルトンだったり、ホーリーだったり、ぶっ放してくるんですけど、たまにダブルをした上でやってきたりとかしますね。それが、アーバインに刺さると、城の入り口からやり直しになります。で、ここの、なんだっけ。グリーバじゃないんだよな、こいつ今。で、こいつの、通常攻撃および、フレアがアーバインに刺さる確率が約 2% です。なので、それが来る前に、まずはアーバインにオーラストーンを使って、アーバインに英雄の薬を振って、その後もう一人誰かを英雄の薬で無敵にして、あとは、お疲れ様でした。あとはひたすらショットを打つだけです。
For sure, pendulum, let's go. I still can't get that. I got it one time ever, and I've tried practicing it. It's so
さあ、問題は段数が足りるのかどうかですね。まあ、多分足りるでしょ
う。Yeah, whatever the proper word would be for that thing, I still can't get it.
First try swing, as we'll call it.
で、英雄の薬に関してなんですけど、実はこれ、扱いとしては状態以上のカテゴリーに入ります。なので、先ほどは、キスティスがアーバインに英雄の薬を振りましたけど、キスティスの魔力と、アーバインの精神の高さ次第では、ミスが発生します。びっくりしますよね。バフ系のステータスのくせにミスが発生するんです。投げミスっていうのがごく稀に発生します。なので、そのあたりの設定として、投げられる側、アーバインの精神はできるだけ低く、で、投げる側の魔力はなるべく高くっていう風にしていると、若干安定度は増します。
Not into pastrami, onto pastrami. Or not.
で、現在キスティスが寝ていますが、放っておくと、低確率じゃないな。一定時間が経過すると、時空の狭間に、消えてしまって、次のメンバーが出てきます。で、次のメンバーは誰が出てくるのかというと、経験値の少ない順で出てきます。なので、調整がちゃんとできている場合は、次に出てくるのはセルフィです。ショックウェーブパルサーのタイミングで、キスティスが、戦闘不能になったので、乱数次第ではこのままキスティスが寝たままですが、運が悪いと、第4形態の、最後の殴りの途中で、セルフィにバトンタッチします。で、できることなら、このまま出てきてほしくないというのが本音です。で、そういえば、モーグリチームは、サイファー4回目で何が出たんでしょう？見てなかった。
英雄の薬ってチャットにありました。
英雄ですか。ありがとうございます。ということは、チョコボの最後のサイファーが何になるか。今のところ、トンベリチームとモグチームの、サイファーは子犬であったと。ダメな先輩だったということですね。というわけで、モグチームもミシア戦突入ですが、トンベリチームが、ラストですね。RTA では最後まで聞くことはありませんが、この、ザイクスタームですね。BGM、非常に、名曲です。とてもいい曲なんですけど、最後まで聞くことはありません。すごくかっこよくでいいんですけど、残念ながら最後までは聞けません。 さあ、モグチームも同じですね、メンバーが。で、最後にやることですね。まず最初に飛んでくるのは確定でヘルジャッジですね。ヘルジャッジメントは、こちらの HP を強制的に1にする技なんですが、無敵なので効きません。で、あとは鉄鋼弾を8発撃ちます。こいつの HP は、調整ができていれば、7万いかないぐらいかな。8波6万4000だから、大丈夫ですね。あとは、セリフを喋るためだけに HP100 で復活するので、あとは殴るだけです。あとはキスティスがセルフィと交代しなければ、このまま、終わります。2回。
Okay, so there are a couple of them that are kind of underwhelming. 8, though, I think has one of the more...
で、こうなってくると、この時点でのミシアの行動がヘルジャッジメント、ドローアポカリプスに固定されるんですけど、2人で殴れば、ドローアポカリプスまでで終わります。セルフィ来ちゃった。遅延行為。
A work in progress to get through the whole series, but
you're gonna enjoy it when you do. I think we have 2 more hits on Cordellium's side, if I am not mistaken.
And so next hit is gonna be kill.
で、ラストですね。アーバインが打ったところでタイマーストップです。お疲れ様でした。
グッドゲームです。
Pretty dang clean.
A sub 30, if I am not mistaken.
いいタイムです。